The Adventure of the Six Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was no very unusual thing for Mr. Lestrade, of Scotland Yard, to look in upon us of an evening, and his visits were welcome to Sherlock Holmes, for they enabled him to keep in touch with all that was going on at the police headquarters. In return for the news which Lestrade would bring, Holmes was always ready to listen with attention to the details of any case upon which the detective was engaged, and was able occasionally, without any active interference, to give some hint or suggestion drawn from his own vast knowledge and experience. On this particular evening Lestrade had spoken of the weather and the newspapers. Then he had fallen silent, puffing thoughtfully at his cigar. Holmes looked keenly at him. "Anything remarkable on hand?" he asked. "Oh, no, Mr. Holmes, nothing very particular." "Then tell me about it." Lestrade laughed. "Well, Mr. Holmes, there is no use denying that there is something on my mind. And yet it is such an absurd business that I hesitated to bother you about it. On the other hand, although it is trivial, it is undoubtedly queer, and I know that you have a taste for all that is out of the common. But in my opinion, it comes more in Dr. Watson's line than ours." "Disease?" said I. "Madness, anyhow, and a queer madness, too. You wouldn't think there was anyone living at this time of day who had such a hatred of Napoleon I that he would break any image of him that he could see." Holmes sank back in his chair. "That's no business of mine," said he. "Exactly. That's what I said. But then when the man commits burglary in order to break images which are not his own, that brings it away from the doctor and on to the policeman." Holmes sat up again. "Burglary? This is more interesting. Let me hear the details." Lestrade took out his official notebook and refreshed his memory from its pages. "The first case reported was 4 days ago," said he. "It was at the shop of Morse Hudson, who has a place for the sale of pictures and statues in the Kennington Road. The assistant had left the front shop for an instant, when he heard a crash, and hurrying in he found a plaster bust of Napoleon which stood with several other works of art upon the counter, lying shivered into fragments. He rushed out into the road, but although several passers-by declared that they had noticed a man run out of the shop, he could neither see anyone, nor could he find any means of identifying the rascal. It seemed to be one of those senseless acts of hooliganism which occur from time to time, and it was reported to the constable on the beat as such. The plaster cast was not worth more than a few shillings, and the whole affair appeared to be too childish for any particular investigation. The second case, however, was more serious, and also more singular. It occurred only last night. In Kennington Road, and within a few hundred yards of Morse Hudson's shop, there lives a well-known medical practitioner named Dr. Barnicot, who has one of the largest practices upon the south side of the Thames. His residence and principal consulting room is at Kennington Road, but he has a branch surgery and dispensary at Lower Brixton Road, 2 miles away. This Dr. Barnicot is an enthusiastic admirer of Napoleon, and his house is full of books, pictures, and relics of the French Emperor. Some little time ago he purchased from Morse Hudson 2 duplicate plaster casts of the famous head of Napoleon by the French sculptor Devine. One of these he placed in his hall in the house at Kennington Road, and the other on the mantelpiece of the surgery at Lower Brixton. Well, when Dr. Barnicot came down this morning, he was astonished to find that his house had been burgled during the night, but that nothing had been taken save the plaster head from the hall. It had been carried out, and had been dashed savagely against the garden wall, under which its splintered fragments were discovered. Holmes rubbed his hands. "This is certainly very novel," said he. "I thought it would please you, but I have not got to the end yet. Dr. Barnicot was due at his surgery at 12 o'clock, and you can imagine his amazement when, on arriving there, he found that the window had been opened in the night, and that the broken pieces of his second bust were strewn all over the room. It had been smashed to atoms where it stood. In neither case were there any signs which could give us a clue as to the criminal or lunatic who had done the mischief. Now, Mr. Holmes, you have got the facts." "They are singular, not to say grotesque," said Holmes. May I ask whether the two busts smashed in Dr. Barnicot's rooms were the exact duplicates of the one which was destroyed in Morse Hudson's shop? They were taken from the same mold. Such a fact must tell against the theory that the man who breaks them is influenced by any general hatred of Napoleon. Considering how many hundreds of statues of the great emperor must exist in London, it is too much to suppose such a coincidence as that a promiscuous iconoclast should chance to begin upon 3 specimens of the same bust. "Well, I thought as you do," said Lestrade. "On the other hand, this Morse Hudson is the purveyor of busts in that part of London, and these 3 were the only ones which had been in his shop for years. So although, as you say, there are many hundreds of statues in London, it is very probable that these 3 were the only ones in that district. Therefore a local fanatic would begin with them. What do you think, Dr. Watson?" "There are no limits to the possibilities of monomania," I answered. "There is the condition which the modern French psychologists have called the idée fixe, which may be trifling in character, and accompanied by complete sanity in every other way. A man who had read deeply about Napoleon, or who had possibly received some hereditary family injury through the Great War, might conceivably form such an idée fixe and under its influence be capable of any fantastic outrage." "That won't do, my dear Watson," said Holmes, shaking his head. "For no amount of idée fixe would enable your interesting monomaniac to find out where these busts were situated." "Well, how do you explain it?" "I don't attempt to do so. I would only observe that there is a certain method in the gentleman's eccentric proceedings. For example, in Dr. Barnicot's hall, where a sound might arouse the family, the bust was taken outside before being broken, whereas in the surgery, where there was less danger of an alarm, it was smashed where it stood. The affair seems absurdly trifling, and yet I dare call nothing trivial when I reflect that some of my most classic cases have had the least promising commencement. You will remember, Watson, how the dreadful business of the Abernethy family was first brought to my notice by the depth which the parsley had sunk into the butter upon a hot day. I can't afford, therefore, to smile at your 3 broken busts, Lestrade, and I shall be very much obliged to you if you will let me hear of any fresh development of so singular a chain of events." The development for which my friend had asked came in a quicker and an infinitely more tragic form than he could have imagined. I was still dressing in my bedroom next morning when there was a tap at the door, and Holmes entered, a telegram in his hand. He read it aloud. "Come instantly, 131 Pitt Street, Kensington. Lestrade." "What is it, then?" I asked. "Don't know. May be anything. But I suspect it is the sequel of the story of the statues. In that case our friend the image breaker has begun operations in another quarter of London. There's coffee on the table, Watson, and I have a cab at the door." In half an hour we had reached Pitt Street, a quiet little backwater just beside one of the briskest currents of London life. Number 131 was one of a row, all flat-chested, respectable, and most unromantic dwellings. As we drove up, we found the railings in front of the house lined by a curious crowd. Holmes whistled. "By George, it's attempted murder at the least. Nothing less will hold the London message boy. There's a deed of violence indicated in that fellow's round shoulders and outstretched neck. What's this, Watson? The top step's swilled down, and the other one's dry. Footsteps enough, anyhow. Well, well, there's Lestrade at the front window, and we shall soon know all about it." The official received us with a very grave face, and showed us into a sitting-room, where an exceedingly unkempt and agitated elderly man, clad in a flannel dressing-gown, was pacing up and down. He was introduced to us as the owner of the house, Mr. Horace Harker of the Central Press Syndicate. "It's the Napoleon bust business again," said Lestrade. "You seemed interested last night, Mr. Holmes, so I thought perhaps you would be glad to be present now that the affair has taken a very much graver turn." "What has it turned to, then?" "To murder. Mr. Harker, will you tell these gentlemen exactly what has occurred?" The man in the dressing-gown turned upon us with a most melancholy face. "It's an extraordinary thing," said he, "that all my life I have been collecting other people's news, and now that a real piece of news has come my own way, I am so confused and bothered that I can't put 2 words together. If I had come in here as a journalist, I should have interviewed myself and had 2 columns in every evening paper. As it is, I am giving away valuable copy by telling my story over and over to a string of different people, and I can make no use of it myself. However, I've heard your name, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and if you'll only explain this queer business, I shall be paid for my trouble in telling you the story." Holmes sat down and listened. "It all seems to center round that bust of Napoleon, which I bought for this very room about 4 months ago. I picked it up cheap from Harding Brothers, 2 doors from the High Street station. A great deal of my journalistic work is done at night, and I often write until the early morning. So it was today. I was sitting in my den, which is at the back of the top of the house, about 3 o'clock, when I was convinced that I heard some sounds downstairs. I listened, but they were not repeated, and I concluded that they came from outside. Then suddenly, about 5 minutes later, there came a most horrible yell, the most dreadful sound, Mr. Holmes, that ever I heard. It will ring in my ears as long as I live. I sat frozen with horror for a minute or two. Then I seized the poker and went downstairs. When I entered this room I found the window wide open, and I at once observed that the bust was gone from the mantelpiece. Why any burglar should take such a thing passes my understanding, for it was only a plaster cast, and of no real value whatever. You can see for yourself that anyone going out through that open window could reach the front doorstep by taking a long stride. This was clearly what the burglar had done, so I went round and opened the door. Stepping out into the dark, I nearly fell over a dead man who was lying there. I ran back for a light, and there was the poor fellow, a great gash in his throat and the whole place swimming in blood. He lay on his back, his knees drawn up and his mouth horribly open. I shall see him in my dreams. I had just time to blow on my police whistle, and then I must have fainted, for I knew nothing more until I found the policeman standing over me in the hall. "Well, who was the murdered man?" asked Holmes. "There's nothing to show who he was," said Lestrade. "You shall see the body at the mortuary, but we have made nothing of it up to now. He is a tall man, sunburned, very powerful, not more than 30. He is poorly dressed, and yet does not appear to be a laborer. A horn-handled clasp knife was lying in a pool of blood beside him. Whether it was the weapon which did the deed, or whether it belonged to the dead man, I do not know. There was no name on his clothing, and nothing in his pockets save an apple, some string, a shilling map of London, and a photograph. Here it is." It was evidently taken by a snapshot from a small camera. It represented an alert, sharp-featured simian man, with thick eyebrows and a very peculiar projection of the lower part of the face, like the muzzle of a baboon. "And what became of the bust?" asked Holmes, after a careful study of this picture. "We had news of it just before you came. It has been found in the front garden of an empty house in Campden House Road. It was broken into fragments. I am going round now to see it. Will you come?" "Certainly. I must just take one look round." He examined the carpet in the window. "The fellow had either very long legs or was a most active man," said he. "With an area beneath, it was no mean feat to reach that window ledge and open that window. Getting back was comparatively simple. Are you coming with us to see the remains of your bust, Mr. Harker?" The disconsolate journalist had seated himself at a writing table. "I must try and make something of it," said he, "though I have no doubt that the first editions of the evening papers are out already with full details. It's like my luck. You remember when the Stand fell at Doncaster? Well, I was the only journalist in the Stand, and my journal the only one that had no account of it, for I was too shaken to write it. And now I'll be too late with a murder done on my own doorstep." As we left the room, we heard his pen traveling shrilly over the foolscap. The spot where the fragments of the bust had been found was only a few hundred yards away. For the first time our eyes rested upon this presentment of the great emperor, which seemed to raise such frantic and destructive hatred in the mind of the unknown. It lay scattered in splintered shards upon the grass. Holmes picked up several of them and examined them carefully. I was convinced, from his intent face and his purposeful manner, that at last he was upon a clue. "Well?" asked Lestrade. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "We have a long way to go yet," said he. "And yet, well, we have some suggestive facts to act upon. The possession of this trifling bust was worth more, in the eyes of this strange criminal, than a human life. That is one point. Then there is the singular fact that he did not break it in the house, or immediately outside the house, if to break it was his sole object. He was rattled and bustled by meeting this other fellow. He hardly knew what he was doing." "Well, that's likely enough. But I wish to call your attention very particularly to the position of this house in the garden of which the bust was destroyed." Lestrade looked about him. It was an empty house, and so he knew that he would not be disturbed in the garden. "Yes, but there is another empty house farther up the street which he must have passed before he came to this one. Why did he not break it there, since it is evident that every yard that he carried it increased the risk of someone meeting him?" "I give it up," said Lestrade. Holmes pointed to the street lamp above our heads. "He could see what he was doing here, and he could not there. That was his reason." "By Jove, that's true," said the detective. "Now that I come to think of it, Dr. Barnicot's bust was broken not far from his red lamp. Well, Mr. Holmes, what are we to do with that fact?" "To remember it, to docket it. We may come on something later which will bear upon it. What steps do you propose to take now, Lestrade?" "The most practical way of getting at it, in my opinion, is to identify the dead man. There should be no difficulty about that. When we have found who he is and who his associates are, we should have a good start in learning what he was doing in Pitt Street last night, and who it was who met him and killed him on the doorstep of Mr. Horace Harker. Don't you think so?" "No doubt, and yet it is not quite the way in which I should approach the case." "What would you do, then?" "Oh, you must not let me influence you in any way. I suggest that you go on your line and I on mine. We can compare notes afterwards, and each will supplement the other." "Very good," said Lestrade. "If you are going back to Pitt Street, you might see Mr. Horace Harker. Tell him from me that I have quite made up my mind, and that it is certain that a dangerous homicidal lunatic with Napoleonic delusions was in his house last night. It will be useful for his article." Lestrade stared. "You don't seriously believe that?" Holmes smiled. "Don't I? Well, perhaps I don't. But I am sure that it will interest Mr. Horace Harker and the subscribers of the Central Press Syndicate. Now, Watson, I think that we shall find that we have a long and rather complex day's work before us. I should be glad, Lestrade, if you could make it convenient to meet us at Baker Street at 6 o'clock this evening. Until then, I should like to keep this photograph found in the dead man's pocket. It is possible that I may have to ask your company and assistance upon a small expedition which will have to be undertaken tonight, if my chain of reasoning should prove to be correct. Until then, good-bye and good luck." Sherlock Holmes and I walked together to the High Street, where we stopped at the shop of Harding Brothers, whence the bust had been purchased. A young assistant informed us that Mr. Harding would be absent until afternoon, and that he was himself a newcomer who could give us no information. Holmes's face showed his disappointment and annoyance. "Well, well, we can't expect to have it all our own way, Watson," he said at last. "We must come back in the afternoon, if Mr. Harding will not be here until then. I am, as you have no doubt surmised, endeavoring to trace these busts to their source, in order to find if there is not something peculiar which may account for their remarkable fate. Let us make for Mr. Morse Hudson of the Kennington Road, and see if he can throw any light upon the problem." A drive of an hour brought us to the picture dealer's establishment. He was a small, stout man with a red face and a peppery manner. "Yes, sir, on my very counter, sir," said he. "What we pay rates and taxes for, I don't know, when any ruffian can come in and break one's goods. Yes, sir, it was I who sold Dr. Barnicot his 2 statues. Disgraceful, sir! A nihilist's plot, that's what I make it. No one but an anarchist would go about breaking statues. Red Republicans, that's what I call 'em. Who did I get the statues from? I don't see what that has to do with it. Well, if you really want to know, I got them from Gelder and Company, in Church Street, Stepney. They are a well-known house in the trade, and have been this 20 years. How many had I? 3. 2 and 1 are 3. 2 of Dr. Barnicot's, and one smashed in broad daylight on my own counter. Do I know that photograph? No, I don't. Yes, I do, though. Why, it's Beppo. He was a kind of Italian piecework man who made himself useful in the shop. He could carve a bit, and gild and frame, and do odd jobs. The fellow left me last week, and I've heard nothing of him since. No, I don't know where he came from, nor where he went to. I had nothing against him while he was here. He was gone 2 days before the bust was smashed. Well, that's all we could reasonably expect from Morse Hudson, said Holmes as we emerged from the shop. We have this Beppo as a common factor, both in Kennington and in Kensington, so that is worth a 10-mile drive. Now, Watson, let us make for Gelder and Company, of Stepney, the source and origin of the busts. I shall be surprised if we don't get some help down there. In rapid succession we passed through the fringe of fashionable London, hotel London, theatrical London, literary London, commercial London, and finally maritime London, till we came to a riverside city of 100,000 souls, where the tenement houses swelter and reek with the outcasts of Europe. Here in a broad thoroughfare, once the abode of wealthy city merchants, we found the sculpture works for which we searched. Outside was a considerable yard full of monumental masonry. Inside was a large room in which 50 workers were carving or molding. The manager, a big blond German, received us civilly and gave a clear answer to all Holmes's questions. A reference to his books showed that hundreds of casts had been taken from a marble copy of Devine's head of Napoleon, but that the 3 which had been sent to Morse Hudson a year or so before had been half of a batch of 6, the other 3 being sent to Harding Brothers of Kensington. There was no reason why those 6 should be different from any of the other casts. He could suggest no possible cause why anyone should wish to destroy them. In fact, he laughed at the idea. Their wholesale price was 6 shillings, but the retailer would get 12 or more. The cast was taken in 2 molds from each side of the face, and then these 2 profiles of plaster of Paris were joined together to make the complete bust. The work was usually done by Italians, in the room we were in. When finished, the busts were put on a table in the passage to dry, and afterwards stored. That was all he could tell us. But the production of the photograph had a remarkable effect upon the manager. His face flushed with anger, and his brows knotted over his blue Teutonic eyes. "Ah, the rascal!" he cried. "Yes, indeed, I know him very well. This has always been a respectable establishment, and the only time that we have ever had the police in it was over this very fellow. It was more than a year ago now. He knifed another Italian in the street, and then he came to the works with the police on his heels, and he was taken here. Beppo was his name. His second name I never knew. Served me right for engaging a man with such a face. But he was a good workman, one of the best." "What did he get?" "The man lived, and he got off with a year. I have no doubt he is out now, but he has not dared to show his nose here. We have a cousin of his here, and I dare say he could tell you where he is." "No, no!" cried Holmes. "Not a word to the cousin, not a word, I beg of you. The matter is very important, and the farther I go with it, the more important it seems to grow. When you referred in your ledger to the sale of those casts, I observed that the date was June 3rd of last year. Could you give me the date when Beppo was arrested?" "I could tell you roughly by the pay list," the manager answered. "Yes," he continued, after some turning over of pages. "He was paid last on May 20th. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I don't think that I need intrude upon your time and patience any more." With a last word of caution that he should say nothing as to our researches, we turned our faces westward once more. The afternoon was far advanced before we were able to snatch a hasty luncheon at a restaurant. A news bill at the entrance announced, "Kensington outrage, murder by a madman," and the contents of the paper showed that Mr. Horace Harker had got his account into print after all. 2 columns were occupied with a highly sensational and flowery rendering of the whole incident. Holmes propped it against the cruet stand and read it while he ate. Once or twice he chuckled. "This is all right, Watson," said he. "Listen to this. It is satisfactory to know that there can be no difference of opinion upon this case, since Mr. Lestrade, one of the most experienced members of the official force, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the well-known consulting expert, have each come to the conclusion that the grotesque series of incidents which have ended in so tragic a fashion arise from lunacy rather than from deliberate crime. No explanation save mental aberration can cover the facts. The press, Watson, is a most valuable institution if you only know how to use it. And now, if you have quite finished, we will hark back to Kensington and see what the manager of Harding Brothers has to say on the matter. The founder of that great emporium proved to be a brisk, crisp little person, very dapper and quick, with a clear head and a ready tongue. Yes, sir, I have already read the account in the evening papers. Mr. Horace Harker is a customer of ours. We supplied him with the bust some months ago. We ordered 3 busts of that sort from Gelder and Company, of Stepney. They are all sold now. To whom? Oh, I dare say by consulting our sales books we could very easily tell you. Yes, we have the entries here. One to Mr. Harker, you see, and one to Mr. Josiah Brown of Laburnum Lodge, Laburnum Vale, Chiswick, and one to Mr. Sandiford of Lower Grove Road, Reading. No, I have never seen this face which you show me in the photograph. You would hardly forget it, would you, sir? For I've seldom seen an uglier. Have we any Italians on the staff? Yes, sir, we have several among our workpeople and cleaners. I dare say they might get a peep at that sales book if they wanted to. There is no particular reason for keeping a watch upon that book. Well, well, it's a very strange business, and I hope that you will let me know if anything comes of your inquiries. Holmes had taken several notes during Mr. Harding's evidence, and I could see that he was thoroughly satisfied by the turn which affairs were taking. He made no remark, however, save that, unless we hurried, we should be late for our appointment with Lestrade. Sure enough, when we reached Baker Street, the detective was already there, and we found him pacing up and down in a fever of impatience. His look of importance showed that his day's work had not been in vain. "Well," he asked, "what luck, Mr. Holmes?" "We have had a very busy day, and not entirely a wasted one," my friend explained. "We have seen both the retailers and also the wholesale manufacturers. I can trace each of the busts now from the beginning." "The busts?" cried Lestrade. "Well, well, you have your own methods, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and it is not for me to say a word against them, but I think I have done a better day's work than you. I have identified the dead man." "You don't say so." "And found a cause for the crime." "Splendid!" "We have an inspector who makes a specialty of Saffron Hill and the Italian quarter. Well, this dead man had some Catholic emblem round his neck, and that, along with his color, made me think he was from the South. Inspector Hill knew him the moment he caught sight of him. His name is Pietro Venucci, from Naples, and he is one of the greatest cutthroats in London. He is connected with the Mafia, which, as you know, is a secret political society, enforcing its decrees by murder. Now you see how the affair begins to clear up. The other fellow is probably an Italian also, and a member of the Mafia. He has broken the rules in some fashion. Pietro is set upon his track. Probably the photograph we found in his pocket is the man himself, so that he may not knife the wrong person. He dogs the fellow, he sees him enter a house, he waits outside for him, and in the scuffle he receives his own death wound. How is that, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" Holmes clapped his hands approvingly. "Excellent, Lestrade, excellent!" he cried. "But I didn't quite follow your explanation of the destruction of the busts." "The busts! You never can get those busts out of your head. After all, that is nothing. Petty larceny, 6 months at the most. It is the murder that we are really investigating, and I tell you that I am gathering all the threads into my hands." "And the next stage?" "Is a very simple one. I shall go down with Hill to the Italian quarter, find the man whose photograph we have got, and arrest him on the charge of murder. Will you come with us?" "I think not. I fancy we can attain our end in a simpler way. I can't say for certain, because it all depends, well, it all depends upon a factor which is completely outside our control. But I have great hopes, in fact the betting is exactly 2 to 1, that if you will come with us tonight, I shall be able to help you to lay him by the heels." "In the Italian quarter?" No, I fancy Chiswick is an address which is more likely to find him. If you will come with me to Chiswick tonight, Lestrade, I promise to go to the Italian quarter with you tomorrow, and no harm will be done by the delay. And now I think that a few hours' sleep would do us all good, for I do not propose to leave before 11 o'clock, and it is unlikely that we shall be back before morning. You'll dine with us, Lestrade, and then you are welcome to the sofa until it is time for us to start. In the meantime, Watson, I should be glad if you would ring for an express messenger, for I have a letter to send, and it is important that it should go at once." Holmes spent the evening in rummaging among the files of the old daily papers with which one of our lumber rooms was packed. When at last he descended, it was with triumph in his eyes, but he said nothing to either of us as to the result of his researches. For my own part, I had followed step by step the methods by which he had traced the various windings of this complex case, and, though I could not yet perceive the goal which we would reach, I understood clearly that Holmes expected this grotesque criminal to make an attempt upon the two remaining busts, one of which, I remembered, was at Chiswick. No doubt the object of our journey was to catch him in the very act, and I could not but admire the cunning with which my friend had inserted a wrong clue in the evening paper, so as to give the fellow the idea that he could continue his scheme with impunity. I was not surprised when Holmes suggested that I should take my revolver with me. He had himself picked up the loaded hunting crop, which was his favorite weapon. A four-wheeler was at the door at 11, and in it we drove to a spot at the other side of Hammersmith Bridge. Here the cabman was directed to wait. A short walk brought us to a secluded road fringed with pleasant houses, each standing in its own grounds. In the light of a street lamp we read Laburnum Villa upon the gatepost of one of them. The occupants had evidently retired to rest, for all was dark save for a fan light over the hall door, which shed a single blurred circle onto the garden path. The wooden fence which separated the grounds from the road threw a dense black shadow upon the inner side, and here it was that we crouched. "I fear that you'll have a long wait," Holmes whispered. "We may thank our stars that it is not raining. I don't think we can even venture to smoke to pass the time. However, it's a 2-to-1 chance that we get something to pay us for our trouble." It proved, however, that our vigil was not to be so long as Holmes had led us to fear, and it ended in a very sudden and singular fashion. In an instant, without the least sound to warn us of his coming, the garden gate swung open, and a lithe, dark figure, as swift and active as an ape, rushed up the garden path. We saw it whisk past the light thrown from over the door and disappear against the black shadow of the house. There was a long pause, during which we held our breath, and then a very gentle creaking sound came to our ears. The window was being opened. The noise ceased, and again there was a long silence. The fellow was making his way into the house. We saw the sudden flash of a dark lantern inside the room. What he sought was evidently not there, for again we saw the flash through another blind, and then through another. "Let us get to the open window. We will nab him as he climbs out," Lestrade whispered. But before we could move, the man had emerged again. As he came out into the glimmering patch of light, we saw that he carried something white under his arm. He looked stealthily all round him. The silence of the deserted street reassured him. Turning his back upon us, he laid down his burden, and the next instant there was the sound of a sharp tap, followed by a clatter and rattle. The man was so intent upon what he was doing that he never heard our steps as we stole across the grass plot. With the bound of a tiger, Holmes was on his back, and an instant later Lestrade and I had him by either wrist, and the handcuffs had been fastened. As we turned him over, I saw a hideous, sallow face, with writhing, furious features glaring up at us, and I knew that it was indeed the man of the photograph whom we had secured. But it was not our prisoner to whom Holmes was giving his attention. Squatted on the doorstep, he was engaged in most carefully examining that which the man had brought from the house. It was a bust of Napoleon, like the one which we had seen that morning, and it had been broken into similar fragments. Carefully Holmes held each separate shard to the light, but in no way did it differ from any other shattered piece of plaster. He had just completed his examination when the hall lights flew up, the door opened, and the owner of the house, a jovial, rotund figure in shirt and trousers, presented himself. "Mr. Josiah Brown, I suppose?" said Holmes. "Yes, sir. And you, no doubt, are Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I had the note which you sent by the express messenger, and I did exactly what you told me. We locked every door on the inside and awaited developments. Well, I'm very glad to see that you have got the rascal. I hope, gentlemen, that you will come in and have some refreshment." However, Lestrade was anxious to get his man into safe quarters, so within a few minutes our cab had been summoned, and we were all four upon our way to London. Not a word would our captive say, but he glared at us from the shadow of his matted hair, and once, when my hand seemed within his reach, he snapped at it like a hungry wolf. We stayed long enough at the police station to learn that a search of his clothing revealed nothing save a few shillings and a long sheath knife, the handle of which bore copious traces of recent blood. "That's all right," said Lestrade as we parted. "Hill knows all these gentry, and he will give a name to him. You'll find that my theory of the Mafia will work out all right. But I'm sure I am exceedingly obliged to you, Mr. Holmes, for the workmanlike way in which you laid hands upon him. I don't quite understand it all yet." "I fear it is rather too late an hour for explanations," said Holmes. "Besides, there are one or two details which are not finished off, and it is one of those cases which are worth working out to the very end. If you will come round once more to my rooms at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I think I shall be able to show you that even now you have not grasped the entire meaning of this business, which presents some features which make it absolutely original in the history of crime. If ever I permit you to chronicle any more of my little problems, Watson, I foresee that you will enliven your pages by an account of the singular adventure of the Napoleonic busts." When we met again next evening, Lestrade was furnished with much information concerning our prisoner. His name, it appeared, was Beppo, second name unknown. He was a well-known ne'er-do-well among the Italian colony. He had once been a skilful sculptor, and had earned an honest living, but he had taken to evil courses, and had twice already been in jail, once for a petty theft, and once, as we had already heard, for stabbing a fellow countryman. He could talk English perfectly well. His reasons for destroying the busts were still unknown, and he refused to answer any questions upon the subject. But the police had discovered that these same busts might very well have been made by his own hands, since he was engaged in this class of work at the establishment of Gelder & Company. To all this information, much of which we already knew, Holmes listened with polite attention, but I, who knew him so well, could clearly see that his thoughts were elsewhere, and I detected a mixture of mingled uneasiness and expectation beneath that mask which he was wont to assume. At last he started in his chair, and his eyes brightened. There had been a ring at the bell. A minute later we heard steps upon the stairs, and an elderly, red-faced man with grizzled side whiskers was ushered in. In his right hand he carried an old-fashioned carpet-bag, which he placed upon the table. "Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?" My friend bowed and smiled. "Mr. Sandeford, of Reading, I suppose?" said he. "Yes, sir. I fear that I am a little late, but the trains were awkward. You wrote to me about a bust that is in my possession." "Exactly." "I have your letter here. You said, 'I desire to possess a copy of Devine's Napoleon, and am prepared to pay you £10 for the one which is in your possession.' Is that right?" "Certainly." "I was very much surprised at your letter, for I could not imagine how you knew that I owned such a thing." "Of course, you must have been surprised, but the explanation is very simple. Mr. Harding, of Harding Brothers, said that they had sold you their last copy, and he gave me your address." "Oh, that was it, was it? Did he tell you what I paid for it?" "No, he did not." "Well, I am an honest man, though not a very rich one. I only gave 15 shillings for the bust, and I think you ought to know that before I take £10 from you." "I am sure the scruple does you honor, Mr. Sandeford, but I have named that price, so I intend to stick to it." "Well, it is very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes. I brought the bust up with me, as you asked me to do. Here it is." He opened his bag, and at last we saw placed upon our table a complete specimen of that bust which we had already seen more than once in fragments. Holmes took a paper from his pocket and laid a £10 note upon the table. "You will kindly sign that paper, Mr. Sandeford, in the presence of these witnesses. It is simply to say that you transfer every possible right that you ever had in the bust to me. I am a methodical man, you see, and you never know what turn events might take afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Sandiford. Here is your money, and I wish you a very good evening." When our visitor had disappeared, Sherlock Holmes's movements were such as to rivet our attention. He began by taking a clean white cloth from a drawer and laying it over the table. Then he placed his newly acquired bust in the center of the cloth. Finally he picked up his hunting crop and struck Napoleon a sharp blow on the top of the head. The figure broke into fragments, and Holmes bent eagerly over the shattered remains. Next instant, with a loud shout of triumph, he held up one splinter, in which a round, dark object was fixed like a plum in a pudding. "Gentlemen," he cried, "let me introduce you to the famous Black Pearl of the Borgias." Lestrade and I sat silent for a moment, and then, with a spontaneous impulse, we both broke out clapping, as at the well-wrought crisis of a play. A flush of color sprang to Holmes's pale cheeks, and he bowed to us like the master dramatist who receives the homage of his audience. It was at such moments that for an instant he ceased to be a reasoning machine, and betrayed his human love for admiration and applause. The same singularly proud and reserved nature which turned away with disdain from popular notoriety was capable of being moved to its depths by spontaneous wonder and praise from a friend. "Yes, gentlemen," said he, "it is the most famous pearl now existing in the world, and it has been my good fortune, by a connected chain of inductive reasoning, to trace it from the Prince of Colonna's bedroom at the Dacre Hotel, where it was lost, to the interior of this, the last of the 6 busts of Napoleon which were manufactured by Gelder & Company, of Stepney. You will remember, Lestrade, the sensation caused by the disappearance of this valuable jewel, and the vain efforts of the London police to recover it. I was myself consulted upon the case, but I was unable to throw any light upon it. Suspicion fell upon the maid of the princess, who was an Italian, and it was proved that she had a brother in London, but we failed to trace any connection between them. The maid's name was Lucretia Venucci, and there is no doubt in my mind that this Pietro who was murdered 2 nights ago was the brother. I have been looking up the dates in the old files of the paper, and I find that the disappearance of the pearl was exactly 2 days before the arrest of Beppo for some crime of violence, an event which took place in the factory of Gelder & Company, at the very moment when these busts were being made. Now you clearly see the sequence of events, though you see them, of course, in the inverse order to the way in which they presented themselves to me. Beppo had the pearl in his possession. He may have stolen it from Pietro. He may have been Pietro's confederate. He may have been the go-between of Pietro and his sister. It is of no consequence to us which is the correct solution. The main fact is that he had the pearl, and at that moment, when it was on his person, he was pursued by the police. He made for the factory in which he worked, and he knew that he had only a few minutes in which to conceal this enormously valuable prize, which would otherwise be found on him when he was searched. 6 plaster casts of Napoleon were drying in the passage. One of them was still soft. In an instant, Beppo, a skillful workman, made a small hole in the wet plaster, dropped in the pearl, and with a few touches covered over the aperture once more. It was an admirable hiding place. No one could possibly find it. But Beppo was condemned to a year's imprisonment, and in the meanwhile his 6 busts were scattered over London. He could not tell which contained his treasure. Only by breaking them could he see. Even shaking would tell him nothing, for as the plaster was wet, it was probable that the pearl would adhere to it, as, in fact, it has done. Beppo did not despair, and he conducted his search with considerable ingenuity and perseverance. Through a cousin who works with Gelder, he found out the retail firms who had bought the busts. He managed to find employment with Morse Hudson, and in that way tracked down 3 of them. The pearl was not there. Then, with the help of some Italian employee, he succeeded in finding out where the other 3 busts had gone. The first was at Harker's. There he was dogged by his confederate, who held Beppo responsible for the loss of the pearl, and he stabbed him in the scuffle which followed. If he was his confederate, why should he carry his photograph? I asked. As a means of tracing him, if he wished to inquire about him from any third person. That was the obvious reason. Well, after the murder I calculated that Beppo would probably hurry rather than delay his movements. He would fear that the police would read his secret, and so he hastened on before they should get ahead of him. Of course, I could not say that he had not found the pearl in Harker's bust. I had not even concluded for certain that it was the pearl, but it was evident to me that he was looking for something, since he carried the bust past the other houses in order to break it in the garden which had a lamp overlooking it. Since Harker's bust was 1 in 3, the chances were exactly as I told you, 2 to 1 against the pearl being inside it. There remained 2 busts, and it was obvious that he would go for the London one first. I warned the inmates of the house so as to avoid a second tragedy, and we went down with the happiest results. By that time, of course, I knew for certain that it was the Borgia pearl that we were after. The name of the murdered man linked the one event with the other. There only remained a single bust, the Reading one, and the pearl must be there. I bought it in your presence from the owner, and there it lies." We sat in silence for a moment. "Well," said Lestrade, "I've seen you handle a good many cases, Mr. Holmes, but I don't know that I ever knew a more workmanlike one than that. We're not jealous of you at Scotland Yard. No, sir, we are very proud of you, and if you come down tomorrow, there's not a man, from the oldest inspector to the youngest constable, who wouldn't be glad to shake you by the hand." "Thank you," said Holmes. "Thank you." And as he turned away, it seemed to me that he was more nearly moved by the softer human emotions than I had ever seen him. A moment later he was the cold and practical thinker once more. "Put the pearl in the safe, Watson," said he, "and get out the papers of the Conk-Singleton forgery case. Good-bye, Lestrade. If any little problem comes your way, I shall be happy, if I can, to give you a hint or two as to its solution." End of The Adventure of the Six Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Article 6 of the Constitution of the Confederate States of America. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Article 6. 1. The government established by this Constitution is a successor to the provisional government of the Confederate States of America, and all the laws passed by the latter shall continue in force until the same shall be repealed or modified, and all the officers appointed by the same shall remain in office until their successors are appointed and qualified, or the offices abolished. 2. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the Confederate States under this Constitution as under the provisional government. 3. This Constitution and the laws of the Confederate States made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the Confederate States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. 4. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the Confederate States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the Confederate States. 5. The enumeration, in the Constitution, of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people of the several states. 6. The powers not delegated to the Confederate States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people thereof. End of Article 6 of the Constitution of the Confederate States of America. Read by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Le cerf-volant aux 6 têtes ou l'homme du jour by Guillaume Tairant-Périgord. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. le cerf-volant aux 6 têtes ou l'homme du jour. Plusieurs censeurs, dont la manie est de montrer une extrême sévérité en fait des productions des arts et des lettres, condamnent les pamphlets et les caricatures, comme certains juges condamnent les plaideurs, sans quelquefois avoir entendu ou compris leur cause. Loin de partager une opinion aussi étrange qu'impolitique, nous pensons qu'il est des circonstances où ces espèces de productions peuvent rendre les plus grands services. Convaincus par l'expérience et par le précepte du philosophe le plus gai de l'Antiquité, que l'arme des ridicules a plus de force et d'efficacité que les raisonnements méthodiques mais froids, nous regardons les caricatures et les pamphlets, dont le sujet est puisé dans une vérité utile à connaître, dans un personnage qu'il est important de démasquer, comme autant de sentinelles qui veillent à la sûreté et à la tranquillité publique. L'oie a sans doute une voix bien différente de celle du rossignol. Mais n'est-ce pas une oie qui, par ses cris, avertit les Romains de l'attaque nocturne de l'ennemi et sauva le Capitole? Il est, je l'avoue, des monstruosités en littérature et dans les arts que la malignité intéressée n'offre que trop souvent à la malignité curieuse. Mais parce que des filous battent et font circuler de la fausse monnaie, faut-il proscrire la bonne, ne fût-ce qu'une obole? Parmi les caricatures qui méritent d'être distinguées, nous citerons celle qui est intitulée « L'homme aux 6 têtes », auquel nous avons cru donner, et pour cause, le titre de cerf-volant aux 6 têtes. Elle est exposée au regard du public depuis quelques semaines et ne cesse d'exciter un intérêt toujours croissant. Son sujet est un boiteux très connu qui, depuis l'espace de 25 ans, changeant 6 fois de costume, d'opinion et de langage, crie tantôt « Vive la nation, la loi, le roi !» tantôt « Vive la République !» ici « Vive l'empereur !» là « Vive le roi !» etc. Le tout en raison des circonstances et des places qu'il occupe ou veut obtenir. Les hommes honnêtes, qui croient difficilement à de si étranges métamorphoses, ont paru douter qu'il existât réellement un caméléon de cette espèce. Mais peuvent-ils se dissimuler qu'il existe au Congrès de Vienne un homme qui, après avoir humilié par divers traités en faveur de la France les puissances qui le composent, fait depuis 2 mois tous ses efforts pour livrer cette même France à ces mêmes souverains? N'est-ce pas lui qui, longtemps ministre de Napoléon, dont il avait obtenu toute la confiance et toute la fortune à laquelle un sujet peut prétendre, s'est tout à coup déclaré contre ce monarque au moment où des traîtres vendaient à l'ennemi ce grand homme et son empire? Eh, que n'a-t-il pas fait depuis, ou plutôt que n'avait-il pas fait auparavant? N'est-ce pas encore lui qui... Mais respectons les faiblesses humaines, et n'attaquons que les vices du cœur, en démasquant ces hommes versatiles et dissimulés, toujours prêts à crier indifféremment « Vive le roi! Vive la Ligue !» Protée aussi dangereux aux souverains qu'ils prétendent servir qu'au peuple dont ils consomment la honte et la ruine. Ce n'est pas sans fondement qu'on vient d'établir l'ordre de la girouette. Cette institution, d'où émanent chaque jour les sujets des meilleurs pamphlets et des caricatures les plus fidèles, est un foyer de lumière, d'où sortent aussi quantité de vérités utiles concernant les intrigants et les janus de toute espèce. La nomenclature des membres de cet ordre est une liste infiniment utile à consulter pour tous ceux qui, soit dans le gouvernement, soit partout ailleurs, ont des places de confiance à donner. On étendait, en Égypte, sur les bancs des tribunaux, la peau des juges qui s'étaient laissés corrompre et qu'on avait écorchés tout vivants, exemple que les nations européennes, beaucoup plus civilisées ou civiles, n'ont pas cru devoir imiter, sans doute pour conserver l'intégrité et l'indépendance des juges. Pourquoi n'inscrirait-on pas à la porte de chaque ministère les noms des principaux chevaliers de l'ordre de la girouette? En attendant cette mesure salutaire que les circonstances actuelles semblent provoquer et justifier, nous avons cru devoir appeler l'attention du public sur la caricature de l'homme aux 6 têtes, sur lequel on a fait les 2 couplets suivants, qui ne sont pas encore connus. Sur l'air « Où allez-vous, monsieur l'abbé? Vous allez vous casser le nez », etc. Aux 6 têtes le cerf-volant, qui tourne toujours à tout vent, montre de la constance, pourtant, à vendre encore la France au plus cher offrant. Mais gare un plat de sa façon, s'il pouvait à Napoléon vendre l'Europe entière, oui bien, comme il l'eût fait naguère, vous m'entendez bien. End of Le Cerf-Volant aux 6 têtes ou L'Homme du jour, by Guillaume Tailleran Périgord.
Dedication and preface of If, Yes, and Perhaps, 4 possibilities and 6 exaggerations, with some bits of fact, by Edward E. Hale. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication. I dedicate this book to the youngest of my friends, now 2 hours old. Fun, fact, and fancy, may his fresh life mix the 3 in their just proportions. Milton, June 6, 1868. Preface to the 3rd edition. The title to this book has met with general opprobrium, except in a few quarters, where it was fortunately regarded as beneath contempt. Colonel Ingram even exacted an explanation by telegraph from the editor, when he learned from the Governor-General of Northern Siberia what the title was. This explanation the editor gave in the following note. It is, however, impossible to change the title, as he proposes. For reasons known to all statesmen, it is out of the question to swap horses in crossing a river, and all publishers know that it is equally impossible to change titles under those circumstances. Boston, October 17, 1868. My dear Colonel Ingram, I have your note complaining of the sensational title, somewhat affected, as you think, which I gave to our little story-book. Of course I am sorry you do not like the name, but, while you strike, I beg you to hear. I readily acceded to your original title, and called the book in manuscript as you bade me. Quote, A few short sketches taken from ancient history, modern travel, and the realm of imagination, illustrative of the poetry of the Bible, the history of Christianity, the manners of the times, and the politics of the present and past generations. Unquote. This title would, I admit, meet the views of most of our present critics, but I abandoned it on my own responsibility, you being then beyond the telegraph, at the mouth of the Obi River, because it occurred to me that, under the catalogue rules of Penisi and the lamented Jewett, we should be indexed and catalogued at few. I did not think that a good omen. Relinquishing, therefore, the effort at description of subject, I tried description of object, and determined on this, quote, Moral sketches of human society, in the past, the present, and imagined worlds, unquote, by F.I., etc., etc., etc. But, as I slept and waked on this, I said, Who knows that these are moral sketches? We wish them to be moral, but Ingram's having been attacked by such patient critics as read them as being immoral, while many of the sketches seem to have no moral at all, who are we to claim that we have attained a moral standard? Waking and sleeping once more, I asked myself, what are the things, poor, nameless, heathen children, that can get no sponsor and no Christian baptism? I said, in reply, that at least one of them was the living truth, so far as it could be squeezed out of blue books and the most proper of documents. Others might have been true, if the destinies had so willed. Others would have been true, had they not been untrue. Others should have been true, had poetic justice been the working rule of a vulgar world. Quote, might, could, would, or should, unquote, then would have been an available name for most of them, unless one took from the older grammars the title of the potential mood. But you observe, my dear Ingram, that our little story-book is destined mostly for young readers, who know no more of the potential mood than they know of the surrender of Cornwallis, this day celebrated. And, besides, we have some facts in the treatise which are not hypothetical. Why ignore them? Do you not see that your miserable suggestion of "the potential mood" is as worthless as it is sensational, and fails as not comprehensive, inadequate, unintelligible, and not true? For these reasons I settled on the plain, straightforward title of unadorned truth, viz., "Four possibilities, 6 exaggerations, and some bits of fact." And with this we went to the publisher. But as I entered his shop, a boy from Dutton's rushed in with his order book and cried, "I want 70 chimes and 90 Ivanhoe." "What," said I, "if, by any good fortune, it had been our story book that was wanted?" This boy would have then called for 70 Four Possibilities. Can there be so many in a world which runs in grooves? Will he ever get the number that he needs of our treatises? Alexander a robber? Let me reflect. Reflecting thus, I determined that the title of a book must be 1. Brief, 2. Intelligible, 3. Suggestive, 4. It must not begin with a numeral. I took a Tremont streetcar and returned home. "What," I said, in the night watches, "is the briefest expression of a possibility? Surely it is in the word 'perhaps.' What of a fact? Surely it is 'yes.' What of an exaggeration? Why, it is that which would be true if it had not been overstated. Our title then clearly is 'perhaps,' 'yes,' and 'if.' I see that critics would have been better satisfied with this, but, on the principle of the little elephants sacrificing themselves in the passage of a river, Mr. Fields and I determined to start the smallest word first, and thus to drive a gentle wedge into the close chasm of the public favour. Sensitive, however, as I am, dear Ingram, to your criticism, I will at the earliest opportunity consult with him as to a return to the original title. "A few sketches, illustrative," etc., etc., etc. Or might we not let the one word etc. stand alone? Or thus, with the stars, "*, etc., etc., etc. Yours truly, E. Hale. The end of dedication and preface of If, Yes, and Perhaps, 4 Possibilities and 6 Exaggerations with some Bits of Fact, by Edward E. Hale. Read by David Lawrence, in Brampton, Ontario.
Deep Sea Thermometers on Six's Principle. Section 89 of a Treatise on Meteorological Instruments, by Negretti and Zambra. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 89. Deep Sea Thermometers on Six's Principle. Thermometers for ascertaining the temperature of the sea at various depths are constructed to register either the maximum or minimum temperature, or both. The principle of each instrument is that of 6. There are very few parts of the ocean in which the temperature below is greater than at the surface, except in the polar seas, where it is generally found to be a few degrees warmer at considerable depths than at the surface. When the instrument is required to register only one temperature, it can be made narrower and more compact, a great advantage in sounding, and with less length of bulb and glass tube, so that the liability of error is diminished. Hence, the minimum is the most generally useful for deep sea soundings. These thermometers must be sufficiently strong to withstand the pressure of the ocean at 2 or 3 miles of depth, where there may be a force exerted to compress them exceeding 300 or 400 atmospheres, of 15 pounds to the square inch. Many have been the contrivances for obtaining correct deep sea indications. Thermometers and machines of various sorts have been suggested, adopted, and eventually abandoned as only approximate instruments. The principal reason for such instruments failing to give correct or reliable indications has been that the weight or pressure on the bulbs at great depths has interfered with the correct reading of the instruments. Thermometers have been enclosed in strong watertight cases to resist the pressure, but this contrivance has only had the tendency to retard the action, so much so as to throw a doubt on the indications obtained by the instruments so constructed. The thermometers constructed by Messrs. Negretti and Zambra for this purpose do not differ materially from those usually made under the denomination of 6's thermometers, except in the following most important particular. The usual 6's thermometers have a central reservoir or cylinder containing alcohol. This reservoir, which is the only portion of the instrument likely to be affected by pressure, has been, in Negretti and Zambra's new instrument, superseded by a strong outer cylinder of glass, containing mercury and rarefied air. By this means, the portion of the instrument susceptible of compression has been so strengthened that no amount of pressure can possibly make the instrument vary. This instrument has been tested in every possible manner, and the results have been highly satisfactory, so much so as to place their reliability beyond any possible doubt. The scales are made of porcelain, and are firmly secured to a back of oak, which holds in a recess the bulb with its protecting shield, and is rounded off so as to fit easily and firmly in a stout cylindrical copper case, in which the thermometer is sent down when sounding. The lid of the case is made to fit down closely, and watertight. At the bottom of the case is a valve opening upward, and the lid has a similar valve. These allow the water to pass through the case as the instrument sinks, so that the least amount of obstruction is offered to the descent. At the lower end of the case is a stout brass spring, to protect the instrument from a sudden jar if it should touch the bottom while descending rapidly. As the instrument is drawn up, the valves close with the weight of water upon them, and it arrives at the surface filled with water brought up from its lowest position. The deep sea thermometers used in the Royal Navy are of this pattern. End of section 89 of a treatise on meteorological instruments by Negretti and Zambra.
The definitions of Book 6 of The Elements by Euclid. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elements by Euclid. Book 6. Application of the Theory of Proportion. Definitions. 1. Similar rectilineal figures are those whose several angles are equal, each to each, and whose sides about the equal angles are proportional. Footnote. Similar figures agree in shape. If they agree also in size, they are congruent. 1. When the shape of a figure is given, it is said to be given in species. Thus, a triangle whose angles are given is given in species. Hence, similar figures are of the same species. 2. When the size of a figure is given, it is said to be given in magnitude. For instance, a square whose side is of given length. 3. When the place which a figure occupies is known, it is said to be given in position. End footnote. 2. A right line is said to be cut at a point in extreme and mean ratio when the whole line is to the greater segment as the greater segment is to the less. 3. If three quantities of the same kind be in continued proportion, the middle term is called a mean proportional between the other two. Magnitudes in continued proportion are also said to be in geometrical progression. 4. If four quantities of the same kind be in continued proportion, the two middle terms are called two mean proportionals between the other two. 5. The altitude of any figure is the length of the perpendicular from its highest point to its base. 6. Two corresponding angles of two figures have the sides about them reciprocally proportional when a side of the first is to a side of the second, as the remaining side of the second is to the remaining side of the first. Footnote. This is evidently equivalent to saying that a side of the first is to a side of the second in the reciprocal ratio of the remaining side of the first to the remaining side of the second. End footnote. End of the definitions of Book 6 of the Elements by Euclid. Read by Avai in July 2011.
(1862) from Poems by Marietta Hawley. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1862. There's a tear in your eye, little Sybil, gathering large and slow. Oh, Sybil, sweet little Sybil, what are you thinking of now? Push back the velvet curtains that darken the lonely room, for shadows peer out of the crimson depths, and the statues gleam white in the gloom. How the cannon's thunder rolls along and shakes the lattice and wall. Oh, Sybil, sweet little Sybil, what if your father should fall? The smoky clouds sweep up from the field and darken the earth and sea. God save him, wherever he may be. Oh, pretty dark-eyed bird of the south, with your face so mournful and white, there is many a little northern girl that is breathing that prayer tonight. There's a little girl on the hills of Maine, looking out through the fading light. She looks down the winding path and says, "He will surely come tonight." The table is set, the lamp is trimmed, the fire has a ruddy glow that streams like a beacon down the path to the dusky valley below. There is smiling hope on the pretty face, pressed so close to the pane, and her eyes are like blue violets after a summer rain. How you tremble, little Sybil, at the cannon's dreadful sound. Did you see far away the fallen steed and his rider prone on the ground? The dark brown locks so low in the dust, the scarf with the crimson stain. Oh, Sybil, poor little Sybil, he will not come back again. Right gallantly and well he fought, hand to hand with as brave a foe, their faces hid by the nodding plumes and the dense clouds hanging low. Did they think, these hot-blooded captains, that death was so close by their side? When Howard has fallen, the bravest, rung out on the air far and wide. Howard? His foeman kneels by his side, and raises his head to his knee. Oh God, that brothers should part in youth, and thus should their meeting be. Unheard is the deafening battle roar, unseen is that dying look. He hears but the sound of a childish laugh, and the song of a northern brook. He sees two white forms kneeling in the twilight sweet and dim, one low-coached angel guarded by a mother's evening hymn. The angel of death came down with the night, came down with the gathering gloom. God pitied the little dark-eyed girl, alone in the lonely room. But still by his side his brother kneels, chill horror has frozen his veins. He heeds not the glancing shower of shells, that with red fire glitters and rains. And he heeds not the fiery cavalry charge that sweeps like a billow on, to death, oh, the bravest and saddest sight that man ever gazed upon. The last shot! What is one life to the battle's gory gain? But, alas, for the little blue-eyed maid, away on the hills of Maine. End of 1862, from Poems by Marietta Hawley. Recording by Gabrielle C.
Excerpt from the Diary of Samuel Pepys, June 6th, 1666. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 6th. Up betimes, and vexed with my people for having a key taken out of the chamber doors, and nobody knew where it was, and also with my boy for not being ready as soon as I, though I called him, whereupon I boxed him soundly. And then to my business at the office. and on the victualling office, and thence by water to St. James, whither he is now gone, it being a monthly fast day for the plague. There we all met, and did our business as usual with the Duke, and among other things had Captain Cock's proposal of East country goods read, brought by my Lord Brunker, which I make use of as a monkey do the cat's foot. Sir W. Coventry did much oppose it, and it's likely it will not do. So away goes my hopes of £500. Thence after the Duke into the park, walking through to Whitehall, and there everybody listening for guns, but none heard, and every creature is now overjoyed, and concludes upon very good grounds that the Dutch are beaten, because we have heard no guns nor no news of our fleet. By and by, walking a little further, Sir Philip Froude did meet the Duke, with an express to Sir W. Coventry, who was by, from Captain Taylor, the storekeeper at Harwich, being the narration of Captain Hayward of the Dunkirk, who gives a very serious account how upon Monday the two fleets fought all day till 7 at night, and then the whole fleet of Dutch did betake themselves to a very plain flight, and never looked back again. That Sir Christopher Mings is wounded in the leg, that the general is well, that it is conceived reasonably that of all the Dutch fleet, which with what recruits they had come to 100 sail, there is not above 50 got home, and of them few if any of their flags, and that little Captain Bell, in one of the fire ships, did at the end of the day fire a ship of 70 guns. We were all so overtaken with this good news that the Duke ran with it to the King, who was gone to chapel, and there all the court was in a hubbub, being rejoiced over head and ears in this good news. Away go I by coach to the New Exchange, and there did spread this good news a little, though I find it had broke out before, and so home to our own church, it being the common fast day, and it was just before sermon. But, Lord, how all the people in the church stared upon me, to see me whisper to Sir John Minns and my Lady Penn. Anon I saw people stirring and whispering below, and by comes up the sexton from my Lady Ford to tell me the news which I had brought, being now sent into the church by Sir W. Batten in writing, and handed from pew to pew. But that which pleased me as much as the news was to have the fair Mrs. Middleton at our church, who is indeed a very beautiful lady. Here after sermon comes to our office 40 people almost, of all sorts and qualities, to hear the news, which I took great delight to tell them. Then home, and found my wife at dinner, not knowing of my being at church, and after dinner my father and she out to Hales's, where my father is to begin to sit to-day for his picture, which I have a desire to have. I all the afternoon at home doing some business, drawing up my vows for the rest of the year to Christmas. But, Lord, to see in what a condition of happiness I am, if I would but keep myself so. But my love of pleasure is such that my very soul is angry with itself for my vanity in so doing. Anon took coach and to Hales's, but he was gone out, and my father and wife gone. So I to Lovett's, and there to my trouble saw plainly that my project of varnished books will not take, it not keeping colour, not being able to take polishing upon a single paper. Thence home, and my father and wife not coming in, I proceeded with my coach to take a little air as far as Bow all alone, and there turned back and home. But before I got home, the bonfires were lighted all the town over, and I, going through Crouched Friars, seeing Mercer at her mother's gate, stopped and light and into her mother's, the first time I ever was there, and find all my people, father and all, at a very fine supper at W. Hewer's lodging, very neatly, and to my great pleasure. After supper, into his chamber, which is mighty fine, with pictures and everything else, very curious, which pleased me exceedingly. Thence to the gate, with the women all about me, and Mrs. Mercer's son had provided a great many serpents, and so I made the women all fire some serpents. By and by comes in our fair neighbour Mrs. Turner, and two neighbours' daughters, Mrs. Tite, the elder of whom, a long red-nosed silly jade, the younger a pretty black girl, and the merriest sprightly jade that ever I saw. With them idled away the whole night, till 12 at night, at the bonfire in the streets. Some of the people thereabouts going about with muskets, and did give me 2 or 3 volleys of their muskets, I giving them a crown to drink. And so home. Mightily pleased with this happy day's news, and the more because confirmed by Sir Daniel Harvey, who was in the whole fight with the general, and tells me that there appear but 36 in all of the Dutch fleet left at the end of the voyage, when they run home. The joy of the city was this night exceeding great. End of excerpt from the Diary of Samuel Pepys, June 6th, 1666. Read by Bob Gonzalez. The first 6 verses of the 90th Psalm versified by Robert Burns. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O thou, the first, the greatest friend of all the human race, whose strong right hand has ever been their stay and dwelling place, before the mountains heaved their heads beneath thy forming hand, before this ponderous globe itself arose at thy command, that power which raised and still upholds this universal frame from countless unbeginning time was ever still the same. Those mighty periods of years, which seem to us so vast, appear no more before thy sight than yesterday that's past. Thou giv'st the word, thy creature man is to existence brought. Again thou say'st, ye sons of men, return ye into naught. Thou layest them with all their cares in everlasting sleep. As with a flood thou tak'st them off with overwhelming sweep. They flourish like the morning flower, in beauty's pride arrayed. But long ere night cut down it lies, all withered and decayed. End of the first 6 verses of the 90th Psalm versified by Robert Burns. Read by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida.
Fit the 6th, Hunting of the Snark, by Lewis Carroll. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Barrister's Dream. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care. They pursued it with forks and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share. They charmed it with smiles and soap. But the barrister, weary of proving in vain that the beaver's lace-making was wrong, fell asleep, and in dreams saw the creature quite plain that his fancy had dwelt on so long. He dreamed that he stood in a shadowy court, where the snark, with a glass in its eye, dressed in gown, bands, and wig, was defending a pig on the charge of deserting its sty. The witnesses proved, without error or flaw, that the sty was deserted when found, and the judge kept explaining the state of the law in a soft undercurrent of sound. The indictment had never been clearly expressed, and it seemed that the snark had begun and had spoken 3 hours before anyone guessed what the pig was supposed to have done. The jury had each formed a different view, long before the indictment was read, and they all spoke at once, so that none of them knew one word that the others had said. "You must know," said the judge, but the snark exclaimed, "Fudge! That statute is obsolete quite. Let me tell you, my friends, the whole question depends on an ancient manorial right. In the matter of treason the pig would appear to have aided but scarcely abetted. While the charge of insolvency fails, it is clear, if you grant the plea, never indebted. The fact of desertion I will not dispute, but its guilt, as I trust, is removed, so far as relates to the cost of this suit, by the alibi which has been proved. My poor client's fate now depends on your votes. Here the speaker sat down in his place, and directed the judge to refer to his notes and briefly to sum up the case. But the judge said he never had summed up before, so the Snark undertook it instead, and summed it so well that it came to far more than the witnesses ever had said. When the verdict was called for, the jury declined, as the word was so puzzling to spell, but they ventured to hope that the Snark wouldn't mind undertaking that duty as well. So the Snark found the verdict, although, as it owned, it was spent with the toils of the day. When it said the word guilty, the jury all groaned, and some of them fainted away. Then the Snark pronounced sentence, the judge being quite too nervous to utter a word. When it rose to its feet there was silence like night, and the fall of a pin might be heard. Transportation for life was the sentence it gave, and then to be fined £40. The jury all cheered, though the judge said he feared that the phrase was not legally sound. But their wild exultation was suddenly checked when the jailer informed them with tears such a sentence would not have the slightest effect, as the pig had been dead for some years. The judge left the court looking deeply disgusted, but the Snark, though a little aghast, as the lawyer to whom the defense was entrusted, went bellowing on to the last. Thus the barrister dreamed, while the bellowing seemed to grow every moment more clear, till he woke to the knell of a furious bell, which the bellman rang close at his ear. End of Fit the 6th, Hunting of the Snark, by Lewis Carroll. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Gaudriole en 6 couplets, dédié au plus gai de mes confrères, by Unknown. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. 1. Chers amis, je ne puis vous taire à quel point je suis malheureux. Compatissez à ma misère. Hélas, c'en est fait de ma queue. Notre syndic impitoyable m'a dit, par la chambre envoyée, « C'est un arrêt irrévocable. Confrère, il faut vous la couper. » 2. Ô voisin, elle porte ombrage. Elle est trop longue, elle est trop haut. Mon Dieu, je croyais qu'à mon âge, cela n'était pas un défaut. Jamais fille, femme ou duègne, je vous le dis sans vanité, ne l'a prise pour une enseigne. Pourtant, on veut me la couper. 3. Le syndic, touché de ma peine, accepterait qu'on la tordît, que, comme un ressort de baleine, l'abaissant, on la raccourcit. Mais, hélas, elle est bien trop raide, vous ne pourriez pas la courber. Ne comptez pas qu'elle vous cède, il faudrait plutôt la couper. 4. Faites-moi grâce temporaire, longtemps encore j'en veux user. Ce n'est pas un membre honoraire, laissez-lui le temps d'exercer. Il résiste à vos remontrances, voyez quel caractère entier. Il est entier, pas d'indulgence, c'est bien le cas de la couper. 5. Dans une passe si cruelle, si ma gaieté vous a surpris, vous songiez à la bagatelle. Ce n'est pas de ça qu'il s'agit. Pour emmancher la République, j'ai fait à ma porte accrocher une tige en fer magnifique. C'est cette queue qu'on veut couper. 6. Syndic, excusez ma licence, et, vous, pardonnez, mes amis. J'ai pensé qu'à la conférence, en chantant, tout était permis. Mais sur mon droit si d'aventure, par malheur, je m'étais trompé, bien que l'amputation soit dure, c'est ça qu'il me faudrait couper. Fin de Gaudriole en 6 couplets dédié aux plus gais de mes confrères. End of Gaudriole en 6 couplets dédié aux plus gais de mes confrères by Unknown.
General Orders Number 6 from the Confederate States of America, Army, District of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Headquarters, District of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Houston, February 23, 1865. General Orders Number 6. 1. At a general court-martial, convened at Galveston, Texas, by virtue of Special Orders Number 7, Paragraph 2 from these headquarters, of which Lieutenant Colonel Ireland is president, was arraigned and tried Private Anton Rischers, of DeJay's Light Battery, upon the following charges and specifications, viz. Charge first, desertion. Specification. In this, that the said Private A. Rischers did, in the night of the 9th to the 10th of December, 1864, desert his company, stationed on Galveston Island, with the intention to make his way to the enemy's fleet blockading the harbor of Galveston. Early in the morning of the 10th, an alarm was given by some negroes stationed near the obstructions in the bay that some men were in distress in the channel, calling for help. Upon which C. H. Peters of Company B, Engineer Troops, A. J. Jackson of 1st Company Engineer Troops, and J. W. Maris of Company E, 2nd Regiment, Tennessee Valley Infantry, got a boat to render assistance if necessary. Mr. Peters took the boat to the place of disaster, where he found a boat which had capsized, and Private A. Rischers above named, and 2 others clinging to it. He took A. Rischers into the boat, intending to land him at the central wharf, to which, however, he objected, and was, therefore, compelled to land him at another point. After being landed, he made Peters promise not to say anything about it, and invited him to call at his camp, and he would make him a handsome present, acknowledging that he had left without the consent of his commanding officer. He further stated to Private A. J. Jackson, 1st Company Engineer Troops, that he was dissatisfied with his lieutenant, as also with his grub, but would, from this time on, be content, as he had been saved from drowning. Charge second. Conduct to the prejudice of good order and military discipline. Specification. In this, that the said Private A. Rischers, above named, did, in the night of the 9th to 10th of December, 1864, steal a boat from one of the wharves at Galveston City, not knowing whom it belonged to, and took it down the channel with the intention to desert to the enemy, blockading the harbor of Galveston, until arriving at the obstructions in the channel, the boat was capsized and lost. All this at or near the city of Galveston on the night from the 9th to the 10th of December, 1864. To all of which the accused pleaded not guilty. Finding and sentence of the court. The court, having maturely considered all the evidence adduced, find the accused of specification, first charge, guilty. Of first charge, guilty. Of specification, second charge, guilty. Of second charge, guilty. And the court do therefore sentence the said Antoine Rischers, DeJay Battery, to be shot to death with musketry at such time and place as the Major General commanding may direct. 2. The proceedings, finding, and sentence of the court in the foregoing case are hereby approved and confirmed, and the sentence will be carried into effect in the presence of such part of the troops on Galveston Island as Brigadier General Haas shall direct, on Friday, the 3rd day of March next. 3. The sentence of the General Court-Martial in the case of Lieutenant Max Meissner, Company D, Timmins Regiment of Texas Infantry, is remitted, except that portion reducing him to the ranks as a private. Private Meissner will be released from arrest and conscripted in such company of his regiment as his commanding officer shall designate. by command of Major General J.G. Walker, W.A. Smith, A.A. General. End of General Orders No. 6 by the Confederate States of America Army, District of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. How 6 Men Traveled Through the Wide World, from the Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was once upon a time a man who understood all sorts of arts. He served in the war, and bore himself bravely and well. But when the war was over, he got his discharge, and set out on his travels with 3 farthings of his pay in his pocket. "Wait," he said, "that does not please me. Only let me find the right people, and the king shall yet give me all the treasures of his kingdom." He strode angrily into the forest, and there he saw a man standing who had uprooted 6 trees as if they were straws. He said to him, "Will you be my servant and travel with me?" "Yes," he answered, "but first of all I will take this little bundle of sticks home to my mother." And he took one of the trees and wound it round the other 5, raised the bundle on his shoulders and bore it off. Then he came back and went with his master, who said, "We 2 ought to be able to travel through the wide world." And when they had gone a little way they came upon a hunter, who was on his knees, his gun on his shoulder, aiming at something. The master said to him, "Hunter, what are you aiming at?" He answered, 2 miles from this place sits a fly on the branch of an oak. I want to shoot out its left eye." "Oh, go with me," said the man. "If we 3 are together, we shall easily travel through the wide world." The hunter agreed and went with him, and they came to 7 windmills, whose sails were going round quite fast, and yet there was not a breath of wind, nor was a leaf moving. The man said, "I don't know what is turning those windmills. There is not the slightest breeze blowing." So he walked on with his servants, and when they had gone 2 miles they saw a man sitting on a tree, holding one of his nostrils and blowing out of the other. "Fellow, what are you puffing at up there?" asked the man. He replied, 2 miles from this place are standing 7 windmills. See, I am blowing to drive them round." "Oh, go with me," said the man. "If we 4 are together, we shall easily travel through the wide world." So the blower got down and went with him, and after a time they saw a man who was standing on one leg, and had unstrapped the other and laid it near him. Then said the master, "You have made yourself very comfortable to rest." "I am a runner," answered he, "and so that I shall not go too quickly, I have unstrapped one leg. When I run with 2 legs, I go faster than a bird flies." "Oh, go with me. If we 5 are together, we shall easily travel through the wide world." So he went with him, and not long afterwards they met a man who wore a little hat, but he had it slouched over one ear. "Manners, manners," said the master to him. "Don't hang your hat over one ear, you look like a madman." "I dare not," said the other, "for if I were to put my hat on straight, there would come such a frost that the very birds in the sky would freeze and fall dead on the earth." "Oh, go with me," said the master. "If we 6 are together, we shall easily travel through the wide world." Now the 6 came to a town in which the king had proclaimed that whoever should run with his daughter in a race, and win, should become her husband; but if he lost, he must lose his head. This was reported to the man, who declared he would compete, "but," he said, "I shall let my servant run for me." The king replied, "Then both your heads must be staked, and your head and his must be guaranteed for the winner." When this was agreed upon and settled, the man strapped on the runner's other leg, saying to him, "Now be nimble and see that we win." It was arranged that whoever should first bring water out of a stream a long way off should be the victor. Then the runner got a pitcher and the king's daughter another, and they began to run at the same time. But in a moment, when the king's daughter was only just a little way off, no spectator could see the runner, and it seemed as if the wind had whistled past. In a short time he reached the stream, filled his pitcher with water, and turned round again. But halfway home a great drowsiness came over him. He put down his pitcher, lay down, and fell asleep. He had, however, put a horse's skull, which was lying on the ground, for his pillow, so that he should not be too comfortable and might soon wake up. In the meantime, the king's daughter, who could also run well as an ordinary man could, reached the stream and hastened back with her pitcher full of water. When she saw the runner lying there asleep, she was delighted, and said, "My enemy is given into my hands." She emptied his pitcher and ran on. Everything now would have been lost, if by good luck the hunter had not been standing on the castle tower, and had seen everything with his sharp eyes. "Ah," said he, "the king's daughter shall not overreach us." And, loading his gun, he shot so cleverly that he shot away the horse's skull from under the runner's head without its hurting him. Then the runner awoke, jumped up, and saw that his pitcher was empty, and the king's daughter far ahead. But he did not lose courage, and ran back to the stream with his pitcher, filled it once more with water, and was home 10 minutes before the king's daughter arrived. "Look," said he, "I have only just exercised my legs. That was nothing of a run." But the king was angry, and his daughter even more so, that she should be carried away by a common discharged soldier. They consulted together how they could destroy both him and his companions. "Then," said the king to her, "I have found a way. Don't be frightened. They shall not come home again." He said to them, "You must now make merry together, and eat and drink." And he led them into a room which had a floor of iron, the doors were also of iron, and the windows were barred with iron. In the room was a table spread with delicious food. The king said to them, "Go in and enjoy yourselves." And as soon as they were inside, he had the doors shut and bolted. Then he made the cook come, and ordered him to keep up a large fire under the room, until the iron was red hot. The cook did so, and the 6 sitting round the table felt it grow very warm, and they thought this was because of their good fare. But soon the heat became still greater, and they wanted to go out, but found the doors and windows fastened. Then they knew that the king meant them harm, and was trying to suffocate them. "But he shall not succeed," cried he of the little hat. "I will make a frost come which shall make the fire ashamed and die out." So he put his hat on straight, and at once there came such a frost that all the heat disappeared, and the food on the dishes began to freeze. When a couple of hours had passed, and the king thought they must be quite dead from the heat, he had the doors opened, and went in himself to see. But when the doors were opened, there stood all 6 alive and well, saying they were glad they could come out to warm themselves, for the great cold in the room had frozen all the food hard in the dishes. Then the king went angrily to the cook, and scolded him, and asked him why he had not done what he was told. But the cook answered, "There is heat enough there, see for yourself." Then the king saw a huge fire burning under the iron room, and understood that he could do no harm to the 6 in this way. The king now began again to think how he could free himself from his unwelcome guests. He commanded the master to come before him, and said, "If you will take gold and give up your right to my daughter, you shall have as much as you like." "Oh, yes, your majesty," answered he, "give me as much as my servant can carry, and I will give up your daughter." The king was delighted, and the man said, "I will come and fetch it in 14 days." Then he called all the tailors in the kingdom together, and made them sit down for 14 days, sewing at a sack. When it was finished, he made the strong man who had uprooted the trees take the sack on his shoulder and go with him to the king. Then the king said, "What a powerful fellow that is, carrying that bale of linen as large as a house on his shoulder." And he was much frightened, and thought, "What a lot of gold he will make away with." Then he had a ton of gold brought, which 16 of the strongest men had to carry. But the strong man seized it with one hand, put it in the sack, saying, "Why don't you bring me more? That scarcely covers the bottom." Then the king had to send again and again to fetch his treasures, which the strong man shoved into the sack, and the sack was only half full. "Bring more," he cried, "these crumbs don't fill it." So 7,000 wagons of the gold of the whole kingdom were driven up. These the strong man shoved into the sack, oxen and all. "I will no longer be particular," he said, "and will take what comes, so that the sack shall be full." When everything was put in and there was not yet enough, he said, "I will make an end of this." It is easy to fasten a sack when it is not full. Then he threw it on his back and went with his companions. Now when the king saw how a single man was carrying away the wealth of the whole country, he was very angry, and made his cavalry mount and pursue the 6, and bring back the strong man with the sack. 2 regiments soon overtook them, and called to them, "You are prisoners, lay down the sack of gold or you shall be cut down." "What do you say?" said the blower. "Are we prisoners? Before that you shall dance in the air." And he held one nostril and blew with the other at the 2 regiments. They were separated and blown away in the blue sky over the mountains, one this way and the other that. A sergeant major cried for mercy, saying he had 9 wounds, and was a brave fellow, and did not deserve this disgrace. So the blower let him off, and he came down without hurt. Then he said to him, "Now go home to the king, and say that if he sends any more cavalry I will blow them all into the air." When the king received the message, he said, "Let the fellows go, they are bewitched." Then the 6 brought the treasure home, shared it among themselves, and lived contentedly till the end of their days. End of How 6 Men Traveled Through the Wide World, from the Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang.
Entry for June 6th, 1857, from the Journal of Henry David Thoreau. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. June 6th, 1857, 8 a.m. To Lee's Cliff by River. This is June, the month of grass and leaves. Already the aspens are trembling again, and a new summer is offered me. I feel a little fluttered in my thoughts, as if I might be too late. Each season is but an infinitesimal point. It no sooner comes than it is gone. It has no duration. It simply gives a tone and hue to my thought. Each annual phenomenon is a reminiscence and prompting. Our thoughts and sentiments answer to the revolutions of the seasons as 2 cogwheels fit into each other. We are conversant with only one point of contact at a time, from which we receive a prompting and impulse, and instantly pass to a new season or point of contact. A year is made up of a certain series and number of sensations and thoughts which have their language in nature. Now I am ice. Now I am sorrel. Each experience reduces itself to a mood of the mind. I see a man grafting, for instance. What this imparts chiefly is not apples to the owner or bread to the grafter, but a certain mood or train of thought to my mind. That is what the grafting is to me. Whether it is anything at all, even apples or bread to anybody else, I cannot swear, for it would be worse than swearing through glass. I only see those other facts as through a glass darkly. End of entry for June 6th, 1857, from the Journal of Henry David Thoreau.
Kapitel 6 aus Die Offenbarung des Johannes von Martin Luther. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Und ich sah, dass das Lamm der Siegel eines auftat, und hörte der 4 Tiere eines sagen, wie mit einer Donnerstimme, »Komm!« Und ich sah, und siehe ein weißes Pferd, und der darauf saß, hatte einen Bogen, und ihm ward gegeben eine Krone, und er zog aus, sieghaft, und dass er siegte. Und da es das andere Siegel auftat, hörte ich das andere Tier sagen, »Komm!« Und es ging heraus ein anderes Pferd, das war rot, und dem, der darauf saß, ward gegeben, den Frieden zu nehmen von der Erde, und dass sie sich untereinander erwürgten, und ward ihm ein großes Schwert gegeben. Und da es das 3. Siegel auftat, hörte ich das 3. Tier sagen, »Komm!« Und ich sah, und siehe ein schwarzes Pferd, und der darauf saß, hatte eine Waage in seiner Hand. Und ich hörte eine Stimme unter den 4 Tieren sagen, ein Maß Weizen um einen Groschen, und 3 Maß Gerste um einen Groschen, und dem Öl und Wein tu kein Leid. Und da es das 4. Siegel auftat, hörte ich die Stimme des 4. Tieres sagen, Komm! Und ich sah, und siehe ein fahles Pferd, und der darauf saß, des Name hieß Tod, und die Hölle folgte ihm nach. Und ihnen ward Macht gegeben, zu töten das 4. Teil auf der Erde, mit dem Schwert und Hunger und mit dem Tod und durch die Tiere auf Erden. Und da es das 5. Siegel auftat, sah ich unter dem Altar die Seelen derer, die erwürgt waren um des Wortes Gottes willen und um des Zeugnisses willen, das sie hatten. Und sie schrien mit großer Stimme und sprachen, Herr, du Heiliger und Wahrhaftiger, wie lange richtest du nicht und rächest unser Blut an denen, die auf Erden wohnen? Und ihnen wurde gegeben, einem jeglichen ein weißes Kleid, und ward zu ihnen gesagt, dass sie ruhten noch eine kleine Zeit, bis das vollends dazukämen ihre Mitknechte und Brüder, die auch sollten noch getötet werden, gleich wie sie. Und ich sah, dass es das 6. Siegel auftat, und siehe, da ward ein großes Erdbeben, und die Sonne ward schwarz wie ein härener Sack, und der Mond ward wie Blut, und die Sterne des Himmels fielen auf die Erde, gleich wie ein Feigenbaum seine Feigen abwirft, wenn er von großem Wind bewegt wird. Und der Himmel entwich wie ein zusammengerolltes Buch, und alle Berge und Inseln wurden bewegt aus ihren Örtern. Und die Könige auf Erden, und die Großen und die Reichen und die Hauptleute und die Gewaltigen, und alle Knechte und alle Freien verbargen sich in den Klüften und Felsen an den Bergen, und sprachen zu den Bergen und Felsen, Fallt über uns und verbergt uns vor dem Angesicht des, der auf dem Stuhl sitzt, und vor dem Zorn des Lammes. Denn es ist gekommen der große Tag seines Zorns, und wer kann bestehen? Ende von Kapitel 6 aus Die Offenbarung des Johannes. Gelesen von Hokus Pokus.
Lines to 6'3" by George Borrow. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A lad who 20 tongues can talk and 60 miles a day can walk, drink at a draught a pint of rum, and then be neither sick nor dumb, can tune a song and make a verse, and deeds of northern kings rehearse, who never will forsake his friend while he his bony fist can bend, and though averse to brawl and strife, will fight a Dutchman with a knife. Oh, that is just the lad for me, and such is honest 6'3". A braver being ne'er had birth since God first kneaded man from earth. Oh, I have cause to know him well, as Pharaoh's blackened rocks can tell. Who was it did at Suderow the deed no other dared to do? Who was it when the bough had burst, and whelmed me in its womb accurst? Who was it dashed amid the wave, with frantic zeal my life to save? Who was it flung the rope to me? Oh, who but honest 6'3"? Who was it taught my willing tongue the songs that Braga framed and sung? Who was it oped to me the store of dark, unearthly runic lore, and taught me to beguile my time with Denmark's aged and witching rhyme? To rest in thought in Elvir shades, and hear the song of fairy maids, or climb the top of Dovrefeld, where magic knights their muster held. Who was it did all this for me? Oh, who but honest 6'3"? Wherever fate shall bid me roam, far, far from social joy and home, mid burning Afric's desert sands, or wild Kamschatka's frozen lands, bit by the poison-loaded breeze, or blasts which clog with ice the seas. In lowly cot or lordly hall, in beggars' rags or robes of pall, 'mong robber bands or honest men, in crowded town or forest den, I never will unmindful be of what I owe to 6'3". That form which moves with giant grace, that wild though not unhandsome face, that voice which sometimes in its tone is softer than the wood-dove's moan, at others louder than the storm which beats the side of old Cairngorm, that hand as white as falling snow, which yet can fell the stoutest foe, and last of all, that noble heart which ne'er from honour's path would start, shall never be forgot by me. So farewell, honest 6'3". End of Lines to 6'3" by George Borrow. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Little Susie's 6 Birthdays, Part 1, by Elizabeth Prentice. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the children who read this book. My dear little friends, this book was written on purpose for you. While I was writing it, I often said to myself, I hope this will please Mally and Willie. I wonder how Sarah and Louisa will like it. Then I thought that I would read what I had written to a few children, to see what they would say, because if it failed to interest them, I should be ashamed to have it printed and sent to other children. So I read it to several. Some of them were quite large children, larger than any of you, and the others were small. One of them was 9 years old, and one 7, and one 6, and one 5. And when I saw them smile as if they were pleased, I was very glad indeed. And when one of them said she hoped I would print as many as 2, one for her and one for her cousin, I felt still more delighted, and thought I would have one for everybody's cousin. A great many little Johnnies and Gordies, many little Nellies and Hatties, will read about Susie's birthdays. Wherein she was good, I hope you all will be like her, and then your birthdays will be happy ones. Sometimes little children don't live to spend 6 birthdays in this world. They go to heaven and spend them there, and they are better and happier days than any little Susie ever knew. But now I must bid you good-bye. Perhaps I shall write another story for you one of these days. Aunt Susan. Little Susie's 6 Birthdays, Chapter 1. The First Birthday. "Little Susie is a year old today," said her mamma, "and I must give her a birthday kiss." So she kissed the sweet red lips of the darling baby. Now Susie had never kissed anybody in her life. She did not know how, but I suppose she thought it was high time to begin, now that she was a whole year old. So she doubled up her lips and gave her mamma the funniest little bit of a kiss you can imagine. Her mamma was pleased, and Susie was pleased herself, and I dare say she thought she was doing something great as she saw everybody laughing. Pretty soon her papa came in, and then baby doubled up her lips and gave him a little bit of a kiss too. Now all this was early in the morning, and Susie was in her nightgown. But her mamma washed and dressed her very nicely, and put on her red frock and clean white apron, and those tiny shoes that looked as if they were made for a doll, and then Susie had some breakfast, good bread and milk. After this she slipped down from her mamma's lap to play with a string of spools that lay on the floor. She played with them a great while, but then she grew tired of sitting upon the floor, so she threw down her spools and got up, as if she thought of taking a walk. But she did not walk, she only stood there, smiling at her mamma. She was afraid to try to walk. She thought she should fall if she tried to walk. Then her mamma took up a box of seals and held them out towards Susie, and when Susie saw them, she wanted them so very much that she forgot all about her fear of falling and ran to her mamma as fast as she could. Oh, how glad she felt that she had walked a few steps, and how glad her mamma was too. And how she kissed her dear baby, while the little thing played with the pretty seals, rattling them about and laughing so. By and by a lady called to see Susie's mamma. She had a great black dog with her, bigger than Susie. Oh, a great deal bigger. He would come in, though the lady was ashamed to see him trot into the parlour, and tried to coax him out. Susie liked the dog. She was not afraid of him. He put his cold nose on her face and hands, and that made her laugh. This lady had brought something for Susie. What do you think it was? Why, a large doll, almost as large as Susie herself. When Susie saw it, she laughed and held out her arms and said, "Baby, baby." She loved this baby dearly. Somebody taught her to call it Peggy. That is not a very pretty name, is it? Another lady, indeed, I may as well tell you who it was, her grandmamma, sent her a little silver fork. The baby is all worn out now and hasn't any head at all, but the fork is as good as ever, and Susie uses it at dinner and at breakfast still. As soon as it began to grow dark, her mamma took Susie in her lap and sang to her that sweet little song which Aunt Lizzie had given her. Aunt Lizzie heard it in Germany, and she liked it so well when she heard it sung to German babies that she thought she would translate it for her little nieces and nephews at home. Here it is. Mother, now tell, why do you love your baby so well? The mother said, "Oh, and do you not know? Sweet and happy it lies, it frets not nor cries, and is full of its glee as the bird on the tree. It smiles on my breast as it goes to its nest, and it wakes in its bliss with a smile and a kiss. And that is the reason I love it so well. How dearly, I never can tell. Baby, now tell, why do you love your mother so well? The baby said, "Oh, and do you not know? She keeps me from harm, holds me soft on her arm, and if I am ill, watches over me still, gives me good things to eat, and kisses so sweet, and is kindest to me of all that I see. And that is the reason I love her so well. How dearly, I never can tell." By this time Susie began to feel tired and sleepy, so her mamma undressed her, and she was put into her warm nest, and was soon fast asleep. I suppose thousands of little girls and boys spent this day very much as Susie did. It was their first birthday, too. But do you suppose Susie's papa and mamma would have given her away to take one of those other babies instead? No, I am sure not. Chapter 2. The Second Birthday. Susie lived 364 days, and then came her 2nd birthday. I suppose you think she was very old indeed if she had lived so many days. But no, she was only 2 years old. When she awoke on this bright Tuesday morning, she was carried into her mamma's room, and her mamma took her right into her bed and gave her 2 birthday kisses, one on her mouth and one on her cheek. Then Susie began to play with something. What do you think it was? A doll? No. A kitty? No. It was a little live baby, her own darling brother Robbie. He was about as many months old as Susie had lived years. Susie loved him dearly. She never cried when she saw her mamma take baby in her arms and kiss him. She would have liked to take him in her own little arms. By and by her mamma said to her, "Susie, you are 2 years old today." Now Susie did not know what this meant, so she only smiled and said, "Robbie, Robbie, you got 2 eyes." It was now time for Susie to be washed and dressed. Her mamma did not do this for her now. You know she had a little baby to take care of. After breakfast, Susie came to her mamma with an orange in her hand. Her papa had given it to her. Susie told her mamma it was a ball. I suppose she could not say orange. Her papa took the great Bible in his hand, and Susie knew she must sit still in her little chair. She went all around the room before she could find it. Then she sat down in it by her papa and said to Robbie, "Baby be till, papa say be till." You see, she could not say still. While her papa prayed, Susie was playing with pins. She did not know it was naughty to do so. After prayers, she began to make a pretty baby house in one corner of the room. It was very pretty indeed. But Susie thought she could make a better one, so she pulled it down, threw her toys all about the floor, and began again. When she had played in this way more than an hour, she began to feel tired. Then her mamma thought it was time to give her her birthday present. So she put baby down upon the bed and went into the closet and brought out a little table. It had a drawer in it, and Susie was so pleased when she saw that. She thought she must say a big word now, so she lifted up her little hands and said, "Oh my, I tonished." This made her mamma laugh, and she took down Susie's box of cups and saucers and placed them upon the table, and gave Susie a cracker, broken in small pieces. Then Susie sat down at the table and began to make believe to pour out tea and to eat the cracker. Pretty soon she got up and offered Robbie a cup of tea, but Robbie did not take it. Then Susie looked grieved, but soon she began to smile again, for her mamma took the tiny cup and drank all the tea there was in it. By this time Susie was very tired, and said she was going a heap. She could not say asleep. So she went and stretched herself on a box and fell fast asleep. Her mamma covered her up with one of Robbie's blankets. Susie had taken a fancy to sleep on this box. It was soft and covered with chintz. Some of Robbie's clothes were kept in it. Chapter 3. The 2nd Birthday, continued. Little Susie slept 2 hours. When she awoke, her cheeks were very red, and she looked as sober and grave as a judge. Her mamma had been making a new dress for her, but she knew it would not do to try it on now, because Susie did not feel very pleasant. Robbie was asleep, so his mamma took Susie in her arms and kissed her, and said, "Now we must cut paper babies." So she began to cut rows of babies, and Susie grew bright and happy, and patted her kind mamma's face, saying, "Darling mamma," over and over again. It was snowing, or Susie would have had a nice walk. She liked to see it snow. She used to sit in her high chair at the window, watch the white flakes coming down, and try to catch them in her hands. So, when she grew tired of playing with the babies, her mamma took her to the window. But just then Susie's dinner was brought in. I must tell you what it was. There was a slice of toast, sprinkled with salt and covered with rich new milk. Then there was a mealy potato, and a small piece of boiled chicken. So Susie ran to her little table, pulled off the cups and saucers, and made room for her dinner. The toast was cut in little square pieces, and she ate that first. She liked it very much. Then she ate the chicken, and that tasted so good that she thought it would be a fine plan to cry for more. But just as she was drawing her dear little face up into very ugly wrinkles, her mamma came towards her and said, "Susie, do you want to go to the fair?" Now Susie did not know what that meant, but she smiled and said she should like to go. A lady had called for her in a carriage, so her mamma, as soon as Susie stopped eating, put on her new dress and was going to finish dressing her. But Susie felt so happy and so refreshed by her dinner that she could not keep still. She kept running all about the room, making funny little curtsies and saying, "How d'ye do, mamma?" and "Susie, go away, leave mamma." At last her mamma caught the little witch, and her coat and hat and mittens, and I don't know what not, were put on. And then away went Susie in the carriage with that kind friend who loved her so dearly. When they got back from the fair, it was beginning to grow dark a little. Her mamma had kept running to the window and saying, "Oh, I wonder Susie does not come." Susie had her hands full of toys and candy and cake. She ran to kiss her dear mamma and Robbie, and offered all her candy to her papa, who thanked her and put it in his pocket. He did not like to have Susie eat candy. And now it was time for bed. But Susie was so full of fun that it was hard to hold her. She ran and hid behind the great chair, and crept under the bed, and laughed and shouted and clapped her little hands, till at last she was tired out. So then she came and stood still, and ate a little bit of toast, and pretty soon went to bed. Her mamma put her to bed herself, and then she sat down by Robbie's cradle and sung to him and Susie this little song. "Sleep, sleep, sleep, little darlings, sleep, for your mother is nigh. She watches your slumbers, sees that no danger is nigh. Sleep, 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 for your mother is nigh. Sleep, 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 little darlings, sleep, for the angels are nigh. They watch o'er your slumbers, see that no danger is nigh. Sleep, 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 for the angels are nigh. Sleep, 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 little darlings, sleep, for the Saviour is nigh. He watches your slumbers, sees that no danger is nigh. Sleep, 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 for the Saviour is nigh." Chapter 4. The Third Birthday. When Susie awoke on the morning of her third birthday, she said, "Now I am going to give Mamma 3 kisses." So she crept softly out of bed and ran on her little bare feet to the door of the nursery where her mamma slept with Robbie, who was not very well. She opened the door and peeped in, smiling and looking so lovely and so loving that her mamma wanted to snatch her up and kiss her. She held out her arms, and Susie ran and climbed up the side of the bed and gave both Mamma and Robbie a great many hugs and kisses. And her mamma gave her 3 birthday kisses, 1 on her lips and 1 on each cheek. Robbie was more than a year old now. He could not speak a word and had not learned to walk yet. But his little heart was brimful of love, and he put his arms around Susie's neck and patted her soft cheek, and seemed very glad to see her. As soon as the children were washed and dressed, it was time for breakfast. Susie sat at the table with her papa and mamma, and was very happy. After breakfast, they all went up into the nursery together, and there they found upon the table Noah's Ark. Some kind friend had sent it to Susie. It was a famous little ark, and besides all sorts of beasts and birds, Susie found Mr. and Mrs. Noah and all their family inside. This made her begin to dance up and down and clap her hands, and when Robbie saw her do that, he laughed and clapped his hands too. Susie sat down upon the floor and played with her ark a great while. And while she played, she talked to the beasts and the birds, and told them it was her birthday, and asked them if they didn't wish it was their birthday too. And she told them every now and then, "I'm going to have a party. I'm going to have a party." After a while her mamma came and took Susie into her lap and read to her a little story, and then she kissed Susie a great many times and said God was very good to let her have such a darling child 3 years. Just then there came a ring at the door, and here came into the nursery a great bundle wrapped in a linen napkin. When Susie's mamma saw that it was something for her little girl, she let her take out all the pins from the napkin, and pretty soon out rolled a baby. Oh, a beautiful baby, with real shoes on its feet, and a hat on its head, and a box full of dresses besides. It was sent by the same lady who sent the first doll, about which I told you. She thought Peggy must be worn out by this time. The moment Susie saw this new baby, she ran to find poor Peggy, which she thrust into Robbie's arms, saying, "There, you little darling, now you shall have a baby too." Robbie was very glad. He took Peggy in his arms, with her feet up and head down, and began to pat her, and say bye-bye, bye-bye, which made Susie laugh. But it was getting time for his nap, so Susie and her mamma left the nursery, and went downstairs to let Papa see the birthday presents. He was very glad to see them. He took Susie on his knee while she showed him the ark, and all the dogs and cats and doves and ravens there were in it. Then she let him peep at her new doll, and as soon as he had seen it, and had been made to kiss it, Susie and her mamma went out to take a walk. Chapter 5. The Third Birthday, continued. When they came in from their walk, Robbie was awake, and Susie said it was time for her party to begin. You will wonder who she expected to see at this party, so I must tell you at once that nobody had been invited but Robbie and all the dolls. And a funny little party they made, I can tell you. Susie set out her table and a cup and saucer for each one, also a plate and spoon for each. Then her mamma filled the little teapot with milk tea, as Susie called it, and gave her some sponge cakes, and a few sugar plums, and an orange nicely cut. And then they all sat down to the feast, Susie and her new doll on one side, and Robbie and Peggy and old black Dinah on the other. Robbie was a dear little boy. He did not pull the cups about or snatch the cake. He sat very still, and opened his mouth now and then when Susie offered him a little tea or a crumb of cake. The dollies, too, were very good. They did not fall over upon their faces, as some ill-bred dollies do, nor slip down from their chairs, nor push each other. They sat as still as mice, and behaved far better than mice would have done. Susie thought her party a very nice affair, and I think her papa and mamma did too, for I saw them peeping in at the nursery door, laughing and rejoicing. Susie was a very busy little girl. She was always at work upon something, as if she felt afraid she should not get out of each day all the fun there was in it. So as soon as she had eaten up all there was on the table, with the help of mamma and nurse, she began to play again. She made a great yard with a fence around it. The fence was made of blocks, and put her animals into the yard. Her papa sat down on the floor and helped her make it, and showed her how to drive her cattle in. Susie was delighted, and she said to them, "Now, beasts, I am going away, and you must be very good while I am gone. Don't snatch each other's things away. Don't make each other cry." Then she made believe go out to walk, and when she came back she found they had all been very good indeed. She said she should give them each a book if they were always so good. Shouldn't you think they might have laughed when she said that? Well, they did not. They looked just as they did before, and as if they did not hear a word she said. Susie was so busy that she did not notice how dark it was growing. Now, every night, when it began to grow dark, her mamma used to take her in her lap and tell her stories and sing to her. All at once it grew so dark that she could not see to play. Then she remembered it was time to pick up her toys. While she was doing this, Robbie crept about, gathering up his, but he did not touch hers. Chapter 6. The Third Birthday, concluded. When the toys had all been put nicely away, Nurse gave Robbie his supper, and Susie went down to her mamma. It was dark in the parlour, but the firelight made it pleasant. Susie climbed into her usual place and said, "Please sing, mamma." "What shall I sing about?" asked mamma. Susie thought a little while, and at last she said, "About a little kitty." Now her mamma did not know any verses about a little kitty, but she did not like to refuse Susie, so she began to sing. Once there was a little kitty, whiter than snow. In a barn she used to frolic, long time ago. In the barn a little mousie ran to and fro, for she heard the kitty coming, long time ago. 2 eyes had little kitty, black as a sloe, and they spied the little mousie, long time ago. 4 paws had little kitty, paws soft as dough, and they caught the little mousie, long time ago. 9 teeth had little kitty, all in a row, and they bit the little mousie, long time ago. When the teeth bit little mousie cried, "Oh!" but she got away from kitty, long time ago. Susie was just going to cry when she heard that the little mousie was bitten, but her mamma made haste to comfort her by singing that Mousie got away, long ago. She had to sing it a great many times after this, for Robbie soon was old enough to like to hear about kitties. "Now, mamma, please tell me one story," said Susie, "about the little fly that hadn't any breakfast." So her mamma told it to her, though I suppose Susie had heard it 50 times, and then there were some little hymns sung. By this time Susie's supper was ready, and when she had eaten it, she kissed her dear papa and mamma and said her prayers, and went trotting up to bed. Chapter 7. The Fourth Birthday. Susie was very much surprised on the morning of the day she was 4 years old to hear her mamma call her to come and take her 4 birthday kisses. She had forgotten all about birthdays, it was so long since she had had one. She sprang out of bed and ran into her mamma, who kissed her, this time on her mouth, on each cheek, and her forehead, and seemed to love her even more than usual. Soon after breakfast she took Susie away into that little room to which she was in the habit of going alone, and they knelt down together and held each other's hands, while mamma thanked God very much for giving her such a dear little girl, and for letting her live 4 years, and asked him, if he pleased, to let her live another year, and to make her his own little lamb. Susie was very happy to think she had been called God's own little lamb, and she kissed her mamma and said she loved Jesus, and meant to be a good girl because he was so good. Then they went into the nursery, and Susie's papa gave her a beautiful book full of pictures, and a great number of new blocks. Susie liked the book best, but she liked the blocks too, and she and papa and Robbie built a castle, which she said looked like the Tower of Babel. Robbie was full of fun, and he soon overturned the tower, shouting with all his might when he heard the noise it made in falling. Susie did not think it fair for Robbie to spoil her play, but her papa said he was such a little boy, she must excuse him. Then Robbie ran up to her saying, "Peas cues, Robbie," and kissed her and patted her face, so Susie had to smile and forgive him, he was such a little darling. After that they built several castles on purpose for him to overturn, and Susie was happy all day because she had given up her own pleasure just to gratify him. Now Susie's mamma was very busy getting ready for the birthday party. This time they expected somebody besides Robbie and the Dollies. Mamma had written and sent invitations to Frank and Charlie, Susie's cousins, and to little Hattie Linton, who was visiting them. They were to come early and stay till dark, and Frank's mother and Hattie's aunt were coming too, for they loved to see children happy. At 12 o'clock they all arrived, and there was a great time getting off cloaks and hoods and tippets and mittens, and Charlie had to display his jacket and trousers, which he never had worn till this day, and Frank was in a hurry to see Susie's presents, and so they all talked and laughed together. Only Susie and Hattie were standing all this time, looking very gravely at each other, Susie holding fast to her mamma's hand, and Hattie squeezing up as close to her aunt as possible. Susie thought Hattie a sweet little girl, after she had looked at her a long time, and she ran to Frank and said to him, "Hattie Linton may have my best doll all day." "Oh, Cousin Hattie, hear what Susie says," cried Frank. "She's my cousin too," said Susie. "No, she isn't. She's only your cousin-in-law," said Frank. Everybody laughed on hearing this, at least all the mothers and aunties did, and Frank looked very pleased with the new relationship he had invented. Chapter 8. The Fourth Birthday Continued. Susie then led her cousins, and her cousin-in-law, up to the nursery, where all her toys were brought out, and Robbie was waiting patiently in his little chair. Frank and Charlie ran to kiss him, and after a few moments Hattie went and kissed him too. He and Hattie looked a little like each other, Frank said. They had both fair curling hair and black eyes and round rosy cheeks. Robbie felt very shy for some time after Hattie had kissed him. He sat still in his chair with his eyes fixed upon the ground, and his hands lay folded in his lap. But before long he began to play with his blocks, and all the other children sat around him on the floor, helping him. Susie felt like a little queen. Everybody was so kind to her, and the children all kept saying, "Let's do as Susie says. It's her birthday." Oh, how they played! Frank built such noble houses, and Charlie arranged the little village so nicely, and Hattie held tightly in her arms Susie's doll, taking care to keep near Robbie all the time, so as to kiss his soft white neck every now and then. When they had played quietly a long time, Frank wanted to play Hide the Handkerchief, and he said, "Susie must hide it first because it is her birthday." Frank was 6 years old, and he knew how to play this and a great many other things. So he made all the children cover their eyes, and then showed Susie where to put the handkerchief. They all liked this play. Even little Robbie ran about pretending to look in all the nooks and corners, and when it came Frank's turn to hide the handkerchief, he contrived to hide it in a place Robbie peeped into every time. Oh, how Robbie laughed when he found it! Robbie's nurse kept her eye upon her little pet, for she was afraid he might get hurt among the other children. But they were all gentle, good children, and were so happy and pleasant that even a little bird might have played safely with them. "How old are you, Robbie?" said Hattie, putting her arms around him. Robbie did not know. His nurse said he was a little more than 2 years. "Did he have a birthday too?" asked Hattie. "Oh, yes, indeed he did," said nurse, and she opened a drawer and showed Hattie some new toys and books which were given him on the day he was 2 years old. Just as the other children came running to look at Robbie's drawer, which was full of toys and books, a bell rang downstairs. Nurse said this was to call them down, so she took Robbie in her arms, Frank led Susie, and Charlie and Hattie followed, till they reached the dining room. Chapter 9. The Fourth Birthday Continued. When they entered the dining room, they found Susie's papa and mamma and Frank's mamma and aunt waiting for them, and in the midst of the floor stood a round table, covered with a white cloth. A nice little feast was spread upon the table, not exactly dinner and not exactly tea, but very pleasant to the eyes of the children, who were all hungry after their play. Now the parents of these children did not approve of overfeeding little folks with sweet things, but they had provided everything they could think of that would be safe to eat. Besides, Susie's papa had been to a wedding party the previous evening, and a lady had sent to Susie a great many mottos and some delicious grapes. Some of these were arranged prettily on the table, and the children were lifted into their seats, and Susie, looking very grave indeed, began to pour out for each a tiny cup of cocoa. Frank said he should like to sit there and pour it out as he was the eldest, but his mother laughed at him a little and said she never heard of such a thing as a gentleman's pouring out tea when ladies were present. Charlie said he wanted to pour out because he was the youngest, but his mamma laughed at him too, saying Hattie and Robbie were both younger than he. So Charlie gave up very pleasantly, and was very happy, drinking his cocoa and eating small thin slices of bread and butter. And so were they all. Even Robbie on this great occasion had a little of everything, but he was a good boy, and when his nurse asked him to let her save his mottos and grapes till tomorrow, he gave them all to her. I wish I could tell you how they all looked, sitting there, talking as fast as their tongues could fly, and enjoying all the good things so pleasantly. Susie was so happy that she could not help throwing her arms about Hattie, who sat next to her, and kissing her many times, and she kept all the largest grapes for Robbie, and offered the big pieces of cake to her cousins, though they were too polite to take them. I think nobody enjoyed this feast more than the grown folks, though they only sat and looked on. Little children do not know how dearly their papas and mammas love them. When everyone had had enough, they were taken down from their high chairs, and the big books on which some of them sat, and Susie's papa made believe he was a lion, and that they were nice fat little things just fit for him to eat up. So he began to growl and to scamper all about the room, and the children ran and laughed and crept under the sofas and hid behind their mammas, and I began to be afraid the house would come down, they made such a noise. At last the lion caught Susie, and while he was eating her up, the other children sat down to take breath, for they were as tired as they could be. Frank went and whispered to his mamma, and she whispered to Hattie's aunt, and at last Frank said he was trying to persuade his mamma to ask Hattie to repeat a piece of poetry. Hattie was not yet 3 years old, but she could repeat a great many stories and poems, and it was very pleasant to hear such a little girl do this. But I will tell you about it in the next chapter. Chapter 10. The Fourth Birthday, concluded. Little Hattie was lifted up to a seat on the table, where all could see her, and the children arranged themselves where they could hear her. Susie got upon her papa's knee, who kept kissing her and loving her dearly. Robbie ran to his mamma's lap, and Frank and Charlie were in low chairs close by their mother. Then Hattie began in a soft, clear voice, and repeated that beautiful hymn, I think when I read that sweet story of old, and said every word so clearly and distinctly that not one was lost. Then she said the first chapter of John. I do wish you could have heard her. She was then lifted down, and they all thanked her for the pleasure she had given them, and Susie's mamma asked her if she could sing. She said she could, and Frank and Charlie said they could sing too. So they all sang, There is a Happy Land. Now Robbie listened as hard as he could, and wanted to sing too, but he did not know how. Only whenever they were going to say Happy Land, he would shout, Happy Lamb! And this pleased the children so much that they kept singing the hymn over and over, just to hear his little eager voice come in at every verse. They sang Mary Had a Little Lamb after this, and other songs. And then Susie begged her mamma to sing the funny German song she and Robbie were so fond of. Mamma was almost ashamed to sing it before all those grown-up folks, but she did not like to refuse Susie, so she began thus. The moon it shines, the baby whines, the clock strikes 12, it's getting too late to toil and delve. In quiet nights the mousie bites, the clock strikes 1, May naughty dreams little cradles shun. Little Bo Peep is fast asleep, the clock strikes 2. May good girls be many, of naughty girls few. The wind it blows, the cock he crows, the clock strikes 3, the ship sails quietly over the sea. The horse says nay, he wants some hay, the clock strikes 4, the coach is standing before the door. The hen cackles, the duck quackles, the clock strikes 6, time to get up and pick mother some sticks. The cook will bake a nice little cake, the clock strikes 7, put on the pudding and boil till 11. You shall be fed with milk and bread, the clock strikes 8. Come, eat your breakfast before it's too late. The children liked this song very much, but it was now time for Frank and Charlie and Hattie to go home. They kissed each other and were wrapped up, and away they went. And Susie and Robbie were soon fast asleep in their own little beds, getting ready for the next birthday next year. End of Part 1 of Little Susie's 6 Birthdays by Elizabeth Prentice. Read by Darvinia. Little Susie's 6 Birthdays, Part 2 by Elizabeth Prentice. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. The 5th Birthday. There was something going on just before Susie's 5th birthday came that I shall have to tell you about, but you must not tell her. In the first place, Robbie's mamma has made a pair of white trousers and a green jacket with a crimped ruffle in the neck and sleeves, and he is going to wear them on the birthday and surprise Susie very much. In the next place, Papa is very busy indeed, making a great baby house, and Robbie can see it every day, but Susie knows nothing about it. Mamma is trotting round to all the shops, buying furniture for this house, and Nurse is dressing a lady who is to live there. Sarah, the cook, has made up her mind to bake a little pie for Susie. And Mary has been out and bought a great sugar dog. Robbie has a little book which he is to give Susie for his present, and his mamma reads to him stories from it when Susie is not by. Susie knew she was going to be 5 years old, and she talked about it a great deal, and said her birthday never, never would come. But at last it did come, and she awoke very early and hopped out of bed to see if Robbie were awake too. Oh, yes, he was awake, playing with his beloved Peggy, and telling her it was Susie's birthday. And Nurse was making the fire and hurrying to get dressed. So Susie gave him a good kiss and ran into her mamma's room to get her 5 kisses, and laughing at the thought of the happy day she was to have. Her mamma was very glad to see her, and she kissed her on her lips, her cheeks, and her forehead, and then they laughed so that Papa awoke, and he said, "Oh, is that my little Susie?" And she jumped into his bed and kissed him, and asked him if he loved her, and said she loved him dearly. But now it was getting late, and Nurse was knocking for Susie to come to be dressed, and Robbie was in such a hurry to give Susie her book that he couldn't wait any longer, so he took it from under his pillow and told her how he went away down to Broadway to buy it for her. Susie could read a little, and she opened the book and read The Lost Child. This was the title of the first story, and it is a very pretty story. While Susie was being dressed, Robbie told her his mamma had read it to him. After breakfast, Susie went and whispered something to her mamma, and they went together into that same little room, and prayed and thanked God, and after her mamma had gone away, Susie knelt down and prayed all by herself. When she came back to the nursery, there were her papa and mamma and Robbie, standing smiling by the new baby house. Susie was so astonished that she could not speak a word, but she threw her arms around her papa and mamma and Robbie, and danced about and clapped her hands, and they all rejoiced together. This baby house had 4 rooms in it, a kitchen, a dining room, a parlour, and a bedroom, and there was furniture in every one. In the parlour, in a nice chair, sat Miss Ellen, Susy's best doll, reading a book, and down in the kitchen there was Black Dinah frying buckwheat cakes. When Susy saw that, she had to get up and dance again. I believe those cakes were made of yellow flannel, but I don't know. I never tried to eat one. Chapter 12. The 5th Birthday Continued. Susy said she didn't care if it did rain. She should be very happy playing with her baby house with Robbie. She said this when she heard her mamma say that Frank and Charlie could not come to visit her if it should rain. It did not rain, but it snowed, and the wind blew, and by Susy's aunt sent her a little note, which you shall see. My dear Susy, I am sorry that Frankie and Charlie cannot spend the day with you today, as they have both bad colds. If it does not snow too hard, suppose you come and spend it with them. Give my love to your mamma, and tell her we want you very much. Frank sends you a little chair, with his love, and Charlie sends a book that he thinks you will like. Your affectionate aunt, Maria. Susy was delighted with this note, and delighted with the chair, and delighted with the book. She said she was afraid she should go crazy if she had any more presents. Her mamma thought there was going to be a real snowstorm, and that Susy had better not go to her aunt's. And Susy thought so too, for she did not like to go and leave her new baby house so soon. So her mamma wrote a little note excusing her, and she and Robbie began to play. She told Robbie he must come to see her, and make believe he was a little gentleman who wanted to engage a cook. On hearing this, Robbie's nurse said, "Wait a minute," and she took him into another room and dressed him in his new clothes, so that when he came back he looked indeed like a little man. He came holding down his head and smiling, and putting both hands into his pockets. Susy was astonished enough. She forgot all about her play, and ran to call her papa, who came running in, fearing something was the matter. But when he saw Robbie in his white trousers, he began to laugh, and he said he never saw anything so funny, and that he hoped his little boy had done now with girls' clothes forever. Susy thought she would run down into the kitchen and tell Sarah to come and see Robbie. So away she went, and when she reached the kitchen, she saw a little pie on the hearth, which made her forget all about Robbie. She caught it up with both hands, but let it drop quickly, for it was very hot, as it had just been drawn from the oven. Susy was so ashamed of herself for getting burned so carelessly that she would not cry, and Sarah brought a bowl of cold water, and told her to put both hands in. Susy did, and her fingers soon began to feel better, and she thought she would go and tell her mamma that she had burned them, but that they were now quite well. So she went first to the parlour, but no mamma was there, then to her mamma's room, but she was not there. She knew now she must be in the nursery, and just as she reached the door, oh, how her fingers began to smart again. She ran in, crying, and holding up her hands, and when Robbie saw her, he began to cry too. Chapter 13. The 5th Birthday Continued. When her mamma saw that Susy's fingers were burned, she went to her great bag in which she kept all sorts of things, to be used in sickness, and took from it an old soft handkerchief, and asked nurse to bring something from the closet which she would find in the right-hand corner. While nurse was looking for it, Susy held up her fingers, and her mamma saw that all were burned but one. 9 little white blisters were pretty hard to bear, and Susy could not help crying while they were being dressed. So her mamma was very sorry for her little darling, and she took her in her lap and began to talk to the fingers to make Susy laugh and forget her pain. "Come, Mr. Thumb," said she, "and have a white cap on. And Miss Little Finger, don't get in my way while I dress your sister. Why, Mrs. Forefinger, how you do behave!" This nonsense amused Susie, and while she listened to it she felt a little relieved, and began to smile in the midst of her tears. When the fingers were all nicely dressed, her mamma began to sing, and that made Susie forget all about her burns and laugh outright. This is what was sung. Susie Miller, she burnt her little finger. Susie Miller, she burnt her little finger. Susie Miller, she burnt her little finger. One little finger burnt. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little fingers. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little fingers. 7 little, 8 little, 9 little fingers. 9 little fingers burnt. This amused Susie a long time. Her mamma kept singing it over and over and over, and when she got tired of doing that, she sung other songs about Susie's dolls, and about Robbie, till he drew near, riding on a stick, to listen and admire too, with his little face all covered with smiles of delight. While they were all busy in this way, the door opened, and Susie's dear Aunt Lizzie came in. As soon as she saw the little row of burned fingers, she said she must repeat something funny to them, that would make them feel well. She did not know that Susie's mamma had been trying the same plan. So she laid aside her cloak and furs, and made Susie come and sit in her lap. Then she began. Dance away, Thumbkin, dancy, dance away, merry men all, but Thumbkin he can dance alone. Dance away, 4 men, dancy, dance away, merry men all, but Thumbkin he can dance alone. Dance away, middlemen, dancy, dance away, merry men all, but Thumbkin he can dance alone. Dance away, ringmen, dancy, dance away, merry men all, but Thumbkin he can dance alone. Dance away, little man, dancy, dance away, merry men all, but Thumbkin he can dance alone. This made Susie and Robbie laugh well, I can tell you, and Aunt Lizzie and their mamma laughed too, and Robbie said he knew something funny that his great-grandmother used to say to his mamma's toes when she was a little baby. What is it? Said Aunt Lizzie. After a little coaxing, Robbie took Aunt Lizzie's hand, and beginning with her little finger, and so going on to her thumb, he said, Peedy, peedy, pally, loody, lady whistle, lody wostle, great odo mondod. Oh, how Aunt Lizzie laughed! And she said she should go right home and tell it to her baby's toes, and see what they would say. So she kissed them all, and put on her cloak and furs, and went home, smiling all the way. By this time Susie's fingers felt so well that she thought she would go and play with Robbie. She said they would make visits to each other. So she went to live in one corner of the room, and Robbie in the other, and she said he might begin the play. So Robbie came to visit her. How do you do, Mr. Miller? Said Susie. Won't you take a seat? I tent very well, said Mr. Miller, who could not pronounce the letter C. How is your wife, sir? Asked Susie. Oh, she's pretty well. She's got a pain in her hand, I believe. Well, sir, you may go now. You've behaved very well, and I'll call to see you. So she walked over to Robbie's corner and knocked. Come in, said Robbie. How do you do, Mrs. Miller? Very well, I thank you, sir. But one of my children is sick with lame legs. She fell from the table and broke off her legs. On hearing this, Robbie began to laugh. You mustn't laugh, sir, when you hear that people's legs are broken off. Good-bye, sir. I hope you will call soon. Just then the bell rang for dinner. Oh, Robbie, don't you want to sit at the table with us? Said Susie. She ran and asked leave, and his mamma said he might come, so they all went joyfully down together. Chapter 14. The 5th Birthday, continued. After dinner, Susie went back to the nursery with Robbie, and they played with the baby house together. She was very kind to Robbie, and let him take down all the chairs and tables, and he was so pleased that he kept stopping to kiss her and say, My Susie, my Susie. Pretty soon their mamma came in and told them it had done snowing, and there would be time for a little bit of a walk before dark. So Nurse bundled them up in all their warm clothes, and away they went. Little children have a great deal done for them. Every little child who reads this book has to be dressed 365 times every year, and undressed 365 times. And every year they must have the same number of breakfasts, dinners, and suppers. And I hope they thank God for his kindness to them, at least as often as he provides some dear mother or nurse to do this dressing, undressing, and feeding for them. Do you, Ellie? Do you, Willie? Susie and Robbie had a nice walk. Their mother took them to a bookstore, where she bought a book for a sick child whom they were going to see, and while it was being tied up neatly, she took up another book and read a short story in it. It was a German story, and she repeated it to Susie and Robbie as they walked home. 2 boys were once playing under a tree when a nut fell from it, near them. One of them picked it up. The other boy said, "It is my nut, for I saw it fall." "No, it is mine," said the other, "for I picked it up." Just then a larger boy came along, and he said, "What are you disputing about?" The little boys told him. "Give it to me," said he. "I will decide your quarrel for you." So he cracked the nut, and gave 1/2 the shell to one boy, saying, "This is for you, because you saw the nut fall." He then gave the other half shell to the second boy, saying, "This is yours, because you picked up the nut." Then, putting the kernel into his own mouth, he said, "And this is for my trouble in cracking it." "Oh, what a naughty boy!" said Susie. Robbie smiled, but did not say a word. I am sure he would not have done so. "Susie," said their mother, "the little girl for whom I bought this book was born on the very day you were, so this is her birthday too, and I thought I would send her a present, because she is sick and poor too." "How much did it cost, Mamma?" 3 shillings, I believe." "Mamma, haven't I 3 shillings of my own?" "Yes, dear." "And mayn't I pay for this book and send it to the little girl?" "I thought you were saving your money to buy a Bible." "Yes, Mamma, but I can wait till I learn to read better. And I should like to give my money to that little girl." Her mamma was very willing. She only wanted Susie to think a minute before she decided to give up the Bible. Robbie said, "I'll give that little girl my orange." His mamma smiled, and as soon as they got home, she sent the book and the orange to the little sick child, who had been lying still all day in bed with no birthday presents, and who was made very happy by means of Susie and Robbie. Chapter 15. The 5th Birthday, concluded. There were still a few minutes left before dark, and Susie said she was going to be a doctor and go and visit her patients. She told Robbie to lie down on the floor and make believe he was sick. So she put on a pair of spectacles and a cap, and took her papa's gold-headed cane from the closet and set out. When she came to Robbie, she said, "You are very sick with weakness, Mr. Miller. I shall have to bleed you." "Oh, no, I don't want to be bleeded," said Robbie. "Lie still, sir. I won't bleed you, if you will. I will give you 6 pills. Open your mouth and let me see your tongue. It's as red as fire. Let me feel your pulse. Why, it is going. I guess you won't die. People don't die when their pulse keeps going. You may soak his feet when he goes to bed, nurse." "Yes, sir," said the nurse, "I will." Susie then went to see her doll, Ellen. "Let me feel your pulse," said she. "Oh, it doesn't go at all. I'm afraid you'll die. But don't cry. I'll give you some oil, and that will set it a-going. And I guess I'll put a blister on your arm." Then she went to Peggy. "How do you do, Peggy? Not very well, did you say? Well, Here is a dose of salts for you. Don't make faces, drink it right down. I'll call again tomorrow. Oh, you needn't cry and beg me to come back. I am going to see my mother and ask her to tell me a story. Come, Rob." "Oh, you're a great doctor, aren't you?" said the nurse, laughing. Then Susie led Robbie down into the parlour where their mamma sat waiting for them. She kissed them and asked them if they had had a happy day, and they both said they had. So then she told them a story. Once a little angel saw the door of heaven open a little way, so he thought he would fly out just for an hour or so. He flew and flew a long time, and at last he came to a house. The window was open, so he flew in. "Oh, see that beautiful white bird," said one of the children. "No, I am not a bird. I am a little angel," said he. And he looked lovingly at all the children, who left their toys and came and stood around him. They felt afraid, yet pleased too. "See his wings? They are as white as snow," whispered one. "And look at his golden ringlets," said another. "And his white hands," said a third. The little angel sat down in one of their small chairs and began to look about him out of those large, friendly eyes. Then the children brought their books and toys and let the dear angel look at them. Then they brought their baby sister, and the little angel smiled a most beautiful smile and kissed the lovely rosy baby. By and by the children began to play. They were gentle, good children. If they had been naughty, the angel would have been frightened. He would not have stayed with them so long. "Let us be kind and pleasant," said the children. "Angels like to be with people who love each other." "When he goes home, I wish he would let me go with him," said one. "I want to be a little angel." And then they played again. The angel stayed all day. It made them happy to turn around every now and then and see him there, looking so peaceful, so kind, so loving. But when it grew dark, the angel stretched his beautiful white wings and flew home to heaven. Then the children all cried and held out their hands and said, "We would have given him all our things if he would have stayed." And the youngest said, "I was going with him. I want to be a little angel." Then his mother kissed him and said, all the beautiful things in this world could not keep an angel away from heaven. Then the children said, "Heaven must be a happy place if it is full of such angels as that." And their mother said, "Yes, indeed it must, and you shall all go there if you are good and love Jesus." "Is that a true story, Mamma?" asked Susie. "No, not quite true, but it is true that you will see bright angels when you go home to heaven." "I wish I could go now," said little Susie. Then she kissed her dear mamma, and she and Robbie went to bed and dreamed very sweet dreams indeed. And their mother kissed them in their sleep and prayed in her heart that they might be holy, happy children on earth and angels in heaven when they came to die. Chapter 16. The 6th Birthday. Susie awoke very early on the morning of her 6th birthday. It was dark and cold and still. She wanted very much to jump up and run to her mamma for her 6 birthday kisses, but she knew it would not do to get up before the fire was made. Nurse was just opening the shutters, and Robbie began to rub his eyes and look up to see what was going on. "Robbie, it's my birthday," said Susie. "Yes, I know it," said Robbie. "I mean to get into your bed," said Susie. "Well," said Robbie. So Susie got into Robbie's bed, and they began to frolic together. Susie threw the pillows at Robbie, and Robbie threw them at her, till Nurse said they must not do so, and then they stopped, and tried to think what they could do next. "I'll read to you out of a Rollo book," said Susie. "Oh, well," said Robbie. But just then Robbie's nurse was ready to give him his bath. "Well, I can read to myself then," said Susie. so she went on reading as fast as her tongue could fly. She could read very well now. By and by it came her turn to be bathed and dressed, and while Nurse curled her hair, she sat in a high chair and read aloud to Robbie, who thought her just about the dearest little sister in the world. After breakfast and prayers, Susie went away into her mamma's little room, and knelt down and asked God to forgive her for every naughty thing she had ever done in her life, and to help her to be very good all that day. When she came back to the nursery, she went to the window, and stood there looking out. Her mamma thought something seemed to trouble her, and she came gently behind her and said, "What is my little Susie thinking about?" "I don't know, mamma." But after a moment she said, "Will God mind it if I do not know how to pray so well as big people?" Her mamma said, once a little girl did or said something naughty, and her papa punished her for it by saying he should not kiss her for 2 hours. She sat down, feeling very sad and sorrowful, and wishing her papa would forgive her. And at last she thought she would write him a little note, tell him how sorry she was, and ask him to forgive her. She did not know how to write very well, and her little note was full of blots and mistakes. But she ventured to carry it up to his study and put it into his hands. Now, when her papa opened the little note and saw all those blots and mistakes, do you suppose he said, "Oh, I can't forgive a child who writes so badly as that"? No, he said, "Papa forgives his little darling gladly. He loves to forgive her." And he took her in his arms and kissed her again and again. Now, when little children pray to God, I suppose their prayers do have some mistakes and blots on them. They are poor little prayers, but they are all heard by gentle Jesus, meek and mild, the same Jesus who once took children in his arms and blessed them. And he loves every little sorry heart, and will give it all it asks for. Susie was comforted, and her mamma kissed her many times, and then told her to go out with Robbie to roll hoop. Chapter 17. The 6th Birthday, continued. Susie had a fine time driving her hoop. Hers was made of wood, but Robbie's was iron. While they were running up and down the sidewalk together, their papa came out and watched them a few moments, and when they came up to him he said, "Well, my darlings, have you had a nice play?" "Oh, yes, papa," they said. "Well, how should you like to go and spend the day with Grandmamma?" "Oh, I should like it dearly," said Susie, clapping her hands. "Shall I go too?" asked Robbie. "Yes, you too," said his papa. "Is Mamma willing? Is she going too?" asked Susie. "No, Mamma can't go very well, but she wants you and Robbie to go." "I don't want to be away from Mamma on my birthday," said Susie. She ran into the house and found a woman she never had seen sitting there. "Who is that woman?" she whispered. "She is going to spend a few weeks with us," replied her mamma. Susie did not like that at all, but she only said, "And can't you go with us to Grandmamma's?" "No, darling, not today. I am very sorry to disappoint you, dear Susie, on your birthday, but it cannot be helped. I think Grandma will send for Frank and Charlie." "I'm afraid they'll have to go to school." "Oh, this is Saturday," said her mamma. Then Susie began to think it would be very pleasant to go, even if she had to leave her dear mamma behind. So she went to the nursery, where she found Robbie all nicely dressed, and her own things all ready and waiting for her. "We're going in the cars," said Robbie. "I mean to carry my doll," said Susie. "And I shall take my blocks," said Robbie. His nurse laughed at him and said he would need one man to carry his blocks then, for there was a cartload of them. "Then he'll need a horse," said Susie. "Are you going with us, Nursey dear?" said Robbie. "Oh, yes, indeed. Your papa and mamma have no idea of sending you two little monkeys off by yourselves." By this time Susie was all dressed, and she and Robbie ran in to kiss their mamma. She kissed them many times, and then their papa said he would see them all safely in the cars. They were very happy indeed, and the cars did not go faster than their little tongues did. They reached their grandmamma's house at 11 o'clock. She was sitting by the fire, knitting, and when she saw them coming in she was delighted. "It's my birthday, Grandma," said Susie. "I'm 6 years old." "And I'm 4," said Robbie. "I'm almost 6. Grandmamma helped take off their coats and tippets and mittens, and she said, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send right over for Frank and Charlie, and you shall all have a fine play together." "Oh, yes, Grandma, do, do," cried Susie. "For since Aunt Maria moved away from New York, we don't see Frank or Charlie at all, and Frank loves me." Chapter 18. The 6th Birthday, continued. In a few minutes Frank came running in, with his cheeks as red as roses, and he kissed Susie and Robbie and seemed delighted to see them. "But where's Charlie?" said Grandmamma. "Oh, he's coming pretty soon, Grandma. He had to stop to have another sack on, and a clean ruffle. That's all." "Well now, I suppose you are all hungry, and Grandma doesn't know what to give you for luncheon, unless it's a piece of apple pie." "Apple pie for luncheon? Why, Grandma!" said Susie. But Grandmamma had already gone, and in a few minutes in came hot apple pies and a great plate of cheese. Robbie's nurse said, if Grandma pleased, she should rather he had a cracker for his lunch. "Oh, I do want some pie," said Robbie. "Well, when they come to see Grandma, they must have something better than cracker," said Grandmamma, and she began to cut the pie, while the children stood waiting about, thinking it was a very fine thing to come to see her. "I must help Susie first," said she, "because it is her birthday." "And Robbie next, because he's such a stranger," said Frank. When they were all helped, the cheese was offered them. "No, I thank you, Grandma," said Susie. "Mamma does not allow me to eat cheese." "She doesn't allow me to eat cheese either," said Robbie. He shouted this out in such a loud voice that all the children laughed. Robbie blushed and cast down his eyes and wanted to cry, but he was afraid Grandma would not let him come there again if he cried. So he began to crowd great pieces of pie into his mouth, and pretty soon he forgot his troubles. "Why didn't your mother come?" asked Frank. "She couldn't very well," said Susie. "You've learned to read, Susie, have not you?" asked Grandmamma. "Oh, yes, Grandma, and Mamma was going to give me a book for my birthday present, but she forgot all about it, we came away in such a hurry." "Well, I want you to come and read me one chapter in this Bible, and then I will give it to you for your own." Susie flew into her dear, kind Grandmamma's arms, and hugged and kissed her. She said, "I had rather have a Bible than anything else in the world. What chapter shall I read? May I read anywhere I choose?" Grandma said she might, so Susie sat down and began to turn over the leaves. She wanted to find "The Lord is my shepherd." One day she had found it in the big Bible at home, and liked it dearly, she said. "I guess it isn't in this Bible, Grandma," said she. "Let me see. What is it you want to find, dear?" "The Lord is my shepherd," said Susie. "Oh, that is the 23rd Psalm," said Grandma. "I'll find it." So Grandma quickly turned to the place, and Susie read the psalm very well indeed, and Grandma kissed her and said she hoped the Lord would indeed be her shepherd, and then she gave her the Bible, and Susie was very happy, and in her heart she hoped so too. Chapter 19. The 6th Birthday, continued. All this time the other children were playing about the room, and Susie went to play with them. Charlie had come, and was looking as rosy and happy as Frank. Grandma said, I suppose Charlie can't come and speak to his old grandma, said she. Charlie went up to her and kissed her. I forgot it, said he. I've got a new sack on, my mother made it. She makes everything I wear but just my boots. And your caps, said Grandma. Oh, she makes my caps too, said Charlie in reply. Doesn't she, Frank? Oh, what a woman, said Grandma. Then they all began to play again, as hard as they could play, at Puss in the Corner, and I don't know what not. And Grandma sat and knit and looked on, and looked as happy as they. Every now and then Susie would leave her play and run to take a peep at her new Bible. Meanwhile time was slipping away, and the children were all astonished to hear the dinner bell ring. Why, Grandma, said Susie, is it 3 o'clock? No, it is only 2, said Grandma. I had dinner early so as to give you time to get home before dark. So they all went to dinner, and Susie sat next Frank, and Robbie next to Grandma, and when they were still and had folded their hands, Frank asked a blessing. He always did when his papa was not present. Now I shall not tell you whether I approve of this or not. I am only telling you what really happened. Now, children, I don't know how you'll like Grandma's dinner, said she. If I had known you were coming, I would have had chickens. What sort of meat is that? Said Susie in a whisper to Frank. Why, ham, said he. What is it made of? Asked she. Of pig, said he. Grandma, I like pig, said Susie. They all laughed because Grandma laughed, and because they were so happy together. While they were talking, Grandma was helping them all around, and Robbie's nurse had come in to cut up his meat for him. They enjoyed their dinner very much. Grandma looked so happy and so kind, and the sun shone in so brightly, and they had had such a fine frolic. Pretty soon there came in a great dish of sweet baked apples and a pitcher of cream, and then the little folks had as many as they pleased. And, take it all together, I doubt if there was a happier dinner party in the world. Shall we have time to play any more, Grandma? Asked Susie. Oh, yes, you'll have a good large half-hour, darling, and I think I must let you all blow bubbles. Grandma kept a number of pipes all the time for the amusement of the children when they came to visit her. She now gave them each one, and a bowl of soap-suds, and they all began to blow bubbles. Oh, what bubbles! Robbie, as it happened, had never seen any bubbles before, and he danced up and down when he found he could blow one, all himself. Chapter 20. The 6th Birthday Continued. The half-hour soon slipped away, and then the children were warmly dressed, and their grandmamma kissed them over and over, and charged nurse to be very careful of them. "And come again soon," said she. Susie and Robbie talked about their visit all the way home. "I like Grandma," said Robbie. "She gave me a Bible," said Susie. "I'm going to see her again pretty soon," said Robbie. "You'll have to ask Mamma first," said Susie. "When I'm a big man, I mean to give her a shawl," said Robbie. "Where will you get the money?" asked Susie. "Oh, I shall have some money. Big men always have money." "Where do they get it?" asked his nurse. "Oh, out of their pockets," said Robbie. His nurse laughed. "You know a great deal, little man, don't you?" said she. She drew him closer to her side and threw her cloak over his feet, and Robbie looked up into her kind face with one of those bright, pleased smiles with which he was in the habit of thanking her for loving him. "Are you cold, dear?" said she. "Oh, no, I'm as warm as toast," said he. "So am I," said Susie, "but I want to get home and show my Bible to Papa and Mamma." In a little while they reached New York. It was beginning to grow dark. "Dear me, I'm sure I'd no idea it would grow dark so fast," said the nurse. The lamps in Broadway were all lighted as they rode through it, and the children enjoyed seeing the brilliant shop windows. They were never out so late before in their lives. "I am afraid Mamma will be in bed and asleep," said Susie, "and then I can't show her my new Bible." At this moment they drew near their own house. Their papa came running to the door, smiling and looking very happy. "Where is my darling Mamma?" asked Susie. "You shall see her in a moment. Let's get these things off first," said papa. "Why, papa, are you going to take off my things?" asked Susie, laughing. "But why doesn't Mamma come? I want to see Mamma." Her papa kept hurrying off her coat and hood and getting strings into hard knots, and Susie could not think what was the matter with him. "Papa," said she, very gravely, "were you ever crazy?" "No, indeed," said her papa. "Do you think you ever shall be, papa?" "I hope not," said he, laughing. "I'm only in a hurry now because I've something to show you." He caught Susie in his arms, he was so happy, and Nurse took Robbie, and away they all went as fast as they could run. Chapter 21. The 6th Birthday, concluded. They went straight to Mamma's room, which was not very light, and at first the children could see nothing distinctly. But Susie soon perceived her Mamma lying in bed. She sprang from her father's arms and flew to kiss her, calling her "Darling Mamma, sweet Mamma, precious Mamma," till all at once it struck her that her mother returned her kisses and caresses less heartily than usual. "Don't you love me, Mamma?" said she. "Yes, darling, dearly," said her Mamma, "but you haven't looked at your birthday present yet." She opened the bed a little way, and Susie and Robbie, peeping in, saw a dear little baby lying on their Mamma's arm, fast asleep. They were so astonished that at first they did not say a word, but in a few minutes they began to dance all about the bed, clapping their hands and asking all sorts of questions, and saying all sorts of joyful things, they didn't know what. "Oh, what a little dear!" said Susie. "I hope it is a boy. What is its name? When did it come? Was it while we were gone?" "Yes, it is a boy," said their papa, "and a very fine fellow too, and he came about 2 hours ago." "Oh, Mamma, wasn't God good to send you such a dear little baby?" said Susie. "Are you sure it is a boy? What is his name?" "You shall give him a name, dear, because he was born on your birthday," said her Mamma. "Then I'll have his name Henry," said Susie. "He shall be named for Papa. Mamma, you don't love anybody better than Papa, do you? Shouldn't you like to call him for Papa?" Her mother smiled. "No, I don't think I love anybody better than Papa," said she. "Is he my little brother?" asked Robbie. "Yes, indeed," said his nurse. "Then I'll give him all my playthings." He was hurrying off to get them, but his papa called him back. "Never mind tonight," said he. "Baby is tired and wants to go to sleep now." "Yes," said Susie. "He's come a long journey today." "Where from?" asked Robbie. "Why, all the way from heaven," said she. "Oh," said Robbie. But now that strange woman, whom Susie had seen in the morning, said she thought the children had better go to bed. So they kissed their dear Mamma, and she said to Susie, "I don't feel very well tonight, dear, and could not you sing to Robbie before he goes to bed?" "Oh, I'll sing to him," said Papa. "Oh, well, you'll find the song I had just got ready for them in my portfolio." They all went to the nursery together, and Papa sung the song Mamma intended to sing. They liked it very much. I will put it in at the end of this chapter, and you can get your mother to sing it to you. Their papa then kissed them, and nurse hastened to undress and put them to bed. "It's a nice thing to have such a dear little brother, isn't it?" said she. You'll take a great deal of comfort with him." "I mean to tell God I thank him very much for sending me such a present on my birthday," said Susie. "Robbie shall too," said the nurse. So they knelt down to say their evening prayer, and Robbie was delighted to be able to pray for the first time for a brother, and Susie said when she rose from her knees, "Now I've got 2 brothers. Oh, how glad I am!" "I've only got 1 brother," said Robbie, suddenly growing sorrowful. "Oh, but you've a darling little sister, and Susie has none," said his nurse. This comforted Robbie, but in a moment after he said, "Hasn't Susie got her own self for a sister?" "Well, hasn't Robbie his own self for a brother?" said nurse. So they all began to laugh, and Susie kissed Robbie, and Robbie kissed nurse, and they all were as happy as they could be, till they fell asleep. I must now give you the German hymn Susie's papa sang to her and to Robbie, and then I must bid my dear little readers good-bye. Knowest thou how many stars there are shining in the sky? Knowest thou how many clouds every day go floating by? God the Lord has counted all. He would miss one should it fall. Knowest thou how many flies play about in the warm sun? Or of fishes in the water? God has counted every one he called by name when into the world it came. Knowest thou how many children go to little beds at night, that without a care or trouble wake up with the morning light? God in heaven each name can tell, knows thee too, and loves thee well. End of Part 2 of Little Susie's 6 Birthdays. End of Little Susie's 6 Birthdays by Elizabeth Prentice. Read by Darvinia. Little Susie's 6 Teachers, First Series by Elizabeth Prentice. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Susie's 6 Teachers, First Series. Chapter 1. Perhaps you think you are going to hear that little Susie went to school, but you are not. All the teachers she had lived in the house with her, and all the lessons they taught her were lessons without books. I shall not tell you even the names of half of them, lest you should get tired. I shall tell you of only 6. It is a common saying that babies bring love into the world with them. If you ask your mamma whether you did, I know what she will say. She will smile kindly upon you and say, "Yes, indeed, you little dear." So Susie brought her first teacher with her, and her name was Mrs. Love. She was just such a teacher as a baby likes. She had a gentle, sweet face, and a soft, kind voice. Her cheeks were of a beautiful rose color, and her forehead was smooth and white. Most of the other teachers consulted her before they taught Susie any lessons, and Mr. Payne, who was one of them, often stayed away weeks at a time because Mrs. Love took such good care of Susie herself. Mr. Payne was not so pleasant to look at as Mrs. Love. He looked rather pale and tired. He was grave and serious, and his forehead was wrinkled. But for all that, he taught Susie some very good lessons, and even Mrs. Love sometimes sent for him. Did you ever see a little lamb bounding over the soft grass? Did you ever hear a bird sing to another bird away out in the woods? If you ever did, you know how Miss Joy looked when she came dancing in to see Susie, and how her voice sounded when she taught her such pleasant lessons as she knew how to teach. She was a little bit of a creature, with waving sunny hair and bright eyes, sparkling with health and happiness. I believe she and Mrs. Love are sisters. At any rate, they look more or less alike. Susie's 4th teacher had several names. His easiest name was Mr. Ott. He did not look much like Miss Joy. Susie did not like him at first. He was so tall, and taught her such hard lessons. And when she would not listen, so often called Mr. Payne to come and punish her, that she wished he would go away and never come back. But the more she looked at him, the more kind and dear his face appeared, and by she learned to love him with all her heart. The 5th teacher was Aunt Patience. She looked as if she had seen a good deal of trouble, but you must not fancy she looked sad, or sour, or bitter, or anything bad or disagreeable. There was a serene smile on her face that made you love her at once. Another beautiful and holy teacher lived with Susie. His name was Faith. He was not older than Susie herself, and the only reason he knew any more than she did was this: he was an angel. He knew a good deal about heaven and about Jesus. He could tell her sweet stories from the Bible. His eyes shone just as stars shine in the sky, and his face looked peaceful, like the face of Aunt Patience, but more radiant and cheerful. Susie liked him, and he liked her. Have you so many teachers in your house? Perhaps you say no, but I am sure you have, and if you read on, perhaps you will see. To be sure, your Mrs. Love may not be exactly like Susie's Mrs. Love, but in most things she is. Chapter 2. When Susie was born, Mrs. Love came with her, as I have told you. She took the little baby gently in her arms and smiled upon her tenderly. If she had left her lying there, Susie would have died, and then I could not have written this book. Then Mrs. Love dressed her in soft, warm clothes. She put on a little tiny shirt, a flannel petticoat, a white frock, and such wee morsels of socks, that when Susie grew up, she gave them to her doll. I don't know whether you had on any socks or not. Perhaps your Mrs. Love said your little feet ought to keep each other warm, and mustn't wear socks. It took some time to dress Susie. She was so small and weak that she could not help dress herself, nor hold up her head. But there was one thing she knew how to do that nobody ever taught her. She knew how to double up her little mite of a hand and suck it as hard as she could. I suppose she thought she was hungry. Do you suppose she would be alive now if she had had nothing but her hand to eat? No, indeed. So Mrs. Love took her to her mamma, who was very glad to give her some nice warm breakfast. If Mrs. Love had not been there, I dare say her mamma would not have given her any. Very likely she would have said, "Oh, don't bring that child here. I'm tired and want to go to sleep." But then you know Mrs. Love was there. Now what do you think little Susie's first lesson was? Why, she had to learn to smile. Mrs. Love kept smiling and smiling, till at last Susie began to think to herself that perhaps she could do so too. So she really smiled. Then you should have seen and heard what went on. "I declare, this child has just smiled," said her nurse. "Oh, are you sure?" cried her mamma. "Bring her to me. Let me see." "Little darling," said Mrs. Love. When her papa came home to dinner that day, the nurse met him in the hall and said to him, "The baby has smiled." And when he went up to the nursery, Mrs. Love said, "Baby has learned to smile." And when he asked Susie's mamma how she did, she only said in a joyful voice, "Don't you think our baby has smiled?" So by that time he smiled, though he shook his head as much as to say, "I don't believe it." After this, Mrs. Love made everybody in the house hug and kiss Susie so much that it was a wonder how the little thing found room to grow. They did not kiss her on purpose, you know, but because they could not help it. Everything she did delighted the whole family, and one day the cook said, "I do believe this child is going to have a dent in her chin. and if she has a dent in her chin, I shall give up." She meant by that she liked dents in people's chins. It was not long after this that Mrs. Love taught Susie to put up her little hand and pat her mamma's chin and cheek, and then to give her sweet kisses, and then to wind her fat, soft arms around her neck. And Miss Joy was almost always teaching her to spring and dance and to be such a happy little baby that it was a pleasure to go into the nursery and hear her shout and laugh and clap her hands and see her face all full of smiles. Chapter 3. But when Susie began to run about and could reach up to the table where her mamma's work-basket stood, somebody besides kind Mrs. Love and laughing Miss Joy had to come and teach her, for there were scissors in the basket, and pins and needles, and Susie made up her mind that she would play with them. Every day, when she put up her hand to take the basket, her mamma would shake her head and say, "No, no." And Susie would then begin to cry, and after a minute or two would snatch the basket again. One day her mamma was talking with another lady, and she did not see Susie when she put her hand out towards her basket. So Susie took it, and sat down upon the floor to have a good time with it. She tangled all the spools of thread together, and unrolled all the tape. She threw the buttons all over the floor. She took a piece of ribbon that her mamma had bought to tie her little shirts with, and put it round her neck. She tossed the hooks and eyes into a corner, and let a ball of yarn roll under the table. For all this time she was trying to get at the needle-book, which lay at the bottom of the basket. Just as she reached it, her mamma looked down and said, "No, no." Susie knew very well what that meant, but she held on to the needle-book, until all of a sudden Mr. Payne gave her such a prick that she let it drop. He had scratched her with one of the needles. Susie gave a scream and looked very angrily at the needle-book, which she had now learned not to touch. But it was only a few days after this that she went to the fireplace and filled her clean white apron with coals and ashes. Her mamma took them away from her and shook her head and said, "No, no," again and again. But as soon as Susie had another clean apron put on, she ran again to the fire and began to fill it with coals. And no matter how often her mamma said, "No, no," she would keep doing it over and over. Then Mrs. Love said to her mamma, "If we let Susie do so, some day she will get burned. We ought to punish her, so that she will mind when she is spoken to." "Yes, I think so too," said her mamma. So Mrs. Love called Mr. Payne, and told him to slap Susie's little arms if she disobeyed again. It was not long before he had to come, and as soon as she saw him, Miss Joy, who had been frolicking with Susie a whole year, and never before had been absent from her, poor Miss Joy ran away and hid. As soon as Susie felt the slaps on her arm, she let the coals drop and began to cry. She looked at her arm, which bore the red marks of Mr. Payne's hand, and pitied it very much. But the slap did her good. It taught her to obey her mamma about the fire, and saved her from being burned up, as she certainly would have been if she had kept on playing with the coals. Mr. Payne soon went away, and he had hardly turned his back when Miss Joy peeped out of the closet where she had been hiding, and made such a funny little face that Susie could not help laughing, and her face was both wet with tears and shining with smiles. She kissed her mamma and put her arms around her neck, and her mamma kissed her and said, "Susie won't be naughty any more," and Susie smiled and said, "No, no." Chapter 4. Before Susie was old enough to understand what Mr. Ott said to her, he used to tell her mamma what she should do for her baby, and she would mind him directly. But as soon as Susie was able to listen, herself, to what he said, he came and lived in the nursery. and when she went to walk, he went with her, and when she played, he was near her. He never went to sleep, but was always wide awake, and you could not touch him with your little finger, no matter how softly, but he would start up to see what you meant. One day, when Susie was tired of playing with her toys, she began to look about the room for something new. There was an inkstand on the table, and she thought she would stand on tiptoe and get it. But her mamma saw what she was doing, and she said, "No, Susie, no! You must not touch my inkstand." Susie stopped a moment. "Don't touch it," said Mr. Ott. "I want it," said Susie. "I want it very much." She put her hand upon it again, and looked at her mamma to see what she would do. But her mamma could not do anything. She was lying sick in bed. "Is my little Susie going to mind me?" said she. Susie looked down and did not answer, but her little fingers were on the inkstand. "Oh, don't be naughty, Susie," said Mr. Ott. Then Susie looked up and smiled and ran away from the table. She felt very happy because she had been obedient. Miss Joy took hold of her hands and began to dance, and Mrs. Love kissed her and said, "Dear Susie, precious little Susie," a good many times. Do you know who was lying in the bed with her mamma? It was Robbie, Susie's little baby brother. 2 or 3 days after that, Susie did not feel well, and she thought she should like to sit in her mamma's lap and hear her sing. But there was Robbie lying upon it, taking up all the room. So she went up to him and pulled him by the frock and said, "Get down, boy." "He can't get down," said her mamma. "He's too little." Then Susie was angry, and she said to Robbie, "Go away, boy. Let Susie come up." And she lifted her hand and was just going to strike her little brother. But just then Mr. Ott said in quite a stern voice, "Susie." Then Susie stopped and listened. Her angry red face began to grow pleasant. She sat down on the rug at her mamma's feet and did not say another word. She had some teeth coming, and they made her feel almost sick, and always before this, if she did not feel well, she could sit in her mamma's lap and find comfort. While she was sitting on the floor, her mamma felt sorry for her, and longed to take her in her arms and kiss and soothe her. But now dear good old Aunt Patience came and sat down on the rug by Susie's side, and she took her little tired head right into her own kind bosom, wiped away all the tears, and said, "Never mind. By and by Robbie will go to sleep, and then it will be Susie's turn." And Susie looked up into her mamma's anxious face and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Never mind, Mamma." Chapter 5. When Susie went to bed at night, her mamma and Mrs. Love and the little angel Faith always went with her. Her mamma would kneel down with her, and Susie would fold her hands and pray to God to take care of her. And after she was in bed and the clothes were nicely tucked about her, Mrs. Love would kiss her, and then they would go downstairs, leaving her all alone with Faith. Sometimes Susie would fall asleep as soon as her head touched her pillow, and sometimes she would lie awake, thinking. One night, when she was about 3 years old, she awoke from a sound sleep, and felt very lonely. The room was dark and still, and she had a great mind to begin to scream and cry. But, just as she was opening her mouth, Mr. Ott said to her, "I wouldn't scream if I were you. It frightens your mamma, and you know she isn't very well." Then Susie only sat up in bed and looked about to see if her mamma were really not there. "What's the matter, Susie?" asked Faith, coming very near her and sitting down by her crib. "I'm afraid of the dark," said Susie. "Oh, I wouldn't be afraid," said Faith. "God can see right through the dark, and he can see you. He won't let anything hurt you." "How do you know?" "I know because you asked him to take care of you just before you went to sleep." "Do you think he heard me when I arsked him?" "Oh, yes. He can hear just as easy." Susie lay down and was silent a little while. But she still felt afraid. So she folded her hands together and said softly, "Oh, God, I am afraid of the dark. Please don't let it hurt me. I arsk you to take care of me. I arsk you to keep awake and take care of me. My mamma is not better enough to keep awake. Amen." Then Faith said, "I am sure God heard you. He will certainly take good care of you." So Susie began to leave off feeling afraid. She put her hand under her cheek, shut her eyes, and fell into a sweet sleep. When her mamma came up to bed, she stopped in the nursery to look at Susie, and she saw a sweet, peaceful smile on her face. "I wonder what she is dreaming about," thought she. In the morning, Robbie crept into her bed and kissed her till she awoke. "Oh, is that you, Robbie?" said she. "Nursey, Robbie creeped right over you into my crib. Isn't he a little dear? I couldn't get to sleep last night, and I couldn't, and at last God came and got me to sleep." "Oh, Susie," said Nurse. "Well, I thinked he came," said Susie. Chapter 6. It was Christmas Day and very cold. Susie and Miss Joy ran out of doors and threw snow at each other till their cheeks were like roses. Robbie sat in his high chair at the nursery window, and Susie threw little bits of snow up to him, and he kept trying to catch them. When Susie went in, she found Mrs. Love packing up baskets of good things to be sent away. There was one, not very large, but pretty heavy, full of sugar and tea for poor old Mrs. Haddentenny. "Oh, Mamma," said Susie, "I can lift this basket. I can carry it 4 miles." Her mamma laughed. "Well, I can carry it 3 miles," said Susie. Her mamma only smiled and kept on helping Mrs. Love fill the other baskets. "I could carry it as far as across the street," said Susie. "Yes, I suppose you could. And I do not know but I shall let you carry it," said Mrs. Love. "All myself?" "Yes, all yourself." Then Susie was delighted indeed. She ran upstairs to get her coat and hood, and while Nurse was putting them on, she said, "Oh, I'm going to carry a great big basket full of good things to a poor woman." "I too," said Robbie. "Oh, no, Robbie, you are not old enough. When you are as old as I am, then you shall go." "Oh, I suppose you lived in the Ark," said their nurse, patting her fat cheek. Then Susie ran downstairs, and they put the basket in her hands and told her to go straight across the street and round the corner, and the very first house would be Mrs. Haddentenny's. Susie had never been out alone in her life. She took up the basket and marched off, while they all watched her from the basement windows. The basket was heavy, but she did not mind that, because Miss Joy went with her and helped carry it. And then old Mrs. Haddentenny was waiting at the door, all ready to take it, for she knew it was coming, and she wished Susie a Merry Christmas, and said, "Now I mean to have a nice hot cup of tea for my Christmas." When Susie got home, Miss Joy could hardly let her stand still long enough to have her things taken off. "Oh, Mamma," said she, "it's nice to carry baskets to poor old women. It's better than hanging up stockings." "Indeed it is," said her mamma, "a great deal better. And I am going to send Robbie now to Mrs. Thankful's with ever so many things." "Robbie is too little," said Susie. "Don't be selfish, Susie," said Mr. Ott. Susie blushed. "He is too little," said she. "He never walked out in his life." "Oh, no, he isn't too little," said Mrs. Love. "He carries the Bible to his papa every morning at prayers, and he never is so happy as when he has something to give away. He is a sweet child, just as sweet as a lamb." "So he is," said Susie. "I'm glad he is going. He shall wear my mittens if he wants to, and I'll look out of the window and see him go." Then Mr. Ott smiled on Susie with such a smile that she really felt as if the sun had been shining down to warm her. "I begin to like Mr. Ott," thought she. "He is very pleasant." "On the whole, Susie, you may go with Robbie," said Mrs. Love. "You and nurse can carry the basket till you get to the house, and then you can give it to him." So Susie and Miss Joy scampered upstairs, and they told Robbie all about it, and Robbie put his arms round Susie's neck and kissed her, and when he gave the basket to Mrs. Thankful, his face had more than a basketful of delight in it, and Susie was the very happiest little girl you ever saw. Chapter 7. You may think that, after this, Susie did not wait for Mr. Ott to speak twice, but would mind his softest whisper. But the very next day, as she and Robbie were playing together, and Miss Joy was helping them build a house, a very sad affair happened, about which I will tell you. Robbie was a little bit of a rogue, and he liked to tease, as most boys do. He would come behind Susie and kiss her neck, and then run off and hide behind his nurse, who sat there at work. Then Susie would pretend to be quite angry, and would throw a block after him, and make believe cry. Then Robbie would creep out, softly, and kiss her again, or perhaps throw the block back at Susie. Now, as Susie was 2 years older than Robbie, she could throw the block in such a way as not to hit him. But Robbie could not throw so well, and pretty soon he threw a large block right into her face. The moment she felt it, Susie flew into a great rage, and caught up the first thing that she could find to throw at Robbie, who was so frightened that he could not speak or move. "Stop, stop," said Mr. Ott. "Don't hurt your dear little brother. He was only playing." "I won't stop," said Susie. "He is a naughty, wicked boy. He hurted me on purpose." "Do you know that God is looking right at your little angry face?" said Mr. Ott. "I don't care," said Susie, and was just going to throw at Robbie a great heavy wooden ball that she had snatched up in her anger, when she felt her hand seized from behind. She looked up and saw her mamma's grieved face. "Go into the closet," said Mr. Ott. "Go, before your mamma has to bid you. You are not fit to stay here." Then Susie got up, sorrowfully, and went into the closet and shut the door. No dear Mrs. Love, no laughing Miss Joy went with her. She felt as if her heart would break. "Oh, what a naughty little girl you are," said Mr. Ott. "Do you think God loved you when you were so angry? Do you think the dear holy children up in heaven do so?" "No," said Susie. "I don't think God loves me. I am very naughty. I will ask him to forgive me." Then she knelt down and clasped her hands and said, "Oh God, you are a good God. I love you, good God. I am sorry I was naughty. I hope you won't say I can't come into heaven. I want to come in, really." Her mamma listened at the door and heard her sobbing. "Susie," said she, "do you want to come out?" "No, mamma," said Susie. "I am not better enough yet." Then she heard her mamma going away from the closet door, and it was very silent in the nursery, for Robbie had been carried downstairs. But Susie was not all alone. Aunt Patience was with her in the dark closet, and so was the little angel, Faith. "I am the naughtiest child in the world," said Susie. "But God loves you, and He will forgive you," said Faith. "Are there any children in heaven who used to be as naughty as I am?" "I don't know," said Faith. "You might ask your mother." Then Susie burst into tears again. "I don't believe there are," said she. "But God can make you good," said Faith. "Yes, but it takes time," said Aunt Patience. "You must keep trying, and keep praying, and by, you'll be an angel," said Faith. "Susie," said her mamma, "are you good now?" "Yes, Mamma, I guess I'm getting good," said Susie in a little meek voice. Then her mamma opened the door and took her in her arms and kissed her, and Robbie came and laid his little sunny head on her lap, and said, for he only knew a few words, "My Susie." And Susie began to cry again. "Mamma," said she at last, "do you think there are any children in heaven as naughty as I am?" "Yes," said her mamma, "I think there are a great many." "How did they get there?" "Jesus carried them. He loves to forgive little children, and they are not naughty after they get there." Then the little angel Faith smiled and was pleased, and Susie said in her heart, "I will try to be good and mind God. I am sorry I was angry. I will try to be like Jesus." By this time she looked pale and tired, and Mrs. Love pitied her. She sat rocking her in her lap till she fell asleep, and her mamma watched her and prayed for her silently in her heart. Nobody heard her but God. She was asking Him to forgive her poor little Susie and make her gentle and mild like Jesus. Chapter 8. One very cold day, about 2 months after Christmas, Susie was playing with a little village. Her mamma noticed that every time any of the things fell down, she gave a little impatient cry. "I'm afraid Susie isn't well," said she to herself. Towards night, Susie put her hand up to her head and cried out, "Oh, my head, my head!" Her mamma took her up and felt of her hands. They were very hot. She saw that her face was quite red. "I will put your feet in hot water," said she, "and you shall go to bed, and perhaps you will feel better by and by." So she carried Susie up into the nursery and soaked her feet, and after she had put her into her crib, she said, "Now I am going to give you a ride into my room. You are going to sleep by me tonight." Susie tried to smile, but she felt too sick. Her mamma felt very uneasy, but she went to the washstand and wet a cloth in water to lay on Susie's head. When Susie saw what she was going to do, she said, "I wouldn't do so, dear." She was so sick that she called her mamma dear. "It may make your head feel better," said her mamma. "Well," said Susie. But in the morning she was a great deal sicker, and her papa went to good Dr. Merton and said to him, "My little Susie is very sick. I wish you would come and see her." When Dr. Merton came, he said to Susie, "Where do you feel sick, Susie?" "Everywhere," said Susie. "My head feels sick, and my arms feel sick, and I have been slapped all over." She meant that she felt sore and tired. "I think she will have a fever," said the doctor. Then he told her mamma what to do for her, and went away. After he had gone, the little angel Faith went up to Susie, and they whispered together some time. The next day Susie said to her mamma, "If I get much sicker, I think I shall die." "Do you want to die, dear Susie?" said her mamma. "My poor little head won't ache up there. My lips won't be sore up there. I shall never be naughty up there." "Would you go and leave poor mamma?" It hurt Susie to turn over. She had been lying with her face to the wall, but she now turned over, stretched out her hand, and said, "I will let you go with me, you dear little mamma." Then her mamma could not help crying. She said to herself, "I love my little Susie dearly. I don't know what I should do if she should die, but she would be very happy in heaven. I will ask God to do just as he thinks best." Then she heard Susie and Faith talking to each other. "If I go to heaven, I shall see Jesus," said Susie. "And your dear grandmamma, too." "Yes, and my little cunning little Uncle Robbie." "And perhaps God will let you come flying down to get the souls of little dead babies and carry them up to heaven." "Mamma, I am very tired," said Susie. "Oh, so tired." Then Aunt Patience came and stood by the crib, and never moved away for many weeks. She bathed Susie's hot head. She helped her bear the hard pain. She made her try to comfort her mamma. "Mamma, don't you want to lie down? Mamma, don't I tire you?" Susie would ask many times every day. "Mamma, are you too tired to wet my lips?" At last the doctor said one morning, "Susie is better. She is going to get well." And as he was going downstairs he met Sarah, the cook, who looked at him as much as to say, "How is she?" "She is better," said the doctor. "Oh, I'm so glad," said Sarah, "for she has been so patient. You can't think." And Sarah put her apron right over her head and began to cry. The next day Robbie was allowed to come in and look at Susie. He did not know what had become of her. He stood on tiptoe and peeped at her through the bars of her crib, and made signs to her to get up and play with him. Miss Joy had been away on a journey all the time Susie had been sick, but now she came back, bag and baggage, with ever so many toys and books that she had been saving till Susie got well. She peeped through the bars too, and smiled, and Susie smiled and held out her hand as much as to say, "How do you do, Miss Joy? Where have you been?" "Oh, I always go away when you are in trouble," said Miss Joy. "Then you are not so good as Mrs. Love," said Susie, "for she never goes away or leaves me when I am sick." Chapter 9. While Susie was sick, her mamma and Mrs. Love and Aunt Patience never left her. They were all the time doing something to comfort her. But now she was getting well fast, and felt very weak and tired, and Aunt Patience often went away, and then Susie would cry and fret, and make her mamma take her up and lay her down, and carry her about all day long. She would not let her go out of her sight without crying. Now you must not blame her for this. You must remember how feeble she was, and how sick she had been. And don't you know how you behaved when you had the measles? One morning Susie's mamma put a pillow in a low chair, and took her up and dressed her in a pink dressing gown that she had made on purpose for her to wear when she was sick. Then she combed her hair. Most of it had been cut off when Susie was sick, and what little was left was all matted together. Then she placed the small table that Susie had for her last birthday present in front of the chair, and on the table she put a cup and saucer, a plate, a teapot, a cream pitcher, and a sugar bowl. These had just been brought to Susie by a kind friend who did not know she had been sick. Susie looked at her mamma as she moved about, getting her breakfast ready, but did not say a word. She could not talk half so much now as she could before the fever left her, for she was very weak. At last her mamma said, "Susie, why don't you ask me where this pretty tea set came from?" "I don't know," said Susie faintly. "Oh, you are too tired to talk, darling. Mamma did not know how weak you were. You shall have your breakfast, then you will feel better." So some nice soft toast was brought in, and Susie ate a large slice, and then another small slice, and drank 2 cups of milk and water. By that time she was so refreshed that she began to admire her new cups and saucers, and she wanted Robbie to come in and see them. Robbie came in with Susie's great doll in his arms. Susie seemed glad to see her doll once more, and in the course of the day she played a little with it. So the next day her mamma said to her, "Now, my dear little Susie, I want you to spare mamma a little while. I want to go and see Mrs. Wilson, whose baby is very sick. You can have Dolly get into bed with you. I won't be gone long." On hearing this, Susie began to cry. "Susie, dear, if you were very sick and going to die, don't you think Mrs. Wilson would come to see me?" "Would it comfort you if she came?" "Yes, it would. And I want to go and comfort her, because pretty soon she won't have any little baby." "Let your mamma go, Susie, like a good girl," said Mrs. Love. "I'll stay with you while she has gone." "Yes," said Mr. Ott, "let her go." "Do go, dear mamma," said Susie. "I know you won't be gone long from your sick child." Her mamma smiled, and Mr. Ott said to her, "Susie, you and I are getting to be very good friends. One of these days, if you have a little Susie of your own, I will be her friend too, and will help her to be a comfort to you." Susie smiled, and began to think so hard about having a little Susie of her own, that she was surprised when her mamma came back to see her so soon. "Did you see the little baby, mamma?" "Yes, I saw it. It is very sick. It is going to die." "When it is dead, will they bury it in the ground?" "Yes, darling." "And then will they go home and leave it all alone?" "Susie, I once read a very sweet sentence about that. I will repeat it to you. It is not we that go home and leave our friends behind. No, it is they that are gone to the better home and left us behind. That dear little baby will get home before its mamma." "Home to heaven," said the angel Faith, drawing nigh. "I should think it would be pretty glad when it got there," said Susie. "I suppose it would be looking round to see if Mr. Payne had got to heaven too. And when it found he hadn't, it would be pretty glad." Chapter 10. Though Susie was now able to be dressed every day, she was still feeble, and her mamma spent most of the time in amusing her. Sometimes she held her in her arms and sang all sorts of funny things out of Mother Goose to make her laugh. Sometimes she told her stories about what she used to do when she was a little girl. And sometimes they would get to talking and laughing about Miss Joy, Mrs. Love, and Susie's other teachers. One day Susie was more restless than usual. She did not like to lie in bed or to sit up. She was tired of being rocked and of being drawn about the room in her little carriage. "Mamma," said she, "don't you remember how Uncle Henny used to carry Robbie right in his hands?" "With Robbie's head leaning against his breast? Yes, I remember. Do you think it would rest you if I should carry you so?" "Yes, mamma, if you feel better enough." Then her mamma made a chair of her 2 hands, and Susie sat on the chair with her head leaning back. It felt very comfortable. "I've carried you and Robbie a good many miles in this way," said her mamma. "Both at once?" "Oh, no, one at a time, when you were babies, and it was in the night when other folks were asleep." "Tell me more, dear mamma." "Did I ever tell you about the catnip tea that I scalded my hands with? Oh, then I must tell you now. Robbie was not well. Mr. Payne was hurting him." "Oh, did Robbie have a Mr. Payne?" said Susie. "Yes, he had him indeed. Well, Robbie was to have some catnip tea, and I put it on the fire to warm. And while it was warming I kept rocking Robbie and singing to him, and all at once he fell asleep. Just then the catnip tea began to boil. I looked at Robbie to see if it would do to lay him down, and found he was only half asleep. While I waited, the tea kept boiling, and I began to be afraid it would boil over and put out my fire. Then I looked at Robbie, and he began to open his eyes. I was sure he would wake up and cry if I tried to lay him down, and I was afraid to take the catnip tea off the fire because it was so hot, and I had only one hand to do it with. You know Robbie lay on the other arm. But at last, just as it was going to boil over, I took hold of the cup and was lifting it gently off the fire, when Robbie woke up and gave my hand a little jerk, so that the hot tea flew all over it. How did it feel? Not very nice. Mr. Payne made my fingers smart. Oh, did you have a Mr. Payne, Mamma? Yes, I had one, and I've a Mr. Payne now. He's pushing a pin right into my side, just under your head. If you could move your head a little bit, I could get it out. Susie moved her head, and the pin was pulled out. By this time she felt quite rested. She had forgotten all her discomfort. It doesn't take much to amuse little folks. If you had a Mr. Payne, I suppose you had a Mr. Ott, said Susie. Did you like him, Mamma? I don't think I liked him very well at first, but that was because I did not know him. I suppose you always minded him. No, I remember very well that I often disobeyed him, and then he used to follow me about and would not give me any peace. Mamma, cried Susie, sitting up quite straight, don't you wish you was a little girl like me? And then we could play together with my blocks. You could hand me the blocks, and I could build a house with them. Oh, if you feel able to build a house, I can hand you the blocks. If I were a little girl, perhaps we should quarrel. Perhaps I should want you to hand me the blocks and let me build the house. Susie smiled. She felt a great deal better. The walking and the talking had rested her. And now it was time for her dinner, and Nurse came in to bring it. Robbie came too, and while Susie was eating her chicken broth, he watched her, and looked as if he wanted some too. Give him a little, do, said Mrs. Love. It isn't good for him, said Susie. I'm afraid it would hurt him. Oh, let him have one taste, do. It would burn his mouth. You might blow it, then. I don't believe he wants any. All this time, Susie kept eating as fast as she could, and wishing Robbie would go away and not stand there, looking so good and lovely. But it wouldn't do. There, he shall have some, little dear, she said at last, and she held out her spoon, and Robbie opened his rosy mouth just like a young bird while she fed him, and she felt as happy as if she were the great mother bird, and not just little Susie Miller. Chapter 11. It was cold, wintry weather when Susie was taken sick, but it was beginning to be spring when she was well enough to go out of doors. Her papa would not trust anyone else to take her the first time she rode out. He put her, on a pillow, into her little carriage, and drew her round the square. By the time they got back to the house again, Susie was so tired that she wanted to go in. But the next day she rode round the square twice, and her papa carried her in his arms up and down the yard besides. As she lay with her head on his shoulder, she often said, "Do I tire you, dear papa?" And then he would laugh and say she didn't weigh so much as a little kitten, and he could carry a big kitten all day. "Papa," said Susie at last, "Mamma says Mr. Payne has made me a pretty long visit." "Yes, it was pretty long." "Don't you hope he never will come again, papa?" "I don't know. He has taught my little Susie so many good lessons that I shall want him to come and teach me next news." Susie thought this very funny. "Why, what could he teach you, papa? Don't you know everything?" "Oh, he might teach me to think of other people more than of myself. If my papa were carrying me about, he might put it into my head to ask him every now and then, 'Don't I tire you?'" "Papa, you are a funny man," said Susie. "You are almost as funny as Mamma." "I'm a pretty good horse, I think," said her papa. "See how I can trot." Susie laughed and looked up to the nursery window to see if Robbie were in sight. Yes, there was his little smiling face close to the glass. "Oh, papa, put me down now, please, papa, and give Robbie a ride. Robbie has got 4 great big teeth coming, and he doesn't feel nice at all." Her papa kissed her and carried her upstairs, and she sat in Robbie's chair and looked down into the yard and saw her papa be a horse and trot up and down with the merry little fellow on his back. She felt very happy indeed, because she had given him so much pleasure. But she was tired, and her head ached a little. "My headache aches," said she to nurse. "I should think it would, with that thick hood on this warm day. You are nothing but a big bundle. Come, I'll take off your things, and you shall sit in my lap, and let me see, what shall I do? Oh, I'll tell you about Robbie." "What about him?" asked Susie. "Why, how he behaved when you were sick. Don't you think he wouldn't eat anything at first? He would go and get your chair ready for you, and climb up into his, and then he would sit waiting for you to come. His dinner would get as cold as a stone before he would touch it. One day he slipped into your mamma's room and tried to pull you out of your crib, and when he found you took no notice of him, he came back and got the hearth brush and tried to get you up by pushing it through the bars." "I suppose he thought I was a ball," said Susie. "I dare say he did," said nurse, "for he always gets his ball from under the sofa with the hearth brush." "Can't you think of something else?" asked Susie. "Why, yes," said nurse. "I was going to ask you if you wouldn't like to come back and get your dinner and supper with him. He grieves so for you." "On my little table?" "Yes." "With my new cups and saucers?" "He would break my new cups and saucers all to pieces." "Well, it's no matter. I only thought, as he is such a little dear, and his teeth tease him so." "Such a sweet little darling," said Mrs. Love. "That you would like to come back and eat with him," said nurse. "Well, I will," said Susie. "I'll come back to supper, and I'll let him pour out tea, and I'll let him sit on my cushion." "You see he is such a little fellow," said Mrs. Love, "and so good and gentle, and he loves you so dearly." So Susie told her mamma she was going to eat with Robbie now, and for answer she got a sweet kiss. It was not long before Susie became strong enough to go with her mamma into the country, where she stayed all summer, and grew quite plump and rosy. Robbie and Mrs. Love and Miss Joy and Mr. Ott and the angel Faith went too, but they were not sure whether Mr. Payne went or not. Susie said she saw his rod in her mamma's trunk, but she might have been mistaken, you know. End of Little Susie's 6 Teachers, first series, by Elizabeth Prentice. Read by Darvinia.
Ode to Spring 64 by Bill at the Oilers' End. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Ode to Spring 64. Oh, welcome, young princess, thou sweetest of doubters, and first bloomin' issue at Kink 64, with your brow decked with gems of purest of waters, that tells us the sire stern winter is o'er. We hail the approach with balm-spangled banners, the plant and sapling await the command, and nature herself to show her good manners, near spreads a green mantle all o'er land. That pays in tortured, in garden and grotto, where sweet vegetation and none will adorn, that smiles on the Lord no more than the cotter, for the meanest of subjects that never did scorn. O hasten to labour, ye wise, o be going. These words they're born on wings of the wind, that bids us be early i plowing and sowing, for him it neglects they'll leave him behind. End of Ode to Spring 64 by Bill of the Oilers' End. Read by Dark Moon.
On a Young Lady's 6th Anniversary by Catherine Mansfield. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Young Lady's 6th Anniversary. Baby babbles, only one, now to sit up has begun. Little Babbles quite turned 2, walks as well as I and you. And Miss Babbles 1, 2, 3, has a teaspoon at her tea. But Her Highness at 4 learns to open the front door. And Her Majesty, now 6, can her shoestring neatly fix. Babbles, Babbles, have a care, you will soon put up your hair. End of On a Young Lady's 6th Anniversary by Catherine Mansfield. Recording by Gabrielle C.
On this day I complete my 36th year, by George Gordon Lord Byron. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 'Tis time this heart should be unmoved, since others it hath ceased to move. Yet, though I cannot be beloved, still let me love. My days are in the yellow leaf, the flowers and fruits of love are gone, the worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. The fire that on my bosom preys is lone as some volcanic isle, no torch is kindled at its blaze, a funeral pile. The hope, the fear, the jealous care, the exalted portion of the pain and power of love I cannot share, but wear the chain. But 'tis not thus, and 'tis not here, such thoughts should shake my soul, nor now, where glory decks the hero's bier, or binds his brow. The sword, the banner, and the field, glory and Greece, around me see. The Spartan, borne upon his shield, was not more free. Awake! Not Greece, she is awake. Awake, my spirit, think through whom Thy life-blood tracks its parent lake, and then strike home. Tread those reviving passions down, unworthy manhood, Unto thee indifferent should the smile or frown of beauty be. If thou regret'st thy youth, why live? The land of honorable death is here. Up to the field and give away thy breath. Seek out, less often sought than found, a soldier's grave, for thee the best, then look around and choose thy ground, and take thy rest. At Missolonghi, January 22, 1824. End of On This Day I Complete My 36th Year, by George Gordon, Lord Byron.
De ontvluchtingsgeschiedenis van een zestal zwaar veroordeelden uit de gevangenis van Leeuwarden. Ingesproken ter gelegenheid van de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnames zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. Gelezen door Anna Simon. De ontvluchtingsgeschiedenis van een zestal zwaar veroordeelden uit de gevangenis te Leeuwarden. Een halve eeuw geleden had er in Friesland een stoute ontvluchting plaats van enige der zwaarst veroordeelde gevangenen die in het tuchthuis te Leeuwarden zaten opgesloten. Allen waren ze veroordeeld tot plusminus 20 jaar gevangenisstraf, enkelen wegens moord. Zoals men weet staat in de hoofdstad van Friesland de grote gevangenis waarin uit het gehele land de mannelijke gevangenen die tot een tuchthuisstraf van meer dan 5 jaar veroordeeld zijn, hun straf moeten uitzitten. Dus ook de levenslang veroordeelden huizen binnen hare muren. Het zijn dus de beste broeders niet, welke in dit tuchthuis een groot deel van hun mislukt leven moeten doorbrengen, zodat het alleszins begrijpelijk is dat de zucht om de vrijheid te erlangen bij vele van hare bewoners steeds een onderwerp van gedachten uitmaakt, en slechts wacht op de gelegenheid om hun wensen in daden te kunnen omzetten. Doch het feit dat alle pogingen tot uitbraak, sedert die welke op de volgende bladzijde beschreven wordt, steeds in het allereerste begin van uitvoering gestuit zijn, toont aan hoe uiterst moeilijk het is om te ontsnappen, en dit relaas hoe even moeilijk het is om als ontsnapte op vrije voeten te blijven. Deze uitbraak, welke indertijd zoveel van zich heeft doen spreken, is thans zo goed als in het vergeetboek. Indertijd is de sensationele gebeurtenis bij stukken en brokken gepubliceerd zonder enige samenhang. We hebben nu de opvolgende feiten aaneengeschakeld tot een geheel. De geschiedenis toch is enig in haar soort en even bijzonder als zeldzaam. Het was in een vroege morgen van de 15 juni 1868, dus midzomer en heel vroeg, dat iemand op de grenzen van Leeuwarden 2 verdachte personen uit de stad zag gaan, die bijzondere haast schenen te hebben. Hun uitzicht en kleding, gevoegd bij de ongewone spoed, waren zo verdacht dat hij terstond de nachtpolitie in kennis stelde met wat hij gezien had, als zijn vermoeden te kennen gevende dat het wel ontvluchte gevangenen konden zijn. Onmiddellijk werd de zaak onderzocht en bleek het vermoeden volkomen waar te zijn. Dra ontdekte men aan het tuchthuis dat niet 2, maar 6 van de zwaarst veroordeelden zich die nacht uit de voeten hadden gemaakt. De kooien waren ledig, de gevaarlijke vogels gevlogen. Hoe deze ontvluchting mogelijk was, kon niemand zich verklaren. Men stond voor een raadsel. 'S Avonds tevoren waren de gevangenen door de bewaarders elk afzonderlijk opgesloten in alkoven met stevige ijzeren sluitingen. Die alkoven bevonden zich op de bovenverdieping van het nieuwe gebouw. Al de sluitingen hadden ze verbroken, doch eenmaal uit de kooien waren ze nog slechts op de naar alle zijden goed gesloten bovenzaal, en door de deuren was alzo niet te ontkomen. Hoe een uitweg te vinden? Met een of ander werktuig, een raadsel alweer hoe dit onder hun bereik kwam, gelukte het hun een opening in de zolder van de slaapzaal te maken. Hierdoor gekropen bevonden ze zich op de zolder en wisten daar te verbreken de sluiting van een dakvenster. Door dit venster kwamen ze op het dak van het gebouw. Doch nu werd de zaak lastiger, aangezien beneden hen een schildwacht stond geposteerd met geladen geweer. Het was tussen 1 en 2 uur in de nacht. De stad lag nog in diepe rust, maar lang tijd hadden ze niet meer om onopgemerkt beneden en naar buiten in veiligheid te komen. Om aan de schildwacht te ontsnappen, beproefden ze het dak van een tweede gebouw te bereiken. Daarin slaagden ze, weder naar wens, doch het zwaarste stuk bleef nog immer om beneden en over de gracht te komen, waardoor de gevangenis is ingesloten. De meester uitbrekers hadden dit geval voorzien en mitsdien een touw medegebracht, dat hier een onmisbaar vereiste mocht heten. Hoe ze aan dat touw waren gekomen? Ze hadden het zelf in hun vrije uren gemaakt van garen, dat bleek gestolen te zijn uit de werkplaats waar ze daags arbeidden. Die arbeid zal hebben bestaan in weven of spinnen. Gedachtig aan het alle dagen een draadje, hadden ze samen 45 strengen garen weten meester te worden en daaruit het touw samengesteld, sterk genoeg om er man voor man aan te kunnen hangen en lang genoeg om tot de grond te reiken, zelfs al zouden ze zich moeten laten zakken van het hoge dak van het hoofdgebouw. Met het ene einde stevig vastgemaakt aan een ijzeren bout van het dakvenster, zal het vermoedelijk Schultz zijn geweest, een 26-jarige Zwitser, laatst te Harderwijk woonachtig, die zich het eerst heeft neergelaten aan het touw. Het was een steile hoogte en beneden hem bevond zich de diepe gracht die nog overgezwommen moest worden om vaste grond onder de voeten te krijgen. Goed overleg is het halve werk. Het touw was zo lang genomen dat het niet alleen tot in de gracht kon reiken, maar ook nog kon dienen als reddingsmiddel als het zwemmen gevaar mocht opleveren. De zwemmer had het om de middel gebonden. Bovendien had hij zich van zijn kleren ontdaan. Waarom, zullen we nader zien. Toen hij goed en wel beneden en over was, nam hij het touw en knoopte het vast aan een der aldaar staande bomen. Zijne makkers konden zich nu maar van de hoogte als langs een hellend vlak naar beneden laten glijden. Alle 5 kwamen ze niet alleen behouden, maar, en daarom had de eerste zich ontkleed en door de anderen zijne kleren mee laten nemen, ook droog over, wat voor hen van veel belang kon heten. Weinig uitzicht toch bestond er om de doornatte plunje te kunnen verwisselen en onderdak zou de eerstvolgende nachten ook niet wel gevraagd kunnen worden. Wie zou het hun willen verlenen, want de ontvluchting moest spoedig ruchtbaar worden, uren ver in het rond. Het stond dus zo goed als vast dat ze onder de blote hemel een liggerplaats moesten zoeken. Het stoute en wel overlegde waagstuk was tot dusver alzo met het gewenste succes bekroond. Zo wel geslaagd was de uitvoering geweest dat geen der medegevangenen, geen der 27 bewakers en geen der schildwachten iets van de ontvluchting hadden gemerkt. Was de vrijheid nu al veroverd, toch bleven van alle zijden gevaren dreigen, klimmend bij de naderende dageraad. Kennelijk lag in de afspraak om niet bijeen te blijven en niet allen dezelfde weg te gaan. Ze scheidden reeds in de stad en zo togen enkelen naar het zuiden en zetten de anderen koers naar het oosten, naar de bossen, zeker in de hoop op die wijze het spoedigst over de grenzen te zullen komen. De eerste nacht konden ze onmogelijk een grote afstand afleggen. Zodra het licht aan de kimmen rees, was het hun geraden schuil te gaan, want aller oog zou hen zoeken en ieder hen terstond kunnen herkennen aan hun tuchthuiskleding. De wouden genaderd, een paar uur van Leeuwarden, zochten de meesten een goed heenkomen in de bossen of roggevelden, om er de volgende nacht af te wachten, de vriend van boosdoeners en rovers. Die hierin slaagden, konden tevreden zijn. Doch 2 anderen waren minder gelukkig. O.A. hij die op de grens der stad nog gezien was, gelijk vroeger vermeld is. Direct na de ontdekking der ontvluchting, dus heel in de vroegte, togen naar alle zijden de gewapende dienstknechten der justitie uit, om de gevaarlijke booswichten, mocht het zijn ten spoedigste, weder onschadelijk te maken. Uren in de omtrek werd het grote nieuws als in een ommezien verbreid, en ieder die ervan hoorde werd een helper der politie. Niemand op weg, veld of akker, of hij hield een oog in het zeil en toonde op zijn hoede te zijn. De boosdoeners waren van de gevaarlijkste soort, in de kracht des levens. De oudste telde 35, de jongste nauwelijks 26 jaren. Daarbij hadden ze gebrek aan alles. De vluchteling die zuidwaarts was getogen, bevond zich in de ongunstigste conditie. Geen bos of iets van dien aard in de naaste omgeving der stad waar hij zich kon verstoppen. Nauwelijks in de buurt van Gautum gekomen, werd hij reeds gezien door de boeren die gingen maaien, hooien of melken, en zodra hoorden ze niet van de ontvluchting of ze zetten de vreemdeling na, die, draaggevat, weder naar Leeuwarden werd teruggebracht. Het was Christoffel Veldink. Een tweede, Hendrik Hulsbeek geheten, verging het nog ongelukkiger. Na een zware worsteling werd hij door de boeren onder Rijperkerk overmeesterd. Stevig gebonden werd hij door de boeren op een platte wagen gezet en zo fluks naar de hoofdstad gereden, waar hij zich evenals Veldink met reden kon beklagen over zijn kortstondige en met zoveel moeite en gevaren verkregen vrijheid. Het was hem aan te zien dat hij zich duchtig in de wanhopige strijd had geweerd. Zo ging de eerste dag voorbij. De nacht verscheen en in heel Friesland, vooral in de wouden, bevond zich menigeen die met meer zorg dan gewoonlijk 's avonds bij het te rusten gaan sloten en grendels inspecteerde. En niet zonder reden. De zich schuilhoudende en voor niets terugdeintende boosdoeners moesten van de nacht profiteren om hun slag te slaan. De honger moest hen als de wolven uit hunne holen drijven. Ook aan andere kleding hadden ze behoefte om verder te kunnen trekken. Wel waren de signalementen van het gevaarlijke viertal overal kwistig verspreid en was heel de rijks- en gemeenteveldwacht de ganse dag ijverig in de weer geweest om ze op te sporen, doch vruchteloos. Niet de minste aanwijzing had men gevonden, en wat gaven de signalementen bij donker? Men duchtte zeker inbraak en diefstal, doch in welke buurt en bij wien? Dat viel niet te gissen. Men had geen enkel spoor. De morgen daagde, en wat men gevreesd had, was bewaarheid geworden. Als een lopend vuurtje verspreidde zich de veel geruchtmakende tijding dat in de verlopen nacht was ingebroken bij de landbouwer Wiltje Bottema onder Roodkerk. Even brutaal en talentvol als de uitbraak der ontvluchten was deze inbraak geweest. Behoedzaam had men de luiken en vensters verbroken en in de kamer gekomen het aldaar staande kabinet geforceerd en geopend en daaruit ontvreemd 80 gulden aan contanten, een gouden oorijzer, een zilveren tabaksdoos, een dito horloge, mans lijfdracht, linnengoed enzovoort, zonder dat de bewoners die in de kamer sliepen iets hadden gemerkt. Ja, zelfs had men, om tot het kabinet te kunnen komen, een wieg moeten verzetten waarin een zuigeling lag te slapen. Deze kleine was gelukkig blijven doorslapen. Gelukkig, want waren de bewoners gewekt geworden door het schreien van het kind, mogelijk zou een strijd op leven of dood zijn gevolgd en Bottema en de zijnen zouden wellicht de kamp hebben verloren. Eerst bij het ontwaken alzo werd de inbraak en diefstal ontdekt. Dat de ontvluchten uit de gevangenis de daders moesten zijn, was direct het algemeen vermoeden. En waren het deze geweest, dan hadden ze nu geld en goed. Ze konden van kleren verwisselen en met minder vrees voor ontdekking de wijde wereld ingaan. Maar ook voor de justitie had deze inbraak een lichtzijde. Men had nu een meer zeker spoor om te zoeken. In de buurt van het diefstal moesten de boeven zich wel ophouden. De nachten waren te kort om te voet ver weg te komen zonder opgemerkt te worden. Paarden werden er gelukkig niet uit de weide vermist. Daarop alleen zou het nog mogelijk zijn geweest dat men de grenzen had kunnen bereiken. Want dat de uitbrekers zich zouden beijveren om over de oostgrens zich aan een directe vervolging te onttrekken, daaraan werd niet getwijfeld. Doch waarschijnlijk zal de kunst van paardrijden hen wel vreemd zijn geweest, anders waren mogelijk dat middel niet onopgemerkt gebleven en ongebruikt gelaten. Of ze moeten, en met enige reden, bevreesd zijn geweest dat paarden die niet bestemd zijn om onder de man bereden te worden, wel in de allereerste plaats de aandacht op de ruiters moest vestigen, te meer waar te paard wel van de hoofdwegen gebruik gemaakt moest worden en zich verschuilen voor dreigend gevaar onmogelijk mocht heten. Doch ze hadden het met paard en wagen kunnen proberen. Zeker heeft hen daartoe de kans ontbroken. Een macht van politie trok naar de omstreken van Roodkerk en ook de bevolking was overal ijverig mee in de weer om te zoeken en te speuren. Men had nu een vast punt van operatie en een formele jacht op grote schaal organiseerde zich als vanzelve. Aan het hoofd plaatste zich de burgemeester van Tjitjerkstradeel, die een beroep had gedaan op de landlieden om met vorken, spaden en geweren op het appel te verschijnen. Goed gewapend toog alzo een grote menigte op verkenning uit. Een kleine aanwijzing werd daar verkregen. Bij het dagen van de morgen hadden 2 grasmaaiers op de grens van Rinse-Mageest een gesprek afgeluisterd en iemand in gebroken Duits horen roemen de heerlijke smaak van Groninger koek. Nu bevond zich onder de vluchtelingen een Duitser en bij de inbraak te Roodkerk bleek ook te zijn ontvreemd een Groninger koek. Verder vond men niet ver van Bottema's woning de kleren van 2 der gevangenen. Voor deze beiden stond het dus zo goed als vast dat zij aan de inbraak schuldig waren en zich in de omtrek moesten schuilhouden. Onvoorzichtig mag het dan ook van deze heten, wetende hoe hun spoor ogenblikkelijk gevolgd zou worden, dat zij de oude plunje niet afdoende hebben verstopt. De gehele morgen werd rusteloos gespeurd in bossen en korenvelden, tot eindelijk in de namiddag enig spoor werd gevonden, twelk eindelijk tot de ontdekking leidde. Alle 4 lagen ze bijeen, de lang gezochten, slapend en vermoeid, doch onraad vernemende zetten ze het op een loopen. De Duitser, Willem Spelleken van Roeroord, was dra uit het gezicht, doch zijn kameraden bleken minder vlug ter been. Hoewel niet zonder moeite werden ze achterhaald en gevat. Hun verzet was niet zo geweldig als vermoed had mogen worden. Ze bleken trouwens zeer afgemat. Waarlijk geen wonder, als men bedenkt dat ze zeker weinig of geen voedsel hadden gebruikt en dun gekleed als ze waren, onder de blote hemel in het veld hadden moeten overnachten. Zwaar geboeid liet het drietal zich gewillig leiden naar de Hoge Brug, waar de Dokkumer trekschuit naar Leeuwarden werd opgewacht om daarmee naar de hoofdstad te gaan. In deze schuit kregen de gevangenen plaats naast hunne bewakers, doch deze verdienen al evenmin een woord van lof als de bewakers van het tuchthuis. Niet ver van Leeuwarden toch wist de 30-jarige Heinrich Schultz, vroeger reeds genoemd, nog aan zijn geleiders te ontsnappen. Door een der openingen van de kajuit vond hij een uitweg naar buiten en kwam natuurlijk in de diepe trekvaart terecht. De politie waagde het niet hem langs dezelfde en ongewone weg te volgen, en de schuit met het paard ervoor was niet voldoende vlug te stoppen om gelegenheid te geven direct weer de hand op de stoute vluchteling te leggen. Doch Schultz, mogelijk vertrouwend op zijn zwemkunst, had buiten de boeien gerekend waarmee zijn handen waren vastgeklonken. Hij bleek machteloos, en wel keerde terstond de schuit terug om te helpen en staken hulpvaardigen in bootjes van de walzijde hem de reddende hand toe, doch te laat. De jongeling verdronk, ver van zijn vaderland, als misdadiger. Of er deernis was bij de menigte toen zijn lijk een ogenblik later werd opgehaald, wie zal het zeggen? Zeker is dat de meest beruchte van het zestal ontvluchten, de 28-jarige Amsterdammer Johann Coenraad van Schenk, een moordenaar, zo diep bewogen bleek met het lot van zijn trouwe makker in het lief en leed der laatste dagen, dat hij schreide als een kind. "'T was mijn vriend," sprak hij meewarig en aangedaan. Weinig, zeer weinig had het gescheeld of Schultz zou zijn vrijheid opnieuw hebben veroverd door zijn wanhopige moed. Toen het lijk in de schuit werd opgehaald, bleek het dat de drenkeling zijn boeien reeds had verbroken en dus de armen vrij had om naar de wal te zwemmen. Doch uitgeput als hij was, faalde het hem aan kracht om de dood te ontkomen. Ook zou het twijfelachtig genoemd mogen worden, indien het de zwaar vermoeide man al gelukt was de overzijde der vaart te bereiken, of hij dan in staat geweest zou zijn in zijn natte plunje zijn vele vervolgers met enige kans op succes te kunnen ontlopen. Het kon slechts uitstel van executie zijn. Evenwel, het was een nieuw stukje van bravoer en handigheid, en als het niet betrof een uit de aard der zaak met alle beschikbare krachten te verhinderen daad, zo ware een andere en betere uitslag meer verdiend geweest. Men kan zich voorstellen hoeveel volks er in de stad te hoop liep toen het de aanhouding van het drietal reeds bij geruchten had vernomen en ook van het verdrinken kennis had gekregen. Op de hoofden, zo gezegd, kon men lopen toen de trekschuit te Leeuwarden arriveerde met hare zeldzame last. En op de straten naar de gevangenis stond het overal vol nieuwsgierigen om de ongelukkige helden te zien. Aan de grachtswal tegenover de gevangenis, waar een pont voor de overvaart ligt, werd het gedrang van mensen die naar de zijde der gevangenis wilden overgezet worden zo groot dat de pont van wal ging met een klein 30 personen. Op het midden van de gracht gekomen zonk de schuit met haar overlast. Alle opvarenden gingen naar de diepte en op het angstgeroep dat luide gehoord werd verschenen ijlings boten en schepen en mensen met reddingsmiddelen. Doch hoe snel gehandeld werd en hoe hulpvaardig alle zich betoonden, bij een der opgehaalde drenkelingen bleken de levensgeesten reeds geweken. Het was een 14-jarige knaap, een zoon van de slager de V. 2 vrouwen bleken bewusteloos, doch kwamen gelukkig nog weder bij, terwijl de vrees algemeen bleef dat er meerderen zouden zijn omgekomen, doch geen slachtoffers werden er later meer gevonden. Welk een veelbewogen dag. En toen het avond en reeds laat geworden was, bereikte nog deze extra tijding de stad dat ook Spellekens, een der hoofdpersonen van de ontvluchting, in de nabijheid van Buitenpost in zijn kamp voor de vrijheid zich had moeten overgeven. Op weg naar zijn vaderland en reeds van kleding verwisseld, waagde hij het zich op de weg te vertonen. Een veldwachter merkte hem op en zijn taal reeds tegen hem getuigende, werd hij terstond in boeien geslagen en nog dezelfde avond naar de gevangenis getransporteerd, waar hij die nacht weder rustte met zijn makkers onder hetzelfde dak, dat zij met zoveel moeite en gevaar de zondagnacht tevoren hadden weten te ontvluchten. Hoe weinig baat voor zo stoute daad. Hoewel er niet meer te vrezen viel van de ontvluchten, bleken de gemoederen nog niet overal gekalmeerd te zijn, en met verdubbelde waakzaamheid betrokken de schildwachten hunne posten. Als het kalf verdronken is, dempt men de put. Het was alsof Spellekens en de zijnen elk ogenblik van de nacht weder zouden uitbreken. Onder die indruk stond de schildwacht met scherper instructies van zijn commandant dan tevoren in het nachtelijk uur te staren naar de getraliede vensters. En waarlijk niet tevergeefs. In de nacht van donderdag op vrijdag kwam er alweder onraad. De klokken hadden middernacht aangekondigd en omstreeks 12:30 vertoonde zich iemand in het donker van de hoge muren der gevangenis. Het was binnen de gracht en de houding der verschijning zo verdacht dat de schildwacht het nodig oordeelde zijn geweer te richten met een "Wer da?" Geen antwoord. Luider klonk het nu "Wer da?" en vuriger werd de moedige soldaat. De vluchteling zweeg, maar weigerde ook maar 1 schrede te wijken. Nog eenmaal het wachtwoord gesproken als laatste waarschuwing en het schot moet vallen. Donderend klinkt het nu ten derde en leste male. "Wer da?" De trekker wordt overgehaald en geen goed volk wordt er gehoord, maar de uitbreker waagt het zelfs stoutmoedig nader te komen zonder enig geluid te geven. Pief, paf, klinkt het in de nachtelijke stilte en de van plichtbesef vervulde zoon van Mars ziet het slachtoffer vallen, dodelijk verwond. Al de wachten in en buiten de gevangenis, hevig verschrikt, snellen op het horen van de knal ter hulpe en ieder hunner is overtuigd dat er weder een ontvluchting valt te constateren, waarbij hunne assistentie dringend geëist wordt. De ongelukkige is reeds gevallen en de ter hulp gesnelde bewakers konden niet anders dan de dood constateren. Niet van een schellekens, van schenk of schafstal, maar van een ezel, toebehorende aan de commandant van het tuchthuis, de hoogste gezagvoerder, wiens zwakke tucht op deze komische wijze nog eens in de kaak en in het volle licht zou worden gesteld. De ongelukkige ezel, aangeschaft door de commandant voor uitspanning zijner kinderen, werd meer beklaagd dan zijn meester, die hem op zulk gevaarlijk terrein bij nacht had laten wandelen, althans op zijn rekening werd gesteld dat het onnoozele dier uit zijn stal had kunnen breken en dit met zijn leven had moeten boeten. De vluchtelingen werden einde juli wegens hun stout bedrijf ieder veroordeeld tot 6 maanden gevangenisstraf. De eis luidde 1 jaar en 6 maanden. En voor de schuldigen aan de inbraak bij Bottema te Roodkerk, 1 dezer was verdronken, werd door het provinciale hof tegen de 3 anderen geëist een gevangenisstraf van 5 tot 20 jaren. Het vonnis luidde 6 jaar voor ieder, te ondergaan na het eindigen van de tegenwoordige straftijd. Deze bedroeg voor 2 hunner nog ongeveer 15 en voor de derde bijna 26 jaren. Geconstateerd werd bij de behandeling der zaak dat het personeel voor de bewaking der gevangenis te klein bleek te zijn. Wij kunnen dit niet beoordelen, al heeft het al de schijn. Wel leert deze geschiedenis dat 100.000 nachten bewakens en meer slechts aan één doodonschuldige ezel het leven heeft gekost. Dat is al. Hoe schraal een loon voor zoveel dienst. Aangemoedigd door het welslagen der eerste ontvluchting begonnen de gerenommeerde uitbrekers van stonden aan te werken aan een nieuw plan om uit de kerker te ontsnappen. Weder werd er garen verzameld en van dat garen weer een touw vervaardigd, dat allengskens de vereiste lengte kreeg om als vroeger dienst te doen bij het dalen en overtrekken van de gracht. Behalve touw had men ook de nodige werktuigen weten te naasten. Al deze reisbenodigdheden werden zorgvuldig in de cellen verborgen. Geen der bewakers koesterde een kwaad vermoeden. Niemand hunner had ook maar het minste gemerkt van al deze voorbereidende werkzaamheden. Het was in de maand oktober, nog vroeg in de avond. Binnen de muren der gevangenis was het rustig en stil. Al de gevangenen waren reeds naar de slaapzalen geleid. 8 uur sloeg de klok. Op 1 dier zalen heerste een stille bedrijvigheid. 14 boosdoeners zaten daar opgesloten in ijzeren kooien achter zware sluitingen. Onder deze de bekende spellekens en schafstal, ons van vroeger bekend. Zij sliepen niet, al hadden ze daarvan de schijn aangenomen en slaagden er weder in ongemerkt hunne cellen te verbreken. Eenmaal vrij boden ze hun makkers de behulpzame hand. Het gelukte hun ook enigen dezer te bevrijden en zo stond er dra een vrij groot gezelschap drieste waaghalzen tot vertrek gereed. Zij zwoeren elkaar trouw in nood en dood. En hunne ongelukkige lotgenoten, wier kooien men niet had kunnen verbreken en die dus achter moesten blijven, pleegden geen verraad. Zij bleven zwijgen als het graf toen hunne makkers de slaapzaal reeds hadden verlaten. De werktuigen in het bezit van dezen bewezen goede diensten. Met veel beleid en omzichtigheid slaagden ze erin het nieuwe gebouw te bereiken. Ze hoopten daar burgerkleding te zullen vinden, ten einde daarmee hun kennelijk gevangentenu te kunnen verwisselen. Het kleed maakte man. Andere kleding, dit had de vroegere ontvluchting hun geleerd, was eerste vereiste voor een gewenst succes. Behoedzaam bezig hun doel te bereiken, hoorden ze plotseling het gedruis van naderende voetstappen en was goede raad duur. Een bewaker scheen enig gerucht te hebben gehoord en zich spoedende naar de slaapzaal van spellekens cum suis vond hij daar enige cellen ledig. Er volgde een signaal, er daagde assistentie en in hetzelfde ogenblik had men de vluchtelingen gevolgd en gevonden. Geen uitkomst ziende gaven allen zich over. Ze werden niet naar hunne cellen teruggebracht, maar nu mede tot straf opgesloten in onderaardse cellen, waar ontvluchten onmogelijk mocht worden geacht. De uitkomst nochtans zou het anders leren. In de enge kelderruimte voelden ze zich nog veel minder thuis dan boven, en maar kort duurde het of het scherpzinnig brein van een spellekens had alweder een nieuw ontwerp tot ontvluchting gereed, dat eenstemmig goedgekeurd werd door zijn makkers, die in het geheim werden betrokken. Schafstal zien we weder optreden naast zijn oude makker, en in het complot waren mede opgenomen de 41-jarige Jan Sijp en de 50-jarige Huibert van den Assem, de laatste metselaar van beroep. Als hadden de jongeren de raad der ouden gezocht om beter dan vroeger te zullen slagen. Of het toeval of opzet mocht heten, dat evenals bij de eerste zo welgeslaagde ontvluchting weder 6 personen in het geheime bondgenootschap werden opgenomen, wagen we niet te beslissen. Feit is dat de uitval verijdeld werd en mislukte, toen een groter getal daaraan deelnam. Ervaring is de beste leermeesteres. Het weloverwogen ontwerp van ontvluchting, gelijk ons later zal blijken, was stouter nog opgezet dan het eerste over de daken. Doch voor we dit in bijzonderheden mededelen, dienen we een gebeurtenis te vermelden in deze van bijzonder belang. Commandant, bewakers, militaire wacht en wie er verder zo al in aanmerking mocht komen als verantwoordelijke personen in dienst van veiligheid en vree, waren eenparig zeker in een oordeel dat er voor ontvluchting geen vrees meer kon bestaan, na de genomen maatregelen, sedert enige dagen van kracht. Ten overvloede evenwel kwam er bericht uit Sage dat er een inspectie zou volgen van zijn excellentie de minister van Justitie, in hoogste zelfs eigen persoon, vergezeld van de inspecteur der gevangenissen in Nederland. Men wilde tegen elke prijs zekerheid. Zo werden dan op vrijdag 23 oktober de gevangenen te Leeuwarden vereerd met een bezoek van zijn excellentie meneer van Lilaar, vergezeld van de inspecteur meneer Esterfius Grevelink. Over de herhaalde ontvluchtingen moest aan deze hooggeplaatste heren opheldering worden gegeven. Aanwijzing in loco van heel de toedracht werd hun gedaan en vervolgens daalde men af in de laagte naar de onderaardse verblijven waar spellekenscomsuis zaten opgesloten. De hoge heren inspecteerden in hoogst eigen persoon deze kelders en moesten getuigen: daar zitten ze veilig geborgen. Van hier is uitbreken niet mogelijk. Voor ontvluchting behoefde er nu geen vrees meer te bestaan, te meer niet wijl het getal bewakers met enige personen vermeerderd en het getal schildwachten meer dan verdubbeld was geworden. Het hoofd van justitie met hoogste zelfs deskundige dienaar vertrokken diezelfde middag na de inspectie van het tuchthuis weder naar de residentie. En de holbewoners der gevangenis, hoe die zich te moede gevoelden, wat zij zeiden, dachten en deden? Wat ze hadden kunnen doen, was dit. 2 dagen na het hoge bezoek hadden ze bij zijn excellentie de minister van Justitie te Sage op audiëntie kunnen gaan. En zeker zouden ze dit hebben vertoond, had er kans bestaan dat het roverstukje als toverstukje waren beloond geworden met de vrijheid. Een goed etmaal toch na het vertrek van zijn excellentie en de inspecteur bleken ook de gevangenen te zijn vertrokken. Men vond hunne cellen ledig. Hoe was dat mogelijk? Ja, die uitroep van verbazing is ten volle gewettigd. Op het ogenblik van de inspectie der Haagse heren hadden de heren uitbrekers hunne geheime wegen al zo goed als gereed, waarlangs ze opnieuw de vrijheid hoopten te vinden. Tal van nachten hadden ze met ijver aan die wegen gewerkt, en wie daarbij uitstekende diensten zal hebben bewezen, dat was de metselaar Hubert van den Assem. Was men bij de vorige ontvluchtingen gegaan door de getraliede sluitingen, ditmaal zocht men een uitweg door de grond, door loopgraven onder de fundamenten der muren door. Het eiste een goed beleid de onderaardse gang zo te graven dat men op een geschikt punt weder boven zou komen. Naar de zijde van de gracht, of ook ter plaatse waar een schildwacht op en neer wandelde, zou het een kwaad begonnen werk worden, zonder enig uitzicht op verlossing. Gekozen werd de richting naar het oude Blokhuisplein, omringd door hoge muren. Op dit plein kwam het zestal behouden aan, nog vrij vroeg in de avond, en men had dus de ganse nacht voor zich om met behoedzaamheid en zonder overhaasting verder te gaan. Het door hoge muren omringde plein schijnt oppervlakkig geen geschikt punt te zijn geweest voor de ontvluchters, toch bleek dit punt met overleg zeer goed gekozen te zijn. Eerstens had men hier geen schildwacht te vrezen, en in de tweede plaats moest hier een slag worden geslagen van groot gewicht. Een brutale inbraak moest aan de uitbraak voorafgaan. Aan het Blokhuisplein grensde een gebouw waarvan men wist dat daarin geborgen waren diverse kledingstukken. Het was, om zo te zeggen, een magazijn van gemaakte klederen, waar ieder zijn gading zou kunnen vinden om pasklaar de wijde wereld in te gaan, zonder op het eerste oog voor een ontvlucht boosdoener te worden aangezien. Behendig en tactvol had men dra door verbreking een doorgang gekregen en ieder daar een passend stel klederen uitgezocht en aangetrokken. Spellekens onder andere dat van een gewezen catechiseermeester, en zo toog men terug naar het plein. Het magazijn dat hun zo goed had geholpen grensde aan de woning van de commandant, die zeker die nacht niet gedroomd zal hebben dat spellekenscomsuis zich in zijn onmiddellijke nabijheid bevonden en hem wel lelijk in zijn slaap hadden kunnen verrassen. De opperste bewaker bleef doorslapen, en de waakzame uitbrekers, in onverdachte burgerkleding, richtten hun ogen naar boven, om op en over de daken der gevangenis te raken. Hoe tegen die steile muren opgekomen, en hoe dan verder? Wat verricht was, hoe stout en hoe welgeslaagd, was nog maar een begin van al wat noodwendig volgen moest voor de vrijheid in zicht kon heten. Men zat nog immer gevangen. Een van het zestal gevoelde zich reeds bevreesd voor de operatie naar boven. Hij gaf zijn makkers te kennen dat hij het waagstuk niet aandurfde en wenste terug te keren. Men kon hem niet overhalen, en nadat hij zijn vrienden op hals en keel had gezworen geen verraad te zullen plegen en eerst terug zou keren door de loopgraven naar zijn cel als zij goed en wel in veiligheid zouden zijn, liet men hem begaan. Hij moest zich verbinden op het plein te blijven, wijl zijn terugkeer anders allicht slapende honden had kunnen doen ontwaken. De achterblijver hield woord. Hij zag zijn vrienden de hoogte ingaan en successievelijk verdwijnen over de daken. Hoe ze boven zijn gekomen is voor ons een raadsel gebleven, en van de daling vinden wij enkel vermeld dat ze zich op de een of andere wijze naar beneden hebben laten zakken. Dat zal waar zijn, en ongelooflijk waar zijn de feiten dat de vluchtelingen 2 schildwachten op hun weg moesten ontmoeten, wier kruid en lood onvervaard werd getrotseerd. De eerste bewaakte een der pleinen binnen de gracht. Hij zag het 5-tal naderen, dat volstrekt geen ongewone haast maakte. Scherper richtte hij zijn blik in het rosse licht der lantaarns naar de ongewone wandelaars in het nachtelijk uur, doch hun voorkomen en doen bleek hem gansch gewoon te zijn. Het bleken naderbij gekomen net geklede burgers, en hij dacht niet anders dan aan heren met het toezicht belast, die zeer prijzenswaardig ook 's nachts eens een onverwacht kijkje waren komen nemen of alles wel in de haak en ieder op zijn post zou zijn. De argeloze en verschalkte schildwacht liet het 5-tal alzo ongemoeid passeren. Waartoe het werda geroepen, dat nog zo kort geleden een ongelukkige ezel het leven had gekost en zoveel aanleiding had gegeven tot spot buiten de muren der gevangenis. Een loos alarm zou ook nu weer aan geroutineerde spotvogels rijke stof hebben geleverd, reden waarom hij had gezwegen. Had hij wijs gedaan? Deswege ter verantwoording geroepen, nadat de vogels weer gevlogen bleken te zijn, werden er wel geen termen gevonden zijn houding eervol te vermelden, maar evenmin vond men gronden waarop een veroordeling kon volgen. Hij werd mitsdien vrijgesproken. Wat hem overkwam, had de beste kunnen overkomen. Wie kon denken aan ontvluchte gevangenen in fatsoenlijke burgerkleding? De tweede schildwacht, die in het nachtelijk spookuur het gevaarlijke 5-tal had gehoord en gezien, wachtte zwaarder proces. Het was een zeer jong soldaat die weinige maanden geleden het vreedzame platteland had moeten verwisselen met het garnizoen in de stad en op zijn beurt ook de wacht bij de gevangenis moest betrekken. De ijselijkste verhalen van de herhaalde malen ontvluchte dieven, brandstichters en moordenaars werkten nog op zijn verbeelding als hij daar stond te schilderen bij het hoge gebouw met zijn getraliede vensters, herbergende over de 600 boosdoeners, waarvan er elk ogenblik 1 of meer naar beneden konden komen. Wat zou hij doen wanneer het toeval eens wilde dat er iets kwam? Hij wilde er maar liever niet aan denken en telde zijn schreden op en neer, opdat de bange uren toch maar wat sneller mochten voorbijgaan. Het geladen geweer dat hij droeg zo het behoorde, had hem nog tot geen held gemaakt. Zijn post was naar de zijde van de gracht, niet de meest gewenst in zijn oog, want juist daar ter plaatse hadden de uitbrekers vaker een uitweg gevonden. Daarom zeker zou men hier een wacht hebben geplaatst om dat te beletten. Hij hoort iets. Zoals hem geleerd is, slaat hij beide handen aan het geweer. Hij zal het richten, werda roepen. Hij zal vuur geven. Hij luistert met ingehouden adem en ziet op hetzelfde ogenblik in de schemering enige gestalten, schijnbaar van mannen. Ze naderen. Ja, het zijn helaas de gevreesden, de uitbrekers van de gevaarlijkste soort. Hij telt er enige in het getal. De moed die hem bezielde zolang er geen gevaar was en hij slechts enig gerucht had gehoord, zakt hem in de schoenen nu de vijand zich werkelijk vertoont. Hij brengt zijn geweer weer in rust en oordeelt het voor het behoud van zijn eigen leven het veiligst om maar te doen alsof hij hen niet ziet. Hij had er minstens 5 geteld. Wat zal hij alleen uitrichten tegen zulk een overmacht? Het was geen partij, gesteld dat hij er al 1 had neergeschoten, en dat zou een treffer zijn. Ongeoefend schutter als hij nog was, dan bleven er toch nog 4 over, om hem zijn heldendaad betaald te kunnen zetten. Ja, voor hij tot 3 maal toe het werda of wachtwoord had kunnen laten horen, zouden ze vrij zeker hem al te pakken hebben gehad en mogelijk wel voor goed onschadelijk hebben gemaakt. De soldaat dacht, als het wefke dat in een brandneutel zit, hoe stilder hoe beter. Maar de heren van de gerechten dachten er anders over. Zij oordeelden dat de soldaat schildwacht zich aan verregaand plichtverzuim had schuldig gemaakt. Op staanden voet werd hij ingerekend en in militair arrest gesteld. Keren we nu terug naar de vluchtelingen. Het was nog maar even middernacht toen ze de laatste schildwacht passeerden en op de openbare straat van Leeuwarden verschenen. Allen waren vrij en ieder voor zich had een weg te kiezen, die hij het veiligst oordeelde om buiten het bereik van justitie en politie te blijven. Gelukkig hadden ze een gehele nacht voor de boeg. Daarbij waren de nachten langer en was er minder volk op de been dan vroeger. Daar stond tegenover dat een bivak in bos of open veld midzomer een niet zo sterke schaduwzijde had als in de gure herfst. Wel was men nu beter gekleed, maar geld of voedsel moest worden gevonden. Doch daarover waren de meesten minder bekommerd. Eerstens boden sommige bomen nog vruchten, en een inbraak was geen heksentoer voor specialiteiten in dit bedrijf. Vol goede moed scheidden de bondgenoten met een behouden reis. De meesten maakten zich zo snel mogelijk uit de voeten en zetten weder koers naar het oosten, waar Spellekens en Schafstal met de terreinen bekend waren. Een enkele dacht er anders over en redeneerde in zijn eigen dat het bewijst zou wezen stilletjes in Leeuwarden te blijven. Allerminst zou men daar vluchtelingen uit de gevangenis gaan zoeken. Hierin had hij niet kwaad gezien. Zaterdagnacht vrijgekomen bewoog hij zich de zondag daaraan volgende onder de menigte langs de straten zonder opgemerkt te worden. Eerst in de morgen was de uitbraak ter kennisse gekomen van de justitie en heel de stad kwam in beroering bij het horen van dit noodlottige nieuws. En daarbuiten, waarheen de mare zich verspreidde als een lopend vuurtje, sloeg velen plattelandsbewoners de schrik om het hart. Niet alleen togen overal de gemeente- en rijksveldwachters het veld in op verkenning en hielp de burgerij ijverig mee om de gevaarlijke sujetten op te sporen, maar zelfs werden er schutters onder de wapenen geroepen en togen jagers de bossen in om mee te helpen. In 1 dag was een groot deel van Friesland in rep en roer, doch de avond viel zonder dat men ook maar het minste spoor van een der vluchtelingen had kunnen ontdekken. Er was te veel tijd verlopen tussen de uitbraak en de ontdekking ervan. Het was ditmaal een zoeken gans in de blinde en uit alle windstreken kwamen tijdingen dat men de vluchtelingen meende gezien te hebben. In de late avond van zondag kreeg men toch nog enig licht. Van den Assem, de metselaar zonder een cent op zak, gevoelde maar al te zeer dat een horende vrijheid niet van lange duur kon blijven. Hij moest op de een of andere wijze voedsel zien te vinden, voor de nacht viel, want inbreken zou bezwaarlijk gaan nu er scherper gewaakt werd en ieder op zijn hoede zou zijn. Hij oordeelde het verstandigst om een aalmoes te vragen bij een der rooms-katholieke geestelijken in de stad. Vele ogen konden daar niet op hem gericht worden. Zo klopte hij aan in de Speelmansstraat. Of hem al of niet gegeven werd, is ons niet bekend geworden. Wel had de politie kennis gekregen dat er zich een bedelaar had vertoond, en nu duurde het maar kort of deze was opgespoord. Opgebracht bleek dat men een der vurig gezochte uitbrekers had teruggevonden. Van zijn makkers nochtans wist hij geen ophelderingen te geven. Zo viel de nacht, en overal inbraakvrezende bleef menigeen op de been, vooral in de wouden. Doch niet alleen hier, maar ook in andere oorden van Friesland verkeerden de mensen in zenuwachtige spanning. Kenschetsend in dit opzicht is een reëerend schrijven uit de goede stad Bolsward, en daarnaar gerekend moet het ten plattelande en op de ruimte al treurig gesteld zijn geweest, wat betreft de angst die veler hart had bevangen. Bolsward, 26 oktober 1868. Beste vriend, ik haast mij u te berichten dat we er allen heel uit zijn afgekomen. Niemand in de gehele stad is vermoord, gewurgd of geplunderd, dankzij de energieke maatregelen van overheidswege genomen. Toen in de loop van de zondag de jobstijding kwam dat er niet minder dan 5 boosdoeners uit de Leeuwarder gevangenis waren uitgebroken, die telegraafdraden hadden afgesneden en zich in burgerkleding hadden gestoken, heerste er een algemene ontsteltenis, te meer daar er geruchten gingen dat zich verdachte tronies in de nabijheid der stad hadden laten zien. De zaak werd bedenkelijk en de nacht was op handen. Het was niet onmogelijk dat alle die 5 boosdoeners regelrecht op het oude Bolsward kwamen aanrukken, en dan, hoe verschrikkelijk konden niet de gevolgen zijn? Goede raad was duur, maar men nam grote en afdoende voorzorgsmaatregelen. Men liet het niet aankomen op de bejaarde commissaris, de 3 agenten, nachtwakers en stille wachters, maar om op alles voorbereid te zijn, deed men een gedeelte der stedelijke schutterij onder de wapenen komen, en de gehele nacht door aan elk der voormalige stadspoorten 4 goed gewapende schutters plaatsen, die geregeld om het uur werden afgelost, hetwelk te meer noodzakelijk was, uit hoofde van de aanhoudende regen, en aldus is men erin geslaagd de boosdoeners buiten de stad te keren, hun ontzag in te boezemen, en niet één onzer goede ingezetenen is enig leed geschied. Ik kan u niet met enige zekerheid zeggen of deze voorzorgsmaatregelen deze avond weder zullen worden toegepast. Indien de voortvluchtigen er de reuk van krijgen hoe goed men hier op zijn hoede is, zullen ze zich nog wel eens bedenken voor en aleer zij beproeven onze goede stad stormenderhand in te nemen. Intussen is het te hopen dat de boosdoeners spoedig weder worden ingepakt, want de samenloop van zoveel mensen, gelijk zondagavond, stoort ons in de gewone rust, en die soort van staat van beleg kan ook niet voortduren, vooral wanneer de schutters het minder aangenaam mochten vinden het werk van de politie te doen. Tot later. Gijsbert. Zelfs kwamen er tijdingen, als klachten gepubliceerd, dat er op niets kwaads vermoedende personen die zich in het veld bevonden, was geschoten door mannen die volijverig deelnamen aan de jacht op de vluchtelingen en niet vertrouwd bleken met het schietgeweer. Wie maar enigszins verdachte tekenen had in zijn voorkomen of doen, werd aangehouden en als vreemdeling kon men zich niet overal veilig vertonen. Zo sterk was de spanning bij sommigen die zoekende waren naar de als onmensen afgeschilderde boosdoeners. Als gezegd werd er zondagsnachts een gewapende macht op de been gehouden. De uitbrekers moesten zich wel vertonen om aan voedsel te komen, zo dacht men, en daarin had men goed gezien. Onder het dorp Koten werden even na klokke 12 2 personen opgemerkt die er niet thuis behoorden. Het waren kennelijk vreemdelingen en dit was voldoende reden om er de politie direct mede in kennis te stellen. Wat vreemd was, was ook verdacht, inzonderheid op zulk een ongewoon uur. 2 burgers hadden de mannen gezien en met behulp van de gewapende macht keerde men draad terug om te weten of het mogelijk vluchtelingen zouden zijn. Inderdaad kwam men het tweetal weder op het spoor. Maar hoe ze te naderen zonder opgemerkt te worden? Bij het minste gerucht zouden ze het hazenpad kiezen en dra uit het oog verdwenen zijn. Met veel overleg werd gehandeld. Dit had men voor op de vreemdelingen, dat men beter bekend was met het terrein en wegen. De operatie gelukte in zover dat van het tweetal 1 in de fuik liep. Het was de 27-jarige Klokkers, die vluchtende gevat werd. Hij bevond zich in gezelschap van Schafstal, een der oude bekenden, die ook nu weder zijn vervolgers wist te ontkomen. Het voorgenomen plan een inbraak te plegen was hierdoor verijdeld geworden. Nog dezelfde nacht werd Klokkers als een kostbare vangst naar de hoofdstad getransporteerd, waar hij met open armen werd ontvangen en met blijdschap begroet. Welkom was hier tevens de tijding dat men Schafstal gezien had, van wie men nu wist dat hij zich ophield in de buurt van Koten. Onder de leiding van het hoofd der gemeente werd 's anderendaags al heel vroeg een verkenningstocht georganiseerd. Bossen en velden werden afgejaagd, tot men onder Kootstertille gekomen de zwerveling in het oog kreeg en hem van alle kanten nazette en in het nauw wist te brengen. Vele honden zijn der hazen dood. Schafstal, hoewel zijn uiterste krachten beproevend om nog te ontkomen, moest zich ten slotte overgeven. Hij ging de weg naar het blokhuis. Van Spellekens en Sijp wist men nog weinig. Enkel was er maandagavond tijding bij de justitie gekomen dat ze op de weg naar Heerenveen zouden gezien zijn. Dit was niet meer dan een bloot vermoeden. Intussen had men de militaire wachten rond de gevangenis versterkt. Door de honger gedrongen klopten Spellekens en Sijp in de late avond aan bij Alderlutske, wonende in een klein huisje aan de zandweg van Veenklooster en Kolm. Het goede mens gaf hun een kleinigheid en dankbaar voor de luttele gave gingen ze goedwillig heen. Het ruwe herfstweder noodzaakte beide vluchtelingen vervolgens een onderdak te gaan zoeken. Ze vonden dit de buitenpost, onder de houtzaagmolen aan de vaart. Doch toen 's morgens al heel in de vroegte de molen reeds werd ingespannen en in beweging gebracht, schrikten ze op uit hun slaap en kozen het hazenpad. De knecht, die op de zwikstelling vrij uitzicht had, merkte de vluchtende logeergasten en zag dat ze de weg insloegen naar Augustinesga. Hij maakte terstond gewag van zijn bevinding en spoedig kwam zijn ontdekking ter kennis van de bevoegde macht. Onder aanvoering van de burgemeester in eigen persoon trok een verbazend grote en steeds aangroeiende menigte te velde. 25 gulden beloning werd uitgeloofd door de burgervader aan hem die het mocht gelukken een vluchteling te arresteren. Er was alzo 50 gulden te winnen die dag. Gewapend met knuppels, schoppen en vorken ging het er met man en macht op los. Sommigen zetten zich ter paarde om meer kans te hebben op het behalen van de uitgeloofde premiën. De vluchtelingen, dra bemerkende wat er gaande was, zetten het op een lopen. Dit toonde reeds genoegzaam aan dat het de beide gezochte uitbrekers moesten zijn, hoewel ook grappenmakers hier en daar die kunst vertoonden en zo loos alarm wisten te verwekken. Sijp, de Filistijner, zoals men hem noemde, groot en zwaar gebouwd als hij was minder vlug ter been dan zijn vriend Spellekens, een tenger manneke, zwart van uitzicht, maar toch bleven ze bijeen, om desgewenst elkander bij te kunnen staan in de uren des gevaars. Het werd een formele jacht, en de vluchtelingen deden als de hazen door een troep windhonden achtervolgd. Ze zetten koers naar de Kolmer bossen, in de hoop daar nog een schuilplaats te zullen vinden. Doch de achtervolgers, die al nader en nader kwamen, wisten hun de pas af te snijden. Ze werden gedreven over vlakke velden en door sloten in de richting van Veenklooster. Eindelijk kwamen ze te staan voor het grote scheepsvaarwater van Dokkum naar Stroobos, met de overmachtige vijand op de hielen. Een kort beraad, een goed beraad. Beide sprongen ze in de brede vaart en zwommen die over. Verbluft stond het leger van jagers op zijn neus te kijken. Geen hunner waagde zich in het koele nat en de vluchtelingen kregen nu weer een hele voorsprong. Over greide en bouw, door sloten en bosjes werd de tocht voortgezet. De jagers hadden de weg over de brug moeten kiezen, wat niet belette dat ze de vluchtelingen een tijd lang in het oog konden houden, die eindelijk verdwenen in de richting van Veenklooster. 3 burgemeesters waren successievelijk op het appel verschenen. Uren in de omtrek toch was het grote nieuws der zeldzame jacht verbreid geworden. Het was in de middag dat de landbouwer Smeding, met ploegen op de akker bezig, de vluchtelingen had zien passeren, schuins over de bouw, en onmiddellijk daarop volgden enige jagers, waaronder Melle de Vries, thans wonende op Kollumervallat. Hij kwam Spellekens het dichtst op de hielen, maar hem aan te grijpen Al was er 25 gulden opgesteld, dat mocht nog een waagstuk heten. Kon de boosdoener niet gewapend zijn en zou de zwaar veroordeelde in dit hachelijk moment in zijn kamp voor de vrijheid niet het uiterste middel beproeven en zelfs zijn leven wagen om zijn belager te ontkomen? Maar als de Vries hem niet aangreep, zouden anderen het doen, die onmiddellijk achter hem aankwamen. Spellekes zwenkte, keerde zich vierkant tegen zijn achtervolger en greep in zijn buis als tastte hij naar een wapen om zich te verweren. Doch hij had geen wapen en moest zich dus wel overgeven. Dit geschiedde en dra was hij overgeleverd aan de politie. Nu Sijp achtervolgt, de Filistijner die plotseling uit het oog verdwenen was. Naar alle zijden gezocht had Melle Boersma van Buitenpost het geluk de dikke te vinden en te vatten. Hij lag in een droge sloot, geheel onder de bladeren verstopt en onderscheidende zoekers, waaronder ook Melle de Vries, waren hem rakelings gepasseerd. In optocht trok men nu met de gevangenen naar het logement van de familie Smeding te Veenklooster, waar de prijsuitdeling zou plaats hebben. Het huis liep er vol om de uitbrekers van nabij te aanschouwen. Present onder de menigte was natuurlijk ook de burgemeester, die de premie had uitgeloofd. Er ontstond verschil wie eigenlijk wel Spellekens het eerst had gevat. Ook de knecht van de burgemeester maakte aanspraak op de premie. Besloten werd dat deze de 25 gulden met de Vries moest delen, en zulks niet tegenstaande de uitspraak van Spellekens, geroepen als getuige in deze, die sprak, wijzende op de Vries: dit is de man die de 25 gulden heeft verdiend. Doch zijn uitspraak werd niet als geldig aanvaard en de Vries is tot op deze dag nog verontwaardigd als hij spreekt over de 13e halve gulden die men hem bij deze gelegenheid heeft ontkruid. Hij zegt nu: ik zou het niet weer wagen wat ik toen deed, ook voor geen 50 gulden. Ik had er mijn leven best bij kunnen inschieten. En daarin heeft hij niet zo groot ongelijk. In het logement heerste niettemin een feestelijke stemming en ter ere van de burgervader zij gezegd dat zijne edelachtbare de moedige gevangenen met enige onderscheiding behandelde. Hij gaf hun goed te eten en presenteerde hun zelfs een sigaar. Treffender nog sprak de menslievendheid toen in het logement eten bezorgd werd van buiten, van mensen die de gevangenen niet kenden, doch met medelijden begaan en op deze wijze en bedachten. Wijselijk zorgde de burgemeester dat er met mate gegeten en gedronken werd door de uitgehongerde mannen, die verklaarden dat ze geleefd hadden van steenperen die nog aan de bomen te vinden waren, en rauwe bien en de stukken. Ooggetuigen roemen Spellekens als een innemend, vlug, welbespraakt mannetje, beschaafd in zijn manieren. Hij sprak tot de menigte in hartelijke bewoordingen en dankte de burgemeester voor het goede hun bewezen. Guitig merkte hij daarbij op dat hij spoedig hoopte terug te keren. Al ben ik zwaar veroordeeld, ik ben geen bloedvergieter, ging hij voort. Het kleed waarin ge mij ziet is met bloed bevlekt. Het is van een moordenaar die opgesloten zit. Maar zo slecht ben ik niet. Bloeddorst is mij vreed. In die trant sprak hij, en geen wonder dat zijn woorden de indruk maakten, te meer nog, wijl hij het kleed droeg van een catechiseermeester, waarop hij de bijzondere attentie vestigde om mensen toch niet te beoordelen naar het kleed dat zij dragen. Sijp, de Filistijner, werd minder gunstig beoordeeld. Deerenswaardig was niettemin zijn toestand. Zijn handen waren geschaafd en bebloed, al zijn vingers bleken ontveld, en naar de oorzaak daarvan gevraagd, gaf hij ten antwoord dat hij die zware zarken had moeten verwarken bij de uitbraak. Sijp was een Muntendammer, scheepsjager van beroep, ruw en onverschillig in heel zijn doen. Deze nochtans heeft zijn tijd uitgezeten en is weer op vrije voeten gekomen. Doch Spellekens is niet lang na de ontvluchting, allicht ten gevolge van de vermoeienis en de ontbering in het open veld, en zulks in de barre herfst, ziek geworden en moet traag gestorven zijn. Hij telde nauwelijks 26 jaren en had nog een straftijd van 12 jaren. Hoewel in Rijnland geboren, was hij onze taal goed machtig. Schafstal was uit Weesp, oud 35 jaar en had nog 20 jaar straf te ondergaan. De verdronkene Schultz van Bern, oud 30 jaar, zou met 5 jaar vrij zijn gekomen. Van Schenk, de Amsterdammer, een moordenaar, en Chris Veldink, een brandstichter, waren de zwaarst veroordeelden. De ene had nog bijna 30 en de laatste 20 jaar straftijd te ondergaan. Op jeugdige leeftijd betrad de laatste de drempel der gevangenis. Wij lezen daaromtrent dato oktober 1869. Daar woont lijden op deze aarde, leed waarbij de wereld schertst. Daar zijn tranen, diep verholen, die de ellende uit de ogen perst. Daar woont honger, saam met de onschuld, afgepijnd door het ijzeren lot. Help daar, mens, wees daar een trooster, 't is uw erenaam bij God. Onder bovenstaand motto werden giften gevraagd voor de koopman Meijer Heijmans, vroeger te Groenlo, nu te Deventer. In 1860 brandden in korte tijd in die stad 3 huizen tot de grond toe af en werden verschillende pogingen tot brandstichting ontdekt en gelukkig in tijds tekeer gegaan. Openlijk werd ervoor gehouden en beschuldigd bovengenoemde Heijmans, die dan ook een maand lang van zijn vrijheid beroofd werd, terwijl in die tijd zijn zaken verliepen en ieder hem schuwde, terwijl ik hem noodzaakte van woonplaats te veranderen. Eindelijk werd de ware schuldige ontdekt. De 17-jarige Christoffel Veldink bleek de dader te zijn. Hij was vroeger in dienst geweest bij Heijmans. Zijn ouderlijk huis was ook door hem in brand gestoken en nauwelijks hadden zijn ouders hun leven kunnen redden. Nadat al de boosdoeners weder opgesloten waren, werd de militaire macht versterkt met 1 korporaal en 6 man, terwijl bovendien gedurende de nacht nog 1 sergeant, 2 korporaals en 10 man aan de wacht werden toegevoegd, ook om rondes te doen. De sterkte der wacht bedroeg toen 60 man en het getal bewakers 33. Het was met 6 vermeerderd. De 13 november aanvolgende werd bij de commandant der gevangenis de order ontvangen om bij het minste teken van insubordinatie de delinquent neder te schieten. En in de zitting der Tweede Kamer van 2 december voerden achtereenvolgens het woord over de onhoudbare toestand der gevangenis te Leeuwarden de heren de Roo van Alderwereld, Van Namen, Hingst, Van Golstein, Van Bijma to Kingma, Storm van Schavenzande en de minister meneer Van Lielaar. De heer de Roo wees erop hoe onder gewone omstandigheden en in een plaats van een rustige en kalme bevolking op eenmaal onrust en spanning waren ontstaan bij de jongste gebeurtenissen in de gevangenis aldaar. Hij besprak de schrik en de ontsteltenis in de naburige gemeenten, die zelfs zo verre steeg dat in 1 gemeente de schutterij onder de wapenen werd geroepen. Deze zaak, zei hij, is ernstiger dan men oppervlakkig zou menen. Sedert de doodstraf niet meer wordt toegepast, worden daar tal van boosdoeners gevonden die voor niets terugdeinzen en wellicht op dit ogenblik plannen beramen tot een nieuwe ontvluchting. Men vreesde zelfs te Leeuwarden dat zij de overige gevangenen ontslaan en het gebouw in brand steken en allen zich een weg zouden banen door de stad en verder daarbuiten. In een welgeordende maatschappij is aan de uitvoering van een dergelijk plan wel geen geloof te hechten, doch rustige, vreedzame burgers ener grote stad, die in hun midden 600 misdadigers stellen, hebben er alle aanspraak op dat de tucht gehandhaafd blijft. Anderen stoten zich daarbij aan en wezen op de verplaatsing naar Woerden van de commandant, wiens ezel het leven verloor. De minister antwoordde onder meer dat vroeger voor 800 gevangenen 18 bewakers voldoende waren geweest, en voor 600 had men er nu reeds 33, zodat hierin het kwaad niet kon schuilen. 15 december had de berechting plaats der ontvluchten. Op geen enkele der tot hen gerichte vragen antwoordden zij. Ze schenen er zich niet om te bekommeren wat met hen en om hen heen geschiedde, hetgeen zich verklaren laat, zitten moesten ze toch. De rechtbank veroordeelde hen ieder weder tot 6 maanden gevangenisstraf. Een talrijk publiek woonde de terechtzitting bij. Dit is het einde der geruchtmakende geschiedenis. F.R. P.S. Men deelde ons nog mede dat bij de inbraak te Roodkerk 1 der boosdoeners door het keldervenster te verbreken naar binnen was gekomen. In de kelder vond hij een luikje of schuifje dat geopend werd om in de kamer te komen. Doch hiervoor stond de wieg met een klein kind en daarboven vond men de bedstede waarop de man en vrouw des huizes sliepen, de laatste met het wiegetouw om de hand gebonden. Behoedzaam wist de inbreker de wieg te verschuiven en het touw los te maken, zonder dat de moeder het merkte, terwijl ook de boer, tevens jager, gelukkig bleef doorslapen. Daarna liet hij zijn makkers binnen, werd het kabinet opengebroken door het slot uit te snijden en had de vroeger reeds vermelde diefstal plaats, die eerst des morgens door de bewoners ontdekt werd. De hond, die andere nachten sliep op een stoel voor het bed, zat die nacht toevallig opgesloten in een hok. In de kamer stond een geladen geweer, waarvan de inbrekers, gelijk ze later verklaarden, zich direct meester hadden gemaakt. Einde van de ontvluchtingsgeschiedenis van een 6-tal zwaar veroordeelden uit de gevangenis te Leeuwarden.
L'ouvrage des 6 jours by Louis Racine. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ode. L'Éternel va sortir d'un éternel silence. Il veut créer le monde. Il l'a voulu toujours. Rien ne commence en lui. Hors de lui tout commence, et les temps et les jours. Les cieux ne sont encore qu'une masse imparfaite. La terre un sombre amas de principes confus. Que la lumière soit. Il l'a dit, elle est faite, et le chaos n'est plus. Ô jour, premier des jours où naquit la lumière, brillant écoulement de la divinité, ruisseau pur qui répand sur la nature entière la vie et la beauté. C'est à toi, vrai rayon, sainte et céleste flamme, éternelle clarté, que j'adresse mes vœux. Lumière de lumière, éclaire de mon âme le chaos ténébreux. Quel spectacle pompeux, quelle magnificence, quand les eaux tout à coup s'élevant dans les airs, forment en s'étendant comme une voûte immense dont les cieux sont couverts. Qui la soutient? Celui qui sur nous peut suspendre ces nombreux amas d'eau de nos mers attirées, celui qui les enlève et qui les fait descendre dans nos champs altérés. Qu'il nous aime bien plus, quand sa grâce féconde de sa prodigue main descend au fond du cœur, l'arrose, l'amollit, le pénètre, l'inonde, le remplit de vigueur. Heureux qui dans sa soif est abreuvé par elle. Heureux qui peut puiser au torrent précieux, dont l'onde qui retourne à sa source éternelle rejaillit jusqu'aux cieux. Mais les flots cependant couvraient la face entière du séjour dont nos biens deviendront l'ornement. Et la mer à grand bruit coulait sur la poussière de l'aride élément. Tu l'embellis partout, ô verdure naissante, herbes, fruits, plantes, fleurs, arbres, vous croissez tous. Ah, d'heureux habitants, une race innocente l'ornerait mieux que vous. Tu parais, ô soleil, ta gloire incomparable efface le flambeau qui préside à la nuit. D'étoiles devant toi, quelle armée innombrable se dissipe et s'enfuit. Ainsi, près des clartés, grand Dieu, que tu révèles, qu'est-ce que ma raison dans son jour le plus beau? Malheureux qui se fie aux faibles étincelles de ce pâle flambeau. Tandis qu'enfants des eaux, les poissons en silence vont partager entre eux les fleuves et les mers, enfants des eaux, comme eux, l'oiseau chante et s'élance dans l'empire des airs. Ô terre, enfante aussi ta famille admirable, rampez, marchez, courez, animaux, sur son sein, d'un ouvrier habile autant qu'inépuisable, remplissez le dessein. Que son chef-d'œuvre enfin se hâte de paraître. Oui, Seigneur, il est temps de remplir ton projet. Pourquoi délibérer? L'univers veut un maître, ta grandeur un sujet. Tu pétris une boue et tu souffles sur elle. L'homme en sort, sur son front ta main grave tes traits. Puis, hélas, sur ce front une image si belle ne s'altérait jamais. Tu vas donc l'établir roi de la terre entière. Qu'il règne, tu le veux, mais qu'il règne après toi. Pourrait-il oublier si près de sa poussière celui qui l'a fait roi? Tout est fini. Tu vois d'un œil de complaisance tant d'êtres différents que tu voulus créer. Ce brillant univers, l'œuvre de ta puissance, tu daignes l'agréer. Ô spectacle à tes yeux plus beau, plus admirable, grand Dieu, lorsque ton Fils viendra t'offrir un jour cet univers lavé dans son sang adorable, l'œuvre de son amour. End of l'ouvrage des 6 jours by Louis Racine. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2011.
Peter Little and the Lucky Sixpence by Henry Campkin. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Peter Little found a sixpence on a summer's day. Village folks were in the meadows busy making hay. When our pleasant village fair day comes again, he said, lucky sixpence I will spend you all in gingerbread. Safely in my little pocket, lucky sixpence bright, you shall have a quiet lodging morning, noon, and night. Peter Little's heart was bounding, running o'er with joy. Lucky sixpence, how I prize you, sang this little boy. Peter Little conned his lessons, quickly one by one. Then to school he gaily travelled, 'neath the shining sun. Birds were singing, lambs were skipping, hedgerows blooming gay. Village folks were in the meadows, busy making hay. Just as Peter turned a corner down the village lane, there he saw a little mourner wrapped in grief and pain. Little maiden, why dost weep so? Wherefore droops thy head? Little boy, I'm full of sorrow, sobbed the little maid. I was happy, very happy, when I left my bed. Now, alas, with weeping, weeping, see my eyes are red. Tell to me, O little maiden, tell me true, I pray, why thy breast with grief is laden on this summer day? Birds are singing, lambs are skipping, hedgerows blooming gay, village folks are in the meadows busy making hay. Down the village street this morning, sighed the maiden fair, I was running, singing, dancing, thinking not of care. When a barking dog assailed me, off I ran in fright. Oh, my pinafore, he tore it, but he didn't bite. Yet have I sad cause for weeping, though from danger free. Oh, I've lost the crooked sixpence mother gave to me. Peter watched the little maiden, leaped his heart with joy. Lucky sixpence, how I prize you, sang the little boy. Little maiden, here's a sixpence, crooked like thine own, which I found this very morning on our threshold stone. Take it, keep it, never lose it, banish all thy pain. See, thy precious crooked sixpence comes to thee again. Oh, to mark that little maiden, speechless quite with joy! How with smiles and tears she thanked him, happy little boy! Birds were singing, lambs were skipping, hedgerows blooming gay, village folks were in the meadows, busy making hay. But upon that summer morning, he was gayest there, who restored that crooked sixpence to its owner fair. End of Peter Little and the Lucky Sixpence, by Henry Campkin.
Sechs Brüder bei Geier von Johann Georg Kresse. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sechs Brüder bei Geier von Johann Georg Kresse. Im Jahre 1632, als kaiserliche Truppen von der Burg Schafenstein aus die ganze Umgegend durchstreiften, war es einem Trupp herzhafter Burschen aus Elterlein und Zwönitz gelungen, in der Nähe von Schafenstein 6 Österreicher im dichten Walde schlafend zu überfallen und gefangen zu nehmen. Was nun mit den Gefangenen zu beginnen sei, darüber entstand unter den Siegern ein heftiger Streit. Die von Elterlein meinten, dass es das Beste sei, sie sämtlich totzuschlagen. Die von Zwönitz aber wollten nichts davon wissen und brachten es dahin, dass man zuletzt beschloss, sie zur Armee zu bringen. So zogen sie fort. Als sie in die Nähe von Geier kamen, erhob sich der Streit vom Neuen, und weil die Elterleiner mit Gewalt drohten, so wurden die Zwönitzer voll Ärger und schieden von ihnen, die Gefangenen im Schicksale überlassend. Dieses war ein trauriges. Denn kaum waren die Zwönitzer im Walde verschwunden, da fielen die mordlustigen Elterleiner über die wehrlosen Opfer in ihrer Wut her und ermordeten ihrer 5 auf die grausamste Weise. Den 6. aber warfen sie in ein tiefes Loch, in welchem die Vorübergehenden noch am anderen Tage jammern hörten. Zum Gedächtnis dieser Gräueltat heißt jene Stelle der Wiesen bei Geier noch jetzt die 6 Brüder, ohne dass man bestimmen kann, ob wirklich die 6 unglücklichen Österreicher Brüder gewesen sind. Ende von Die 6 Brüder bei Geier von Johann Georg Kresse. Read by Ellie in July 2011. Die 6 Diener von den Gebrüdern Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 6 Diener von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Vor Zeiten lebte eine alte Königin, die war eine Zauberin, und ihre Tochter war das schönste Mädchen unter der Sonne. Die Alte dachte aber auf nichts, als wie sie die Menschen ins Verderben locken könnte, und wenn ein Freier kam, so sprach sie: Wer ihre Tochter haben wollte, müsste zuvor eine Aufgabe lösen, oder er müsste sterben. Viele waren von der Schönheit der Jungfer verblendet und wagten es wohl, aber sie konnten nicht vollbringen, was die Alte ihnen auferlegte. Und dann war keine Gnade, sie mussten niederknien und das Haupt ward ihnen abgeschlagen. Ein Königssohn, der hatte auch von der großen Schönheit der Jungfer gehört und sprach zu seinem Vater: Lasst mich hinziehen, ich will um sie werben. Nimmermehr, antwortete der König, gehst du fort, so gehst in deinen Tod. Da legte sich der Sohn nieder und ward sterbenskrank und lag 7 Jahre lang, und kein Arzt konnte ihm helfen. Als der Vater sah, dass keine Hoffnung mehr war, sprach er voll Herzenstraurigkeit zu ihm: Zieh hin und versuche dein Glück, ich weiß dir sonst nicht zu helfen. Wie der Sohn das hörte, stand er auf von seinem Lager, ward gesund und machte sich fröhlich auf den Weg. Es trug sich zu, als er über eine Heide zu reiten kam, dass er von weitem auf der Erde etwas liegen sah wie einen großen Heuhaufen, und wie er sich näherte, konnte er unterscheiden, dass es der Bauch eines Menschen war, der sich dahingestreckt hatte. Der Bauch aber sah aus wie ein kleiner Berg. Der Dicke, der den Reisenden erblickte, richtete sich in die Höhe und sprach: »Wenn ihr jemanden braucht, so nehmt mich in eure Dienste.« Der Königssohn antwortete: »Was soll ich mit einem so ungefügten Mann anfangen?« »Oh«, sprach der Dicke, »das will nichts sagen. Wenn ich mich recht auseinander tue, bin ich noch 3000-mal so dick.« »Wenn das ist«, sagte der Königssohn, »so kann ich dich brauchen. Komm mit mir.« Da ging der Dicke hinter dem Königssohn her, und über eine Weile fanden sie einen anderen. Der lag da auf der Erde und hatte das Ohr in den Rasen gelegt. Fragte der Königssohn: »Was machst du da?« »Ich horche«, antwortete der Mann. »Wonach horchst du so aufmerksam?« »Ich horche nach dem, was eben in der Welt sich zuträgt, denn meinen Ohren entgeht nichts. Das Gras sogar höre ich wachsen.« Fragte der Königssohn: »Sag mir, was hörst du am Hof der alten Königin, welche die schöne Tochter hat?« Da antwortete er: »Ich höre das Schwert sausen, das einem Freier den Kopf abschlägt.« Der Königssohn sprach: »Ich kann dich brauchen, komm mit mir.« Da zogen sie weiter und sahen auf einmal ein paar Füße da liegen und auch etwas von den Beinen, aber das Ende konnten sie nicht sehen. Als sie eine gute Strecke fortgegangen waren, kamen sie zu dem Leib und endlich auch zu dem Kopf. »Ei«, sprach der Königssohn, »was bist du für ein langer Strick?« »Oh«, antwortete der Lange, »das ist noch gar nichts. Wenn ich meine Gliedmaßen erst recht ausstrecke, bin ich noch 3000-mal so lang, und ich bin größer als der höchste Berg auf Erden. Ich will euch gerne dienen, wenn ihr mich annehmen wollt.« »Kommt mit«, sprach der Königssohn, »ich kann dich brauchen.« Sie zogen weiter und fanden einen am Weg sitzen, der hatte ein Auge zugebunden. Sprach der Königssohn zu ihm: »Hast du blöde Augen, dass du das Licht nicht sehen kannst?« »Nein«, antwortete der Mann, »ich darf die Binde nicht abnehmen, denn was ich mit meinen Augen ansehe, das zerspringt auseinander, so gewaltig ist mein Blick. Kann euch das nützen, so will ich euch dienen.« »Kommt mit«, antwortete der Königssohn, »ich kann dich brauchen.« Sie zogen weiter und fanden einen Mann, der lag mitten im heißen Sonnenschein und zitterte und fror am ganzen Leibe, so dass ihm kein Glied stillstand. »Wie kannst du frieren?«, sprach der Königssohn, »und die Sonne scheint so warm.« »Ach«, antwortete der Mann, »meine Natur ist ganz anderer Art. Je heißer es ist, desto mehr friere ich, und der Frost trinkt mir durch alle Knochen, und je kälter es ist, desto heißer wird mir. Mitten im Eis kann ich's vor Hitze, und mitten im Feuer vor Kälte nicht aushalten.« »Du bist ein wunderlicher Kerl«, sprach der Königssohn, »wenn du mir dienen willst, so komm mit.« Nun zogen sie weiter und sahen einen Mann stehen, der machte einen langen Hals, schaute sich um und schaute über alle Berge hinaus. Sprach der Königssohn: »Wonach siehst du so eifrig?« Der Mann antwortete: »Ich habe so helle Augen, dass ich über alle Wälder und Felder, Täler und Berge hinaus und durch die ganze Welt sehen kann.« Der Königssohn sprach: »Willst du, so komm mit mir, denn so einer fehlte mir noch.« Nun zog der Königssohn mit seinen 6 Dienern in die Stadt ein, wo die alte Königin lebte. Er sagte nicht, wer er wäre, aber er sprach: »Wollt ihr mir eure schöne Tochter geben, so will ich vollbringen, was ihr mir auferlegt.« Die Zauberin freute sich, dass ein so schöner Jüngling mit in ihre Netze fiel und sprach: »Dreimal will ich dir eine Aufgabe aufgeben. Lösest du sie jedes Mal, sollst du der Herr und Gemahl meiner Tochter werden.« »Was soll das erste sein?«, fragte er. »Dass du mir einen Ring herbeibringst, den ich ins Rote Meer habe fallen lassen.« Da ging der Königssohn heim zu seinen Dienern und sprach: »Die erste Aufgabe ist nicht leicht. Ein Ring soll aus dem Roten Meer geholt werden. Nun schafft Rat.« Da sprach der mit den hellen Augen: »Ich will sehen, wo er liegt«, schaute in das Meer hinab und sagte: »Dort hängt er an einem spitzen Stein.« Der Lange trug sie hin und sprach: »Ich wollte ihn herausholen, wenn ich ihn nur sehen könnte.« »Wenn's weiter nichts ist«, rief der Dicke, legte sich nieder und hielt seinen Mund ins Wasser. Da fielen die Wellen hinein wie in einen Abgrund, und er trank das ganze Meer aus, dass es trocken ward wie eine Wiese. Der Lange bückte sich ein wenig und holte den Ring mit der Hand heraus. Da ward der Königssohn froh, als er den Ring hatte, und brachte ihn der Alten. Sie erstaunte und sprach: »Ja, es ist der rechte Ring. Die erste Aufgabe hast du glücklich gelöst, aber nun kommt die zweite. Siehst du dort auf der Wiese vor meinem Schloss, da weiden 300 fette Ochsen. Die musst du mit Haut und Haar, Knochen und Hörnern verzehren. Und unten im Keller liegen 300 Fässer Wein, die musst du dazu austrinken. Und bleibt von den Ochsen ein Haar und von dem Wein ein Tröpfchen übrig, so ist dein Leben verfallen.« Sprach der Königssohn: »Darf ich mir keine Gäste dazu laden? Ohne Gesellschaft schmeckt keine Mahlzeit.« Die Alte lachte boshaft und antwortete: »Einen darfst du dir dazu laden, damit du Gesellschaft hast, aber weiter keinen.« Da ging der Königssohn zu seinen Dienern und sprach zu dem Dicken: »Du sollst heute mein Gast sein und dich einmal satt essen.« Da tat sich der Dicke voneinander und aß die 300 Ochsen, dass kein Haar übrig blieb, und fragte, ob weiter nichts als das Frühstück da wäre. Den Wein trank er auch gleich aus den Fässern, ohne dass er ein Glas nötig hatte, und trank den letzten Tropfen vom Nagel herunter. Als die Mahlzeit zu Ende war, ging der Königssohn zur Alten und sagte ihr, die zweite Aufgabe wäre gelöst. Sie verwunderte sich und sprach, so weit hat's noch keiner gebracht, aber es ist noch eine Aufgabe übrig, und dachte, du sollst mir nicht entgehen und wirst deinen Kopf nicht oben behalten. Heute Abend, sprach sie, bringe ich meine Tochter zu dir in deine Kammer, und du sollst sie mit deinen Armen umschlingen, und wenn ihr da beisammen sitzt, so hüte dich, dass du nicht einschläfst. Ich komme Schlag 12, und ist sie dann nicht mehr in deinen Armen, so hast du verloren. Der Königssohn dachte, der Bund ist leicht, ich will meine Augen wohl offen behalten. Doch rief er seine Diener, erzählte ihnen, was die Alte gesagt hatte und sprach, wer weiß, was für eine List dahinter steckt. Vorsicht ist gut, haltet Wache und sorgt, dass die Jungfrau nicht wieder aus meiner Kammer kommt. Als die Nacht einbrach, kam die Alte mit ihrer Tochter und führte sie in die Arme des Königssohn. Und dann schlang sich der Lange um sie beide in einem Kreis. Und der Dicke stellte sich vor die Türe, also dass keine lebendige Seele herein konnte. Da saßen sie beide, und die Jungfrau sprach kein Wort, aber der Mond schien durchs Fenster auf ihr Angesicht, dass sie ihre wunderbare Schönheit sehen konnte. Er tat nichts als sie anschauen, war voll Freude und Liebe, und es kam keine Müdigkeit in seine Augen. Das dauerte bis 11 Uhr, da warf die Alte einen Zauber über alle, dass sie einschliefen, und im Augenblick war auch die Jungfrau entrückt. Nun schliefen sie hart bis 11:15, da war der Zauber kraftlos, und sie erwachten alle wieder. O Jammer und Unglück, rief der Königssohn, nun bin ich verloren. Die treuen Diener fingen auch an zu klagen, aber der Horcher sprach, seid still, ich will horchen. Da horchte er einen Augenblick, und dann sprach er, sie sitzt in einem Felsen 300 Stunden von hier und bejammert ihr Schicksal. Du allein kannst helfen, Lange, wenn du dich aufrichtest, so bist du in ein paar Schritten dort. Ja, antwortete der Lange, aber der mit den scharfen Augen muss mitgehen, damit wir Felsen wegschaffen. Da huckte der Lange den mit den verbundenen Augen auf, und im Augenblick, wenn man eine Hand umwendet, waren sie vor dem verwünschten Felsen. Alsbald nahm der Lange dem anderen die Binde von den Augen, der sich nur umschaute. So zersprang der Felsen in 1000 Stücke. Da nahm der Lange die Jungfrau auf den Arm und trug sie in einem Nu zurück, holte ebenso schnell auch seinen Kameraden, und ehe es 12 schlug, saßen sie alle wieder wie vorher und waren munter und guter Dinge. Als es 12 schlug, kam die alte Zauberin hereingeschlichen, machte ein höhnisches Gesicht, als wollte sie sagen, nun ist er mein, und glaubte ihre Tochter, sie sei 300 Stunden weit im Felsen. Als sie aber ihre Tochter in den Armen des Königssohns erblickte, erschrak sie und sprach, da ist einer, der mehr kann als ich. Aber sie durfte nichts einwenden und musste ihm die Jungfrau zusagen. Da sprach sie ihr ins Ohr, Schande für dich, dass du gemeinem Volk gehorchen sollst und dir einen Gemahl nicht nach deinem Gefallen wählen darfst. Da ward das stolze Herz der Jungfrau mit Zorn erfüllt und sann auf Rache. Sie ließ am anderen Morgen 300 Malter Holz zusammenfahren und sprach zu dem Königssohn, die 3 Aufgaben wären gelöst. Sie würde aber nicht eher seine Gemahlin werden, bis einer bereit wäre, sich mitten in das Holz zu setzen und das Feuer auszuhalten. Sie dachte, keiner seiner Diener würde sich für ihn verbrennen, und aus Liebe zu ihr würde er sich selber hineinsetzen, und dann wäre sie frei. Die Diener aber sprachen, wir haben alle etwas getan, nur der Frostige noch nicht, der muss auch dran, setzten ihn mitten auf den Holzstoß und steckten ihn an. Da begann das Feuer zu brennen und brannte 3 Tage, bis alles Holz verzehrt war, und als die Flammen sich legten, stand der Frostige mitten in der Asche, zitterte wie Espenlaub und sprach, einen solchen Frost habe ich mein Lebtage nicht ausgehalten. Wenn er länger gedauert hätte, wäre ich erstarrt. Nun war keine Ausflucht mehr zu finden. Die schöne Jungfrau musste den unbekannten Jüngling zum Gemahl nehmen. Als sie aber nach der Kirche fuhren, sprach die Alte, ich kann die Schande nicht ertragen, und schickte ihr Kriegsvolk nach. Das sollte alles niedermachen, was ihm vorkäme, und ihr die Tochter zurückbringen. Der Horcher aber hatte die Ohren gespitzt und die heimlichen Reden der Alten vernommen. Was fangen wir an, sprach er zu dem Dicken. Aber der wusste Rat. Spie ein- oder zweimal hinter dem Wagen einen Teil von dem Meereswasser aus, das er getrunken hatte. Da entstand ein großer See, worin die Kriegsvölker stecken blieben und ertranken. Als die Zauberin das vernahm, schickte sie ihre geharnischten Reiter. Aber der Horcher vernahm das Rasseln der Rüstung und band dem einen die Augen auf. Der guckte die Feinde ein bisschen scharf an. Da sprangen sie auseinander wie Glas. Nun fuhren sie ungestört weiter, und als die beiden in der Kirche eingesegnet waren, nahmen die Sextine ihren Abschied und sprachen zu ihrem Herrn, eure Wünsche sind erfüllt, ihr habt uns nicht mehr nötig, wir wollen weiterziehen und unser Glück versuchen. Eine halbe Stunde vor dem Schloss war ein Dorf, vor dem hütete ein Schweinehirt seine Herde. Wie sie dahin kamen, sprach er zu seiner Frau, weißt du auch recht, wer ich bin? Ich bin kein Königssohn, sondern ein Schweinehirt, und der mit der Herde dort, das ist mein Vater. Wir 2 müssen auch daran und ihm helfen hüten. Dann stieg er mit ihr in das Wirtshaus ab und sagte heimlich zu den Wirtsleuten, in der Nacht sollten sie ihr die königlichen Kleider wegnehmen. Wie sie nun am Morgen aufwachte, hatte sie nichts anzutun, und die Wirtin gab ihr einen alten Rock und ein paar alte wollene Strümpfe. Dabei tat sie noch, als wäre es ein großes Geschenk und sprach, wenn ich da ein Mann wäre, hätte ich's euch gar nicht gegeben. Da glaubte sie, er wäre wirklich ein Schweinehirt und hütete mit ihm die Herde und dachte, ich habe es verdient mit meinem Übermut und Stolz. Das dauerte 8 Tage, da konnte sie es nicht mehr aushalten, denn die Füße waren ihr wund geworden. Da kamen ein paar Leute und fragten, ob sie wüsste, wer ihr Mann wäre. Ja, antwortete sie, er ist ein Schweinehirt und ist eben ausgegangen, mit Bändern und Schnüren einen kleinen Handel zu treiben. Sie sprachen aber, kommt einmal mit, wir wollen euch zu ihm hinführen, und brachten sie ins Schloß hinauf, und wie sie in den Saal kam, stand da ein Mann in königlichen Kleidern. Sie erkannte ihn aber nicht, bis er um den Hals fiel, sie küßte und sprach, ich habe so viel für dich gelitten, da hast du auch für mich leiden sollen. Nun ward erst die Hochzeit gefeiert, und der es erzählt hat wollte, er wäre auch dabei gewesen. Ende Die 6 Diener von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read by Ellie in July 2011.
Die 6 Falken aus Märchen und Sagen der nordamerikanischen Indianer von Karl Knorz. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 6 Falken oder der zerbrochene Flügel. 6 junge Falken, von denen nur Michichiguona, der älteste, etwas fliegen konnte, hatte der plötzliche Tod ihrer Eltern unversorgt und nahrungslos gelassen. Lange hatten sie auf die Rückkehr derselben vergeblich gehofft, und die Jüngeren hatten sich schon mit dem Gedanken des Hungertodes vertraut gemacht, als sich Michichiguona entschloss, die anderen, so gut er eben vermochte, mit Futter zu versehen. Eine Zeit lang ging dies auch recht nett, bis endlich auch er ausblieb. Nun fühlten sich die anderen erst recht unglücklich, denn der Winter war vor der Türe, und ihre Flügel waren noch zu schwach, um sie in eine wärmere Gegend zu tragen. Doch fassten einige Mut und flogen aus, ihren verunglückten Bruder zu suchen. Bald fanden sie ihn auch. Er hatte sich im Kampfe mit einem anderen Raubvogel den rechten Flügel gebrochen. »Brüder«, stöhnte er, »mir ist's schlecht ergangen, aber kümmert euch nicht weiter um mich und lasst euch nicht durch mich abhalten, der rauhen Zeit zu entfliehen.« »Nein, nein«, schrien sie alle, »wir verlassen dich nicht, sondern bleiben hier, um deine Leiden zu teilen und für dich zu sorgen, wie du ehemals für uns sorgtest. Wenn dich der Winter tötet, mag er uns auch töten, doch solange du lebst, bleiben wir bei dir.« Darauf trugen sie den Kranken in einen hohlen Baum, und 3 blieben beständig zu seiner Pflege und Wartung um ihn herum, während die anderen 2 ausflogen und Futter suchten. Michichiguona genas bald und gab seinen Brüdern allerlei erprobte Lehren hinsichtlich der Jagd, was dieselben befähigte, den ganzen Winter hindurch den Hunger fernzuhalten. Der Frühling erschien, und die Jagd wurde ergiebiger. Doch Pipichivisäen, der Jüngste, der gerade nicht der Klügste und Stärkste war, brachte nie etwas nach Hause, trotzdem daß er täglich am längsten weg war. Da fragte ihn einst Michichiguona nach der Ursache seines beständigen Unglücks. »Es ist weder meine Schwachheit noch meine kleine Gestalt daran schuld«, erwiderte er, »denn ich töte stets so viele Enten und sonstige Vögel wie die anderen, aber wenn ich mit denselben heimfliegen will, so stürzt jedesmal eine mächtige Rokokoho oder Eule auf mich los und nimmt mir meine Beute wieder ab.« Michichiguona flog daher am anderen Tag mit ihm und verbarg sich in der Nähe des Ufers. Pipichivisäen fing bald eine Ente, und gleich darauf erschien auch die große Eule, um sie ihm wieder abzunehmen. Schnell stürzte nun Michichiguona aus seinem Dickicht, packte sie mit seinen scharfen Krallen und trug sie nach Hause. Der Kleine flog umher und versuchte ihr die Augen auszuhacken. »Tu das nicht, Bruder«, sagte Michichiguona, »denn es ist Unrecht, einen hülflosen Feind zu verstümmeln und ihm zu lehren, gegen Schwächere grausam zu sein.« Darauf ließ er sie wieder fliegen. Die 6 Falken lebten noch lange Jahre beisammen, und die alten Mediziner, welche diese Fabel erzählt haben, wollten ihren roten Landsleuten damit beweisen, dass Einigkeit und Bruderliebe jede Not des Lebens besiegt. Die 6 Falken von Karl Knorz, gelesen von Hokus Pokus.
Die 6 Kirchen von Karl Müllenhoff. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 6 Kirchen von Karl Müllenhoff. Zwischen Appenrade und Tondern stehen 6 Kirchen, 2 bei 2 nebeneinander in einer Reihe. Jedes Paar ist von dem anderen gleich weit entfernt. 2 und 2 sind auch im Bau einander ganz gleich. In Uck und Joadkirch sind beide Kirchen klein und ohne Turm und Spitze. In Tiglev und Pjolderup haben sie hohe spitze Türme. In Bulderup und Rebstedt-Awer sind die Türme breit und stumpf. Diese Türme sind nämlich nacheinander von 2 Riesen gebaut, immer 2 zu gleicher Zeit. Die Riesen hatten bei der Arbeit nur ein einziges Werkzeug, nämlich eine Axt. Die warfen sie sich wechselweise zu, sobald sie einer gebrauchte. Weil aber jeder auf des anderen Arbeit genau Acht gab, so ist es gekommen, dass die Kirchen alle paarweise so zusammenpassen. Ende von Die 6 Kirchen von Karl Müllenhoff. Read by Ellie in July 2011. Die 6 Schwäne von den Gebrüdern Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 6 Schwäne von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Es jagte einmal ein König in einem großen Wald und jagte einem Wild so eifrig nach, dass ihm niemand von seinen Leuten folgen konnte. Als der Abend herankam, hielt er still und blickte um sich. Da sah er, dass er sich verirrt hatte. Er suchte einen Ausgang, konnte aber keinen finden. Da sah er eine alte Frau mit wackelndem Kopfe, die auf ihn zukam. Das war aber eine Hexe. »Liebe Frau«, sprach er zu ihr, »könnt ihr mir nicht den Weg durch den Wald zeigen?« »O ja, Herr König«, antwortete sie, »das kann ich wohl, aber es ist eine Bedingung dabei. Wenn ihr die nicht erfüllt, so kommt ihr nimmermehr aus dem Wald und müsst darin Hunger sterben.« »Was ist das für eine Bedingung?« fragte der König. »Ich habe eine Tochter«, sagte die Alte, »die so schön ist, wie ihr eine auf der Welt finden könnt und wohl verdient, eure Gemahlin zu werden. Wollt ihr die zur Frau Königin machen, so zeige ich euch den Weg aus dem Walde.« Der König in der Angst seines Herzens willigte ein, und die Alte führte ihn zu einem Häuschen, wo ihre Tochter beim Feuer saß. Sie empfing den König, als ob sie ihn erwartet hätte, und er sah wohl, dass sie sehr schön war. Aber sie gefiel ihm doch nicht, und er konnte sie ohne heimliches Grausen nicht ansehen. Nachdem er das Mädchen zu sich aufs Pferd gehoben hatte, zeigte ihm die Alte den Weg, und der König gelangte wieder in sein königliches Schloss, wo die Hochzeit gefeiert wurde. Der König war schon einmal verheiratet gewesen und hatte von seiner ersten Gemahlin 7 Kinder, 6 Knaben und ein Mädchen, die über alles in der Welt liebte. Weil er nun fürchtete, die Stiefmutter möchte sie nicht gut behandeln und ihnen gar ein Leid antun, so brachte er sie in ein einsames Schloss, das mitten in einem Walde stand. Es lag so verborgen und der Weg war so schwer zu finden, dass er ihn selbst nicht mehr gefunden hätte, wenn ihm nicht eine weise Frau einen Knäuel Garn von wunderbarer Eigenschaft geschenkt hätte. Wenn er das vor sich hinwarf, so wickelte er sich von selbst los und zeigte ihm den Weg. Der König ging aber so oft hinaus zu seinen lieben Kindern, dass der Königin seine Abwesenheit auffiel. Sie war neugierig und wollte wissen, was er draußen ganz allein im Walde zu schaffen habe. Sie gab seinen Dienern viel Geld, und die verrieten ihr das Geheimnis und sagten ihr auch von dem Knäuel, das allein den Weg zeigen könnte. Nun hatte sie keine Ruhe, bis sie herausgebracht hatte, wo der König das Knäuel aufbewahrte, und dann machte sie kleine weißseidene Hemdchen. Und da sie von ihrer Mutter die Hexenkünste gelernt hatte, so nähte sie einen Zauber hinein. Und als der König einmal auf die Jagd geritten war, nahm sie die Hemdchen und ging in den Wald, und das Knäuel zeigte ihr den Weg. Die Kinder, die aus der Ferne jemand kommen sahen, meinten, ihr lieber Vater käme zu ihnen und sprangen ihm voll Freude entgegen. Da warf sie über ihn jedes eines von den Hemdchen, und wie das ihren Leib berührt hatte, verwandelten sie sich in Schwäne und flogen über den Wald hinweg. Die Königin ging ganz vergnügt nach Haus und glaubte, ihre Stiefkinder los zu sein. Aber das Mädchen war ihr mit den Brüdern nicht entgegengelaufen, und sie wusste nichts von ihm. Andern Tags kam der König und wollte seine Kinder besuchen. Er fand aber niemand als das Mädchen. »Wo sind deine Brüder?« fragte der König. »Ach, lieber Vater«, antwortete es, »die sind fort und haben mich allein zurückgelassen«, und erzählte ihm, dass es aus seinem Fensterchen mit angesehen habe, wie seine Brüder als Schwäne über den Wald weggeflogen wären. und zeigte ihm die Federn, die sie im Hof hatten fallen lassen und die es aufgelesen hatte. Der König trauerte, aber er dachte nicht, dass die Königin die böse Tat vollbracht hätte, und weil er fürchtete, das Mädchen würde ihm auch geraubt, so wollte er es mit fortnehmen. Aber es hatte Angst vor der Stiefmutter und bat den König, dass es nur noch diese Nacht im Waldschloss bleiben dürfte. Das arme Mädchen dachte, meines Bleibens ist nicht länger hier, ich will gehen und meine Brüder suchen. Und als die Nacht kam, entfloh es, und gerade in den Wald hinein. Es ging die ganze Nacht durch und auch den anderen Tag in einem fort, bis es vor Müdigkeit nicht weiter konnte. Da sah es eine Wildhütte, stieg hinauf und fand eine Stube mit 6 kleinen Betten. Aber es getraute sich nicht, in eins zu legen, sondern kroch unter eins und legte sich auf den harten Boden und wollte die Nacht da zubringen. Als aber die Sonne bald untergehen wollte, hörte es ein Rauschen und sah, dass 6 Schwäne zum Fenster hereingeflogen kamen. Sie setzten sich auf den Boden und bliesen einander an und bliesen sich alle Federn ab, und ihre Schwanenhaut streifte sich ab wie ein Hemd. Da sah sie das Mädchen an und erkannte ihre Brüder, freute sich und kroch unter dem Bett hervor. Die Brüder waren nicht weniger erfreut, als sie ihr Schwesterchen erblickten, aber ihre Freude war von kurzer Dauer. »Hier kann deines Bleibens nicht sein«, sprachen sie zu ihm. »Das ist eine Herberge für Räuber. Wenn die heimkommen und finden dich, so ermorden sie dich.« »Könnt ihr mich nicht beschützen?« fragte das Schwesterchen. »Nein«, antworteten sie, »denn wir können nur eine Viertelstunde lang jeden Abend unsere Schwanenhaut ablegen und haben in dieser Zeit unsere menschliche Gestalt. Aber dann werden wir wieder in Schwäne verwandelt.« Das Schwesterchen weinte und sagte, »Könnt ihr nicht erlöst werden?« »Ach nein«, antworteten sie, »die Bedingungen sind zu schwer. Du darfst 6 Jahre lang nicht sprechen und nicht lachen und musst in der Zeit 6 Hemdchen für unsere Sternblumen zusammennähen. Kommt ein einziges Wort aus deinem Munde, ist alle Arbeit verloren.« Und als die Brüder das gesprochen hatte, war die Viertelstunde herum, und sie flogen als Schwäne wieder zum Fenster hinaus. Das Mädchen aber fasste den festen Entschluss, seine Brüder zu erlösen, wenn es auch sein Leben kostete. Es verließ die Wildhütte, ging mitten in den Wald und setzte sich auf einen Baum und brachte da die Nacht zu. Am anderen Morgen ging es aus, sammelte Sternblumen und fing an zu nähen. Reden konnte es mit niemand, und zum Lachen hatte es keine Lust. Es saß da und sah nur auf seine Arbeit. Als es schon lange Zeit dazu gebracht hatte, geschah es, dass der König des Landes in den Wald jagte, und seine Jäger zu dem Baum kamen, auf welchem das Mädchen saß. Sie riefen es an und sagten, »Wer bist du?« Es gab aber keine Antwort. »Komm herab zu uns«, sagten sie, »wir wollen dir nichts zuleide tun.« Es schüttelte bloß mit dem Kopf. Als sie es weiter mit Fragen bedrängten, so warf es ihnen seine goldene Halskette herab und dachte, sie damit zufriedenzustellen. Sie ließen aber nicht ab, da warf es ihnen seinen Gürtel herab, und als auch das nichts half, seine Strumpfbänder und nach alles, was es anhatte und entbehren konnte, so daß es nichts mehr als sein Hemdlein behielt. Die Jäger ließen sich aber damit nicht abweisen, stiegen auf den Baum und hoben das Mädchen herab und führten es vor den König. Der König fragte, »Wer bist du? Was machst du auf dem Baum?« Aber es antwortete nicht. Er fragte es in allen Sprachen, die er wusste, aber es blieb stumm wie ein Fisch. Weil es aber so schön war, so ward des Königs Herz gerührt, und er fasste eine große Liebe zu ihm. Er tat ihm seinen Mantel um, nahm es vor sich aufs Pferd und brachte es in sein Schloss. Da ließ er ihm reiche Kleider antun, und es strahlte in seiner Schönheit wie der helle Tag, aber es war kein Wort aus ihm herauszubringen. Er setzte es bei Tisch an seine Seite, und seine bescheidenen Mienen und seine Sittsamkeit gefielen ihm so sehr, dass er sprach, »Diese begehre ich zu heiraten und keine andere auf der Welt.« Und nach einigen Tagen vermählte er sich mit ihr. Der König aber hatte eine böse Mutter, die war unzufrieden mit dieser Heirat und sprach schlecht von der jungen Königin. »Wer weiß, wo die Dirne her ist«, sagte sie, »die nicht reden kann. Sie ist eines Königs nicht würdig.« Über ein Jahr, als die Königin das erste Kind zur Welt brachte, nahm es ihr die alte weg und bestrich ihr im Schlafe den Mund mit Blut. Da ging sie zum Königin und klagte sie an, sie wäre eine Menschenfresserin. Der König wollte es nicht glauben und litt nicht, dass man ihr ein Leid antat. Sie saß aber beständig und nähte an den Hemdchen und achtete auf nichts anderes. Das nächste Mal, als sie wieder einen schönen Knaben gebar, übte die falsche Schwiegermutter denselben Betrug aus. Aber der König konnte sich nicht entschließen, ihren Reden Glauben beizumessen. Er sprach, sie ist zu fromm und gut, als dass sie so etwas tun könnte. Wäre sie nicht stumm, so könnte sie sich verteidigen. So würde ihre Unschuld an den Tag kommen. Als aber das 3. Mal die Alte das neugeborene Kind raubte und die Königin anklagte, die kein Wort zu ihrer Verteidigung vorbrachte, so konnte der König nicht anders. Er musste sie dem Gericht übergeben, und das verurteilte sie, den Tod durchs Feuer zu erleiden. Als der Tag herankam, wo das Urteil vollzogen werden sollte, da war zugleich der letzte Tag von den 6 Jahren herum, in welchem sie nicht sprechen und nicht lachen durfte, und sie hatte ihre lieben Brüder aus der Macht des Zaubers befreit. Die 6 Hemden waren fertig geworden, nur dass an dem letzten der linke Ärmel noch fehlte. Als sie nun zum Scheiterhaufen geführt wurde, legte sie die Hemden auf ihren Arm, und als sie oben stand und das Feuer eben sollte angezündet werden, so schaute sie sich um, da kamen 6 Schwäne durch die Luft dahergezogen. Da sah sie, dass ihre Erlösung nahte, und ihr Herz regte sich in Freude. Die Schwäne rauschten zu ihr her und senkten sich herab, so dass sie ihnen die Hemden überwerfen konnte, und wie sie davon berührt wurden, fielen ihre Schwanenhäute ab, und ihre Brüder standen leibhaftig vor ihr und waren frisch und schön. Nur dem Jüngsten fehlte der linke Arm, und er hatte dafür einen Schwanenflügel am Rücken. Sie herzten und küssten sich, und die Königin ging zu dem Könige, der ganz bestürzt war, und fing zu reden an und sagte: Ihr liebster Gemahl, nun darf ich sprechen und dir offenbaren, dass ich unschuldig bin und fälschlich angeklagt, und erzählte ihm vom Betrug der Alten, die ihre 3 Kinder weggenommen und verborgen hatte. Da wurden sie zu großer Freude des Königs herbeigeholt, und die böse Schwiegermutter wurde zur Strafe auf dem Scheiterhaufen gebunden und zur Asche verbrannt. Der König aber und die Königin mit ihren 6 Brüdern lebten lange Jahre in Glück und Frieden. End of Die 6 Schwäne von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read by Ellie, July 2011. Die 6 Waldkirschen von Alexander von Ungarn-Sternberg. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Die 6 Waldkirschen von Alexander von Ungarn-Sternberg. 6 Schwestern wohnten in einem Walde beisammen und wurden von Zeit zu Zeit von einer mächtigen Fee, die ihre Pate war, besucht. Sonst kam Jahr aus Jahr ein niemand zu den 6 Mädchen, und sie waren Winter und Sommer immer allein. Diese Einsamkeit wurde durch die Güte und Macht der Fee versüßt. Wenn sie zum Besuche kam, brachte sie stets in ihrem Körbchen neben anderen Gaben 6 reife Waldkirschen mit, von denen sie jeder Schwester eine gab und zugleich sagte, die Besitzerin möchte sich irgendein lebendes Geschöpf wünschen. Und alsbald, wenn die Fee ein gewisses Wort gesprochen, verwandelte sich die Kirsche in das verlangte Geschöpf. Das war nun sehr anmutig und zugleich sehr belustigend. Die eine Schwester wünschte sich ein Eichkätzchen, die andere ein Täubchen, die dritte ein Hündchen, die 4. einen Papagei, die 5. eine weiße Maus, die 6. ein Lämpchen, das sie in einem rosaroten Bande im Walde herumführte. Am 12. Tage kam regelmäßig die gute Pate wieder und nahm ihre Geschenke mit, die sie in Kirschen zurückverwandelte, und brachte 6 neue Kirschen mit, aus denen die Mädchen sich wieder neues hübsches Spielwerk erschufen. So fehlte es in ihrer Einsamkeit nie an Gesellschaft und Unterhaltung, und das Haus im Walde war so belebt und heiter, als wenn es mitten in der volkreichsten Stadt gestanden hätte. Einst saßen die Mädchen auf dem grünen Platz im Walde, und jedes hatte seinen Liebling bei sich. Da hob Celine die Älteste an, indem sie den zierlichen Kopf ihres schokoladenfarbenen Windspiels, den sie sich dieses Mal von der Fee erbeten, auf ihrem Knie ruhen ließ. Ich möchte mal unsere Pate fragen, ob sie uns nicht auch Menschen machen kann. Die Tiere sind ganz hübsch, aber 6 hübsche, kluge, lustige Mädchen, die mit uns hier im Walde spielten und sängen, um die Wette liefen und abends in Reihen um die große Eiche herumtanzten, wären mir doch lieber. Ja, ja, riefen die 2., 3., 4. und 5. Allein die 6. schüttelte den Kopf und sagte, ich weiß nicht, liebe Schwestern, ob uns das gut tun würde. Wir lieben uns alle so herzlich, die 6 fremden Mädchen, die doch nicht bei uns bleiben könnten, sondern um 12 Tage wieder Abschied nehmen, würden das gute Einvernehmen zwischen uns stören. Meint ihr nicht, dass unsere gute Pate, wenn sie der Ansicht gewesen, dass menschliche Gefährten uns Not täten, nicht solche uns schon längst gegeben hätte? Ich meinesteils glaube sicherlich, dass sie einen guten Grund hat, so zu tun, wie sie bis jetzt getan. Wir wollen ihr keine Wünsche vortragen, die sie zu befriedigen nicht die Absicht hat. Aber die Schwestern hörten auf diesen Rat nicht. Als die Fee wieder erschien, riefen die 5 einstimmig. Diesmal mach aus den Kirschen keine Tiere, sondern junge, lustige Mädchen, wie wir sind. Die 6. musste wohl oder übel auch in diesen Wunsch einstimmen. Die Fee berührte mit dem Zauberstäbchen die im grünen Laube so zierlich ruhenden 6 schwarzen, glänzenden Kirschen. Und siehe da, plötzlich standen in dem Zimmer 6 schlanke junge Mädchen, eine immer hübscher wie die andere, und alle mit den schönsten kohlschwarzen, glänzenden Augen und dem herrlichsten schwarzen Haar. Ach, 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 riefen die Schwestern, da sind ja unsere Freundinnen, unsere Gespielinnen. Wie wollen wir nun froh und lustig sein? Und jede nahm sich einen der neuen Ankömmlinge, führte sie in ihr Zimmer und zeigte ihr alle ihre Schränke, gefüllt mit Putzsachen, und ihre Tische, auf denen eine Menge niedlicher Figuren und kostbaren Geräte stand. Die Mädchen taten nicht im mindesten fremd, und es schien, als wären die 6 Gäste seit Jahren die innigsten Vertrauten und Bekannten. Als es Abend wurde und Kerzen hereingebracht wurden, saßen alle 12 Mädchen um den großen runden Tisch, mitten in der Stube, und spielten Lotterie oder Karten. Nachts, wenn die Bäume im Walde säuselten, lagen sie im sicheren warmen Bette, immer 2 Mädchen in einem Bette, und es wusste die eine der anderen allerlei Geschichtchen zu erzählen, so daß sie erst spät unter angenehmem Schauer einschliefen. Am Morgen gingen sie in den Wald und pflückten Blumen. Am Mittag verzehrten sie ihr Mahl im Freien und sangen und lachten dabei mit hellen, anmutigen Stimmen, daß es weit durch den Wald schallte und die Vögel ringsum neugierig aus den Zweigen blickten. Das war ein Leben. Am 12. Tage, als die Fee kam, ihre Gaben zurückzufordern, war großes Wehklagen im Waldhause. Die 6 fremden Mädchen wollten nicht fort, und die 6 Einheimischen wollten sie nicht lassen. Die Fee nahm endlich mit großem Ernste das Wort und sagte: Kinder, ihr wisst nicht, was ihr begehrt. Soweit auch meine Macht geht, so kann ich die Naturgesetze doch nicht ändern. 12 Tage erhält sich eine Waldkirsche frisch, geht's über die Zeit hinaus, so wird sie welk, wie jede Frucht. Und was sich aus der Kirsche gemacht, wird ebenfalls welk. Wollt ihr nun sehen, wie euer liebes Spielwerk unter euren Händen zusammenschrumpelt? Das wäre ein hässlicher Anblick. Darum folgt meinen Rat und gebt gutwillig die Mädchen her, dass ich sie wieder verwandle. Ich habe in meinem Korbe 6 frische Kirschen mitgebracht. Daraus will ich euch neue Gespielinnen schaffen. Es war nicht redlich, der Fee zu widersprechen. So nahmen die Freundinnen den rührend und unter Vergießung zahlloser Tränen voneinander Abschied, und die 6 fremden Mädchen wurden wieder Kirschen, und die 6 neuen Kirschen wurden ebenso lustige und hübsche Mädchen, als die verschwundenen gewesen waren. Nun ging die Freude von neuem an. Die eben angelangten Freundinnen hatten ihre Putz und Kostbarkeiten in den Schränken und auf den Tischen noch nicht gesehen. Es war also wieder ganz neues Entzücken, sie ihnen zu zeigen. Zugleich richtete man sich im Voraus darauf ein, dass die Freundschaft nur 12 Tage dauerte und dass am Mittag des 12. Tages man sich trennen musste. Es fand sich aber jetzt schon, dass die Freundschaft manchmal schon früher zu Ende ging. Die fremden Mädchen brachten Kleider mit, die oft so schön und sogar schöner waren, als die Einheimischen aufzuweisen hatten. Dies gab Streit. Dann gab es beim Spielen zu viel Launenhaftigkeit und beim Gesang so Argenzank um diese oder jene Note, und zuletzt wollten die Einheimischen sogar bemerkt haben, dass die Fremden beim Spiel betrogen. Kurz, zuletzt konnten die 6 Mädchen den 12. Tag kaum erwarten, wo sie ihre Gäste wieder los wurden. Habe ich's euch nicht gesagt, rief die Jüngste. Es ist so gekommen, wie ich prophezeit habe. Wir wollen nun zu unseren Hündchen und Lämmern zurückkehren. Ach nein, rief die Älteste, das ist fade und langweilig. Ich wüsste wohl, was wir jetzt wünschen könnten. Nun was denn? Fragten die anderen neugierig. Die Älteste ließ mit schalkhafter Miene einige Zeit vergehen, ehe sie antwortete. Nun, sagte sie endlich, könnt ihr noch fragen, was ich meine. Es soll nur jeder daran denken, was sie sich heimlich schon oft gewünscht hat. Was wir uns heimlich gewünscht haben? Oh, und was wäre das? Ei, riefen sie durcheinander und legten die Zeigefinger an die Nasenspitzen. Nun, rief die Älteste, fällt euch nichts bei. Ich habe mir einmal ein rosafarbenes Hündchen gewünscht, sagte die Dritte. Aber so etwas gibt es nicht, und darum ist's ganz unnütz, sich so etwas zu wünschen. Ist doch ein alberner Wunsch, bemerkte die Älteste spöttisch. Was soll denn ein rosafarbenes Hündchen? Einfältig. Nein, ich habe etwas ganz anderes im Sinne. Doch etwas Lebendiges? Ja, etwas sehr Lebendiges, das uns die Zeit vortrefflich vertreiben soll und dessen Gesellschaft wir im Himmel leben werden. Oh, was kann das sein? Riefen alle. So will ich es sagen, entgegnete die Sprecherin. Wir wollen uns Liebhaber wünschen. 6 junge, hübsche Männer. Daran haben wir nicht gedacht, riefen die Schwestern, und jede hatte daran gedacht. Nur keine wollte es aussprechen, sondern eine erwartete immer von der anderen, dass sie es sagen sollte. Wird die Fee uns aber auch den Willen tun? Fragte die zweite Schwester. Ich zweifle sehr. Sie wird sagen, ein solcher Wunsch ist für junge Mädchen nicht passend. So wollen wir sie gar nicht fragen, entgegnete die Älteste. Es kommt jetzt der Frühlingsanfang. Das ist die Zeit, wo sie immer auf 3 Monate zu verreisen pflegt. Sie vertraut an ihrem Zauberstab einem alten klugen Raben an, dem sie den Auftrag gibt, ihn uns zu überbringen und wieder mitzunehmen. Diese Zeit wollen wir benutzen und aus den 6 Zauberkirschen erschaffen, was wir wollen. Die Fee wird's nicht erfahren, und wenn sie's auch erfährt, so ist sie so gut, dass sie uns deshalb nicht zürnen wird. Wenn das nur nicht schlimm abläuft, sagte die Jüngste. Ich habe euch schon einmal richtig prophezeit. Erlaubt, dass ich auch diesmal wieder meine warnende Stimme erhebe. Nein, 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 riefen alle zugleich. Der Plan ist gut, er soll ausgeführt werden. Oh, was werden wir uns für hübsche Männer geben? Unsere Schwester hat recht, wir werden wie im Paradiese leben. Das allein hat uns nur noch gefehlt. Die Jüngste schwieg, da sie überstimmt war. Es kam, wie die Mädchen gesagt hatten. Die Fee reiste fort und übergab dem Raben den Zauberstab mit dem Befehl, er solle ihn samt den Kirschen allemal den 12. Tag in das Haus im Walde bringen. Zugleich sagte sie den Schwestern, vergesst nicht, wenn ihr die Kirschen berührt, ihr das Wort Kirmes dann aussprechen müsst. Und wenn es wieder Kirschen werden sollen, ihr das Zauberwort Simurgus dazu ausrufen müsst. Schreibt euch das in euer Gedenktäfelchen, damit ihr es ja nicht vergesst. Von den 6 Schwestern schrieb nur allein die Jüngste die Wörter auf. Die anderen dachten, ei, wozu aufschreiben, wir werden es schon behalten. Als die Mädchen nun allein waren und der Rabe das Zauberstäbchen und die Kirschen gebracht hatte, schlossen sie sich vorsichtig ein. und setzten sich im Kreise, und jede nahm die ihr zugeteilte Kirsche, berührte sie mit dem Stäbchen, und die erste sagte: Ich wünsche mir einen Minister mit einem Ordensstern, mit Degen und Federhut, der so recht stolz und vornehm tut. Und wie sie das gesagt hatte und dazu das Wort Kirmes dann ausgesprochen, stand ein junger Mann vor ihr in einem violettatlasfrack mit Goldstickerei auf den Nähten, mit einem prächtigen Ordensstern auf der Brust, mit einem funkelnden Kragen und mit einem Federhut unterm Arm, verbeugte sich tief und sagte: Mein teures Fräulein, wie sehr freue ich mich, Sie endlich persönlich kennenzulernen. In meinen Träumen lebten Sie schon lange. Die Älteste war entzückt und erwiderte hoch errötend: Sehr obligiert, mein Herr. Die zweite sagte: Ich wünsche mir einen Jägersmann mit einem Hut, keck auf dem Ohr, eine Reihe Feder daran und den Hirschfänger an der Hüfte. Das ist mein Geschmack. Und alsbald stand ein wunderhübscher blonder Jägerbursche vor ihr, der neigte die roten Lippen auf ihrer Hand, blinzelte schalkhaft mit den Augen und rief: Schön Mädchen, hier bin ich. Seien Sie mir willkommen, lieber Jäger, antwortete sie und wusste sich vor Freude nicht zu lassen über den hübschen Jungen, den sie sich herbeigewünscht. Die dritte rief: Was mich betrifft, so wünsche ich mir einen rechten Springinsfeld, der Tag aus Tag ein singt und jodelt und stets auf einem Beine hüpft. Mit einem solchen muß sich's gut leben lassen. All das ernsthafte Wesen kann ich nicht leiden. Mein Schatz muß ein Tausendsasser sein, ein Obenaus und nirgend zu Haus, ein rechter Teufelsbraten. Und vor ihr stand ein kleiner Junge, dem blitzte es aus den Augen. Er wirbelte sich ein paar Mal auf dem Absatz herum, ehe er zum Sprechen kam, und dann selbst machte er einen hohen Satz und sprudelte unter lautem Lachen hervor: Guten Tag, mein Herzensschätzchen. Komm, lass uns in den Wald laufen. Wir wollen sehen, wer schneller ist. Gut, gut, rief die dritte, mir ganz recht. Und so liefen sie sogleich in den Wald hinein, und man hörte weithin ihr lustiges Lachen. Die vierte sprach: Nein, so will ich's nicht. Mein Liebster muß ein großer, schlanker Jüngling sein, mit träumerischen, dunklen Augen, immer schwarz gekleidet, am liebsten ein junger Professor oder sonst etwas Gelehrtes und Studiertes. Und wie sie's gesagt, stand ein junger Studiosus vor ihr, ganz so, wie sie ihn beschrieben, und sagte mit einer langsamen und melancholischen Stimme: Wie freue ich mich, schönste der Schönen, endlich einmal Ihnen Auge in Auge sagen zu können, dass Sie die Dame meines Herzens sind. Ich will nur gleich hingehen und ein Gedicht auf Ihre Reize machen. Gar zu gütig, entgegnete das geschmeichelte Mädchen. Aber wenn ich bitten darf, wenn Sie das Gedicht fertig haben, lesen Sie es meinen Schwestern vor, damit alle hören, welch einen gescheiten Liebhaber ich habe. Die fünfte endlich rief: Ei, das sollte mir fehlen, solch einen Versemacher mir zuzulegen, der, wenn er mich zum ersten Mal sieht, gleich fortläuft, um sich an den Schreibtisch zu setzen und Verse zu schmieden. Nein, ich will einen jungen Soldaten, das ist die rechte Sorte, immer gleich bei der Hand, wenn es ums Küssen und Umarmen gilt. Dabei mutig, und der geringste von ihnen hat den Teufel im Leib. Sie nahm ihre Kirsche und berührte sie mit dem Stabe, und vor ihr stand in militärischer Haltung, die Hand an der Mütze, ein junger, kecker Bursche, eingeschnürt in eine enge Uniform, und sagte: Hier bin ich, mein Schatz. Hast du nicht ein Gläschen Likör bei der Hand und einen guten Tabak? Beides sollst du haben, rief das Mädchen, und der Soldat umfaßte sie und raubte ihr einen Kuss. Die Schwestern riefen: Aber das ist dreist. Seid nur ruhig, sagte die fünfte, so lieb ich's. Nun, und du? fragten alle die Jüngste. Die Jüngste hatte lange Zeit vor sich hingesonnen, dann sagte sie: Ich hab's mir überlegt, ich schaffe mir keinen Mann. Der Mann soll dem Weibe kein Spielzeug sein. Gesetzt den Fall, ich verliebte mich wirklich in den ich mir hergezaubert, so könnte ich's wahrscheinlich nicht überleben, ihn wieder zu verlieren. Ich stürbe mit ihm, also für mich keinen Mann. Ich werde die Güte unserer edlen Pate benutzen und mir eine hübsche Hirschkuh wünschen. Eine solche habe ich mir schon längst erbitten wollen. Die Schwestern lachten und riefen: Eine Hirschkuh, wie einfältig, aber die Jüngste tat, wie sie gesagt. Nun hatten alle, was sie begehrten. Die Schwestern waren so verliebt in ihre Männer, wie es nur Frauen immer sein können, und die Männer taten ihrerseits alles Mögliche, um ihren Liebchen zu gefallen. Der junge Minister stolzierte in der Sonne umher, so daß sein Stern weithin blitzte und funkelte. Der Jäger blies ins Horn und sang die hübschesten Jägerlieder. Der Tausendsasser tanzte, der melancholische Studios machte Verse, und der junge Soldat küßte und trank. Alle riefen eines Tages: Wann wird die Hochzeit sein? Die Mädchen bestimmten einen Tag, es war gerade der 12., aber das hatten sie rein vergessen. Als nun der Rabe kam mit dem Zauberstab und den 6 frischen Kirschen, schickten sie ihn fort. Nur die Jüngste zauberte sich eine neue Hirschkuh. Die 5 Mädchen machten nun mit ihren Liebsten Hochzeit. Um 12 Uhr nachts führte jeden ihren Schatz in ihr Kämmerlein. Am Morgen ertönte ein Schreckensruf in der Kammer der Ältesten: Wo ist mein lieber Mann geblieben? Pfui, was für ein welkes altes Männchen liegt in meinem Bette. Hinaus mit ihm. Und aus der 2. und 3. Brautkammer erscholl der nämliche Ruf: Hinaus mit dem kleinen Hutzelmann, das neben mir im Bette liegt. Wo ist mein hübscher junger Mann geblieben? Und so klang es überall. Und nun kamen die armen Mädchen heraus, und jede führte an der Hand einen kleinen krummen und schiefen alten Knirps. Es war zum Erbarmen. und eine, als sie die andere sah in demselben Unglück, jammerte immer stärker und wilder als ihre Schwester, und endlich verwünschten sie alle die grausame Fee. Die 5 alten Männchen sahen einander an und machten ihrerseits klägliche Mienen. »Wo ist der Rabe?« riefen nun die Mädchen. »Geschwind, fort mit diesem Plunder! Keinen Augenblick länger wollen wir diese Spitalgesellschaft um uns dulden.« »Ihr vergeßt«, sagte die Jüngste, »dass ihr den Raben, als er sich hier befand, fortgeschickt habt. Ihr müsst nun warten, bis wieder 12 Tage vorüber sind.« Die Schwestern fingen erst recht zu jammern an, als sie hörten, dass sie sich mit diesen hässlichen Schätzchen, die in jeder Stunde mehr zusammenschrumpften, noch ganze 12 Tage plagen sollten. Indessen fanden sie sich ins Unvermeidliche, und jede nahm ihr Alräunchen auf den Schoß und schob in den zahnlosen Mund ein bisschen Zwieback und gab jedem ein Schlückchen Wein, damit die alten Magen sich stärken sollten. »Himmelssakrament«, rief der Soldat, »wir hätten noch länger können frisch bleiben, wenn diese Satansnacht nicht gewesen wäre. Allein dergleichen Arbeit hält ein anderer aus und behalte noch seine Lebensgeister beisammen. Dasselbe versicherten auch die 4 anderen. Der Springinsfeld bestand noch immer darauf, auf ein Bein zu hüpfen. Allein es gelang miserabel, er fiel und verstauchte sich Arm und Beine und zerschellte sich den Kopf. Der Jäger hatte schon seit langem nicht mehr so viel Atem, um sein Horn zu blasen. Der einzige, der noch etwas leistete, war der Minister, der an einem Stabe gelehnt in der Sonne herumkroch und seinen Stern funkeln ließ. Endlich kam der Rabe. Aber ein neues Unglück. Die Mädchen hatten das Wort vergessen, das die armseligen Figuren wieder zu Kirschen machte. Die Jüngste war, auf ihrer Hirschkuh reitend, seit einigen Tagen in den Wald gezogen und war noch nicht wieder zurück. Also kein Rat und keine Hilfe. Sie baten den Raben, er möchte ihnen die neuen 6 Kirschen lassen, aber er krächzte verdrießlich. »Darf nicht. Meine Order lautet, nur gegen die alten soll ich die neuen geben.« Damit flog er fort und nahm mit, was er überbracht hatte. Welch ein entsetzliches Mißgeschick. Nur noch 12 Tage mit diesen kleinen Ungetümen zu verleben. Ach, es war kaum möglich. Und es mußte doch möglich sein. Wie oft riefen jetzt die 5 Unbedächtigen. Ach, hätten wir doch auf den Rat unserer Schwester gehört und uns auf Dinge nicht eingelassen, von denen die Fee, unsere Pate, keine Kenntnis hat. Was das Schlimmste ist, rief die Zweite, wenn unsere Schwester nicht heimkehrt, so können wir, bis die Fee wieder da ist, noch über 2 Monaten uns mit den Kobolden herumschleppen. Das halten wir nicht aus, riefen die Mädchen alle zusammen. Ihr müsst es aushalten, nahmen jetzt die 5 boshaften kleinen Greise das Wort. Wehe euch, wenn ihr uns irgendwie in Pflege und Nahrung vernachlässigt oder uns nicht mit der Achtung behandelt, die wir fordern dürfen. Eure Strafe wird schrecklich sein, denn wir sind sehr mächtig. Die Schwestern, die furchtsamer Natur waren, hörten diese Drohung mit Händeringen und Tränen, und jede versprach, auf das Gehorsamste den Befehlen nachzukommen. Nun, so nehmt uns jetzt auf euren Rücken, riefen die kleinen Greise übermütig. Wir wollen euch wie unsere Rosse besteigen, und ihr sollt in den Wald hinaustraben, damit wir frische Luft schöpfen. Jede nahm nun Huckepack ihren Kobold, und es ging in den Wald. Die Kleinen hatten sich seidene Schnüre besorgt, die hatten sie den Mädchen durch den Mund gezogen und zerrten nun daran, als wären es Zügel und Gebiss. Dabei stießen sie mit kleinen, spitzigen, silbernen Sporen die armen Mädchen in die Seiten. »Ich habe eine verdammt widerspenstige Stute«, rief der eine. »Sie will nie so, wie ich will.« »Ei, so lass sie die Stachel deiner Sporen fühlen«, schrie der andere. »Die meine habe ich schon so gut dressiert, dass sie auf den leisesten Wink pariert.« So lachten und drohten die hässlichen Gnomen auf dem Rücken der 5 Mädchen, die ihr Schicksal verwünschten, denn nach Ablauf von noch 12 Tagen und abermals 12 Tagen kam die Jüngste noch nicht wieder heim. Endlich entschlossen sich die Schwestern, sie aufzusuchen. Sie zogen mit den Männern auf dem Rücken ins nahe Gebirge, wo sie hofften, dass die Vermisste sein werde. Die Jüngste hatte unterdessen im Gebirge die Bekanntschaft eines jungen Hirten gemacht, der sehr schön, sehr edel und sehr verliebter Natur war. Er war des hübschen Mädchens auf der milchweißen Hirschkuh kaum ansichtig geworden, als er ihr schon erklärte, dass er ohne sie nicht leben könne. Diese zärtlichen Worte verfehlten nicht ihre Wirkung. Die stolze Reiterin stieg herab, und es dauerte nicht lange, so erhörte sie die Wünsche ihres Anbeters. Beide lebten nun im Gebirge als ein sehr glückliches, zufriedenes Paar. Sie hatte ihre törichten Schwestern fast vergessen und dachte, nicht mehr heimzukehren. Da hörte sie eines Tages etwas den Weg hinaufkeuchen, der zu ihrer Hütte führte. Sie sagte zu ihrem Manne: »Kommen vielleicht Reiter zu uns zu Besuche? Allein ich höre kein Pferdegetrappel.« Und sie schaute aus dem Fenster. Da sah sie den Talpfad hinauf, ihre unglücklichen 5 Schwestern, wie sie unter Hallo und Huster ihre Reiter hinaufkeuchten. »Gott im Himmel«, rief sie, »diese Pferde sollte ich kennen. Ach, die armen Kreaturen, in welche Knechtschaft sind sie geraten. Ich will nur gleich hinaus und sie zu mir ins Haus führen, das den armen Schütz und Erholung werde.« Die 5 Mädchen kamen todmüde in der Hütte ihrer wiedergefundenen Schwester an. Diese war mutvoll und ließ sich nicht durch Drohungen einschüchtern. Sie nahm die 5 boshaften Zwerge, packte sie allesamt in den großen Hühnerkorb, da ließ sie sie durcheinander kribbeln und krabbeln und schreien und kneifen und wartete geduldig, bis der nächste 12. Tag kam, wo der Rabe sie im Gebirge aufzusuchen pflegte. Da sagte sie zu ihren Schwestern: »Aber wollt ihr nun noch klug und gehorsam sein, und fürchte nichts unternehmen hinter dem Rücken unserer Wohltäterin, der gütigen Fee, und wollt ihr künftig auf meinen Rat hören, denn ihr habt gesehen, daß ich's gut mit euch meine. Ja, ja, wir wollen es, riefen die Armen, befreie uns nur von dem Unglück. Da nahm die Jüngste den Zauberstab, trat an den Hühnerkorb und sprach das Wort Simurgus, und alsbald lagen auf dem Boden des Korbes 5 ganz vertrocknete, steinharte Kirschen. Diese nahm sie und gab sie dem Raben, der ihr dafür die 5 frischen überreichte. Und was damit, sagte die Jüngste. Sie verlangten alle 5 weiße Hirschkühe, damit sie auf deren Rücken in ihre Heimat zurückkehren konnten, wo sie dann die Fee erwarten wollten. Dies geschah. Die gütige Fee verzieh den Ungehorsam und nahm die Bereuenden wieder zu Gnaden auf. Allein sie gab ihnen keine Kirschen mehr. Der klugen und folgsamen 6. Schwester verlieh sie Reichtum und langes Leben, so dass sie mit ihrem Hirten so glücklich lebte, wie sie es verdiente. Die 5 Schwestern starben unvermählt, denn sie hatten eine solche Furcht, dass wenn sie einen hübschen jungen Mann heirateten, er plötzlich über Nacht sich in einen kleinen scheußlichen Kobold verwandeln möchte, dass sie lieber zeitlebens ledig blieben. Ende von die 6 Waldkirschen von Alexander von Ungarn-Sternberg. Read by Ellie in July 2011. Sechse kommen durch die ganze Welt von den Gebrüdern Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sechse kommen durch die ganze Welt von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Es war einmal ein Mann, der verstand allerlei Künste. Er diente im Krieg und hielt sich brav und tapfer. Aber als der Krieg zu Ende war, bekam er den Abschied und 3 Heller Zehrgeld auf den Weg. Wart, sprach er, das lasse ich mir nicht gefallen. Finde ich die rechten Leute, so soll mir der König noch die Schätze des ganzen Landes herausgeben. Da ging er voll Zorn in den Wald und sah ihn darin stehen, der hatte 6 Bäume ausgerupft, als wären's Kornhalme. Sprach er zu ihm, willst du mein Diener sein und mit mir ziehen? Ja, antwortete er, aber erst will ich meiner Mutter das Wäldchen Holz heimbringen, und nahm einen von den Bäumen und wickelte ihn um die 5 anderen, hob die Welle auf die Schulter und trug sie fort. Dann kam er wieder und ging mit seinem Herrn, der sprach, wir 2 sollten wohl durch die ganze Welt kommen. Und als sie ein Weilchen gegangen waren, fanden sie einen Jäger, der lag auf den Knien, hatte die Büchse angelegt und zielte. Sprach der Herr zu ihm, Jäger, was willst du schießen? Er antwortete, 2 Meilen von hier sitzt eine Fliege auf dem Ast eines Eichbaums, der will ich das linke Auge herausschießen. Oh, geh mit mir, sprach der Mann. Wenn wir 3 zusammen sind, sollten wir durch die ganze Welt kommen. Der Jäger war bereit und ging mit ihm, und sie kamen zu 7 Windmühlen, deren Flügel trieben hastig herum, und ging doch links und rechts kein Wind und bewegte sich kein Blättchen. Da sprach der Mann, ich weiß nicht, was die Windmühlen treibt, es regt sich ja kein Lüftchen, und ging mit seinen Dienern weiter. Und als sie 2 Meilen fortgegangen waren, sahen sie einen auf einem Baum sitzen, der hielt das eine Nasenloch zu und blies aus dem anderen. Mein, was treibst du dort oben? fragte der Mann. Er antwortete, 2 Meilen von hier stehen 7 Windmühlen. Seht, ich blase sie an, dass sie laufen. Oh, geh mit mir, sprach der Mann. Wenn wir 4 zusammen sind, sollten wir wohl durch die ganze Welt kommen. Da stieg der Bläser herab und ging mit, und über eine Zeit sahen sie einen, der stand da auf einem Bein und hatte das andere abgeschnallt und neben sich gelegt. Da sprach der Herr, du hast es ja bequem gemacht zum Ausruhen. Ich bin ein Läufer, antwortete er, und damit ich nicht gar zu schnell springe, habe ich mir das Bein abgeschnallt. Wenn ich mit 2 Beinen laufe, so geht's geschwinder, als ein Vogel fliegt. Oh, geh mit mir, wenn wir 5 zusammen sind, sollten wir wohl durch die ganze Welt kommen. Da ging er mit, und gar nicht lang, so begegneten sie einem, der hatte ein Hütchen auf, hatte es aber ganz auf dem einen Ohr sitzen. Da sprach der Herr zu ihm, manierlich, manierlich, häng deinen Hut doch nicht auf ein Ohr, du siehst ja aus wie ein Hansnarr. Ich darf's nicht tun, sprach der andere, denn setz ich meinen Hut gerad, so kommt ein gewaltiger Frost, und die Vögel unter dem Himmel erfrieren und fallen tot zur Erde. Oh, geh mit mir, sprach der Herr, wenn wir 6 zusammen sind, sollten wir durch die ganze Welt kommen. Nun gingen die 6 in eine Stadt, wo der König hatte bekannt machen lassen, wer mit seiner Tochter um die Wette laufen wollte und den Sieg davontrüge, der sollte ihr Gemahl werden. Wer aber verlöre, müsste seinen Kopf hergeben. Da meldete sich der Mann und sprach, ich will aber meinen Diener für mich laufen lassen. Der König antwortete, dann musst du auch noch dessen Leben zum Pfand setzen, also das sein und dein Kopf für den Sieg haften. Als das verabredet und festgemacht war, schnallte der Mann dem Läufer das andere Bein an und sprach zu ihm, nun sei hurtig und hilf, dass wir siegen. Es war aber bestimmt, dass wer am ersten Wasser aus dem weit abgelegenen Brunnen brächte, der sollte Sieger sein. Nun bekam der Läufer einen Krug und die Königstochter auch einen, und sie fingen zu gleicher Zeit zu laufen an. Aber in einem Augenblick, als die Königstochter erst eine kleine Strecke fort war, konnte den Läufer schon kein Zuschauer mehr sehen, und es war nichts anderes, als wäre der Wind vorbeigesaust. In kurzer Zeit gelangte er beim Brunnen an, schöpfte den Krug voll Wasser und kehrte wieder um. Mitten aber auf dem Heimweg überkam ihn eine Müdigkeit. Da setzte er den Krug hin, legte sich nieder und schlief ein. Er hatte aber einen Pferdeschädel, der da auf der Erde lag, zum Kopfkissen gemacht, damit er hart liege und bald wieder erwache. Indessen war die Königstochter, die auch gut laufen konnte, so gut es gerade ein gewöhnlicher Mensch vermag, bei dem Brunnen angelangt und eilte mit ihrem Krug voll Wasser zurück. Und als sie den Läufer da liegen und schlafen sah, war sie froh und sprach: Der Feind ist in meine Hände gegeben, leerte seinen Krug aus und sprang weiter. Nun wäre alles verloren gewesen, wenn nicht zum Glück der Jäger mit seinem scharfen Auge oben auf dem Schloss gestanden und alles mit angesehen hätte. Da sprach er, die Königstochter soll doch gegen uns nicht aufkommen, lud seine Büchse und schoss so geschickt, dass er dem Läufer den Pferdeschädel unterm Kopf wegschoss, ohne ihm weh zu tun. Da erwachte der Läufer, sprang in die Höhe und sah, dass sein Krug leer und die Königstochter schon weit voraus war. Aber er verlor den Mut nicht, lief mit dem Krug wieder zum Brunnen zurück, schöpfte aufs neue Wasser und war noch 10 Minuten eher als die Königstochter daheim. Seht ihr, sprach er, jetzt habe ich erst die Beine aufgehoben, vorher war's gar kein Laufen zu nennen. Den König aber kränkte es und seine Tochter noch mehr, dass es so ein gemeiner, abgedankter Soldat davontragen sollte. Sie ratschlagten miteinander, wie sie ihn samt seinen Gesellen los würden. Da sprach der König zu ihr: Ich habe ein Mittel gefunden, lasst ihr nicht bang sein, sollen sie nicht wieder heimkommen. Und sprach zu ihnen: Ihr sollt euch zusammen lustig machen, essen und trinken, und führte sie zu einer Stube. Die hatte einen Boden von Eisen, und die Türen waren auch von Eisen, und die Fenster waren mit eisernen Stäben verwahrt. In der Stube war eine Tafel mit köstlichen Speisen besetzt. Da sprach der König zu ihnen: Geht hinein und lasst euch wohl sein. Und wie sie drinnen waren, ließ er die Türe verschließen und verriegeln. Dann ließ er den Koch kommen und befahl ihm, ein Feuer so lange unter der Stube zu machen, bis das Eisen glühend werde. Das tat der Koch, und es ward den 6 in der Stube, während sie an der Tafel saßen, ganz warm, und sie meinten, es käme vom Essen. Als aber die Hitze immer größer ward und sie hinaus wollten, Tür und Fenster aber verschlossen fanden, da merkten sie, dass der König Böses im Sinn gehabt hatte und sie ersticken wollte. Es soll ihm aber nicht gelingen, sprach der mit dem Hütchen. Ich will einen Frost kommen lassen, von dem sich das Feuer schämen und verkriechen soll. Da setzte es sein Hütchen gerade, und alsbald fiel ein Frost, dass alle Hitze verschwand und die Speisen in den Schüsseln anfingen zu frieren. Als nun ein paar Stunden herum waren und der König glaubte, sie wären der Hitze verschmachtet, ließ er die Türe öffnen und wollte selbst nach ihnen sehen. Aber wie die Türe aufging, standen sie alle 6 da, frisch und gesund, und sagten, es wäre ihnen lieb, dass sie hinaus könnten, sich zu wärmen. Denn bei der großen Kälte in der Stube froren die Speisen in den Schüsseln fest. Da ging der König voll Zorn hinab zu dem Koch, schalt ihn und fragte, warum er nicht getan hätte, was ihm befohlen worden. Der Koch aber antwortete: Es ist klug genug da, seht nur selbst. Da sah der König, dass ein gewaltiges Feuer unter der Eisenstube brannte, und merkte, dass er den 6. auf diese Weise nichts anhaben konnte. Nun sann der König aufs Neue, wie er die bösen Gäste los würde, ließ den Meister kommen und sprach: Willst du Gold nehmen und dein Recht auf meine Tochter aufgeben, so sollst du haben, so viel du willst. O ja, Herr König, antwortete er, gebt mir so viel, als mein Diener tragen kann, so verlange ich eure Tochter nicht. Da war der König zufrieden, und jener sprach weiter: So will ich in 14 Tagen kommen und es holen. Darauf rief er alle Schneider aus dem ganzen Reich herbei, die mussten 14 Tage lang sitzen und einen Sack nähen. Und als er fertig war, musste der Starke, welcher Bäume ausrupfen konnte, den Sack auf die Schulter nehmen und mit ihm zu dem Könige gehen. Da sprach der König: Was ist das für ein gewaltiger Kerl, der einen hausgroßen Ballen Leinwand auf der Schulter trägt? Er schrak und dachte, was wird der für Gold wegschleppen? Da ließ er eine Tonne Gold herbeibringen. Die mussten 16 mal 10 der stärksten Männer tragen. Aber der Starke packte sie mit einer Hand, steckte sie in den Sack und sprach: Warum bringt ihr nicht gleich mehr? Das deckt ja kaum den Boden. Da ließ der König nach und nach seinen ganzen Schatz herbeitragen, den schob der Starke in den Sack hinein, und der Sack war danach noch nicht zur Hälfte voll. Da mussten noch 7000 Wagen mit Gold in dem ganzen Reich zusammengefahren werden. Die schob der Starke samt der vorgespannten Ochsen in seinen Sack. Ich will's nicht lange besehen, sprach er, und nehmen, was kommt, damit der Sack nur voll wird. Wie alles drin stak, ging doch noch viel hinein, da sprach er: Nun will ich dem Ding ein Ende machen. Man bindet wohl einmal den Sack zu, wenn er auch noch nicht voll ist. Dann huckte er ihn auf den Rücken und ging mit seinen Gesellen fort. Als der König nun sah, wie der einzige Mann des ganzen Landes Reichtum forttrug, ward er zornig und ließ seine Reiterei aufsitzen. Die sollten den 6. nachjagen und hatten den Befehl, dem Starken den Sack wieder abzunehmen. 2 Regimenter holten sie bald ein und riefen ihnen zu: Ihr seid Gefangene, legt den Sack mit dem Gold nieder, oder ihr werdet zusammengehauen. Was sagt ihr, sprach der Bläser, wir wären Gefangene? Er sollte sämtlich in der Luft herumtanzen, hielt das eine Nasenloch zu und blies mit dem anderen die beiden Regimenter an. Da fuhren sie auseinander und in die blaue Luft über alle Berge weg, der eine hierhin, der andere dorthin. Ein Feldwebel rief um Gnade, er hätte 9 Wunden und wäre ein braver Kerl, der den Schimpf nicht verdiene. Da ließ der Bläser ein wenig nach, so dass er ohne Schaden herabkam. Dann sprach er zu ihm: Nun geh heim zum König und sag, er sollte nur noch mehr Reiterei schicken, ich wollte sie alle in die Luft blasen. Der König, als er den Bescheid vernahm, sprach: Lass die Kerle gehen, die haben etwas an sich. Da brachten die 6 den Reichtum heim, teilten ihn unter sich und lebten vergnügt bis an ihr Ende. End of Sechse kommen durch die ganze Welt von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read by Ellie in July 2011.
'76 by William Cullen Bryant. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 76. What heroes from the woodland sprung, when, through the fresh awakened land, the thrilling cry of freedom rung, into the work of warfare strung, the yeoman's iron hand. Hills flung the cry to hills around, and ocean mart replied to mart, and streams, whose springs were yet unfound, pealed far away the startling sound, into the forest's heart. Then marched the brave from rocky steep, from mountain river swift and cold, the borders of the stormy deep, the vales where gathered waters sleep, sent up the strong and bold. As if the very earth again grew quick with God's creating breath, and, from the sods of grove and glen, rose ranks of lion-hearted men, to battle to the death. The wife, whose babe first smiled that day, the fair fond bride of yestereve, an aged sire and matron gray, saw the loved warriors haste away, and deemed it sin to grieve. Already had the strife begun, already blood on Concord's plain, along the springing grass had run, and blood had flowed at Lexington like brooks of April rain. That death stain on the vernal sward, hallowed to freedom all the shore, in fragments fell the yoke abhorred, the footstep of a foreign lord profaned the soil no more. End of 76 by William Cullen Bryant. Recording by Gabrielle C.
'76 by William Cullen Bryant. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 76. What heroes from the woodland sprung, when through the fresh awakened land the thrilling cry of freedom rung, and to the work of warfare strung the yeoman's iron hand. Hills flung the cry to hills around, and ocean mart replied to mart, and streams whose springs were yet unfound pealed far away the startling sound into the forest's heart. Then marched the brave from rocky steep, from mountain river swift and cold, the borders of the stormy deep, the vales where gathered waters sleep, sent up the strong and bold. As if the very earth again grew quick with God's creating breath, and from the sods of grove and glen rose ranks of lion-hearted men, to battle to the death. The wife whose babe first smiled that day, the fair fond bride of yestereve, an aged sire and matron gray, saw the loved warriors haste away, and deemed it sin to grieve. Already had the strife begun, already blood on Concord's plain along the springing grass had run, and blood had flowed at Lexington like brooks of April rain. That death stain on the vernal sward, hallowed to freedom all the shore, in fragments fell, the yoke abhorred, the footstep of a foreign lord profaned the soil no more. End of 76 by William Cullen Bryant. Recording by Katie Riley. August 2011.
Sing a Song of Sixpence, from Our Old Nursery Rhymes, the original tunes harmonized, by Alfred Moffat. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 420 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Oh, pass that note, a dainty dish to set before the king. The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlor, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes. There came a little blackbird and pecked off her nose.
End of Sing a Song of Sixpence by Alfred Moffat. Performed by Liberty Stump.
Six and Half a Dozen from Winter Evening Tales by Amelia E. Barr. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slain in the battle of life. Wounded and fallen, trampled in the mire and mud of the conflict, then the ranks closed again and left no place for her. So she crawled aside to die. With a past whose black despair was as a shadow of a starless night, a future which her early religious training lit up with the lurid light of hell, and the strong bands of a pitiless death dragging her to the grave, still she craved, as the awful hour drew near, to see once more the home of her innocent childhood. Not that she thought to die in its shelter. Anyone who knew David Todd knew also that was a hopeless dream. But if her father should say one pardoning word, then she thought it would help her to understand the love of God, and give her some strength to trust in it. Early in the evening, just as the sun was setting and the cows were coming lowing up the little lane, scented with the bursting lilac bushes, she stood humbly at the gate her father must pass in order to go to the hillside fold to shelter the ewes and lambs. Very soon she saw him coming, his Scotch bonnet pulled over his brows, his steps steadied by his shepherd's staff. His lips were firmly closed, and his eyes looked far over the hills. For David was a mystic in his own way, and they were to him temples not made with hands, in which he had seen and heard wonderful things. Here the storehouses of hail and lightning had been opened in his sight, and he had watched in the sunshine the tempest bursting beneath his feet. He had trod upon rainbows, and been waited upon by spectral mists. The voices of winds and waters were in his heart, and he passionately believed in God. But it was the God of his own creed, jealous, just, and awful in that inconceivable holiness which charges his angels with folly, and detects impurity in the sinless heavens. So, when he approached the gate, he saw, but would not see, the dying girl who leaned against it. Whatever he felt, he made no sign. He closed it without hurry, and then passed on the other side. "Father, oh, Father, speak one word to me." Then he turned and looked at her, sternly and awfully. "Thou art nane of my bairn, I ken naught o' thee." Without another glance at the white, despairing face, he walked rapidly on, for the spring nights were chilly, and he must gather his lambs into the fold, though this poor sheep of his own household was left to perish. But, if her father knew her no more, the large sheep-dog at his side was not so cruel. No theological dogmas measured Rover's love. The stain on the spotless name of his master's house, which hurt the old man like a wound, had not shadowed his memory. He licked her hands and face, and tried with a hospitality and pity which made him so much nearer the angels than his master, to pull her toward home. But she shook her head and moaned pitifully. Then throwing her arms round the poor brute, she kissed him with those passionate kisses of repentance and love which should have fallen on her father's neck. The dog, dumb to all but God, pleaded with sorrowful eyes and half-frantic gestures, but she turned wearily away toward a great circle of immense rocks, relics of a religion scarcely more cruel than that which had neither pity nor forgiveness at the mouth of the grave. Within their shadow she could die unseen, and there next morning a wagoner, attracted by the plaintive howling of a dog, found her on the ground, dead. There are set awful hours between every soul and heaven. Who knows what passed between Lettice Todd and her God in that dim forsaken temple of a buried faith? Death closes tenderly even the eyes full of tears, and her face was beautiful with a strange peace, though its loveliness was marred and its youth seared with the autumn of strange suffering. At the inquest which followed, her stern old father neither blamed nor excused himself. He accepted without apology the verdict of society against him, only remarking that its reproof was a good example of Satan correcting sin. Scant pity and less ceremony was given to her burial. Death, which draws under the mantle of charity the pride, cruelty, and ambition of men, covering them with those two narrow words, hic jacet, gives also to the woman who has been a sinner all she asks, oblivion. In no other way can she obtain from man toleration. An example of the whitest, purest soul that ever breathed on earth in this respect is ignored in the church he founded. The tenderest of human hearts, when lovely woman stooped to folly, found no way of escape for her but to die, and those closet moralists, with filthy fancies and soiled souls, who abound in every community, regard her with that sort of scorn which a Turk expresses when he says, "Dog of a Christian." Poor Lettice! She had procured this doom, first by sacrificing herself to a blind and cruel love, and then to the importunate demands of hunger, oldest and strongest of passions. Ah, if there was no pity in heaven, no justice beyond the grave, what a cruel irony this life would be! For, while the sexton shovelled hastily over the rude coffin the obliterating earth, there passed the graveyard another woman equally fallen from all the apostle calls lovely and of good report. One whose youth and hopes and marvellous beauty had been sold for houses and lands and a few £1,000s a year. But, though her life was a living lie, the world praised her, because she had "done well unto herself." Yet, at the last end, the same seed brought forth the same fruit, and the lady of Hawkesworth Hall learned, with bitter rapidity, that riches are too poor to buy love. Scarcely had she taken possession of her splendid home before she longed for the placid happiness of her mother's cottage, and those evening walks under the beech trees, whose very memory was now a sin. Over her beautiful face there crept a pathetic shadow, which irritated the rude and noisy squire like a reproach. He had always had what he wanted. Not even the beauty of all the border counties had been beyond his means to buy, but somehow he felt as if in this bargain he had been overreached. Her better part eluded his possession, and he felt dissatisfied and angry. Expostulations grew into cruel words. Cruel words became cruder blows. Yes, blows. English gentlemen 30 years ago knew their privileges, and that was one of them. She was as much and as lawfully his as the horses in his stables or the hounds in his kennels. He beat them, too, when they did not obey him. Her beauty had betrayed her into the hands of misery. She had wedded it, and there was no escape for her. One day, when her despair and suffering was very great, some tempting devil brought her a glass of brandy, and she drank it. It gave her back for a few hours her departed sceptre. But at what a price! Her slave soon became her master. Stimulus and stupefaction, physical exhaustion and mental horrors, the abandonment of friends and the brutality of a coarse and cruel husband, brought her at last to the day of reckoning. She died, 7 years after her marriage, in the delirium of opium. There were physicians and servants around her, and an unloving husband waiting for the news of his release. I think I would rather have died where Lettice did, under the sky, with the solemn mountains lifting their heads in a perpetual prayer around me, and that faithful dog licking my hands and mourning my wasted life. Now, wherein did these two women differ? One sinned through an intense and self-sacrificing love, and in obedience to the strongest calls of want. Her sin, though it was beyond the pale of the world's toleration, was yet one according to nature. The other, in a cold spirit of barter, voluntarily and deliberately exchanged her youth and beauty, the hopes of her own and another's life, for carriages, jewels, fine clothing, and a luxurious table. She loathed the price she had to pay, and her sin was an unnatural one. For this kind of prostitution, which religion blesses and society praises, there seems to be no redress; but for that which results as the most inevitable sequence of one lapse of chastity, we the pious, the virtuous, the irreproachable, are all to blame. Who or what made it impossible for them to retrace their steps? Do they ever have reason to hope that the family hearth will be open to them if they go back? Prodigal sons may return, and are welcomed with tears of joy and clasped by helping hands. But alas, how few parents would go to meet a sinning daughter! Forgetting our Master's precepts, forgetting our human frailty, forgetting our own weaknesses, we turn scornfully from the weeping Magdalene, and leave her alone with the irreparable. Marriage is a holy and a necessary rite. We would deprecate any loosening of this great house-band of society. But we do say that where it is the only distinction between two women, one of whom is an honored matron and the other a pariah and an outcast, there is something in the world amiss, something beyond the cure of law or legislation, and that they can only be reached by the authority of a Christian press and the influence of Christian example. End of 6 1/2 From Winter Evening Tales, by Amelia E. Barr.
The Six Brothers from Maryland Fairy Tales, by Ethel Howes. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Six Brothers. In the beginning, so the ancient stories say, the land was dark. No light ever shone upon its surface. For Rangi, master of the sky, hung low over Papa, the earth. In Papa's garden, which was the land, no flowers grew, or trees, nothing but strange half-grown plants, whose leaves were flattened as they pressed against great Rangi's arms. For the sake of being together, Sky Father and Earth Mother forgot to care for the growth of the flowers and trees, and even for the lives of their own children. In the low dark garden lived 6 sons, knowing nothing of the light, but wondering much what lay outside, and longing, as they grew, to stretch themselves and stand upright. Once Rangi lifted up his arms, and for a radiant moment the light streamed in. "Oh, what is that?" the brothers asked. "It is nothing but the light," said Rangi. He dropped his arms again, and darkness fell. "But it was beautiful!" cried Tane, the eldest of the brothers. "Lift your arms again, Rangi. Let us look at this wonderful thing you call light." "No, no," cried Rangi. "Be contented as you are." But the brothers were no longer contented. They began to make plans for letting in the light. "Our home would grow beautiful," said Tane, "and besides, we could see to move about. If Rangi would but move and give us room, we could stand upright," said Tu, the next in age. "Let us ask him," asked the rest. They begged Rangi to give them light and room, but he would not move. "No," he said, "I am happy here. My place is near the Earth Mother." Many times they asked, but each time he refused. The brothers grew angry. "Kill him," said Tu, who was the fiercest. "Push him up," said Tane. "Leave him alone," said Tawarai. For a long time they argued. At last they decided that each brother should try to push him up out of the way. "I will try first," said Rongo. He pushed with all his strength, but he could not move the great Rangai. Hayumia tried, and Tangoroa, and Tu, but none of them could move him. Now Tane put forth all his strength. Pushing with both hands against Rangai's mighty chest, he raised him slightly from his resting place. "Ah, the light, the light!" cried the brothers. "Push, Tane, push harder yet." Tane pushed, using his feet for greater strength. The light streamed in. Higher and higher rose the helpless sky giant. The Earth Mother wept aloud as Rangai was torn from her. Tane, resting a moment from his labours, heard an answering cry from above. "Cruel Tane, you have left me on the mountain peaks. They are tearing my sides." Tane looked up. He had become a giant, had pushed Rangai up to the mountain tops, and in his breathing space had left him there to rest upon their jagged peaks. Quick as thought, he ran across the land and up the mountain sides. Lifting Rangi off, he bound up his wounds, for Tane was not really cruel. He was determined, however. When he returned to his brothers, he said, "I shall send him so high he can never come down again." He stood on his head and hands. Bending his right knee, he kicked Rangai so far into the heavens that he has had to stay there ever since. "Now let us make the garden beautiful," said Tane. Tawera said, "I shall not help you. I shall go to Rangai." For Tawera was always jealous of his brothers. He went to Rangai and lived with him in the sky. The others stayed with Earth Mother, making her garden beautiful. Tane said, "I will make trees." He made trees and bushes, flowers and moths and butterflies and sweet singing birds. The sunshine fell warmly on the garden and everything grew. Tane was well pleased. Rongo made all the food plants that grow in the gardens. Haumia made wild food plants. Tangoroa filled the rivers and lakes and sea with fishes. "Earth Mother," said Tane, "weep no more for Rangai. Be happy in your garden." "I am pleased with your love for me and all your kindness to me," said the Earth Mother, "but I cannot cease weeping for Rangai. I think always how cold he must be in the sky, for he is not warmly clad." "I will clothe him better," said Tane. He made a warm, wide cloak of glowing red for Rangai. "I will fasten it with stars," he said. "They are the most beautiful things I have ever seen." He went to the Star Goblin. "Give me stars for Rangai's cloak," he begged. The Star Goblin said, "They lie on a mountain at the end of the sky. You must take a long and dangerous journey to reach them." "I will go," said Tane. It was indeed a long and dangerous journey, but Tane was not afraid. He strode gaily over mountain tops and through the wild, dark lands of night, coming at last to the mountain at the end of the sky. Here he found the gleaming stars piled above the precipices. He gathered a number of the largest and brightest and took them back with him. He stood on the mountain peaks and set the stars in the cloak, but he found that in the sunshine they did not show. So he made a dark cloak for night time and placed them in that. There they shone brilliantly. The Earth Mother smiled, well pleased. Still, she was not quite happy about Rangai. She said, "I am afraid lest he should fall from that great height and be hurt." "I can prevent that," said Tane. He made soft cloud pillars. With these he propped up Rangai so that he should not fall. So in his kindly way Tane did what he could for Rangai and the Earth Mother. But these two have never recovered from the sorrow of their parting. Often in the night Rangai's tears fall upon the Earth Mother's garden. Men, seeing these tears, call them dew. He looks fondly down upon her from the sun and moon, which are his eyes. She sends up soft sighs of mist to tell him of her never-dying love. Yet they are not quite separated, for their hands outstretched touch each other on the low horizon. The brothers were at last happy, only Tahuira, still jealous, would not be at peace. He made the winds, setting them at opposite corners of his sky home. One day he called them all together with all the storms and hurricanes, all the rain, hail, and black clouds of the sky. Sweeping down through the air with these terrible helpers, he fell upon Tane's beautiful trees, beating them to the ground. Tane was too late to save his trees, but he called to his brothers to warn them that Taweria had come. Rongo and Haumia, in their fear, changed themselves into roots and hid in the garden. Then Goroa changed himself into a fish and jumped into the sea. These brothers have lived in those places ever since. But two stood on high land, where Tauhiri's floods could not reach him. There he waited for his jealous brother. When Tawiri came, he fought him and beat him, and made him promise to stay quietly in his sky home, leaving his brothers in peace. Tawiri still sometimes sends his winds to tease his brothers, but is too much afraid of Tu to work any serious mischief. Tane replanted his trees, and they grew into mighty forests. The garden grows more beautiful every day, for never again can the light be shut out. End of The Six Brothers by Edith Howes.
"6 Days on the Hurricane Deck of a Mule" by Elmira Stilwell Cole. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 6 Days on the Hurricane Deck of a Mule. Last spring, I almost learned to ride a bicycle. Those who have had a similar struggle will correctly estimate the exact value of that word almost. I was laboring under peculiar difficulties, for I was a whilom inmate on one of those sacred institutions, a young ladies' boarding school, where any infringement upon the Spartan law of dignity would have been looked upon as less pardonable than a simultaneous indulgence in the 7 deadly sins. My agony of mind and body under those circumstances can be better imagined than described. Methought life held no more painful experience, but how impossible it is to gauge endurance and classify suffering I have since learned. When, later on, I announced to my friends and relatives my intention of taking up a residence in the interior of Honduras for the ensuing 5 years, I was fairly overwhelmed by the storm of exclamations, reproaches, dire predictions, and tearful expostulations, none of which shook my resolution. I assured them that the trip was simple enough: by steamer from New York to Colon, thence by rail to Panama, where a steamer was taken to Amapala, and then over the mountain on muleback. One friend in vain tried to move me by drawing dreadful pictures of life with a ruined complexion. Another assured me I was going to bury myself among barbarians. A third pointed out the miseries of seasickness and the certainty of death from some fever which would be sure to attack me at once, and so ad infinitum. I bore it all as meekly as possible, and with outward patience, but inward raging. I told them I cared more for the complexion of my life than the amount of sun-kissed pigment my skin contained. I would civilize all the barbarians I found, and since others had endured seasickness, so could I. However, at last a teasing cousin did hit upon a fact, and a stubborn one, which had tormented me considerably: that mule I was to ride. He assured me that had I ever attempted to ride a wheel, I would have some idea of what was in store for me. With a sinking heart, but unabashed countenance, I smiled a superior sort of smile, and replied that I had learned to ride a wheel. "Well, a mule is worse," was the reply that somewhat staggered me. Then I did not believe him, but now I think he must be divinely gifted with the spirit of prophecy. Sailing day came, and with all the assurance and independence of a typical American young woman, I stood on the deck of a steamer alone and watched the familiar faces of friends fade into the distance. 16 days later, as I was about to go ashore in Honduras, I audibly wondered why anyone should find the journey anything but delightful. Every moment had been an enjoyable one, and I had entirely escaped one of the foretold horrors. Imagine the shadow that crept across the sunshine of my mental vision when the captain of the ship I was leaving so regretfully remarked, with a wise and mysterious shake of his head, "Perhaps you will see why, when you have been for 6 days on the hurricane deck of a mule." A youth, considerably my junior, whom I had known well as a schoolboy in the States, had come with 2 men-servants and 6 mules to meet me. As I stood on shore and watched the vessel steam out of the harbor, I did almost feel as if I had my final contact with civilization. We went at once to the hotel, which I thought the dirtiest place I had ever seen. Since then I have learned to discriminate nicely between different degrees of filth. Here we were obliged to remain for 2 days, for Amapala is on an island, and one has to be transported to the mainland before the journey can be continued. The little steamer does not run regularly, as mañana is the same as today, if not preferable, to the native of the coast. We could hardly believe the evidence of our senses when finally we were plowing our way over the bay toward our desired destination, some 2.5 hours after the proprietors of the launch had assured us they would be ready to start. In all the heat of the tropical noonday sun, we came to a stop 2 hours later at La Brea, and alighted upon a sandy beach, back of which were a storehouse and a few small mud cabins. In the office of the storehouse we ate our lunch, and shortly after word came to me that the fated moment for mounting had arrived. With a heart beating with apprehension, I went outside, where I found quite a group of curious natives, while in the midst stood the antagonist with whom I was to wage such an unaccustomed warfare. A gentle-looking beast, gaily trapped out in a handsome saddle of red and tan leather, under which was a corresponding velvet cloth. With a degree of satisfaction somewhat reassuring, I noted that she was large enough to carry me, and yet so small that a fall from her height could not be wholly fatal. What I further noticed, and was troubled by, was the fact that the saddle was made for the right side instead of the left, and then it was borne in upon my mind that the hope that a slight experience on horseback 10 years before would prove of some service to me now was a perfectly futile one. I was about to embark upon an unknown sea, with no chart to guide me in its navigation. Meanwhile, a low chair had been brought, upon which I climbed, preparatory to making the further ascent. Just then my courage was at such a low ebb that to take the next step seemed beyond me. "Vincent, I can't do it." "You must," was the unsympathizing reply, and seeing me still hesitate, he added, "You can't walk, and this is the only way." That settled it. In sheer despair I set my teeth together, shut my eyes, and jumped, remembering that whatever goes up must come down somewhere, and I did not much care where. Even yet I retain more than a vivid memory of the astonishment I felt when I discovered that I had actually alighted in the right place. My stock of self-esteem has been on the increase ever since. In a few moments we started merrily off, I soon becoming used to the motion, and rather liking it. If only my cousin could have witnessed my triumph, my happiness would have been complete. The road lay over a velvety plain, and for a couple of hours we rode on, the only incident at all exciting being an effort on my part to leave my head perched upon a heavy limb of an overhanging tree. This danger past, no new danger presented itself to disturb our quiet progress, and toward the end of the afternoon we rode into Nacaome, the little village where we were to spend the night. Dismounting at the entrance to an adobe house, with doors standing hospitably ajar, we were bidden to enter, and were shown into a great bare room with a tiled floor, no ceiling except the roof of tiles, and containing 2 chairs, 2 beds, and a table. There were no windows. 2 great doors, one on each side of the corner, admitting light and air, and at one side of the room a smaller door led into another apartment, for this was a house on an unusual scale. The native bed is something unique, and perhaps a description of it will not come amiss. A plain, high, single wooden bedstead, such as we sometimes see in very old-fashioned farmhouses, first has ropes or strips of skin drawn over it, upon which is placed a piece of matting, or in some cases leather, the latter a sign of luxury. During the day it presents this appearance, but at night a hard pillow is added. The native woman wraps herself in a sheet, and lies down on the matting to sleep as peaceful and dreams as blissful, let us hope, as her more favored sister, who reclines upon a downy couch under a silken coverlid. I had no occasion to test the comfort of this bed in its primitive state, for our servants had brought with them everything that could render our quarters bearable, if there were any foundation upon which to build. A hammock was slung up in the room, and I found I had never before cherished a proper appreciation of one. Even a summer girl, with all the romantic accessories of shady nook, babbling brook, and so on, can form no conception of the soul-satisfying comfort derived from abandoning oneself to the luxurious embrace of a hammock after a few hours' ride on a mule. One friend who had survived the experience I was just beginning had warned me not to think death was nigh at the end of the first day, so I lay there almost vainly trying to convince myself that these were only natural and ordinary sensations, and would not bring about a general dissolution. Thus reflecting, I fell into a kind sleep, from which I was aroused by a terrific clap of thunder, and such a deluge of rain as I had never witnessed. Heretofore I had always disliked lightning, but nature's present pyrotechnical display challenged not but my most enthusiastic admiration. When it was over, supper was announced, and soon afterward we retired for the night, I occupying one of the beds in the big room, one of the women of the house the other, and poor Vincent being relegated to a hammock swung up in the next room, where the entire family, men, women, and children, slept. I was soon oblivious to my surroundings, and, in the style of the chroniclers, thus endeth the history of the first day. Upon awakening the following morning, I found I was considerably rested, and quite willing to undertake a continuance of the journey, for which a specially glorious day seemed promised. About 7:30 we were off, I having mounted my steed with a little more agility than before. Indeed, I improved so rapidly in this respect before the trip was over, that my companion, in a burst of boyish enthusiasm, gave it as his opinion that I could earn $5 a day in Buffalo Bill's show. What untold wealth might now have been mine, had not this talent so long lain dormant. About half a mile from our starting point, we came to a river which at this place had divided itself, forming two forks, and both had become so swollen during the present rainy season that it seemed a serious matter to ford them, especially when my inexperience was taken into consideration. An Indian who lived on the bank, when drawn into the consultation, advised us to go farther down and cross the big river in a canoe. We went, he acting as our guide, and when we came to the place where the canoe ought to be, behold, it was on the other side of the stream. Then ensued such a series of screeches and yells as made me tremble for the safety of my scalp, and look furtively around for a score of bloodthirsty natives to spring from ambush. But when my fears were somewhat calmed, I understood that our guide was merely calling to the boatmen across the way. His efforts met with no success, and with a stream of eloquence which my limited knowledge of profanity would never allow me to translate into plain English, he rolled up his trousers, grabbed the halter of my mule, and without further ado plunged into the water and made for the other shore. Some time I will put it on record for how long it is possible to hold one's breath. During the time we were slipping and sliding over the stones, sometimes finding a foothold almost an impossibility, and with difficulty breasting the current, I had no use whatever for oxygen, but lived wholly upon terror and the thought of a watery grave. Such was not to be my fate, however, and I escaped to endure greater trials and revel in far more wonderful experiences. After reaching terra firma, on and on we rode, over a plain similar to the one we had traversed the previous afternoon. Once we came to a tiny stream flowing across our path, so small it was hardly worth noticing, but to my surprise my mule objected so seriously and so suddenly to wetting her feet, that I was nearly unseated, and in consequence was led to investigate the cause of her conduct. I somewhat sympathized with her, when I found that the pretty light blue rivulet was formed of steaming hot water, the outlet of a boiling spring hard by. In time my superior will conquered, and we crossed the river, which is so hot that eggs can be cooked in it. As we were riding along in silence, I watched the many-colored lizards darting from our vicinity, marveling at the size attained by the cactus in its native clime, and indulging in many comparisons, not odious. I was suddenly startled by a most outrageous din, apparently proceeding from a clump of trees just before us. Such groans and shrieks as if all civilized creation were yielding up the ghost in the last throes of mortal agony for the special delectation of innumerable cannibals, whose cries and yells of evident delight could also be plainly heard. Terror-stricken, I glanced at my companion, but he seemed perfectly undisturbed. "What is it?" I managed to hoarsely whisper. "Wagons," he briefly ejaculated. And wagons I found it to be of a kind and class utterly unknown to me. The wheels were slices of trees, cut diametrically, in the center of which holes had been bored for the insertion of the axles. I think in order to fully accomplish the feat of making this a two-wheeled cart and a music box combined, they must have used kerosene oil for axle grease. So much for the sound of concentrated human woe, which I must eternally regret Milton could not have heard before he described the sufferings of the lost souls in purgatory. The cries of fiendish joy were only the loving words of cheer, addressed by the charioteers to the patient oxen, drawing the creaking, rumbling, rolling wagons on over the rough, uneven roads. Gladly, we passed them by and as quickly as possible got behind earshot. At noon, the servants had not yet overtaken us, and as we were fairly famished, we stopped at an Indian hut along the way, to partake of any hospitality the place might afford. It did not look particularly inviting, I must confess. An old man, whose whole attire consisted of a pair of trousers and a hat, sat outside the door, the centre of a more or less scantily clad group of women and children, while around all, cows, pigs, chickens, ducks, and cats ran riot. I must say for the Indian of Honduras that no matter what his degree of filth, poverty, nakedness, or intelligence, he never hesitates for one instant to take in a stranger, and share with him all that he has. It was perhaps this novel and spontaneous kindness, added to my more than perfect willingness to endure a restful separation from my mule, which induced me to get down and enter that house with all my inborn and inbred love of cleanliness and daintiness crying out within me. Only one door led into the one room containing beds, table, chair, boxes, and, oh bliss, a hammock, which, dirty as it was, I was only too thankful to occupy. No window lighted the darkness of the place, or afforded an occasional breath of fresh air. The floor was packed earth, and was so dirty that it was a perfect paradise for swarms of fleas and other insects. Vincent shot a chicken, which one of the women cooked, a proceeding which an Indian woman can accomplish with greater celerity and success than any I have hitherto encountered. This fowl was simply delicious, and with boiled eggs and tortillas in addition, served as an admirable means of refreshing our starving bodies, and we partook of all heartily, in spite of the more than unappetizing surroundings. After our mules had finished their repast of cut grass, we proceeded on our route. Considering the avidity with which the harmless-looking little insects, known here as pulgas, had seized upon me as a new and delicious morsel upon which to prey, I was not sorry to flee from them, and the motion of the mule seemed to allay the horrible irritation which I could only locate as all over. During the afternoon we just skirted the town of Pespire, and then passed into shady lanes which wound in and out of a country gradually becoming more undulating. It was not a great while before we discovered that a sudden shower, so common in tropical countries, was upon us, and in all probability we had before us the pleasant prospect of a drenching. We were not wrong in our guess, for the water, ere many moments had passed, came down in torrents. With one hand I held my umbrella, and so protected my head and shoulders, and with the other guided my mule. Before the rain ceased, we came to a house where Vincent informed me we would find our quarters until morning. 3 women sat in front of the house, under shelter of the projecting roof, one smoking a cigarette and the other 2 shelling corn. A hammock was hung here, and 2 chairs, a bench, and a table completed the furniture of this outside room. Mules, pigs, dogs, and chickens roamed at will in the yard directly in front, which was muddy and shiny, and reeking with filth. My heart sank lower than ever within me, but, summoning up what I could of my resolution to bear uncomplainingly whatever came, I got off my mule, stiff, lame, wet and cold, and sat down in the hammock, wondering how much more I could endure. We had not seen our servants since morning, and were becoming somewhat anxious, remembering the river and the rain, but still found consolation in the thought that the heavily laden pack-mules could not travel as fast as we had done. Hardly had we settled ourselves under this shelter, when a man rode up, apparently the lord of the manor. He was about 50 years of age, whiter than the women, and was getting a horrible goitre, an affliction that one of the girls, his daughter, was also suffering from, and which seemed quite a common one in the vicinity. A few words of explanation from the pretty cigarette smoker, who, though not his wife, seemed to be the mistress of the household, apparently satisfied him, and he subsequently took our presence as a matter of course. He seated himself in the chair by the table. His supper of black beans, meat, cheese, and tortillas was brought and dispatched without the aid of either knife or fork, and then he turned his attention to our entertainment. Notwithstanding the unwelcome sights and odors, we were becoming very hungry again, and as our men still abstained from putting in an appearance, we were more than glad to take the eggs, tortillas, and coffee given us. I ate and relished such food in places where, under ordinary circumstances, I would not have tasted a mouthful of the most tempting delicacies. About dark, one of the men came with 3 of the mules, but the other man had lost himself in trying to find us, and not until several hours later did he succeed in his quest. Meanwhile, I was secretly tormented by the painful anxiety to know where I was to sleep. One dark, ill-smelling room was all the house contained, except a shed used as a kitchen, and I could not see how the most ingenious hostess could make 2 guests of different sexes comfortable, however much she might incommode the family. To my utter horror, I learned that, with no conception of any possible scruples on my part, she had arranged for me to have one of the 4 beds, the women of the house the remaining 3, while the master and Vincent were to occupy hammocks in the same room. With stoical disregard of masculine observance, these native families disrobed themselves, skilfully, it is true, though the process of necessity was a short one, and then, in company with their male companion, deliberately set themselves to watch my preparations for the night. These last, you may be sure, were of the simplest kind. I took off my shoes, and let down my hair, and then, in my still wet dress, which was fortunately a flannel one, I crept into the bed the servant had made up with the clothes we carried with us. Vincent's night toilet was still less elaborate. He unbuckled the leather belt upon which hung his revolver, and brought it over to me with a brief injunction that I was to use it if need be. A startling suggestion, truly, but the weapon gave me a sense of security, though it was such an enormous one that I knew with both hands on the trigger, both eyes tight shut, and mouth firmly set in the usual feminine way, I could never make the thing go off in time to render me more than a post-mortem defense. As the burning pine sticks which had furnished light for us slowly crumbled into ashes, I heard a wonder-struck voice ask if all the American ladies went to bed with their clothes on, to which Vincent, sharing my desire to do or say nothing that could hurt their feelings, gravely replied that it was the national custom. Of course I did not sleep, tired as I was. I was more than half afraid to close my eyes, and when I finally did summon up sufficient courage to do so, there ensued a series of disturbances that successfully banished any further somnolent inclination for the night. First our man Eduardo arrived, and all the animals about felt it their bounden duty to extend to him a welcome, whence began a simultaneous barking of dogs, mewing of cats, grunting of pigs, crowing of roosters, quacking of ducks, braying of mules, neighing of horses, and wagging of tongues, as I had never heard since in my childish days we had lived on my father's farm in the green fields of barley. When that commotion had subsided, our host sank into a slumber so noisy that I lay there in momentary expectation of seeing the roof depart upon a celestial journey, and I am sure it was only saved from displacement by the rebellion of his throat causing a terrific fit of coughing. This over, he recounted a vivid, if stupid, dream he had just had, and then once more came restful silence. It was not to last long, however, for in the early dawn a neighbor rode over to help kill a pig, but after a lengthy debate it was decided that mañana would do as well. By this time the farm world was astir, and we were not long in following suit. So tired, dirty, still damp from yesterday's rain, I arose to meet the trials and tribulations of the 3rd day. 2 little facts came to my knowledge before our simple breakfast, which gave a new color to my thoughts and revived my drooping spirits. One was a prospect of absolute cleanliness, for Vincent told me they had a bathroom in their house, a luxury I must confess I had not expected to find in a small village in interior Honduras. At Amalapa, I had most regretfully said goodbye to 2 good steamer friends who were going to the capital by another road, and one which led through Pespire, the little village we had passed the previous afternoon. As good luck would have it, Eduardo, in his wanderings, had gone to a sort of agency there to inquire if we had been seen, and had found a letter for me, left by one of the 2 travelers who had preceded us. Surely never a communication from the dearest friend I had ever had was quite so eagerly seized and devoured as was this brief note, which came to me like a refreshing glimpse of the world I had known, Heaven bless the writer for this kindly inspiration. At 8 o'clock we were again mounted, and had said goodbye forever, I trust, to San Juan. Oh, mockery of names! Meanwhile, my companions had informed me that we would soon come to the mountains, where I knew I should meet the much talked of equestrian difficulty. We had not ridden long before it seemed to me our road came to a sudden termination, for right before us rose a steep and rocky cliff. Too soon I learned that we must scale this, so, grasping my saddle firmly, I prepared to hang on while the mule did the rest. Just in the worst part of it, I became aware that the saddle was turning, and no effort or skill of mine could save me from a fall. Vincent saw my danger and shouted to me to jump, at the same time dismounting and hurrying to my assistance. With all too brief a prayer for mercy, I let go of everything except the bridle, and landed a shapeless mass, fortunately one containing considerable adipose, directly under the mule and upon a bed of jagged rocks. My mule, bless her heart, never stirred, or I should either have had my head crushed by her hoofs, or have been hurled into the depths below. As it was, I was only slightly bruised, and very shaky, but as soon as the saddle was righted and firmly fastened, I was ready to mount and go on. Then I was not so anxious for my cousin's presence, though Vincent will bear me witness that it was no fault of mine. I learned during the day that the Spanish word for road is a most expansive one. For miles he went up and down over smooth, glaring white rocks, where no animal on earth but a ponderous mule could have found a footing. When I saw any particularly rugged bit of scenery, a gorge, a cliff, where surely human foot had never trod, I was told it was the road. I never foresaw where we were going for one instant. I kept the reins in my hand, but never pretended to guide the animal, whose intelligence I now had to admit was superior to my own. When we were going along the brinks of precipices so frightful that I dared not look over, I fixed my eyes upon the ears waggling so complacently before me, and imbibed my courage therefrom. Withal I was a trifle amused at the conviction that I, who had hitherto not quite entirely trusted anyone, not even a man, was now abandoning myself to a most consuming confidence in a mule. On this way we went for 6 mortal hours, through pine forests with the trees so far apart that we got no shade, over the white rocks that nearly blinded us, and with the sun pouring down upon us in midday fury. Then we began to ascend an almost perpendicular peak. When a little more than halfway up, a mule and driver came suddenly around a sharp turn, and so startled my hitherto gentle animal that with a snort of rage she jumped from the path and bounded from rock to rock of the cliff above, I meanwhile clinging to her like a burr, and momentarily expecting to roll with her into the ragged gully hundreds of feet below. But again I was doomed to happy disappointment, for a final effort carried us over a particularly dangerous projection, and the next instant we were on a plain, and only a few rods from La Breita, our stopping place. I scarcely remember how I dismounted. I know it was with great difficulty that I got myself straightened from a sitting posture, and entered a house so cool and clean that I thought I must have unwittingly stumbled into paradise. It goes without saying that I was soon in a hammock, trying amid those comfortable surroundings to forget how every bone and muscle ached, how a combination of sleeplessness, continued fasting, and the glaring roadway was tending to bring on a fearful headache, and that there were still 3 days of the journey ahead of me. However, by the time I had eaten some lunch, I felt better, and began to take an interest in my surroundings. The house, of course, was one of the class Bret Harte describes as those queer little adobe buildings with tiled roofs like longitudinal slips of cinnamon, and belonged to a well-to-do family, the head of which was a large mule owner, who had amassed his wealth in carrying cargoes from the coast to the interior. He was not at home, so his wife, 2 daughters, a servant, and a half-foolish boy of 18 or 19 were the only inmates of the house. On this particular afternoon they were entertaining 3 girl friends, the 2 younger ones being pretty, and naturally clad in the costume of their race, while the older one had unfortunately become imbued with some so-called civilized ideas regarding her toilet. A calico dress of the most painfully intense pink was made with a full plain skirt and an ill-fitting basque, which failed to accomplish a meeting with the skirt at the usual trysting place. Over this she had a shawl of the most royal shade of purple imaginable, and instead of looking like a pretty, graceful Indian girl, she appeared to be a variegated monstrosity. I feel self-reproached at criticizing her thus, for she, with the other 2 visitors, admired me intensely, and when sufficient time had elapsed for them to conquer their bashfulness, they asked Vincent, in hushed and reverent tones, if all the ladies in the States were so tall and nice and white and beautiful. I had previously known that I was tall, and could be nice when occasion demanded it, but it required the elastic, conscious, and easily aroused admiration of a warmer-blooded race than mine, to find whiteness or beauty in the face of an ordinary, typical American brunette. They departed before dark, and with dark came a return of the perplexity regarding the sleeping accommodations I had experienced at San Juan. In the large room, the living room, there were 2 beds, a hammock, some chairs, 2 tables, and a new home sewing machine. Off one end of this there was a small apartment, also containing 2 beds, and separated from the larger one by a board partition, perhaps 6 or 7 feet high. In my inmost heart I longed for the privacy of this narrow space, but such was not in accordance with our hostess's idea of hospitality. I was assigned to a bed covered by a crucifix-surmounted canopy in the main room, and Vincent was invited to take the other. Upon his modestly stating he would sleep somewhere in a hammock, the mistress told the foolish boy he could have that bed. To this I objected, in English, and forthwith Vincent was led to change his mind and accept the previously refused favor. While I was making my nocturnal preparations, complete enough to ensure comfort, I remember lazily musing upon the horrified, scandalized countenances some good friends would present, could they know how easily I was discarding all previous teachings and traditions, and, without a struggle, embracing new creeds and customs. I recall that I realized it was my duty, as a properly reared product of civilization, to go out and sit on a fence, if need be, to maintain my maidenly isolation and dignity. But I was too tired. It is not the first case on record when a willing spirit has been worsted by weak flesh in a moral combat. I slept as long, blissfully, and dreamlessly as if I had not the heinous crime of having defied Mrs. Grundy upon my conscience, and awoke on the morning of the 4th day feeling decidedly refreshed. Before us lay the longest day's ride of all, so we were anxious to be off as early as possible. We had our breakfast of coffee and rosquillas, not a hearty repast, and prepared to mount. After each female member of the household had minutely examined my dress, hat, gloves, and veil, and remarked thereon, after Vincent had written down my name and had taught them to pronounce it, and had, in answer to their unresented inquiries, given them choice bits of my history, after they had, it seemed to me, exhausted all their resources to detain us further, some one of them suddenly bethought herself of one of the fixtures of the machine, whose use they could not determine. I think I sank in their estimation somewhat, because I could not enlighten them. I suggested hemmer, tucker, quilter, braider, ruffler, and every known attachment I could think of, but each was produced with a flourish that negatived every proposition. I finally gave it up, but if the new home sewing machine company will communicate with me, I will sometime, for penance, make a journey to La Breita, and reinstate myself in the good graces of the kindly inhabitants thereof, by solving the mystery for them. About 7:30 we did get off, and could all the good wishes that were given us in parting come true, we would be more than mortally favored. We had no rough roads to go over that day. Across grassy plains where hundreds of cattle were grazing, through shady lanes that seemed like the picturesque bridle paths of carefully cultured parks, we rode for 4 hours, and then, reaching a decently clean house, we stopped, the inner man having clamored for refreshment for some time. We found a young girl here, taking care of 2 children for their absent father and mother, and not a thing did she feel like shouldering the responsibility of giving us but 1 wretched ear of roast corn. In vain we begged and offered enormous sums for just one of the many fowls running about. She was not to be moved. In despair, we disposed ourselves under a huge tree by the roadside to await the arrival of Eduardo. I believe it was some 2 hours afterward that he came, just as we were going to cast lots as to who should devour the other. Right glad were we to substitute the appetizing lunch soon spread for us in true picnic style, and full justice did we show it. It was not long before we were again on our way, feeling much better satisfied with ourselves and the world in general. What a cure for the blues a good square meal is! Just before we reached a little town, La Armenia, we made a descent of some wonderful rocks. I looked back at them and wished I had a camera. I know a picture of them, with "Where did they come from?" written underneath, would bring me a small fortune as a copyrighted prize puzzle. No one but a mule could solve it, and after all that would be the best answer. I cannot do any better myself, even after having made the dizzy journey from top to bottom. We trotted through La Armenia in our very best style, I, because I did not want to be unfavorably compared with an habitual mule-back performer, Vincent because, as he afterwards confided to me, one of the prettiest girls in all Honduras lived there. The rest of the afternoon passed uneventfully enough. To reach San Pedro was the object of our exertion, and fondly I hoped the key-keeping saint would unlock some safe and savory abiding place for our night's habitation. About 5:30, I saw before us a church and a few small houses, and though I heard no crowing of cocks, a barking of dogs intimated that we had reached a village, none other than the namesake of Rome's favorite apostle. At the farther end of the settlement we found our accommodations. Outwardly considered, these houses are much alike, and though the inside furniture is almost as similar in kind and disposition, the interiors do vary greatly after all. As I lay in a hammock which had been put up for me in front of the house, and watched the moon rise from behind a mountain just across the road, it seemed to me that life was very beautiful and well worth living, in spite of all its hardships. The higher the moon rose, the more fully her glorious rays streamed over all the surrounding objects, and bathed them in a more charitable light than anything feminine is supposed to do. The more nearly romantic I grew, and felt almost like finding a certain charm even in San Juan. The announcement that my bed was awaiting me was all that saved me from utter lunacy. Casting a last lingering glance upon the fair beauty of the scene before me, I gathered together my half-scattered prosaic faculties, and went indoors to— can I ever give you an idea of it? Across a vilely dirty room was stretched a cord, upon which were hung to dry huge and manifold strips of salt meat. To my uneducated olfactories it seemed past the turning point, and far on the road to utter ruin, the smell was so suffocating and sickening. One bed Eduardo had succeeded in making very comfortable for me, while on the other, in its birthday suit, lay an interesting but constantly wailing infant, which was soon afterwards joined by its mother. A hammock for Vincent was here too, and shortly we were settled for the night in our several places. I had expressed a preference to stay outside in my hammock, but the plan not proving a feasible one, I drenched a handkerchief with some perfumery, tied it under my nose, and tried to find relief in slumber sweet. I was awakened by a queer sort of noise that made me feel creepy and afraid to breathe. I cannot describe it, for I do not know anything it was like. The darkness was so thick that I could cut it, I am sure, and the only certainty I felt at having found myself where I last remember having been was the ever-strengthening odor of that meat. When I could bear the suspense no longer, in a frenzy of fear I broke the spell of silence and fairly shrieked to Vincent. I made known my woes. He lighted a match, and there, just above my head, upon two pegs driven into the wall for that express use, sat two parrots, dressing their feathers and making themselves both comfortable for the night and beautiful for the morrow. They looked as if they felt injured, and I know I did, at being thus disturbed. The rest of the night passed somehow. The baby squalled, the parrots verbally expostulated, a hen in one quarter of the room let her presence be known, a horrid cat under one of the beds joined in the performance, and the fleas grew more than lively. But the most potent factor was that too long dead one which appealed to another sense than that of hearing. How thankful I was when the dawn broke and I felt at liberty to release myself from the imprisonment I had for hours endured and go out into the fresh air. It was really cold, I found, but soon after the sun climbed up over the mountains before us, we became aware that his genial rays were shedding comfortable warmth as well as benignant light upon all around. We made an early start, as gladly saying goodbye to San Pedro as we had regretfully bid farewell to La Brieta the previous morning. The road was a good one from a Honduran standpoint, and the only novel feature of the landscape was the appearance of the rocks. The cliffs were black, and looked as if, for centuries, water had lashed in restless and often unsubdued fury around their bases, giving them that peculiar formation so well known to geologists. All the plains were thickly strewn with black boulders of sizes ranging from immensity to those applicable to building and paving purposes. Nowhere have I ever seen more convincing traces of the drift period. As we were going over an open space where the sun shone more warmly than elsewhere, a great yellow and black snake lazily dragged itself across the road directly in front of me. I was sorry to see it, not only because I have an innate loathing of anything that crawls in this smooth, sinuous, treacherous manner, but because I had wanted to make the journey without encountering a single experience of the kind. According to our friend's representations, mostly derived from her imagination, aided by a school geography, the ground was fairly honeycombed with entrances to the abodes of these reptiles, and I fully expected to find them festooning trees, bushes, and fences, lying in wait within every tuft of grass, and in fact making my life one hideous walking nightmare. However, this was the first and, as was afterwards proved, the last creature of the kind I was called upon to view, either during my trip or my subsequent residence in the country up to the present time. Lizards I saw in plenty, but their shy, quick way of darting out of sight reminded me more of the bashful little squirrels at home than anything else. I really liked them, in their place, of course. It still lacked an hour of noon when we came to a running brook, upon whose bank grew a tree casting such an inviting shade that we could not resist its fascinations, but dismounted, tied our mules, and began to wish and watch for the appearance of Eduardo. Presently Vincent, like Zacchaeus he, did climb a tree, the sooner to perceive the coming of the expected lunch, and I indulged in a nap. The approach of a horseman aroused me and false hopes together, and also brought my companion to the ground. The rider, a young, good-looking man, whose toilet was the nearest approach to a civilized one I had recently come across, despite his bare feet, to which were strapped spurs, drew up in the middle of the brook, and after the customary friendly greeting, proceeded to inspect us in a most leisurely way. Time, a good deal of time, passed before our servant came, but there he sat. The lunch was spread and partaken of long and heartily, and still he calmly surveyed us, not at all in an impertinent way, but just as if he were honestly interested. We offered him some jelly, which he ate in a totally unabashed manner, but withdrew not his gaze. We ignored him, but he took not the hint. Stay there he did until we were remounted, and then for miles and miles he rode along with us. We were rather amused than otherwise at his course, though perhaps we experienced a scarcely recognized feeling of relief when we came to a place where our roads lay in different directions. He shook hands with us in the same friendly, impressive, almost warm manner, and then galloped merrily off as if he had fulfilled an arduous duty, and now felt as if he had a right to enjoy himself. Shortly afterward we came to a height overlooking the Yegner Valley, one of the most beautiful and far-reaching scenes it has ever been my good fortune to behold. Great pointed peaks kiss the sky on every side, and seem to shut out all the noise and strife of the world beyond, and, like sentinels, grim and gaunt, guard intact the peace and prosperity of the vast plains within that natural wall. 2 farms occupy nearly all of the valley, and so extensive are they that the farmhouses are 4 miles apart. The owner of both proved to be none other than the father of my companion, and though there was still 1 more day's journey before us, we already felt quite at home. We made the descent, and entered upon the broad domain of the Hacienda de San Francisco, the boundary of which, to my amazement, I found indicated by a very familiar American barbed wire fence. We rode through fields where the grass waved high above our heads, over pasture plains where hundreds of cattle, mules, and horses roamed at will, and then, when the sun was sinking low, we came to the farmhouse, and here we dismounted to make our last night's stop. The building is a remarkable one, having been a monastery years and years ago, when the Jesuit missionaries were devoting their energies and lives to the conversion of the untamed Indians. It is 150 feet long, probably 1/3 as deep, and has walls a yard thick. All this is divided into 5 rooms, 3 large ones running the whole depth of the house and communicating with each other, and 2 smaller ones, one behind the other, and only had access to from the outside. The floors are of stone, and it pleased me to fancy that many of the worn places had been formed by constant contact with the bended knees of the holy and indefatigable priests. The projecting roof of tiles forms a sort of porch, we would call it, all around the building, and is paved, as is also the yard, for many feet. Beyond this the land gently slopes to a river, and still farther on, a mountain rises up to limit the landscape and prevent our greedy eyes from drinking of the beauty to a more than endurable state of intoxication. It was blissful to lie in a hammock and watch the setting sun give here and there a lingering farewell touch, as if loath to go and leave behind so much that was beloved, and then at the close of the short tropical twilight to see fair Luna crown, first with a halo of approaching glory, and then with her own sweet self, the dark peak whose outlines rose sharp and clear against the star-pierced blue of the evening sky. It was blissful, I say, to revel in this grand pastoral poem in the full consciousness that the transition to prose would be one of terror, to know that in one of the big, cool, clean rooms a comfortable bed was prepared for me, where I would lose myself in restful unconsciousness, guarded by the saint whose figure could be clearly defined in an old oil painting on the wall, and which, with 2 others of a like kind, were relics, doubtless, of a chapel's previous decoration. 'Twas even so, and when I awoke in the morning to find a huge vessel of water from the river standing by a shallow tub hewn from the trunk of a tree, while near at hand were placed all the articles necessary for body and soul satisfying ablutions, my perfect content knew not how to manifest itself. Beautiful San Francisco! What happiness to fill the house with 20 chosen friends, and there to dream away a month or more of idle joy! Surely after such dolce far niente days life could hold no bitterness for which we had not, in experience, a ready antidote. Too soon, it seemed, we were forced to leave there, for we had a long, weary day of mountain climbing ahead of us. "A bad road," Vincent said, and when he warned me thus I knew I could expect the worst. We departed through the fields again, past the barbed wire boundary line, across the river, and up among the foothills, leading to the mountain close at hand. When the topmost crest was reached, I stopped for a last look at the Yegner Valley, at San Francisco lying below, at San Moreno farther in the distance, at the mountain looming up in the background, beyond which lies Tegucigalpa, and then I turned with strengthened spirit to the task before me. To my surprise, at this height we emerged from the woods to find ourselves on a most extensive plain, very properly called in the Spanish La Mesa, the table. Here we encountered the wagon road leading from the capital to our destination, and for a long distance we followed it. After we left La Mesa, it was simply horrible, and all my attention became absorbed in self. By no means is anyone to presume that my mule and I had become reconciled by our lengthened companionship. Discomfort amounting to positive agony had taught me to adopt more attitudes, graceful or ungraceful, than all the combined systems of Del Sarte and other physical culturists could possibly suggest. Every muscle in my body had been so frequently called into requisition that to use any one almost drew forth an involuntary scream. In various places the skin had been worn away by constant friction of the clothing or saddle, leaving highly sensitive sores, even my gauntlets reducing my wrists to such a state. Words cannot express what I suffered. The torture had been of a less acute kind while we were riding over comparatively level roads, but here we were going up hill and down dale again, and how I was to bear it I could not see. I tried to be brave, and I think rarely, if ever, a complaint passed my lips, but during that last day I more than once nearly committed suicide through sheer physical exhaustion. My stock of reserved strength proved to be far greater than I had ever reason to believe, and demand for more endurance was always met. When my mule had some particularly difficult obstacle to surmount, she had a way of approaching it quietly, and then suddenly giving a hump that filled her spine with complex curves and a burden, unless care were exercised, with compound fractures. In order to ensure one's safety, it is absolutely necessary to preserve an exact equilibrium directly over the said spine in a line running from the point midway between her ears to her tail. This is at times so gigantic a task that it is no wonder a temporary oblivion to bodily sensation is induced. Poor mule! In moments when I could summon up any spare sympathy, I lavished it upon her. She seemed to be tired, too. Finally, when going down steep ravines, she ceased to lower herself and me gently from one foothold to the next, but acquired a habit of thumping down in a reckless way, giving a sort of grunt, which sometimes, for the life of me, I could not help accompanying with a groan that seemed to come from my very shoes. I had no fear of falling. In fact, I think I should have hailed it as a delightful change could we have rolled down a cliff and finished even life's journey with this one. Lunchtime found us in the midst of a pine forest, but such a sparsely grown one that the shade was a mockery. Heat, hunger, and those delightful insinuating little insects known as wood-ticks were not conducive to our happiness here, and more than glad were we when the arrival of our food-bearer gave promise of an early change of scene. We ate up everything we could, and then, with every nerve tingling with joy at the speedy homecoming, we mounted our faithful carriers for the last time. Very soon after this, we left the abominable but so-called wagon road, and took a short cut over the mountains. It would be but vain repetition to describe our ups and downs for the next few hours. The agony was just as exquisite, the scenery was just as grand and variable, but as far as I know it, the English language contains no words of sufficient intensity to express more than I have already iterated and reiterated. Presently a not far distant peak came in sight, and as we clambered up higher we could see more and more of it until finally, on an elevated plateau at its base, there appeared a collection of houses. Across that intervening space I could gain no idea of what the village would be like, but I remember thinking that with that glorious mountain to look at, I could never get homesick. Here a rapidly approaching horseman came in view, who proved to be still another youth whom I had known in the States, and under this double escort I rode past a suburban mining camp, across the great plaza crowded with Sunday idlers, down another street, through a broad doorway into a paved courtyard, and found myself at last at home in Yuskaran. Kind hands assisted me to dismount, and led me to the gallery-like corridor above, filled with friendly faces, and from there into a spacious parlor that seemed like a palace after my recent experiences. In consideration of my fatigue, I was almost immediately shown to my own room, which I found luxuriously perfect in all its appointments. In the preceding 6 days I had learned a good deal that was new, but it remained for the revelation of this moment to teach me what gratitude is. A wave of thankfulness came over me that sent me to my knees, and ever since then I have been content just to be glad I am alive. Yes, my cousin, that mule was worse than even you know, infinitely worse than a wheel, thanks to which I lost some 25 pounds in 6 weeks, while in as many days the mule reduced me to a mass of lacerated skin, fractured bones, and maddening flea bites. Should you and my gracious captain friend ever meet, may the kindly fates order my presence elsewhere. But for the others I have no cheering report of fulfilled predictions. My complexion has been admired for its fairness, a quality it still possesses, by comparison. I have searched long and vainly among the surrounding inhabitants for even one barbarian. I have failed to feel either seasickness or homesickness. I have never been more perfectly healthy, and no dread fever seems to have selected me for a victim. I have found no snake coiled within my shoe of a morning, nor have I discovered one as an unwelcome bedfellow at night. Truth to tell, you are all wrong, but one, and now hear me. Until railroads, flying machines, balloons, 7-league boats, magic wishing rings, or some such means of transit are adopted in Honduras, I choose to stay here and grow up with the country, for never, while I have breath to object or heart to consider self, will I spend another 6 days on the hurricane deck of a mule. End of 6 Days on the Hurricane Deck of a Mule by Almira Stillwell Cole. Read by Liberty Stump, Fort Wayne, Indiana.
"6 Feet" by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My little rough dog and I live a life that is rather rare. We have so many good walks to take and so few hard things to bear. So much that gladdens and recreates, so little of wear and tear. Sometimes it blows and rains, but still the 6 feet ply. No care at all to the following 4 if the leading 2 know why. 'Tis a pleasure to have 6 feet, we think, my little rough dog and I. And we travel all one way. 'Tis a thing we should never do, to reckon the 2 without the 4, or the 4 without the 2. It would not be right if any one tried, because it would not be true. And who shall look up and say that it ought not so to be? Though the earth is heaven enough for him, is it less than that to me? For a little rough dog can make a joy that enters eternity. End of 6 Feet by Anonymous. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
6 Feet of Romance by Daniel Carter Beard. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Something unaccountable had happened. A hand, a real live hand in a long lace mitten that allowed the tapering white fingers with their pink tips to show, reached out of the surrounding haze. To say that I was astonished is to describe in very mild terms the dazed state in which I sat and stared. Left alone in my studio, I had been examining some new treasure trove in the shape of small household articles, mementos of the home life of the last century, which it had been my good fortune to rescue from junk and attic rubbish. From my earliest boyhood, ancient wearing apparel, old household and kitchen utensils, and antique furniture have appealed to me with peculiar force, telling facts and relating incidents in such a plain, homely, but graphic manner of the everyday life of our ancestors, that I look upon them more as textbooks than as curiosities. For it is only by the light of truth, reflected from these objects, that we are enabled to brush away the romance that tinges the most ordinary facts, or pierce the rose-hued atmosphere of fiction with which the perspective of years surrounds the commonest objects of those remote times. My antique frying-pans, toasters, and waffle-irons all have very long handles. The andirons of the same date rear their massive brass heads several feet above their strong wrought-iron crossbars. How plainly these things tell us of the great log fires that roared in their ample fireplaces in the brave old days of our great-grandsires. How the reflected flames must have glistened in the polished brass knobs on the andirons, and cast a warm glow on the powdered wigs of courtly dames, sparkled on the hilts of young gallants' swords, and flushed the pretty faces of maids in their finery of stiff pointed waists and rich flowered brocades. I had been gazing especially with a gratified, satisfied sense of ownership at what I considered the gem of my find, an old-fashioned foot-stove. This is not the ordinary tin box, such as one finds among the carefully preserved relics of any well-cared-for colonial homestead. It is a foot-stove of more than ordinary beauty of form and make. The square box that forms the stove proper is of iron, hammered by hand into thin sheets, the top and sides of which are perforated with small holes, arranged in complicated and intricate designs, while the framework which holds the box is made of quaintly carved mahogany. The door forms one side of the stove, and it stood open, showing within the metal cup that still held the ashes of coals which had glowed and burned over 100 years ago. I observed the top crosspieces of the wooden frame were worn in their middle to thin strips by the generations of feet that had warmed their toes over the hot embers. You know when you look continuously and intently at one object for a long time, all your surroundings will become misty, indistinct, and finally disappear. That was the way with the old foot-stove as I gazed at it. Down 100 feet or more below me, Broadway's rumbling, bustling tide was beginning to ebb. The orange-coloured gas-jets had commenced to glimmer, and the purplish glare of the fierce electric lights made sputtering nebulae in the misty rain. But of this I seemed to be aware through an interior sense, for all my powers of physical sight were occupied in watching a most wonderful occurrence. A hand had reached out of the haze surrounding my foot-stove and taken the metal cup from the open door and vanished. I can scarcely expect my readers to believe this, and I hardly believed the evidence of my own eyes, but there was my foot-stove empty. A circular mark in the dust covering the rusty iron floor of the stove alone bore witness of the recent presence of the metal cup. I sat and stared blankly until aroused by the presence of the same beautiful, delicate feminine hand, which replaced the iron cup in the stove, closed and latched the door, and melted away. Thin threads of blue smoke streamed through the perforations of the iron box like incense, and I was conscious of the odour of burning wood that awakened memories of an old Kentucky log house familiar to my boyhood. But the house was forgotten when I saw, materialized from the cloudy haze, a foot. Oh, such a dainty foot! The quaint red silken shoe that encased this new visitor was latched over the instep with a silver buckle, and the shoe had the highest of high heels. The slender ankle with its silken hose, that faded away in the surrounding mists, or was modestly hidden by the filmy lace of an overhanging skirt, was as delicate as the fairy foot in its quaintly shaped shoe, that now rested on the top of the well-worn cross-piece of the ancient foot-warmer. There were 2 feet, as I could plainly see, side by side, absorbing the genial heat that filtered through the perforations from the glowing coals inside the box. But they apparently remained only a sufficient time to assure their owner that the coals inside were warm and bright. Then they were gone, and I heard, or thought I heard, the rustling of a stiff gown and skirts. The hand was now again visible, this time covered with a red woollen mitten, and grasping the handle of my foot-stove, it lifted it from the floor and moved off. But all these unaccountable and wonderful occurrences were not sufficiently startling to blind me to the fact that my much-prized antique was about to be taken away from me. It was not my desire to break the continuity of such wonderful occurrences by any rash act, but the loss of my treasure was not to be contemplated, and even the knowledge that it was in the possession of such fascinating hands and feet did not prevent me from hastily rising to follow it. My memory fails to recall how it was we reached the ground without descending the long flight of stairs in the building. However, I was presently conscious of walking over uneven and unfamiliar pavements, totally different from Broadway. Right in front, and but a short distance ahead of me, tripped the red silken shoes, their high wooden heels tinkling over the frozen ground. Presently my attention was arrested, and my wonder increased, by meeting a pair of yellow-topped boots, that I at once recognized as a pair that I had left hanging, along with some buckskin trousers, upon my studio wall. I knew them at a glance, and their identification was complete when I saw the new heels which I had had put on them, and the tear in the top of one, made by the struggles of a fat model in his frantic efforts to pull the boot leg over his bulky calf. The leather in these ancient foot coverings is so dry and brittle that unless great care is taken it will tear like paper. I have always regarded these old boots with a feeling akin to awe, imagining that they must have been worn by some powdered and buckled hero, like the old-fashioned colonel who galloped through the white infernal powder cloud. But if they had been upon the feet of a country bumpkin, they could scarcely have appeared to worse advantage than they did as they hesitated and halted beside the little red shoes. With toes turned in, the boots shuffled uneasily about, almost tripping over each other in their embarrassment. There is a witchery about a beautiful woman that envelops her like a mantle, reaching and covering even her feet. It is, in fact, as if she were surrounded by a peculiar atmosphere, which not only obscures or hides all defects of mind or body, but at the same instant brings into greater prominence all her exquisite loveliness. It was probably a perception of this that made the boots so self-conscious. As for the high-heeled shoes, they behaved in a most coquettish manner, which apparently only tended to heighten rather than impair their charm. However that may be, the rarest old costume in America could not have tempted me to stand in those old boots. The greeting over, the 2 pairs moved off together, and I followed after them, having now a double interest, a pair of boots and a foot-stove. True, the boots are old and worn. One is a duplicate of the other, or, as a shoemaker would say, they are not rights and lefts. The toes are bluntly pointed and stiff, but I know of no other boots of the same make and date, and that is the reason they are dear to me. They did not appear to be in the least dear to those little reckless feet in the red buckled shoes, and I made a mental note, as they tripped carelessly on, how the high heels prevented the small feet from touching aught but their toes to the earth, while the great, broad-soled, pointed-toed, square-heeled boots moved along humbly and awkwardly, slap, 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 beside their tiny companions. The amount of emotion and thought that can be expressed by feet was a revelation to me. Such graphic expression of not only character but incident and feeling as well gave an additional interest to this strange adventure, and the interest grew to excitement when I saw a pair of Wellington boots come walking briskly up. I knew them well, for I had often tried to induce their owner to part with them. They belonged to a studio in the Sherwood Building. As the newcomers came in sight, my boots looked mad. One would think it impossible for a pair of boots to show anger, but the manner in which my old Continentals set themselves squarely upon the ground, the bluntly pointed toes turned out in a dignified yet defiant manner, was very expressive, and as unmistakable as a clenched fist or a corrugated brow. A moment's hesitation, and the little red shoes ran ahead to meet the Wellingtons. And there they stood side by side, the newcomers a great deal closer to the dainty silken toes than my poor boots had dared to come. Intuitively I began to take sides with my property. My sympathies were all with the Continentals, and I was aware of an undignified prejudice and jealousy toward an old pair of Wellington boots. As the pedestrians started on their walk again, the feminine shoes guarded by the Continentals and Wellingtons on either side, I followed, fully determined to pursue the adventure to an end. The footpath that we travelled was strewn with dead leaves and edged with grass. No thought of where we were disturbed me, but I was impressed with the feeling that the Wellington boots were trying to monopolize the attention of the red shoes, and either ignoring my Continentals entirely, or acknowledging their presence only by slighting or flippant remarks. And my surmises were in a measure confirmed by the occasional grinding twist of a Continental heel into the frozen sod. Presently we turned into a well-travelled road, where there seemed to be many feet, all walking in the same direction. Their destination proved to be a building, which we entered after ascending some wooden steps. A musty odour, peculiar to hymn-books and woodwork which only receive an airing once a week, proclaimed the building to be a church. If it was cold inside the edifice, I was not reminded of it until the little red-mittened hand placed the old footstove near by, and the same fascinating red-clothed feet hopped upon it. Close upon one side were my old Continental boots, and upon the other side the Wellingtons. It was with ill-concealed impatience that I watched the egotistical wrinkles assumed by the impertinent uptown studio boots, and I felt my blood tingle with anger when they rested their varnished and polished toes against my old footstove, upon the top of which the little red shoes were perched. For a time all three pairs of footgear maintained a deportment sufficiently discreet for church manners, but the way the Continentals finally kicked over a wooden footstool satisfied me that they at least were not in a receptive mood for the sermon. Although conscious in a general way of my surroundings, my senses of hearing and of sight were focused upon the three pairs of feet, and what did not immediately affect them made no impression upon me. I suppose the benediction was said, but I heard neither sermon, hymn, nor benediction, and only judged the services had ended by the movement of the feet. When the dainty high-heeled shoes had descended from their perch upon the foot-warmer, 2 hands reached down simultaneously, as if to take the stove. One was broad, muscular, and sunburned. The other was gloved, but showed an aristocratic narrowness and length of fingers, and notwithstanding the rich lace frill which fell partly over it from the wrist, there was nothing weak or effeminate in its appearance. While I could not help admiring the refinement and genteel proportions of the gloved hand, I disliked it all the more for its good points. There was a momentary struggle between those 2 hands for the possession of my foot-stove, but it was soon evident that the brown fingers had been too quick for their rivals, and the latter retired, only to immediately reappear with a small visiting card between the index and the 2nd fingers. Once again we were walking over the frozen ground of the country road, retracing our steps, and we had proceeded quite a distance when my strange guides stopped for a moment and then departed. The red shoes tripped lightly away until they passed the base of 2 large stone posts, but walked more slowly as they continued up a well-kept path. To my surprise, the boots did not offer to follow, but both pairs strode briskly together off in an opposite direction. Here was a dilemma I had not anticipated. I was morally certain the red shoes had carried off my foot-stove, but when I thought of my Continentals disappearing in company with those Wellingtons, I decided to follow the boots, consoling myself with the thought that the stove was probably safe, and that, in the ordinary and natural course of events, the boots would be sure to find the silken shoes again, and I my foot-warmer. We left the road and walked Indian file through underbrush and briars to what appeared to be a clearing in the woods. I was glad to be out of the brambles, for knowing the fragile condition of my old boots, I greatly feared there would be nothing left of the top leather, and so interested was I in looking them over to count the damage, that I at first failed to notice their odd pose. With toes pointing at right angles from each other, the boots stood planted wide apart, with a peculiar and, I thought, somewhat dangerous look, if such a term may be used, when my attention was attracted by a clink and ring of metal, and raising my eyes, I saw 2 gleaming steel blades, 2 long bright swords fencing in mid-air, lunging and parrying away in fine style. My heart fairly stood still with excitement. I dreaded lest some lunge or stab might bring a pale, intense face within the circle of my vision. It was skilful and brave work. That broad brown hand was as firm as iron, yet as supple in the wrist as a steel spring, and its long, thin, white lace-edged antagonist was as quick and vicious as a cat's paw. For an instant the only movement of the crossed swords was a nervous tremor. Then, like a flash, came a quick stroke and a twist. Up went one sword with a ringing sound, glinting into the air. "Bravo!" I was about to cry, when I was hushed by the appearance of that same soft, feminine, lace-mittened hand, much whiter now than before. It grasped the victorious blade, and closed the pretty fingers tightly over the wicked shining steel, while its trembling mate rested upon the big, broad, brown hand that still held the sword on guard. There was a moment's pause, then the sword dropped, and 2 brown sinewy hands grasped the little mittened fingers in a rapturous, uncontrollable sort of way, which not only plainly said that they cared not to press their vantage with the sword, but that they would brave anything for the sake of holding those little lace-mittened fingers. To make sure to whom the brown hands belonged, I cast down my eyes and saw, as I felt I would, my old continental boots. They were now no longer awkward, but with a sturdy, manly, happy stride they walked alongside the red, silken, high-heeled, buckled shoes. And while these looked just as pretty, just as dainty, and just as piquant as ever, they had not now any suggestion of coquetry about them. As they moved off, I followed, until we came suddenly upon my old foot-stove, where it had been hastily dropped by the side of the path. While I looked at it, the boots and shoes passed on. I noticed that the stove door was open, and all looked dark within. The haze around the old foot-warmer gradually melted away, and I saw reflections of the lights from the streets dancing upon the walls of my studio, and in the dusky shadows I could trace what appeared to be my old continental boots hanging alongside the buckskin trousers. I jumped from my seat, lighted a match, and examined the old foot-stove. The cinders were still in the metal cup. I moistened my finger with my tongue, touched the cinders, but they were cold. End of 6 Feet of Romance by Daniel Carter Beard. Recording by Ruth Golding, July 2011. The 6 Fingers of Time by R. A. Lafferty. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time is money. Time heals all wounds. Given time, anything is possible. And now he had all the time in the world. He began by breaking things that morning. He broke the glass of water on his nightstand. He knocked it crazily against the opposite wall and shattered it. Yet it shattered slowly. This would have surprised him if he had been fully awake, for he had only reached out sleepily for it. Nor had he wakened regularly to his alarm. He had wakened to a weird, slow, low booming. Yet the clock said 6, time for the alarm, and the low boom, when it came again, seemed to come from the clock. He reached out and touched it gently, but it floated off the stand at his touch and bounced around slowly on the floor. And when he picked it up again it had stopped, nor would shaking start it. He checked the electric clock in the kitchen. This also said 6 o'clock, but the sweep hand did not move. In his living room the radio clock said 6, but the second hand seemed stationary. "But the lights in both rooms work," said Vincent. "How are the clocks stopped? Are they on a separate circuit?" He went back to his bedroom and got his wristwatch. It also said 6, and its sweep hand did not sweep. Now this could get silly. What is it that would stop both mechanical and electrical clocks? He went to the window and looked out at the clock on the Mutual Insurance Building. It said 6 o'clock, and the second hand did not move. Well, it is possible that the confusion is not limited to myself. I once heard the fanciful theory that a cold shower will clear the mind. For me it never has, but I will try it. I can always use cleanliness for an excuse. The shower didn't work. Yes, it did. The water came now, but not like water. Like very slow syrup that hung in the air. He reached up to touch it there, hanging down and stretching, and it shattered like glass when he touched it, and drifted in fantastic, slow globs across the room. But it had the feel of water, wet and pleasantly cool. And in a quarter of a minute or so it was down over his shoulders and back, and he luxuriated in it. He let it soak his head, and it cleared his wits at once. "There is not a thing wrong with me. I am fine. It is not my fault that the water is slow this morning, and other things awry." He reached for the towel, and it tore to pieces in his hands, like porous wet paper. Now he became very careful in the way he handled things. Slowly, tenderly, and deftly he took them so that they would not break. He shaved himself without mishap, in spite of the slow water in the lavatory also. Then he dressed himself with the greatest caution and cunning, breaking nothing except his shoelaces, a thing that is likely to happen at any time. "If there is nothing the matter with me, then I will check and see if there is anything seriously wrong with the world. The dawn was fairly along when I looked out, as it should have been. Approximately 20 minutes have passed. It is a clear morning. The sun should now have hit the top several stories of the insurance building." But it had not. It was a clear morning, but the dawn had not brightened at all in the 20 minutes. And that big clock still said 6. It had not changed. Yet it had changed, and he knew it with a queer feeling. He pictured it as it had been before. The hour and the minute hand had not moved noticeably, but the second hand had moved. It had moved a third of the dial. So he pulled up a chair to the window and watched it. He realized that though he could not see it move, yet it did make progress. He watched it for perhaps 5 minutes. It moved through a space of perhaps 5 seconds. "Well, that is not my problem. It is that of the clockmaker, either a terrestrial or a celestial one." But he left his rooms without a good breakfast, and he left them very early. How did he know that it was early, since there was something wrong with the time? Well, it was early at least according to the sun and according to the clocks, neither of which institutions seemed to be working properly. He left without a good breakfast because the coffee would not make and the bacon would not fry, and in plain point of fact, the fire would not heat. The gas flame came from the pilot light like a slowly spreading stream or an unfolding flower. Then it burned far too steadily. The skillet remained cold when placed over it, nor would water even heat. It had taken at least 5 minutes to get the water out of the faucet in the first place. He ate a few pieces of left-over bread and some scraps of meat. In the street there was no motion, no real motion. A truck, first seeming at rest, moved very slowly. There was no gear in which it could move so slowly. And there was a taxi which crept along, but Charles Vincent had to look at it carefully for some time to be sure that it was in motion. Then he received a shock. He realized by the early morning light that the driver of it was dead. Dead, with his eyes wide open. Slowly as it was going, and by whatever means it was moving, it should really be stopped. He walked over to it, opened the door, and pulled on the brake. Then he looked into the eyes of the dead man. Was he really dead? It was hard to be sure. He felt warm. But even as Vincent looked, the eyes of the dead man had begun to close. And close they did, and open again, in a matter of about 20 seconds. This was weird. The slowly closing and opening eyes sent a chill through Vincent, and the dead man had begun to lean forward in his seat. Vincent put a hand in the middle of the man's chest to hold him upright, but he found the forward pressure as relentless as it was slow, He was unable to keep the dead man up. So he let him go, watching curiously, and in a few seconds the driver's face was against the wheel. But it was almost as if it had no intention of stopping there. It pressed into the wheel with dogged force. He would surely break his face. Vincent took several holds on the dead man and counteracted the pressure somewhat. Yet the face was being damaged, and if things were normal, blood would have flowed. The man had been dead so long, however, that though he was still warm, his blood must have congealed, for it was fully 2 minutes before it began to ooze. "Whatever I have done enough damage," said Vincent. "And in whatever nightmare I am in, I am likely to do further harm if I meddle more. I had better leave it alone." He walked on down the morning street. Yet whatever vehicles he saw were moving with an incredible slowness, as though driven by some fantastic gear reduction. And there were people here and there frozen solid. It was a chilly morning, but it was not that cold. They were immobile in positions of motion, as though they were playing the children's game of statues. "How is it," said Charles Vincent, "that this young girl, who I believe works across the street from us, should have died standing up and in full stride? But no, she is not dead. Or if so, she died with a very alert expression, and, oh my God, she's doing it too!" For he realized that the eyes of the girl were closing, and in the space of no more than 1/4 of a second they had completed their cycle and were open again. Also, and this was even stranger, she had moved forward in full stride. He would have timed her if he could, but how could he when all the clocks were crazy? Yet she must have been taking about 2 steps a minute. He went into the cafeteria. The early morning crowd that he had often watched through the windows was there. The girl who made flapjacks in the window had just flipped one, and it hung in the air. Then it floated over as if caught by a slight breeze, and sank slowly down as if settling in water. The breakfasters, like the people in the street, were all dead in this new way, moving with almost imperceptible motion. And all had apparently died in the act of drinking coffee, eating eggs, or munching toast. And if there were only time enough, there was even a chance that they would get the drinking, eating, and munching done with, for there was the shadow of movement in them all. The cashier had the register drawer open and money in her hand, and the hand of the customer was outstretched for it. In time, somewhere in the new, leisurely time, the hands would come together and the change be given. And so it happened. It may have been 1.5 minutes, or 2 minutes, or 2.5. It is always hard to judge time, and now it had become all but impossible. "I am still hungry," said Charles Vincent, "but it would be foolhardy to wait for service here. Should I help myself? They will not mind if they are dead. And if they are not dead, in any case it seems that I am invisible to them." He wolfed several rolls. He opened a bottle of milk and held it upside down over his glass while he ate another roll. Liquids had all become perversely slow. But he felt better for his erratic breakfast. He would have paid for it, but how? He left the cafeteria and walked about the town, as it seemed still to be quite early, though one could depend on neither sun nor clock for the time any more. The traffic lights were unchanging. He sat for a long time in a little park and watched the town and the big clock in the Commerce Building tower, but like all the clocks it was either stopped or the hand would creep too slowly to be seen. It must have been just about an hour till the traffic lights changed, but change they did at last. By picking a point on the building across the street and watching what moved past it, he found that the traffic did indeed move. In a minute or so the entire length of a car would pass the given point. He had, he recalled, been very far behind in his work, and it had been worrying him. He decided to go to the office, early as it was, or seemed to be. He let himself in. Nobody else was there. He resolved not to look at the clock, and to be very careful of the way he handled all objects, because of his new propensity for breaking things. This considered, all seemed normal there. He had said the day before that he could hardly catch up on his work if he put in 2 days solid. He now resolved at least to work steadily until something happened, whatever it was. For hour after hour he worked on his tabulations and reports. Nobody else had arrived. Could something be wrong? Certainly something was wrong. But this was not a holiday. That was not it. Just how long can a stubborn and mystified man plug away at his task? It was hour after hour after hour. He did not become hungry, nor particularly tired, and he did get through a lot of work. It must be half done. However it has happened, I have caught up on at least a day's work. I will keep on. He must have continued silently for another 8 or 10 hours. He was caught up completely on his back work. Well, to some extent I can work into the future. I can head up and carry over. I can put in everything but the figures of the field reports. And he did so. It will be hard to bury me in work again. I could almost coast for a day. I don't even know what day it is, but I must have worked 20 hours straight through, and nobody has arrived. Perhaps nobody ever will arrive. If they are moving with the speed of the people in the nightmare outside, it is no wonder they have not arrived. He put his head down on his arms on the desk. The last thing he saw before he closed his eyes was the misshapen left thumb that he had always tried to conceal a little by the way he handled his hands. At least I know that I am still myself. I'd know myself anywhere by that. Then he went to sleep at his desk. Jenny came in with a quick click, click, click of high heels, and he wakened to the noise. "What are you doing dozing at your desk, Mr. Vincent? Have you been here all night?" "I don't know, Jenny. Honestly, I don't." "I was only teasing. Sometimes when I get here a little early I take a cat-nap myself." The clock said 6 minutes till 8, and the second hand was sweeping normally. Time had returned to the world, or to him. But had all that early morning of his been a dream? Then it had been a very efficient dream. He had accomplished work that he could hardly have done in 2 days, and it was the same day that it was supposed to be. He went to the water fountain. The water now behaved normally. He went to the window. The traffic was behaving as it should. Though sometimes slow and sometimes snarled, yet it was in the pace of the regular world. The other workers arrived. They were not balls of fire, but neither was it necessary to observe them for several minutes to be sure they weren't dead. "It did have its advantages," Charles Vincent said. "I would be afraid to live with it permanently, but it would be handy to go into for a few minutes a day and accomplish the business of hours. I may be a case for the doctor, but just how would I go about telling a doctor what was bothering me?" Now, it had surely been less than 2 hours from his first rising till the time that he wakened to the noise of Jenny from his second sleep. And how long that second sleep had been, or in which time enclave, he had no idea. But how account for it all? He had spent a long while in his own rooms, much longer than ordinary in his confusion. He had walked the city mile after mile in his puzzlement, and he had sat in the little park for hours and studied the situation. And he had worked at his own desk for an outlandish long time. Well, he would go to the doctor. A man is obliged to refrain from making a fool of himself to the world at large, but to his own lawyer, his priest, or his doctor, he will sometimes have to come as a fool. by their callings they are restrained from scoffing openly. Dr. Mason was not particularly a friend. Charles Vincent realized with some unease that he did not have any particular friends, only acquaintances and associates. It was as though he were of a species slightly apart from his fellows. He wished now a little that he had a particular friend. But Dr. Mason was an acquaintance of some years, had the reputation of being a good doctor, and besides, Vincent had now arrived at his office and been shown in. He would either have to— well, that was as good a beginning as any. "Doctor, I am in a predicament. I will either have to invent some symptoms to account for my visit here, or make an excuse and bolt, or tell you what is bothering me, even though you will think I am a new sort of idiot. Vincent, every day people invent symptoms to cover their visits here, and I know that they have lost their nerve about the real reason for coming. And every day people do make excuses and bolt. But experience tells me that I will get a larger fee if you tackle the third alternative. And, Vincent, there is no new sort of idiot." Vincent said, "It may not sound so silly if I tell it quickly. I awoke this morning to some very puzzling incidents. It seemed that time itself had stopped, or that the whole world had gone into super-slow motion. The water would neither flow nor boil, and fire would not heat food. The clocks, which I first believed had stopped, crept along at perhaps a minute an hour. The people I met in the streets appeared dead, frozen in lifelike attitudes, and it was only by watching them for a very long time that I perceived that they did indeed have motion. One car I saw creeping slower than the most backward snail, and a dead man at the wheel of it. I went to it, opened the door, and put on the brake. I realized after a time that the man was not dead. But he bent forward and broke his face on the steering wheel. It must have taken a full minute for his head to travel no more than 10 inches, yet I was unable to prevent his hitting the wheel. I then did other bizarre things in a world that had died on its feet. I walked many miles through the city, and then I sat for hours in the park. I went to the office and let myself in. I accomplished work that must have taken me 20 hours. I then took a nap at my desk. When I awoke on the arrival of the others, it was 6 minutes to 8 in the morning of the same day, today. Not 2 hours had passed from my rising, and time was back to normal. But the things that happened in that time could never be compressed into 2 hours. One question first, Vincent. Did you actually accomplish the work of many hours? I did. It was done, and done in that time. It did not become undone on the return of time to normal. A second question. Had you been worried about your work? About being behind? Yes, emphatically. Then here is one explanation. You retired last night, but very shortly afterward you arose in a state of somnambulism. There are facets of sleepwalking which we do not at all understand. The time out of focus interludes were parts of a walking dream of yours. You dressed and went to your office and worked all night. It is possible to do routine tasks in a somnambulistic state rapidly and even feverishly, with an intense concentration, to perform prodigies. You may have fallen into a normal sleep there when you had finished, or you may have been awakened directly from your somnambulistic trance on the arrival of your co-workers. There, that is a plausible and workable explanation. In the case of an apparently bizarre happening, it is always well to have a rational explanation to fall back on. They will usually satisfy a patient and put his mind at rest, but often they do not satisfy me. Your explanation very nearly satisfies me, Dr. Mason, and it does put my mind considerably at rest. I am sure that in a short while I will be able to accept it completely. But why does it not satisfy you? One reason is a man I treated early this morning. He had his face smashed, and he had seen, or almost seen, a ghost. A ghost of incredible swiftness that was more sensed than seen. The ghost opened the door of his car while it was going at full speed, jerked on the brake and caused him to crack his head. This man was dazed and had a slight concussion. I have convinced him that he did not see any ghost at all, that he must have dozed at the wheel and run into something. As I say, I am harder to convince than my patients, but it may have been coincidence. I hope so. But you also seem to have another reservation. After quite a few years in practice, I seldom see or hear anything new. Twice before I have been told a happening or a dream on the line of what you experienced. Did you convince your patients that it was only a dream? I did, both of them. That is, I convinced them the first few times it happened to them. Were they satisfied? At first. Later, not entirely. But they both died within a year of their first coming to me. Nothing violent, I hope. Both had the gentlest deaths, that of senility extreme. Oh, well, I'm too young for that. I would like you to come back in a month or so. I will, if the delusion or the dream returns, or if I do not feel well. After this, Charles Vincent began to forget about the incident. He only recalled it with humour sometimes when again he was behind in his work. Well, if it gets bad enough, I may do another sleepwalking act and catch up. But if there is another aspect of time and I could enter it at will, it might often be handy. Charles Vincent never saw his face at all. It is very dark in some of those clubs, and the coq bleu is like the inside of a tomb. He went to the clubs only about once a month, sometimes after a show when he did not want to go home to bed, sometimes when he was just plain restless. Citizens of the more fortunate states may not know of the mysteries of the clubs. In Vincent's, the only bars are beer bars, and only in the clubs can a person get a drink, and only members are admitted. It is true that even such a small club as the Coq Bleu had 30,000 members, and at $1 a year that is a nice sideline. The little numbered membership cards cost a penny each for the printing, and the member wrote in his own name. But he had to have a card, or $1 for a card, to gain admittance. But there could be no entertainments in the clubs. There was nothing there but the little bar-room in the near darkness. The man was there, and then he was not, and then he was there again, and always where he sat it was too dark to see his face. "I wonder," he said to Vincent, or to the bar at large, though there were no other customers and the bartender was asleep, "I wonder if you have ever read Zurbarin on the relationship of extradigitalism to genius?" "I have never heard of the work nor of the man," said Vincent. "I doubt if either exists." "I am Zurbarin," said the man. Vincent hid his misshapen left thumb. Yet it could not have been noticed in that light, and he must have been crazy to believe there was any connection between it and the man's remark. It was not truly a double thumb. He was not an extra-digital, nor was he a genius. "I refuse to become interested in you," said Vincent. "I am on the verge of leaving. I dislike waking the bartender, but I did want another drink." Sooner done than said. "What is? Your glass is full." "It is? So it is. Is it a trick?" "Trick is the name for anything either too frivolous or too mystifying for us to comprehend. But on one long early morning of a month ago, you also could have done the trick, and nearly as well. Could I have? How would you know about my long early morning, assuming there to have been such? I watched you for a while. Few others have the equipment to watch you with when you're in the aspect. So they were silent for some time, and Vincent watched the clock and was ready to go. I wonder, said the man in the dark, if you have read Schimmelpenninck on the sexagintal and the duodecimal in the Chaldee mysteries. I have not, and I doubt if anyone else has. I would guess that you are also Schimmelpenninck, and that you have just made up the name on the spur of the moment. I am Schim, it is true, but I made up the name on the spur of a moment many years ago. I'm a little bored with you, said Vincent, but I would appreciate it if you'd do your glass-filling trick once more. I have just done so. And you are not bored. You are frightened. Of what? Asked Vincent, whose glass was, in fact, full again. Of re-entering a dread that you are not sure was a dream. But there are advantages to being both invisible and inaudible. Can you be invisible? Was I not, when I went behind the bar just now and fixed you a drink? How? A man in full stride goes at the rate of about 5 miles an hour. Multiply that by 60, which is the number of time. When I leave my stool and go behind the bar, I go and return at the rate of 300 miles an hour. So I am invisible to you, particularly if I move while you blink. One thing does not match. You might have got around there and back, but you could not have poured. Shall I say that mastery over liquids is not given to beginners, but for us there are many ways to outwit the slowness of matter. I believe that you are a hoaxer. Do you know Dr. Mason? I know that you went to see him. I know of his futile attempts to penetrate a certain mystery, but I have not talked to him of you. I still believe that you are a phony. Could you put me back into the state of my dream of a month ago? It was not a dream, but I could put you again into that state. Prove it. Watch the clock. Do you believe that I can point my finger at it and stop it for you? It is already stopped for me. No, I don't believe it. Yes, I guess I have to, since I see that you have just done it. But it may be another trick. I don't know where the clock is plugged in. Neither do I. Come to the door. Look at every clock you can see. Are they not all stopped? Yes. Maybe the power has gone off all over town. You know it has not. There are still lighted windows in those buildings, though it is quite late. Why are you playing with me? I am neither on the inside nor the outside. Either tell me the secret or say that you will not tell me. The secret isn't a simple one. It can only be arrived at after all philosophy and learning have been assimilated. One man cannot arrive at that in one lifetime. Not in an ordinary lifetime. But the secret of the secret, if I may put it that way, is that one must use part of it as a tool in learning. You could not learn all in one lifetime, but being permitted the first step, to be able to read, say, 60 books in the time it took you to read one, to pause for a minute in thought and use up only 1 second, to get a day's work accomplished in 8 minutes and so have time for other things, by such ways one may make a beginning. I will warn you, though, even for the most intelligent, it is a race. A race? What race? It is a race between success, which is life, and failure, which is death. Let's skip the melodrama. How do I get into the state and out of it? Oh, that is simple. So easy that it seems like a gadget. Here are 2 diagrams I will draw. Note them carefully. This first, envision it in your mind, and you are in the state. Now this second one, envision, and you are out of it. That easy. That deceptively easy. The trick is to learn why it works, if you want to succeed, meaning to live. So Charles Vincent left him and went home, walking the mile in a little less than 15 normal seconds. But he still had not seen the face of the man. There are advantages, intellectual, monetary, and amorous, in being able to enter the accelerated state at will. It is a fox game. One must be careful not to be caught at it, nor to break or harm that which is in the normal state. Vincent could always find 8 or 10 minutes unobserved to accomplish the day's work, and a 15-minute coffee break could turn into a 15-hour romp around the town. There was this boyish pleasure in becoming a ghost, to appear and stand motionless in front of an onrushing train, and to cause the scream of the whistle, and to be in no danger, being able to move 5 or 10 times as fast as the train. To enter and to sit suddenly in the middle of a select group and see them stare, and then disappear from the middle of them. To interfere in sports and games, entering a prize ring and tripping, hampering, or slugging the unliked fighter. To blue-shot down the hockey ice, skating at 1,500 miles an hour, and scoring dozens of goals at either end, while the people only know that something odd is happening. There was pleasure in being able to shatter windows by chanting little songs, for the voice, when in the state, will be to the world at 60 times its regular pitch, though normal to oneself. And for this reason also he was inaudible to others. There was fun in petty thieving and tricks. He would take a wallet from a man's pocket and be 2 blocks away when the victim turned at the feel. He would come back and stuff it into the man's mouth as he bleated to a policeman. He would come into the home of a lady writing a letter, snatch up the paper and write 3 lines, and vanish before the scream got out of her throat. He would take food off forks, put baby turtles and live fish into bowls of soup between spoonfuls of the eater. He would lash the hands of handshakers tightly together with stout cord. He unzippered persons of both sexes when they were at their most pompous. He changed cards from one player's hand to another's. He removed golf balls from tees during the backswing, and left notes written large, "You missed me," pinned to the ground with the tee. Or he shaved moustaches and heads. Returning repeatedly to one woman he disliked, he gradually clipped her bald and finally gilded her pate. With tellers counting their money, he interfered outrageously and enriched himself. He snipped cigarettes in 2 with a scissors and blew out matches, so that one frustrated man broke down and cried at his inability to get a light. He removed the weapons from the holsters of policemen and put cat pistols and water guns in their places. He unclipped the leashes of dogs and substituted little toy dogs rolling on wheels. He put frogs in water glasses and left lighted firecrackers on bridge tables. He reset wristwatches on wrists and played pranks in men's rooms. "I was always a boy at heart," said Charles Vincent. Also, during the first few days of the controlled new state, he established himself materially, acquiring wealth by devious ways, and opening bank accounts in various cities under various names, against a time of possible need. Nor did he ever feel any shame for the tricks he played on unaccelerated humanity. For the people, when he was in the state, were as statues to him, hardly living, barely moving, unseeing, unhearing. And it is no shame to show disrespect to such comical statues. and also, and again because he was a boy at heart, he had fun with the girls. "I am one mass of black and blue marks," said Jenny one day. "My lips are sore and my front teeth feel loosened. I don't know what in the world is the matter with me." Yet he had not meant to bruise or harm her. He was rather fond of her, and he resolved to be much more careful. Yet it was fun, when he was in the state and invisible to her because of his speed, to kiss her here and there in out-of-the-way places. She made a nice statue, and it was good sport. And there were others. "You look older," said one of his co-workers one day. "Are you taking care of yourself? Are you worried?" "I am not," said Vincent. "I never felt better or happier in my life." But now there was time for so many things. Time, in fact, for everything. There was no reason why he could not master anything in the world, when he could take off for 15 minutes and gain 15 hours. Vincent was a rapid but careful reader. He could now read from 120 to 200 books in an evening and night, and he slept in the accelerated state, and could get a full night's sleep in 8 minutes. He first acquired a knowledge of languages. A quite extensive reading knowledge of a language can be acquired in 300 hours world time, or 300 minutes, 5 hours accelerated time. And if one takes the tongues in order, from the most familiar to the most remote, there is no real difficulty. He acquired 50 for a starter, and could always add any other any evening that he found he had a need for it. And at the same time he began to assemble and consolidate knowledge. Of literature, properly speaking, there are no more than 10,000 books that are really worth reading and falling in love with. These were gone through with high pleasure, and 2,000 or 3,000 of them were important enough to be reserved for future re-reading. History, however, is very uneven, and it is necessary to read texts and sources that for form are not worth reading, and the same with philosophy. Mathematics and science, pure or physical, could not, of course, be covered with the same speed. Yet, with time available, all could be mastered. There is no concept ever expressed by any human mind that cannot be comprehended by any other normal human mind, if time is available, and it is taken in the proper order and context, and with the proper preparatory work. And often, and now more often, Vincent felt that he was touching the fingers of the secret, and always, when he came near it, it had a little bit the smell of the pit. For he had pegged out all the main points of the history of man, or rather most of the tenable, or at least possible, theories of the history of man. It was hard to hold the main line of it, that double road of rationality and revelation that should lead always to a fuller and fuller development. Not the fetish of progress, that toy word used only by toy people, to an unfolding and growth and perfectibility. But the main line was often obscure and all but obliterated, and traced through fog and miasma. He had accepted the fall of man and the redemption as the cardinal points of history, but he understood now that neither happened only once, that both were of constant occurrence, that there was a hand reaching up from that old pit with its shadow over man. And he had come to picture that hand in his dreams, for his dreams were especially vivid when in the state, as a 6-digited monster reaching out. He began to realize that the thing he was caught in was dangerous and deadly. Very dangerous, very deadly. One of the weird books that he often returned to, and which continually puzzled him, was The Relationship of Extra-Digitalism to Genius, written by the man whose face he had never seen in one of his manifestations. It promised more than it delivered, and it intimated more than it said. Its theory was tedious and tenuous, bolstered with undigested mountains of doubtful data. It left him unconvinced that persons of genius, even if it could be agreed who or what they were, had often the oddity of extra fingers and toes, or the vestiges of them. And it puzzled him what possible difference it could make. Yet there were hints here of a Corsican who commonly kept a hand hidden, or an earlier and more bizarre commander who wore always a mailed glove, of another man with a glove between the two, hints that the multiplex adept Leonardo himself, who sometimes drew the hands of men and often those of monsters with 6 fingers, may himself have had the touch. There was a comment of Caesar, not conclusive, to the same effect. It is known that Alexander had a minor peculiarity. It is not known what it was. This man made it seem that this was it. And it was averred of Gregory and Augustine, of Benedict and Albert and Aquinas, yet a man with a deformity could not enter the priesthood. If they had it, it must have been in vestigial form. There were cases for Charles Magnus and Mahmud, for Saladin the horseman and for Akhenaten the king. For Homer, a Seleucid Greek statuette shows him with 6 fingers, strumming an unidentified instrument while reciting. For Pythagoras, for Buonarroti, Santi, Theotokopoulos, Van Rijn, Robusti. Zurbaran catalogued 8,000 names. He maintained that they were geniuses, and that they were extra-digitals. Charles Vincent grinned and looked down at his misshapen or double thumb. "At least I am in good, though monotonous company. But what, in the name of triple time, is he driving at?" And it was not long afterward that Vincent was examining cuneiform tablets in the State Museum. These were a broken and not continuous series on the theory of numbers, tolerably legible to the now encyclopedic Charles Vincent. And the series read, in part, on the divergence of the basis itself and the confusion caused, for it is 5, or it is 6, or 10, or 12, or 60, or 100, or 360, or the double hundred, the 1,000. The reason, not clearly understood by the people, is that 6 and the dozen are first, and 60 is a compromise in condescending to the people. For the 5, the 10 are late, and are no older than the people themselves. It is said and credited that people began to count by 5s and 10s from the number of fingers on their hands. But before the people, by the reason that they had counted by 6s and 12s. But 60 is the number of time, divisible by both, for both must live together in time, though not on the same plane of time. Much of the rest was scattered, and it was while trying to set the hundreds of unordered clay tablets in proper sequence that Charles Vincent created the legend of the ghost in the museum. For he spent his multi-hundred-hour nights there studying and classifying. Naturally he could not work without light, and naturally he could be seen when he sat still at his studies. But as the slow-moving guards attempted to close in on him, he would move to avoid them, and his speed made him invisible to them. They were a nuisance and had to be discouraged. He belaboured them soundly, and they became less eager to try to capture him. His only fear was that they would sometime try to shoot him to see if he were ghost or human. He could avoid a seen shot, which would come at no more than 2.5 times his own greatest speed, but an unperceived shot could penetrate dangerously, even fatally, before he twisted away from it. He had fathered legends of other ghosts, that of the Central Library, that of University Library, that of the John Charles Underwood Jr. Technical Library. This plurality of ghosts tended to cancel out each other and bring believers into ridicule. Even those who had seen him as a ghost did not admit that they believed in the ghosts. He went back to Dr. Mason for his monthly check-up. "You look terrible," said the doctor. "Whatever it is, you have changed. If you can afford it, you should take a long rest." "I have the means," said Charles Vincent, "and that is just what I will do. I'll take a rest for a year or two." He had begun to begrudge the time that he must spend at the world's pace. From now on he was regarded as a recluse. He was silent and unsociable, for he found it a nuisance to come back to the common state to engage in conversation, and in his special state voices were too slow-pitched to intrude into his consciousness, except that of the man whose face he had never seen. "You are making very tardy progress," said the man. Once more they were in a dark club. "Those who do not show more progress we cannot use. After all, you are only a vestigial. It is probable that you have very little of the ancient race in you. Fortunately, those who do not show progress destroy themselves. You had not imagined that there were only 2 phases of time, had you?" "Lately I have come to suspect that there are many more," said Charles Vincent. "And you understand that only one step cannot succeed?" "I understand that the life I have been living is in direct violation of all that we know of the laws of mass, momentum, and acceleration, as well as those of conservation of energy, the potential of the human person, the moral compensation, the golden mean, and the capacity of human organs. I know that I cannot multiply energy and experience 60 times without a compensating increase of food intake, and yet I do it. I know that I cannot live on 8 minutes' sleep in 24 hours, but I do that also. I know that I cannot reasonably crowd 4,000 years of experience into one lifetime, yet unreasonably I do not see what will prevent it. But you say I will destroy myself." "Those who take only the first step destroy themselves." "And how does one take the second step?" "At the proper moment you will be given the choice." "I have the most uncanny feeling that I will refuse the choice." "From present indications you will refuse it. You are fastidious." "You have a smell about you, old man without a face. I know now what it is. It is the smell of the pit." "Are you so slow to learn that?" "It is the mud from the pit, the same from which the clay tablets were formed, from the old land between the rivers. I've dreamed of the 6-fingered hand reaching up from the pit and overshadowing us all. And I have read, the people first counted by 5s and 10s from the number of fingers on their hands, but before the people, for the reason that they had, counted by 6s and 12s. But time has left blanks in those tablets. Yes, time in one of its manifestations has deftly and with a purpose left those blanks. I cannot discover the name of the thing that goes in one of those blanks. Can you? I am part of the name that goes into one of those blanks. And you are the man without a face. But why is it that you overshadow and control people, and to what purpose? It will be long before you know those answers. When the choice comes to me, it will bear very careful weighing. After that, a chill descended on the life of Charles Vincent, for all that he still possessed his exceptional powers, and he seldom now indulged in pranks, except for Jennifer Parkey. It was unusual that he should be drawn to her. He knew her only slightly in the common world, and she was at least 15 years his senior. But now she appealed to him for her youthful qualities, and all his pranks with her were gentle ones. For one thing, this spinster did not frighten, nor did she begin locking her doors, never having bothered about such things before. He would come behind her and stroke her hair, and she would speak out calmly with that sort of quickening in her voice. "Who are you? Why won't you let me see you? You are a friend, aren't you? Are you a man, or are you something else? If you can caress me, why can't you talk to me? Please let me see you. I promise that I won't hurt you." It was as though she could not imagine that anything strange would hurt her. Or again, when he hugged her or kissed her on the nape, she would call, "You must be a little boy, or very like a little boy, whoever you are. You are good not to break my things when you move about. Come here and let me hold you." It is only very good people who have no fear at all of the unknown. When Vincent met Jennifer in the regular world, as he more often now found occasion to do, she looked at him appraisingly, as though she guessed some sort of connection. She said one day, "I know it is an impolite thing to say, but you do not look well at all. Have you been to a doctor?" "Several times. But I think it is my doctor who should go to a doctor. He was always given to peculiar remarks, but now he is becoming a little unsettled." "If I were your doctor, I believe I would also become a little unsettled. But you should find out what is wrong. You look terrible." He did not look terrible. He had lost his hair, it is true, but many men lose their hair by 30, though not perhaps as suddenly as he had. He thought of attributing it to the air resistance. After all, when he was in the state, he did stride at some 300 miles an hour, and enough of that is likely to blow the hair right off your head. And might that not also be the reason for his worsened complexion, and the tireder look that appeared in his eyes? But he knew that this was nonsense. He felt no more air pressure when in his accelerated state than when in the normal one. He had received his summons. He chose not to answer it. He did not want to be presented with the choice. He had no wish to be one with those of the pit. But he had no intention of giving up the great advantage which he now held over nature. "I will have it both ways," he said. "I am already a contradiction and an impossibility. The proverb was only the early statement of the law of moral compensation. You can't take more out of a basket than it holds. But for a long time I have been in violation of the laws and balances. There is no road without a turning. Those who dance will have to pay the fiddler. Everything that goes up comes down. But are proverbs really universal laws?" "Certainly. A sound proverb has the force of universal law. It is but another statement of it. But I have contradicted the universal laws. It remains to be seen whether I have contradicted them with impunity. Every action has its reaction. If I refuse to deal with them, I will provoke a strong reaction. The man without a face said that it was always a race between full knowing and destruction. Very well, I will race them for it." They began to persecute him then. He knew that they were in a state as accelerated from his as his was from the normal. To them he was the almost motionless statue, hardly to be told from a dead man. To him they were by their speed both invisible and inaudible. They hurt him and haunted him, but still he would not answer the summons. When the meeting took place, it was they who had to come to him, and they materialized there in his room, men without faces. "The choice," said one, You force us to be so clumsy as to have to voice it. I will have no part of you. You all smell of the pit, of that old mud of the cuneiforms of the land between the rivers, of the people who were before the people. It has endured a long time, and we consider it as enduring forever. But the garden which was in the neighbourhood, do you know how long the garden lasted? I don't know. That all happened in a single day, and before nightfall they were outside. You want to throw in with something more permanent, don't you? No, I don't believe I do. What have you to lose? Only my hope of eternity. But you don't believe in that. No man has ever really believed in eternity. No man has ever either entirely believed or disbelieved in it, said Charles Vincent. At least it cannot be proved, said one of the faceless men. Nothing is proved until it is over with. And in this case, if it is ever over with, then it is disproved. And all that time would one not be tempted to wonder, what if, after all, it ends in the next minute? I imagine that if we survive the flesh, we will receive some sort of surety, said Vincent. But you are not sure either of such surviving or receiving. Now we have a very close approximation of eternity. When time is multiplied by itself, and that repeated again and again, does that not approximate eternity? I don't believe it does, but I will not be of you. One of you has said that I am too fastidious, so now will you say that you'll destroy me? No, we will only let you be destroyed. By yourself you cannot win the race with destruction. After that, Charles Vincent somehow felt more mature. He knew he was not really meant to be a six-fingered thing of the pit. He knew that in some way he would have to pay for every minute and hour that he had gained. But what he had gained he would use to the fullest, and whatever could be accomplished by sheer acquisition of human knowledge, he would try to accomplish. And he now startled Dr. Mason by the medical knowledge he had picked up, the while the doctor amused him by the concern he showed for Vincent. For he felt fine. He was perhaps not as active as he had been, but that was only because he had become dubious of aimless activity. He was still the ghost of the libraries and museums, but was puzzled that the published reports intimated that an old ghost had replaced a young one. He now paid his mystic visits to Jennifer Parkey less often, for he was always dismayed to hear her exclaim to him in his ghostly form, "Your touch is so changed, you poor thing. Is there anything at all I can do to help you?" He decided that somehow she was too immature to understand him, though he was still fond of her. He transferred his affections to Mrs. Milly Maltby, a widow at least 30 years his senior. Yet here it was a sort of girlishness in her that appealed to him. She was a woman of sharp wit and real affection, and she also accepted his visitations without fear, following a little initial panic. They played games, writing games, for they communicated by writing. She would scribble a line, then hold the paper up in the air, whence he would cause it to vanish into his sphere. He would return it in half a minute, or half a second by her time, with his retort. He had the advantage of her in time, with greatly more opportunity to think up responses, but she had the advantage over him in natural wit, and was hard to top. They also played checkers, and he often had to retire apart and read a chapter of a book on the art between moves, and even so she often beat him, for native talent is likely to be a match for accumulated law and codified procedure. But to Milly also he was unfaithful in his fashion. Being now interested, he no longer became enamoured or entranced, in a Mrs. Roberts, a great-grandmother who was his elder by at least 50 years. He had read all the data extant on the attraction of the old for the young, but he still could not explain his successive attachments. He decided that these 3 examples were enough to establish a universal law, that a woman is simply not afraid of a ghost, though he touches her and is invisible, and writes her notes without hands. It is possible that amorous spirits have known this for a long time, but Charles Vincent had made the discovery himself independently. When enough knowledge is accumulated on any subject, the pattern will sometimes emerge suddenly, like a form in a picture revealed where before it was not seen. And when enough knowledge is accumulated on all subjects, is there not a chance that a pattern governing all subjects will emerge? Charles Vincent was caught up in one last enthusiasm. On a long vigil, as he consulted source after source and sorted them in his mind, it seemed that the pattern was coming out clearly and simply, for all its amazing complexity of detail. I know everything that they know in the pit, and I know a secret that they do not know. I have not lost the race. I have won it. I can defeat them at the point where they believe themselves invulnerable. If controlled hereafter, we need at least not be controlled by them. It is all falling together now. I have found the final truth, and it is they who have lost the race. I hold the key. I will now be able to enjoy the advantage without paying the ultimate price of defeat and destruction, or of collaboration with them. Now I have only to implement my knowledge, to publish the fact, and one shadow at least will be lifted from mankind. I will do it at once. Well, nearly at once. It is almost dawn in the normal world. I will sit here a very little while and rest. Then I will go out and begin to make contact with the proper persons for the disposition of this thing. But first I will sit here a little while and rest. And he died, quietly in his chair as he sat there. Dr. Mason made an entry in his private journal. Charles Vincent, a completely authenticated case of premature aging, one of the most clear-cut in all gerontology. This man was known to me for years, and I here aver that as of 1 year ago he was of normal appearance and physical state, and that his chronology is also correct, I having also known his father. I examined the subject during the period of his illness, and there is no question at all of his identity, which has also been established for the record by finger-printing and other means. I aver that Charles Vincent at the age of 30 is dead of old age, having the appearance and organic condition of a man of 90. Then the doctor began to make another note. As in 2 other cases of my own observation, the illness was accompanied by a certain delusion and series of dreams, so nearly identical in the 3 men as to be almost unbelievable. And for the record, and no doubt to the prejudice of my own reputation, I will set down the report of them here. But when Dr. Mason had written that, he thought about it for a while. "No, I will do no such thing," he said, and he struck out the last lines he had written. "It is best to let sleeping dragons lie." And somewhere the faceless men with the smell of the pit on them smiled to themselves in quiet irony. End of The 6 Fingers of Time by R. A. Lafferty. Recording by Ruth Golding. August 2011.
6 Honest Serving Men by Rudyard Kipling. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and where and when and how and where and who. I send them over land and sea. I send them east and west. But after they have worked for me, I give them all a rest. I let them rest from 9 till 5, for I am busy then, as well as breakfast, lunch, and tea, for they are hungry men. But different folk have different views. I know a person small. She keeps 10 million serving men who get no rest at all. She sends 'em abroad on her own affairs from the second she opens her eyes. 1 million hows, 2 million wheres, and 7 million whys. End of 6 Honest Serving Men by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Sudone Vox.
Six Jours by Albertine Clément Emery. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chant premier, introduction, à Coralie. Les souvenirs forment la mythologie des cœurs sensibles. La première fois que je te vis, je sentis naître dans mon âme une subite et vive flamme. Je crois même que je pâlis. Mon sang courait de veine en veine, je ne respirais qu'avec peine. Tu me regardas, je rougis. Le lendemain fut autre chose. Je vis sur tes lèvres de rose le plus agréable souris. Osant presque être téméraire, je m'approchai de toi, ma chère. Tu lus dans mes yeux attendris une pure et sincère ivresse. Tu jugeas ma délicatesse, et tout près de toi, je m'assis. Tu me parlas. Qu'il t'en souvienne. Ma main osa presser la tienne, je balbutiai, je frémis. 8 jours après, j'osai t'écrire ce que je n'osais pas te dire. Ton cœur ne parut pas surpris. Bientôt, tu daignas me promettre de répondre un jour à ma lettre. 1 mois entier, je l'attendis. Pendant ce temps, ton âme émue s'agitait souvent à ma vue. Grâce à l'amour, tu te trahis, et tu me dis enfin « Je t'aime ». Divine moitié de moi-même, toi que pour jamais je chéris, te rappelles-tu mon délire? Je pleurais, je riais sans rire, mes sens étaient anéantis. Lorsque je revins à la vie, je t'appelai ma seule amie, entre mes bras je t'étreignis. Ma sincérité, ma constance me valurent ta confiance, un doux baiser en fut le prix. Depuis cet instant, mon ivresse n'a fait qu'accroître ma tendresse et le bonheur dont je jouis. Chant deuxième, la demande. Le bonheur est un rayon du soleil que la moindre ombre peut intercepter. Confucius. Tu m'as promis un doux gage d'amour. T'en souviens-tu, mon adorable ami? C'était le lendemain du jour où ton aveu me fit chérir la vie, où tu daignas m'accorder un baiser, où... Souviens-toi de mon ivresse. Tu ne pourrais me refuser une preuve de ta tendresse sans outrager le sentiment dont l'Éternel accueillit le serment. De ta soyeuse et blonde chevelure, daigne détacher un anneau. Il restera, je te le jure, sur mon cœur jusques au tombeau. Ce don est, j'en conviens, une faveur extrême. C'est un prix qui n'est dû qu'à l'amour. Mais que peut-on refuser quand on aime et qu'on est payé de retour? Chant troisième, le refus. Tout paraît prophétique aux malheureux. La douleur est superstitieuse. Vicomte d'Ablaincourt. L'ai-je bien entendu, Coralie? Tu refuses le prix du plus ardent amour? Sans craindre m'outrager, tu te plains, tu m'accuses? Tendre et coquette tour à tour, tu m'enivres d'espoir, tu déchires mon âme, tu veux et ne veux pas, tu grondes, tu souris. Ton regard enchanteur augmente encore ma flamme, et bientôt tu m'anéantis par un cruel refus, par une raillerie. Coralie, dis-moi, m'aimes-tu? Tu connais mon idolâtrie. Croirais-tu prouver la vertu en feignant de la défiance, en me privant d'un don pour moi si précieux? Souviens-toi qu'en amour on ne peut être heureux sans une entière confiance. Je te supplie encore de vouloir bien m'accorder ce don auquel je tiens beaucoup plus qu'à la vie. De grâce, daigne me céder, n'excite pas ma jalousie, ne brise pas un cœur tout plein de toi, tu déchirerais ton image. Si tu méprises mon hommage, pourquoi donc m'engager ta foi? Ne serais-tu qu'une perfide? N'embrassas tu mon cœur qu'afin de le trahir? Dis-moi quel sentiment te guide et s'il faut vivre ou mourir. Chant quatrième. Le dépit. Croire être haï de ce qu'on aime est une douleur plus insupportable que d'en pleurer la mort. Madame de Tencin. Non, Coralie, tu n'aimes pas. Ne m'abuse plus, je te prie. Tout en admirant tes appas, depuis hier je t'apprécie. Je ne crois pas que la pudeur ait dicté ton refus étrange. Tu n'es qu'un démon imposteur sous les traits célestes d'un ange. Grâce à toi mes yeux sont ouverts. Tu m'as fait verser bien des larmes. Trompe si tu veux l'univers, je ne redoute plus tes charmes. À ton sourire, à ton regard, j'opposerai la perfidie. À ton esprit, don du hasard, ton insigne coquetterie, ton doux parler si séducteur comme celui de la sirène, ne fera plus battre mon cœur. Sois tant qu'il te plaît inhumaine, ton empire est enfin détruit. Ton refus a brisé ma chaîne, je renonce à l'amour maudit et lui voue à jamais ma haine. Le temps de toi me vengera, tu cesseras d'être jolie, à ton tour on te trompera. Le chagrin brisera ta vie, et les pleurs que tu verseras exciteront la raillerie. Alors tu me regretteras. Souvent dans ta douleur amère, en gémissant tu te diras: sa flamme était pure, sincère, j'ai méprisé son tendre amour. Aujourd'hui j'en suis bien punie, j'aime sans espoir de retour. J'accorde tout, je suis trahie. Gaiement j'ai déchiré le cœur où je régnais en souveraine, en refusant une faveur que je prodiguerais sans peine si l'on m'en imposait la loi. Je sens toute mon injustice, j'ai faussé mes serments, ma foi, pour n'écouter que le caprice et flétrir un cœur tout à moi. Chant cinquième. La rupture. L'illusion n'est pas à l'usage du malheureux. Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. Reprenez ces écrits trompeurs, lisez-les, jugez-vous vous-même. Allez prodiguer vos faveurs à cet Adonis au teint blême. Je ne suis pas jaloux, il est tout aussi faux que vous. Mes billets, conservez-les tous, je ne rougis que de l'adresse. Mais ils vous prouveront un jour que mon cœur, exempt d'artifice, pour vous était rempli d'amour. Ils deviendront votre supplice lorsque, trahi à votre tour, vous comprendrez votre injustice. En cessant de vous estimer, ne redoutez pas ma vengeance. Celle que j'ai su tant aimer est à l'abri de toute offense. Près de vous, je crus au bonheur. Je n'ai caressé qu'une erreur. Le souvenir m'en plaît encore. Je vous croyais de la candeur. Votre esprit séduisait mon cœur. Ces qualités dont on décore les nobles habitants des cieux, vous les possédiez à mes yeux. Coralie, Dieu, qu'allais-je dire? Je vous déteste, c'est certain. Ne croyez pas que je soupire. Vous me rappelleriez en vain. Mais cachez-moi votre sourire. Chant sixième. Le rendez-vous. La douleur qui se plaint goûte encore du plaisir. Vous m'attendez? Espérez-vous encore voir à vos pieds un esclave soumis? Tu le sais trop à quel point je t'adore, de mes tourments ingrates tu jouis. Je n'irai pas. Je redoute tes charmes et de tes yeux l'invincible pouvoir. Ai-je bien vu? Sur ton billet des larmes? Toi, Coralie? Je suis au désespoir. Toi pleurer, toi? Serais-je donc coupable? Explique-toi, n'ai-je pas un rival? Et ce refus à mon cœur si fatal, peux-tu, dis-moi, me le rendre excusable? Combien le temps s'écoule lentement? 1 heure encore pour te voir, pour t'entendre. Nous serons seuls, tu m'en fais le serment. Tu veux, dis-tu, me pardonner, me rendre tous ces écrits que mon cœur a dictés, ces doux aveux de l'amour le plus tendre, et que déjà j'avais tant regrettés. Ma Coralie, je tremble, je m'afflige. Est-il bien vrai que ton cœur soit à moi? Tant de bonheur n'est-il pas un prestige? Je suis ému de plaisir et d'effroi. J'ai tant souffert, mon adorable ami. Je t'aime tant. Et j'ai douté de toi, j'ai soupçonné ton cœur de perfidie. Ange du ciel, peux-tu me pardonner? Ce crime, hélas, je ne puis l'expier que par l'entier abandon de ma vie. Mais où m'emporte un apparent espoir? Dois-je compter encore sur ta constance? Tu veux, dis-tu, me parler et me voir, prouver mes torts, prouver mon inconstance. Je dois alors craindre de t'aborder et redouter ta haine et ta vengeance. Femme jamais ne pardonne une offense quand c'est à tort qu'on a pu l'offenser. Ma Coralie, quel embarras étrange, je n'irai pas, je crains trop ton courroux. Dans un moment je vole au rendez-vous, que redouter de la bonté d'un ange? Chant 7e et dernier. Le raccommodement. Aimer, c'est tout ce que l'imagination peut deviner de la félicité des dieux. Madame du Dessant. Ma Coralie, le souffle de ma vie en te voyant a failli s'exhaler. J'avais des torts. Daigne me pardonner ma tyrannique et sombre jalousie. J'abjure enfin ce sentiment affreux. Pendant 6 jours il déchira mon âme. Ton tendre amour, en cédant à mes vœux, a redoublé mon éternelle flamme. Je suis aimé. Quelle pensée enchanteur! J'ai vu le ciel dans ton charmant sourire. Contre mon cœur a palpité ton cœur. Tu jouissais de mon heureux délire. Ton front brûlant, rougi par un baiser, de mon amour a reflété l'ivresse. Entre mes bras ta pudique tendresse, sans rien donner, mais sans rien refuser, a pu juger de ma délicatesse. Tout mon bonheur était peint dans tes yeux, divine amie, aimable enchanteresse. Ah, laisse-moi caresser tes cheveux. Que mes baisers fassent renaître encore ceux que pour moi ta tendresse a soustraits. Tu les verras dans peu de temps éclore, plus longs, plus doux, plus brillants que jamais. Tu m'as prouvé par ta faveur insigne une bonté qui m'assure ton cœur. De ce bienfait ton amant était digne. Ma Coralie, jouis de mon bonheur. End of Sejour by Albertine Clément Emery. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2011.
"6 O'Clock" by Trumbull Stickney. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now burst above the city's cold twilight the piercing whistles and the tower clocks, for day is done. Along the frozen docks the workmen set their ragged shirts aright. Thro' factory doors a stream of dingy light follows the scrimmage as it quickly flocks to hut and home among the snow's grey blocks. I love you, human labourers. Good night. Good night to all the blackened arms that ache. Good night to every sick and sweated brow. To the poor girl that strength and love forsake. To the poor boy who can no more. I vow the victim soon shall shudder at the stake and fall in blood. We bring him even now. End of 6 O'Clock by Trumbull Stickney. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Six Significant Landscapes by Wallace Stevens. From Others, an anthology of the new verse, edited by Alfred Kreinborg. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. An old man sits in the shadow of a pine tree in China. He sees larkspur, blue and white, at the edge of the shadow, move in the wind. His beard moves in the wind. The pine tree moves in the wind. Thus water flows over weeds. 2. The night is of the colour of a woman's arm. Night, the female, obscure, fragrant and supple, conceals herself. A pool shines like a bracelet shaken in a dance. 3. I measure myself against a tall tree. I find that I am much taller, for I reach right up to the sun with my eye, and I reach to the shore of the sea with my ear. Nevertheless, I dislike the way the ants crawl in and out of my shadow. 4. When my dream was near the moon, the white folds of its gown filled with yellow light. The soles of its feet grew red. Its hair filled with certain blue crystallizations from stars not far off. 5. Not all the knives of the lamp-posts, nor the chisels of the long streets, nor the mallets of the domes and high towers can carve what one star can carve, shining through the grape leaves. 6. Rationalists wearing square hats think in square rooms. Looking at the floor, looking at the ceiling, they confine themselves to right-angled triangles. If they tried rhomboids, cones, waving lines, ellipses, as, for example, the ellipse of the half-moon, rationalists would wear sombreros. End of 6 Significant Landscapes by Wallace Stevens. Recording by Ruth Golding.
The Six Sillies. A traditional story from Hainaut Province, Belgium. Rendered into English by Andrew Lang. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who reached the age of 37 without ever having had a lover, for she was so foolish that no one wanted to marry her. One day, however, a young man arrived to pay his addresses to her, and her mother, beaming with joy, sent her daughter down to the cellar to draw a jug of beer. As the girl never came back, the mother went down to see what had become of her, and found her sitting on the stairs, her head in her hands, while by her side the beer was running all over the floor, as she had forgotten to close the tap. "What are you doing there?" asked the mother. "I was thinking what I shall call my first child after I am married to that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." The mother sat down on the staircase beside her daughter and said, "I will think about it with you, my dear." The father, who had stayed upstairs with the young man, was surprised that neither the wife nor his daughter came back, and in his turn went down to look for them. He found them both sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What are you doing there? The beer is running all over the cellar." "We were thinking what we should call the children that our daughter will have when she marries that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." "Well," said the father, "I will think about it with you." As neither mother nor daughter nor father came upstairs again, the lover grew impatient and went down into the cellar to see what they could all be doing. He found them all three sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What in the world are you all doing that you don't come upstairs, and that you let the beer run all over the cellar?" "Yes, I know, my boy," said the father. "But if you marry our daughter, what shall you call your children? All the names in the calendar are taken." When the young man heard this answer, he replied, "Well, Good-bye. I am going away. When I shall have found 3 people sillier than you, I will come back and marry your daughter." So he continued his journey, and after walking a long way he reached an orchard. There he saw some people knocking down walnuts and trying to throw them into a cart with a fork. "What are you doing there?" he asked. "We want to load the cart with our walnuts, but we can't manage to do it." The lover advised them to get a basket and to put the walnuts in it, so as to turn them into the cart. "Well," he said to himself, "I have already found someone more foolish than those 3." So he went on his way, and by he came to a wood. There he saw a man who wanted to give his pig some acorns to eat, and was trying with all his might to make him climb up the oak tree. "What are you doing, my good man?" asked he. "I want to make my pig eat some acorns, and I can't get him to go up the tree." "If you were to climb up and shake down the acorns, the pig would pick them up." "Oh, I never thought of that." "Here is the second idiot," said the lover to himself. Some way farther along the road, he came upon a man who had never worn any trousers, and who was trying to put on a pair. So he had fastened them to a tree, and was jumping with all his might up in the air, so that he should hit the 2 legs of the trousers as he came down. "It would be much better if you held them in your hands," said the young man, "and then put your legs one after the other in each hole." "Dear me, to be sure! You are sharper than I am, for that never occurred to me." And having found 3 people more foolish than his bride, or her father, or her mother, the lover went back to marry the young lady. And in course of time they had a great many children. End of The 6 Sillies by Andrew Lang. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.
The 6 Swans from the Fairy Book by Miss Mullock. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, a king, hunting in a great forest, chased a wild boar so eagerly that none of his people could follow him. When the evening came, he stopped to look about him and saw that he had lost himself. He sought everywhere for a way out of the wood, but could find none. Then he perceived coming towards him an old woman, whose head kept constantly shaking. She was a witch. "My good woman," he said to her, "cannot you show me the way through the wood?" "Oh, yes, your majesty," answered she. "That I can, but only on one condition, and if you do not agree to it, you will never get out, and must die here of hunger." "What is the condition?" asked the king. "I have an only daughter," said the old woman. "She is as beautiful as any one you could find in the wide world, and well deserves to be your wife. If you will make her your queen, I will show you the way out of the wood." The king, in the fear of his heart, consented, and the old woman led him to her house, where her daughter sat by the fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw that she was very beautiful. But still she did not please him, and he could not look at her without a secret shudder. After he had lifted up the maiden beside him on his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived again at his royal castle, where the wedding was celebrated. He had been married once before, and had by his first wife 7 children, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved more than anything in the world. But because he was afraid that the stepmother might not treat them well, or might even do them some harm, he took them to a lonely castle which stood in the middle of a wood. It was so hidden, and the road was so difficult to find, that he himself could not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a wonderful skein of thread, which, when he threw it down before him, unrolled of itself and showed him the way. The king went out so often to his dear children that the queen noticed his absence, and was full of curiosity to know what business took him thus alone to the wood. So she gave his servants a sum of money, and they told her the secret, and also told her of the skein, which was the only thing that could show the way. After that she never rested till she found out where the king kept the skein. Then she made some little white silk shirts, and as she had learned witchcraft from her mother, she sewed a spell into every one of them. And one day when the king was gone out to hunt, she took the little shirts and went into the wood, and the skein showed her the way. The 6 brothers, who saw someone in the distance, thought their dear father was coming and ran to meet him full of joy. As they approached, the queen threw one of the shirts over each of them, and when the shirt touched their bodies, they were changed into swans, and flew away over the wood. The witch's daughter went home quite happy, and thought she had got rid of all of her stepchildren. But the one little girl had not run out with her brothers, and the queen knew nothing about her. Next day, the king came joyfully to visit his children, but he found nobody except the little sister. "Where are your brothers?" asked he. "Oh, dear father," she answered, "they are gone, and they have left me alone." And then she told him all that she had seen out of her window, how her brothers were turned into swans, and had flown away over the wood. She also showed him the feathers which they had dropped into the courtyard, and which she had picked up. The king was grieved, but he never thought that the queen had done this wicked deed. However, because he dreaded lest the little girl would be stolen from him likewise, he wished to take her away with him. But she was afraid of the stepmother, and begged the king to let her stay one night more in the castle in the wood. The poor little girl thought, "I cannot rest here any longer. I will go and look for my brothers." And when the night came, she ran away, and went straight into the wood. She went on all through the night, and the next day too, till she was so tired that she could go no further. Then she saw a little house, and went in, and found a room with 6 little beds. She did not dare to lie down in any, but crept under one of them, laid herself on the hard floor, and meant to pass the night there. But when the sun was just going to set, she heard a rustling, and saw 6 swans come flying in at the window. They sat down on the floor, and blew at one another, and blew all their feathers off, and took off their swans' skins like shirts. Then the little girl saw them, and recognized her brothers, and was very glad, and crept out from under the bed. The brothers were not less rejoiced when they saw their little sister, but their joy did not last long. "You cannot stop here," they said to her. "This is a house belonging to robbers. If they come home and find you, they will kill you." "Cannot you protect me?" asked the little sister. "No," answered they. "We can only take off our swan skins for a quarter of an hour every evening, and have our natural shape for that time, but afterwards we are turned into swans again." The little sister cried and said, "Can you not be released?" "Oh, no," they answered, "the conditions are too hard. You must not speak or laugh for 6 years, and must make for us 6 shirts out of stitchweed during that time. If while you are making them a single word comes out of your mouth, all of your work will be of no use." When her brothers had said this, the quarter of an hour was over, and they turned into swans again, and flew out of the window. But the little girl made a firm resolution to release her brothers, even if it cost her her life. She left the house, and went into the middle of the wood, and climbed up in a tree, and spent the night there. Next morning she got down, collected a quantity of stitchweed, and began to sew. She could not speak to anyone, and she did not want to laugh, so she sat and only looked at her work. When she had been there a long time, it happened that the king of the country was hunting in the wood, and his hunters came to the tree on which the little girl sat. They called to her and said, "Who are you?" But she gave them no answer. "Come down to us," they said. "We will not do you any harm." But she only shook her head. As they kept teasing her with their questions, she threw them down her gold necklace, and thought they would be satisfied with that. But they did not leave off, so she threw her sash down to them. And as that was no good, She threw down her garters, and at last everything she had on, and could spare, so that she had nothing left but her shift. But the hunters would not be sent away, and climbed up the tree and brought down the little girl, and took her to the king. The king asked, "Who are you? What were you doing up in the tree?" But she did not answer. He asked in all the languages that he knew, but she remained as dumb as a fish. But because she was so beautiful, the king's heart was moved, and he fell deeply in love with her. He wrapped his cloak round her, took her before him on his horse, and brought her to his castle. Then he had her dressed in rich clothes, and she shone in her beauty like bright sunshine. But they could not get a word out of her. He set her by him at the table, and her modest look and proper behavior pleased him so much that he said, "I will marry her and no one else in the world," and after a few days he was married to her. But the king had a wicked mother, who was not pleased with this marriage, and spoke ill of the young queen. "Who knows where this girl comes from?" she said. "She cannot speak. She is not good enough for a king." A year after, when the queen brought her first child into the world, the old mother took it away and smeared her mouth with blood while she was asleep. Then she went to the king and accused her of eating her child. The king would not believe it, and would not let anyone do her any harm. And she always sat and sewed the shirts, and took no notice of anything else. Next time, when she had another beautiful baby, the wicked stepmother did the same as before. But the king could not resolve to believe what she said. He said, "My wife is too pious and good to do such a thing. If she were not dumb, and if she could defend herself, her innocence would be made clear." But when for the third time the old woman took away the newborn child and accused the queen, who could not say a word in her own defense, the king could not help himself. He was forced to give her up to the court of justice, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire. When the day came upon which the sentence was to be executed, it was exactly the last day of the 6 years, in which she might not speak or laugh, and she had freed her dear brothers from the power of the spell. The 6 little shirts were finished, except that on the last one a sleeve was wanting. When she came to the place of execution, she laid the shirts on her arm, and when she stood at the stake, and the fire was just going to be lit, she looked round, and there came 6 swans flying through the air. Then her heart leapt with joy, for she saw her deliverance was near. The swans flew to her and crouched down so that she could throw the shirts over them. As soon as the shirts were touched by them, their swan skins fell off, and her brothers stood before her. They were all grown up, strong and handsome. Only the youngest had no left arm, but instead of it a swan's wing. They hugged and kissed their sister many times, and then the queen went to the king and began to speak, and said, "Dearest husband, now I may speak and declare to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And she told him about the deceit of the old mother, who had taken away her 3 children and hidden them. However, they were soon fetched safely back, to the great joy of the king, and the wicked mother-in-law was tied to the stake and burnt to ashes. But the king and queen, with their 6 brothers, lived many years in peace and happiness. End of The 6 Swans from the Fairy Book by Miss Mullock. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Six times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. Lyric by Bert Hanlon. Music by William White. From Ziegfeld's Midnight Frolic, 1917. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Ever since I've been so very high, I've tried to multiply. At spelling I was awful bad, but numbers nearly drove me mad. History, gee, that's a cinch, but mathematics, they're the clinch. I don't know why on earth I'm thick, but I simple can't do arithmetic. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. I don't care what you may say, I know that's hard to do, but it always keeps me worried, then that makes me feel blue. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. Gee, I wish that I could add. I'd like to be as smart as Dad. There's not a figure he don't know. He keeps books for a Broadway show. I had a little rabbit once, and gee, it was an awful dunce. But still that thing could multiply. If rabbits can, then why can't I? 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. I don't care what you may say, I know that's hard to do, but it always keeps me worried, then that makes me feel blue. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42.
End of 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. By Bert Hanlon and William White. Recording by Ruth Golding.
"6 Weeks Old" by Christopher Morley. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He is so small he does not know the summer sun, the winter snow, the spring that ebbs and comes again. All this is far beyond his ken. A little world he feels and sees, his mother's arms, his mother's knees. He hides his face against her breast, and does not care to learn the rest. End of 6 Weeks Old by Christopher Morley. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Six's Self-Registering Thermometer. Section 81 of a Treatise on Meteorological Instruments, by Negretti and Zambra. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 81. Six's Self-Registering Thermometer. The very ingenious and certainly elegant instrument about to be described was invented by James VI of Colchester. It consists of a long cylindrical bulb, united to a tube of more than twice its length, bent round each side of it in the form of a siphon, and terminated in a smaller, oval-shaped bulb. Figure 62 gives a representation of this instrument. The lower portion of the siphon is filled with mercury, the long bulb, the other parts of the tube, and part of the small bulb, with highly rectified alcohol. A steel index moves in the spirit in each limb of the siphon. The two indices are terminated at top and bottom with a bead of glass, to enable them to move with the least possible friction, and without causing separation of the spirit, or allowing mercury to pass easily. They would, from their weight, always rest upon the mercury, but each has a fine hair tied to its upper extremity and bent against the interior of the tube, which acts as a spring with sufficient elasticity to keep the index supported in the spirit in opposition to gravity. The instrument acts as follows. A rise of temperature causes the spirit in the long bulb to expand and press some of the mercury into the other limb of the siphon, into which it rises also from its own expansion, and carries the index with it until the greatest temperature is attained. The lower end of this index then indicates upon the engraved scale the maximum temperature. As the temperature falls, the spirit and the mercury contract, and in returning towards the bulb, the second index is met and carried up by the mercury until the lowest temperature occurs, when it is left to indicate upon the scale the minimum temperature. The limb of the siphon adjoining the bulb requires therefore a descending scale of thermometric degrees, the other limb an ascending scale. The graduations must be obtained by comparisons with a standard thermometer under artificial temperatures, which should be done in this way for every 5 degrees, in order to correct for the inequality in the bore of the tube, and the irregular expansion of the spirit. The instrument is set for observation by bringing the indices into contact with the mercury, by means of a small magnet, which attracts the steel through the glass, so that it is readily drawn up or down. They should be drawn nearly to the top of the limbs when it is desired to remove the instrument, which should be carefully carried in the vertical position, for should it be inverted, or laid flat, the spirit may get among the mercury, and so break up the column as to require the skill of a maker to put it in order again. For transmission by ordinary conveyances, it requires that attention be given to keep it vertical. The entanglement of a small portion of mercury with the indices is sometimes a source of annoyance in this instrument, for the readings are thereby rendered somewhat incorrect. Small breakages in the mercury, either from intervening bubbles of spirit or adhesion to the indices, may generally be rectified by cautiously tapping the frame of the instrument, so as to cause the mercury to unite by the assistance thus given to its superior gravity. These thermometers, when carefully made and adjusted to a standard thermometer, are strongly recommended for ordinary purposes where strict scientific accuracy is not required. This is also the only fluid thermometer applicable for determining the temperature of the sea at depths. End of section 81 of a treatise on meteorological instruments by Negretti and Zambra.
The Sixpenny Calico from the Old Castle and Other Stories by an anonymous author. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One day a new scholar appeared in school, and as usual was the mark of public gaze. She was gentle and modest-looking, and never ventured to lift her eyes from her books. At recess, to the inquiries, "Who is she? What's her name?" nobody could satisfactorily answer. None of us ever saw or heard of her before. "I know she's not much," said one of the girls. "Poorly off," said I. "Do you see her dress? Why, I believe it is nothing but a sixpenny calico. Poor thing, she must be cold." "I can't imagine how a person can wear calico in winter," said another, whose rich plaid was the admiration of the school. "I must say I like to see a person dressed according to the season," remarked another. "That is, if people can afford it," she added, in a manner plainly enough indicating that her father could. Such was recess talk. None of us went to take the stranger by the hand and welcome her as the companion of our studies and our play. We stood aloof and stared at her with cold and unfeeling curiosity. The teacher called her Abby. When she first came to her place for recitation, she took a seat beside the rich plaid. The plaid drew haughtily away, as if the sixpenny calico might dim the beauty of its colours. A slight colour flushed Abby's cheek, but her quiet remained the same. It was some time before she ventured on the playground, and then it was only to stand aside and look on, for we were slow in asking her to join us. On one occasion we had a harder arithmetic lesson than usual, completely baffling our small brains. Upon comparing notes at recess, none of us had mastered it. "I'll ask Abby of her success," said one of my intimate associates. "It is quite unlikely she has," I replied. "Do stay here. Besides, what if she has?" "I will go," she answered. Away she went, and as it appeared, Abby and she were the only members of the class ready for recitation. Abby had been more successful than the rest of us, and kindly helped my friend to scale the difficulties of the lesson. "Shall we ask Abby to join the sleigh ride?" asked one of the girls, who was getting a subscription for a famous New Year's ride. "Judging from her dress," I said, "if she goes, we must give her the ride." "But how will it do to leave her out?" they asked. "She does not, of course, expect to be asked to ride with us," I said. "She is evidently of a poor family." As a sort of leader in school, my words were influential, and poor Abby was left out. How often did I contrast my white hands and warm gloves with the purple fingers and cheap mittens of my neighbour Abby. How miserable I should be with such working hands and no gloves. By and by I took to patronizing her. "She is really a very nice creature, and ought to join us more in our plays," we said. So we used to make her one of us in the playground. In fact, I began to thaw towards her very considerably. There was something in Abby which called out our respect. One Saturday afternoon, as I was looking out of the window, wishing for something to do, my mother asked me to join her in a little walk. On went my new cloak, warm furs, and pink hat, and in a trice I was ready. We went first to the stores, where I was very glad to be met by several acquaintances in my handsome winter dress. At last I found my mother turning off into less frequented thoroughfares. "Where, mother?" I asked. "In this vulgar part of the town?" "Not vulgar, my dear," she said. "A very respectable and industrious part of our population live here." "Not fashionable, certainly," I added. "And not vulgar because not fashionable by any means," she said, for you may be sure my false and often foolish notions were not gained from her. She stopped before a humble-looking house and entered the front door. "Where are you going?" I asked with much curiosity. She gently opened a side door and hesitated a moment on the threshold. "Caroline, come in," said a voice from within. "I am very happy to see you." "Pray don't rise, dear," said my mother, going forward and affectionately kissing a sick lady who sat in a rocking-chair. "You look better than when I saw you before. Do not exert yourself." I was introduced, and I fancied the invalid looked at me with a sort of admiring surprise as she took my hand and hoped I should prove worthy of such a mother. Then, while my mother and she were talking, I sat down and took notes with my eyes of everything in the room. It looked beautifully neat, and the furniture evidently had seen better days. By and by mother asked for her daughter. "Gone out on some errands," said the sick lady. "The dear child is an inexpressible blessing to me," and tears filled her eyes. "A mother might well be thankful for such a daughter. She is a pattern my child might safely imitate." I thought I should be exceedingly glad to see the person my mother was so willing I should copy. "She will return soon," said the invalid. "She has gone to carry some work which she has contrived to do in her leisure moments. The self-sacrifice of the child is wonderful. She seems to desire nothing that other girls of her age generally want. A little while ago an early friend who had found me out and befriended me, as you have done," tears came into the speaker's eyes, "sent her a handsome winter dress. 'Oh, mother,' she said, 'this is too expensive for me when you want some warm flannels so.' I told her it was just what she needed. A few days afterwards she went out and came home with a roll of flannel and a calico dress. 'See, mother,' she said, 'I shall enjoy this calico 100 times more than the finest dress in the world, when you can have your flannel.' Excuse me for telling it, but you know a mother's heart. There is her step. She is coming." The outer door opened. How I longed to see the comer! A perfect angel, I thought, so generous, so disinterested, so good. I should love her. The latch was lifted. A young girl entered, and my schoolfellow Abby stood before me. I could have sunk into the earth for very shame. How wicked my pride! How false and foolish my judgments! Oh, how mean did my fine winter dress appear before the plain sixpenny calico! I was almost sure my mother had managed all this, for she had a way of making me see my faults and making me desire to cure them, without ever saying much directly herself. This, however, had not come about by her intervention. God taught me by His providence. As we walked home, my mother gave me an account of Mrs. G., an early friend who made an imprudent marriage. But that story is no matter here. I will only add, my judgment of people was formed ever after according to a better standard than the dress they wore, and that Abby and I became intimate friends. End of the Sixpenny Calico, by an anonymous author. Recording by Ruth Golding.
"16 Dead Men" by William Butler Yeats. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh, but we talked at large before the 16 men were shot. But who can talk of give and take, what should be and what not, while those dead men are loitering there to stir the boiling pot? You say that we should still the land till Germany's overcome. But who is there to argue that, now Pierce is deaf and dumb? And is there logic to outweigh Macdonough's bony thumb? How could you dream they'd listen, that have an ear alone for those new comrades they have found, Lord Edward and Wolfe Tone, or meddle with our give and take, that converse bone to bone? End of 16 Dead Men by William Butler Yeats. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
"16 Years Without a Birthday" from Tales of Fantasy and Fact by Brander Matthews. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 16 Years Without a Birthday. While the journalist deftly dealt with the lobster à la Newburgh as it bubbled in the chafing dish before him, the deep-toned bell at the church at the corner began to strike 12. "Give me your plates, quick," he said, "and we'll drink Jack's health before it's tomorrow." The artist and the soldier and the professor of mathematics did as they were told, and then they filled their glasses. The journalist, still standing, looked the soldier in the eye and said, "Jack, this is the first time the quartet has met since the old school days, 10 years ago and more. That this reunion should take place on your birthday doubles the pleasure of the occasion. We wish you many happy returns of the day." Then the artist and mathematician rose also, and they looked at the soldier and repeated together, "Many happy returns of the day." Whereupon they emptied their glasses and sat down, and the soldier rose to his feet. "Thank you, boys," he began, "but I think you have already made me enjoy this one birthday 3 times over. It was yesterday that I was 26, and—" "But I didn't meet you till last night," interrupted the journalist, "and yesterday was Sunday, and I couldn't get a box for the theatre and find the other half of the quartet all on Sunday, could I?" I'm not complaining because yesterday was my real birthday, the soldier returned. Even if you have now protracted the celebration on to the third day, if it's just struck midnight, you know. All I have to say is, that since you have given me a triplicate birthday this time, any future anniversary will have to spread itself over 4 days if it wants to beat the record, that's all. And he took his seat again. Well, said the artist, who had recently returned from Paris, that won't happen till we see the week of the 4 Thursdays, as the French say. And we can't see that for a month of Sundays, I guess, the journalist rejoined. There was a moment of silence, and then the mathematician spoke for the first time. A quadruplex birthday will be odd enough, I grant you, he said, but I don't think it quite as remarkable as the case of the lady who had no birthday for 16 years after she was born. The soldier and the artist and the journalist all looked at the professor of mathematics, and they all smiled, but his face remained perfectly grave. What's that you say? Asked the journalist. 16 years without a birthday? Isn't that a very large order? Did you know the lady herself? Inquired the soldier. She was my grandmother, the mathematician answered. She had no birthday for the first 16 years of her life. You mean that she did not celebrate her birthdays, I suppose, the artist remarked. That's nothing. I know lots of families where they don't keep any anniversaries at all. No, persisted the mathematician. I meant what I said, and precisely what I said. My grandmother did not keep her first 15 birthdays because she couldn't. She didn't have them to keep. They didn't happen. The first time she had a chance to celebrate her birthday was when she completed her 16th year, and I need not tell you that the family made the most of the event. This a real grandmother you are talking about? Asked the journalist, and not a fairy godmother? I could understand her going without a birthday till she was 4 years old, the soldier suggested, if she was born on the 29th of February. That accounts for 4 years, the mathematician admitted, since my grandmother was born on the 29th of February. In what year? The soldier pursued. In 1796? The professor of mathematics nodded. Then that accounts for 8 years, said the soldier. I don't see that at all, exclaimed the artist. It's easy enough, the soldier explained. The year 1800 isn't a leap year, you know. We have a leap year every 4 years, except the final year of a century, 1700, 1800, 1900. I didn't know that, said the artist. I've forgotten it, remarked the journalist, but that gets us over only half of the difficulty. He says his grandmother didn't have a birthday till she was 16. We can all see now how it was that she went without this annual luxury for the first 8 years. But who robbed her of the birthday she was entitled to when she was 8 and 12? That's what I want to know. Born February 29th, 1796, the Gregorian calendar deprives her of a birthday in 1800, the soldier said. But she ought to have had her first chance February 29th, 1804. I don't see how... And he paused in doubt. Oh, he cried suddenly, where was she living in 1804? Most of the time in Russia, the mathematician answered, although the family went to England for a few days early in the year. What was the date when they left Russia? Asked the soldier eagerly. They sailed from St. Petersburg in a Russian bark on the 10th of February, answered the professor of mathematics, and owing to headwinds they did not reach England for a fortnight. Exactly, cried the soldier. That's what I thought. That accounts for it. I don't see how, the artist declared. That is, unless you mean to suggest that the Tsar confiscated the little American girl's birthday and sent it to Siberia. It's plain enough, the soldier returned. We have the Reform calendar, the Gregorian calendar, you know, and the Russians haven't. They keep the old Julian calendar, and it's now 10 days behind ours. They celebrate Christmas 3 days after we have begun the new year. So the little girl left St. Petersburg in a Russian ship on February 10th, 1804, by the old reckoning, and was on the water 2 weeks. She would land in England after March 1st by the new calendar. That is to say, the artist inquired, the little girl came into an English port thinking she was going to have her birthday the next week, and when she set foot on shore she found that her birthday was past the week before. Is that what you mean? Yes, answered the soldier, and the mathematician nodded also. Then all I have to say, the artist continued, is that it was a mean trick on the plan of a child that had been looking forward to her first birthday for 8 years, to knock her into the middle of the next week in that fashion. And she had to go 4 years more for her next chance, said the journalist. Then she would be 12. But you said she hadn't a birthday till she was 16. How did she lose the one she was entitled to in 1808? She wasn't on a Russian ship again, was she? No, the mathematician replied. She was on an American ship that time. On the North Sea? Asked the artist. No, was the calm answer. On the Pacific. Sailing east or west? Cried the soldier. Sailing east, answered the professor of mathematics, smiling again. Then I see how it might happen, the soldier declared. Well, I don't, confessed the artist. The journalist said nothing, as it seemed unprofessional to admit ignorance of anything. It is simple enough, the soldier explained. You see, the world is revolving around the sun steadily, and it is always high noon somewhere on the globe. The day rolls around unceasing, and it is not cut off into 24 hours. We happen to have taken the day of Greenwich or Paris as the day of civilization, and we say that it begins earlier in China and later in California, but it is all the same day, we say. Therefore there has to be some place out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean where we lose or gain a day. If we are going east, we gain it. If we are going west, we lose it. Now I suppose this little girl of 12 is on her way from some Asiatic port to some American port, and they stopped on their voyage at Honolulu. Perhaps they dropped anchor there just before midnight on their February 28, 1808, thinking that the morrow would be the 29th, but when they were hailed from the shore just after midnight, they found that it was already March 1st. As the soldier finished, he looked at the mathematician for confirmation of this explanation. Thus appealed to, the professor of mathematics smiled and nodded and said, "You have hit it. That's just how it was that my grandmother lost the birthday she ought to have had when she was 12, and had to go 4 years more without one." "And so she really didn't have a birthday till she was 16, the artist observed. "Well, all I can say is, your great-grandfather took too many chances. I don't think he gave the child a fair show. I hope he made it up to her when she was 16, that's all." An hour later the quartet separated. The soldier and the artist walked away together, but the journalist delayed the mathematician. "I say," he began, "that yarn about your grandmother was very interesting. It is an extraordinary combination of coincidences. I can see it in the Sunday paper with the scare ahead. 16 years without a birthday. Do you mind my using it?" "But it isn't true," said the professor. "Not true?" echoed the journalist. "No," replied the mathematician. "I made it up. I hadn't done my share of the talking, and I didn't want you to think I had nothing to say for myself." "Not a single word of truth in it?" the journalist returned. "Not a single word," was the mathematician's answer. "Well, what of that?" the journalist declared. "I don't want to file it in an affidavit. I want to print it in a newspaper." End of 16 Years Without a Birthday, from Tales of Fantasy and Fact by Brander Matthews. Recording by Gabrielle C.
The Sixth Litany, Benedicta II, from A Lover's Litanies by Eric Mackay. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I tell thee, sweet, there lives not on the earth a love like mine in all the height and girth, and all the vast completion of the sphere. I should be proud to-day to shed a tear, if I could weep. But tears are most denied when most besought, and joys are sanctified by joys undoing in this world of ours, from dusk to dawn, and dawn to eventide. Wert thou a marble made, and I endowed with power to move thee from thy seeming shroud of frozen splendour, all thy whiteness mine, and all the glamour, all the tender shine of thy glad eyes? Ah, God, if this were so, and I the loosener in the summer glow of thy long tresses, I were licensed then to gaze unchidden on thy limbs of snow. I would prepare for thee a holy niche in some new temple, and with draperies rich, and flowers and lamps, and incense of the best, I would with something of mine own unrest imbue thy blood, and prompt thee to be just. I would endow thee with a fairer trust than mere contentment, and a dearer joy than mere revulsion from the sins of dust. A band of boys with psaltery and with lyre, and Cyprian girls, the slaves of thy desire, would chant and pray and raise so wild a storm of golden notes around thy sculptured form, that saints would hear the chorus up in heaven, and intermingle with their holy steven the sighs of earth, and long for other cares than those ordained them by the Lord's 11. I would approach thee with a master's tread, and claim thy hand, and have the service read by youthful priests resplendent every one. And in thy frame the blood of thee would run as warm and sound as wine of Syracuse. And all that day the birds would bear the news in far directions, and the meadow flowers would dream thereof, love-laden in the dews. Then, by magnetic force, the greatest known this side the tomb, I would athwart the stone of thy white body in a trice of time, call forth thy soul, and woo thee to the chime of tinkling bells, and make thee half afraid and half aggrieved to find thyself arrayed in such enthralment and in such attire, in sight of one whose will should not be stayed. And, like Pygmalion, I would claim anon a bride's submission, and my talk thereon would not perplex thee, for the sense of life would warm thy heart, and urge thee to the strife of lip with lip, and kiss with pulsing kiss, which gives the clue to all we know of bliss, and all we know of heights we long to climb beyond the boundaries of the grave's abyss. The dear old deeds chivalrous once again would find fulfilment, and the curse of Cain, which fell on woman as on men it fell, would fly from us as at a sorcerer's spell, and leave us wiser than the sophists are who love not folly. Night should not debar, nor day dissuade us from those ecstasies that have Anacreon's fame for guiding star. Ay, thou wouldst kneel and seek in me apace a transient shelter for thine amorous face, which then I'd screen, and thou to me wouldst turn with awe-struck eyes, and cling to me and yearn with sighs full tender and a touch of fear. And like a bird which knows that spring is near, and after spring the summer of sweet days, thou wouldst attune thy love notes in mine ear. Or, fraught with feelings near akin to hate, thou wouldst denounce me, and like one elate, thou wouldst entwine me in thine arms so white, as soldier nymphs, with rapt and raging sight, made war with spearsmen in the vales of song, the vales of Sparta, where for right or wrong the gods were potent, and for beauty's sake upheld the tourneys of the fair and strong. I would not seem too wilful in the heat of our encounter, or with sighs repeat too fierce a vow. I would throughout confess thy murderous mirth, thy conquering loveliness, and then subdue thee. Tears would not avail, nor prayer nor praise, and flushed the while or pale, thou shouldst be mine, my hostage in the night, without the option of a moment's bail. Thou shouldst be mine. My hopes from first to last would win their way, and lithe and love aghast and all unnerved, thou wouldst, as in a dream, entreat my pardon. I would callous seem to thine out-yearning. I would cast on thee a questioning look, and then, upon my knee, I would surrender to that face of thine, which is the great world's wonder unto me. O Heaven, could this be done, and I fulfil one half my wish, and curb thee to my will, I were a prompter and a prouder man than earth has known since Lightfoot lovers ran for Atalanta, loved of men and boys. I were a Kaiser then, a king of joys, and fit to play with high-begotten pomps, as children play with pebbles or with toys. O golden hair! O gladness of an hour made flesh and blood! O beauteous human flower, too sweet to pluck, and yet, though seeming cold, ordained to love! I pray thee, as of old, be kind to me. I saw thee yesternight, and for an instant I was urged to plight my troth again, for in thy face I saw what seemed a smile evoked for my delight. Re-grant thy favour. Take me by the hand and lead me back again to thine own land, the nook supreme, the sanctum in the glen where pixies walk, unknown to peevish men and shrew-like women whom no faith uplifts. Show me the place where nature keeps the gifts she most approves, and where the songbirds dwell, and I'll forgo the land of little thrifts. The moon is mother and the sun is sire of those young planets which, with infant fire, have late been found in regions too remote for quicklier search. And these in time will dote and whirl and wanton in the realms of space. For there are comets in the nightly chase who see strange things untalked of by the bards, and earth herself has found a trysting place. And so 'tis clear that sun and moon and stars are linked by love. The marriage feast of Mars was fixed long since. 'Tis Venus whom he weds. 'Tis she alone for whom he gaily treads his path of splendour, and of Saturn's ring he knows the symbol, and will have, in spring, a night betrothal near the Southern Cross. And all the stars will pause thereat and sing. What wonder then, what wonder if to-day I too assert my right in roundelay to talk of rings and posies and the vows that wait on marriage? 'Tis the wild carouse of soul with soul athwart the sense of touch. 'Tis this uplifts us when with fever clutch the world would claim us, and our hopes revive in spite of fears that daunt us overmuch. Lips may be coy, but eyes are quick at times to note the throbbings that are hot as crimes, and fond as flutterings of the wings of doves. For he is blind indeed who, when he loves, doubts all he sees, the flickering of a smile, the Parthian glance, the nod that for a while outbids Elysium, and is half a jest and half a truth, to tempt us and beguile. Thine eyes have told me things I dare not speak, and I will trust the track they bid me seek, yea, though it lead me to the gates of death. The wind is labouring, it is out of breath, belike for scampering up the hill so fast, to say all's well with thee, and down the blast I seem to hear the sounds of serenades that swell from out the song-fields of the past. End of the 6th Litany by Eric Mackay. Recording by Ruth Golding, August 2011.
A Song of 65 by Robert W. Service. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Song of 65. Brave Thackeray has trolled of days when he was 21, and bounded up 5 flights of stairs, a gallant garreteer, and yet again in mellow vein, when youth was gaily run, has dipped his nose in Gascon wine, and told of 40 year. But if I worthy were to sing a richer, rarer time, I'd tune my pipes before the fire, and merrily I'd strive to praise that age when prose again has given way to rhyme, the Indian summer days of life, when I'll be 65. For then my work will all be done, my voyaging be past, and I'll have earned the right to rest where folding hills are green. So in some glassy anchorage I'll make my cable fast. Oh, let the seas show all their teeth, I'll sit and smile serene. The storm may bellow round the roof, I'll bide beside the fire, and many a scene of sail and trail within the flame I'll see, for I'll have worn away the spur of passion and desire. Oh yes, when I am 65, what peace will come to me. I'll take my breakfast in my bed, I'll rise at 10:30, when all the world is nicely groomed and full of golden song. I'll smoke a bit, and joke a bit, and read the news, and then I'll potter round my peach trees till I hear the luncheon gong. And after that I think I'll doze an hour, well, maybe 2. And then I'll show some kindred soul how well my roses thrive. I'll do the things I never yet have found the time to do. Oh, won't I be the busy man when I am 65? I'll revel in my library, I'll read De Morgan's books. I'll grow so garrulous I fear you'll write me down a bore. I'll watch the ways of ants and bees in quiet sunny nooks. I'll understand creation as I never did before. When gossips round the teacups talk, I'll listen to it all. On smiling days some kindly friend will take me for a drive. I'll own a shaggy collie dog that dashes to my call. I'll celebrate my second youth when I am 65. Ah, though I've 20 years to go, I see myself quite plain, a wrinkling, twinkling, rosy-cheeked, benevolent old chap. I think I'll wear a tartan shawl, and lean upon a cane. I hope that I'll have silver hair beneath a velvet cap. I see my little grandchildren a-romping round my knee. So gay the scene I almost wish 'twould hasten to arrive. Let others sing of youth and spring, still will it seem to me the golden time's the olden time, some time round 65. End of A Song of 65 by Robert W. Service. Recording by Katie Riley, August 2011.
Special Orders Number 6 by the Confederate States of America Army, 2nd Virginia Cavalry Regiment. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Headquarters Munford's Cavalry Brigade, April 21, 1865. Special Orders Number 6. Soldiers, I have just received a communication from the President of the Confederate States ordering us again to the field in defense of our liberties. General Johnson, with an army constantly increasing, well appointed and disciplined, still upholds our glorious banner. We are ordered to report to him. Our cause is not dead. Let the same stern determination to be free, which has supported you for 4 years of gallant struggle, still animate you, and it can never die. One disaster, however serious, cannot crush out the spirit of Virginians, and make them tamely submit to their enemies, who have given us, during all these terrible years of war, so many evidences of their devilish malignity in our devastated fields, our burned homesteads, our violated daughters, and our murdered thousands. Virginians will understand that their present pretended policy of conciliation is but the cunning desire of the Yankee to lull us to sleep, while they rivet the chains they have been making such gigantic efforts to forge, and which they will as surely make us wear forever, if we tamely submit. We have sworn 1,000 times by our eternal wrongs, by our sacred God-given rights, by the memory of our noble fathers and our glorious past, by our gallant dead who lie in every plain of our war-scarred state, by our glorious victories on many a well-fought field, that we would be free. Shall we not keep our oaths? Can we kneel down by the graves of our dead, kneel in the very blood from sons yet fresh, and kiss the rod which smote them down? Never! Never! Better die 1,000 deaths! We have still the power to resist. There are more men at home to-day belonging to the Army of Northern Virginia than were surrendered at Appomattox. Let them rally to the call of our President, and Virginia, our beloved old Commonwealth, shall yet stand triumphant and defiant, with her foot upon her tyrants prostrate, and her proud old banner never yet sullied, with its Sic semper tyrannis streaming over her. Soldiers of the old brigade, to you I confidently appeal. You have never been surrendered. Cutting your way out of the enemy's lines before the surrender was determined, you, together with the majority of the cavalry, are free to follow your country's flag. The eyes of your Virginia, now bleeding at every pore, turns with special interest to you. Will you desert her at her sorest need? You will never descend to such infamy. Let us renew our vows and swear again by our broken altars to be free or die. Let us teach our children eternal hostility to our foes. What though we perish in the fight? As surely as the God of justice reigns, the truth, the right will triumph, and though we may not, our children will win the glorious fight, for it is not within the nature of her Southern sons to wear the chains of Yankee rule. We have still a country, a flag, an army, a government. Then to horse, to horse! A circular will be sent to each of your officers designating the time and place of assembly. Hold yourselves in instant readiness, and bring all true men with you from this command who will go, and let us who struck the last blow as an organized part of the Army of Northern Virginia strike the first with that victorious army which, by the blessings of our gracious God, will yet come to redeem her hallowed soil. Thomas T. Munford, Brigadier General, Commanding Division. End of Special Orders No. 6 by the Confederate States of America Army, 2nd Virginia Cavalry Regiment. The Squire's Sixpence by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patience Mather was saying the 7 multiplication table when she heard a heavily shuffling step in the entry. "That is Squire Bean," whispered her friend, Martha Joy, who stood at her elbow. Patience stopped short in horror. Her especial bugbear in mathematics was 8 times 7. She was coming toward it fast. Could she remember it with old Squire Bean looking at her? "Go on," said the teacher severely. She was quite young, and also stood in some awe of Squire Bean, but she did not wish her pupils to discover it, so she pretended to ignore that step in the entry. Squire Bean walked with a heavy gilt-headed cane which always went clump, clump at every step. Besides, he shuffled. One could always tell who was coming. 7 times 7, begun Patience, trembling. Then the door opened. There stood Squire Bean. The teacher rose promptly. She tried to be very easy and natural, but her pretty round cheeks turned red and white by turns. "Good morning, Squire Bean," said she. Then she placed a chair on the platform for him. "Good morning," said he, and he seated himself in a lumbering way. He was rather stiff with rheumatism. He was a large old man in a green camlet cloak with brass buttons. "You may go on with the exercises," said he to the teacher, after he had adjusted himself and wiped his face solemnly with a great red handkerchief. "Go on, Patience," said the teacher. So Patience piped up in her little weak soprano. 7 times 7 are 49. 8 times 7 are... She stopped short. Then she began over again. 8 times 7... The class with toes on the crack all swayed forward to look at her. The pupils at the foot stepped off till they swung it into a half circle. Hands came up and gyrated wildly. "Back on the line," said the teacher sternly. Then they stepped back, but the hands indicative of superior knowledge still waved, the coarse jacket sleeves and the gingham apron sleeves slipping back from the thin childish wrists. 8 times 7 are 89, declared Patience desperately. The hands shook frantically, some of the owners stepped off the line again in their eagerness. Patience's cheeks were red as poppies, her eyes were full of tears. "You may try once more, Patience," said the teacher, who was distressed herself. She feared lest Squire Bean might think that it was her fault, and that she was not a competent teacher, because Patience Mather did not know 8 times 7. So Patience started again. 8 times 7. She paused for a mighty mental effort. She must get it right this time. 6, she began feebly. "What?" said Squire Bean suddenly, in a deep voice which sounded like a growl. Then all at once poor little Patience heard a whisper sweet as an angel's in her ear. 56. 8 times 7 are 56, said she convulsively. Right, said the teacher with a relieved look. The hands went down. Patience stood with her neat little shoes toeing out on the crack. It was over. She had answered. She had not failed before Squire Bean. For a few minutes she could think of nothing but that. The rest of the class had their weak points, moreover their strong points, overlooked in the presence of the company. The first thing Patience knew, ever so many had missed in the 9 table, and she had gone up to the head. Standing there, all at once a terrible misgiving seized her. "I wouldn't have gone to the head if I hadn't been told," she thought to herself. Martha was next below her. She knew that question in the 9s. Her hand had been up. So had John Allen's and Phoebe Adams's. This was the last class before recess. Patience went soberly out into the yard with the other girls. There was a little restraint over all the scholars. They looked with awe at the Squire's horse and chaise. The horse was tied after a novel fashion, an invention of the Squire's own. He had driven a gimlet into the schoolhouse wall, and tied his horse to it with a stout rope. Whenever the Squire drove, he carried with him his gimlet, in case there should be no hitching post. Occasionally house owners rebelled, but it made no difference. The next time the Squire had occasion to stop at their premises, there was another gimlet hole in the wall. Few people could make their way good against Squire Bean. There were a great many holes in the schoolhouse walls, for the Squire made frequent visits. He was one of the committee, and considered himself very necessary for the well-being of the school. Indeed, if he had frankly spoken his mind, he would probably have admitted that in his estimation the school would not be properly kept one day without his assistance. Patience stood with her back against the school fence and watched the others soberly. The girls wanted her to play little Sally Waters sitting in the sun, but she said no, she didn't want to play. Martha took hold of her arm and tried to pull her into the ring, but she held back. "What is the matter?" said Martha. "Nothing," Patience said, but her face was full of trouble. There was a little wrinkle between her reflective brown eyes, and she drew in her under lip after a way she had when disturbed. When the bell rang, the scholars filed in with the greatest order and decorum. Even the most frisky boys did no more than roll their eyes respectfully in the Squire's direction as they passed him, and they tiptoed on their bare feet in the most cautious manner. The Squire sat through the remaining exercises until it was time to close the school. "You may put up your books," said the teacher. There was a rustle and clatter, then a solemn hush. They all sat with their arms folded, looking expectantly at Squire Bean. The teacher turned to him. Her cheeks were very red, and she was very dignified, but her voice shook a little. "Won't you make some remarks to the pupils?" said she. Then the Squire rose and cleared his throat. The scholars did not pay much attention to what he said, although they sat still, with their eyes riveted on his face. But when, toward the close of his remarks, he put his hand in his pocket, and a faint jingling was heard, a thrill ran over the school. The Squire pulled out 2 silver sixpences, and held them up impressively before the children. Through a hole in each of them dangled a palm leaf strand, and the Squire's own initial was stamped on both. "Thomas Arnold may step this way," said the Squire. Thomas Arnold had acquitted himself well in geography, and to him the Squire duly presented one of the sixpences. Thomas bobbed and pattered back to his seat with all his mates staring and grinning at him. Then Patience Mather's heart jumped. Squire Bean was bidding her step that way on account of her going to the head of the arithmetic class. She sat still. There was a roaring in her ears. Squire Bean spoke again. Then the teacher interposed. "Patience," said she, "did you not hear what Squire Bean said? Step this way." Then Patience rose and dragged slowly down the aisle. She hung her head, she dimly heard Squire Bean speaking, then the sixpence touched her hand. Suddenly Patience looked up. There was a vein of heroism in the little girl. Not far back some of her kin had been brave fighters in the Revolution. Now their little descendant went marching up to her own enemy in her own way. She spoke right up before Squire Bean. "I'd rather you give it to some one else," said she, with a curtsy. "It doesn't belong to me. I wouldn't have gone to the head if I hadn't cheated." Patience's cheeks were white, but her eyes flashed. Squire Bean gasped, and turned it into a cough. Then he begun asking her questions. Patience answered unflinchingly. She kept holding the sixpence toward him. Finally he reached out and gave it a little push back. "Keep it," said he. "Keep it, keep it. I don't give it to you for going to the head, but because you are an honest and truthful child." Patience blushed pink to her little neck. She curtsied deeply and returned to her seat, the silver sixpence dangling from her agitated little hand. She put her head down on her desk and cried, now that it was all over, and did not look up till school was dismissed, and Martha Joy came and put her arm around her and comforted her. The two little girls were very close friends, and were together all the time which they could snatch out of school hours. Not long after the presentation of the sixpence, one night after school, Patience's mother wanted her to go on an errand to Nancy Gookin's hut. Nancy Gookin was an Indian woman, who did a good many odd jobs for the neighbors. Mrs. Mather was expecting company, and she wanted her to come the next day and assist her about some cleaning. Patience was usually willing enough, but to-night she demurred. In fact, she was a little afraid of the Indian woman, who lived all alone in a little hut on the edge of some woods. Her mother knew it, but it was a foolish fear, and she did not encourage her in it. "There is no sense in your being afraid of Nancy," she said, with some severity. "She's a good woman, if she is an Injun, and she is always to be seen in the meeting house of a Sabbath day." As her mother spoke, Patience could see Nancy's dark, harsh old face peering over the pew where she and some of her nation sat together, Sabbath days, and the image made her shudder in spite of its environments. However, she finally put on her little sunbonnet and set forth. It was a lovely summer twilight. She had only about a quarter of a mile to go, but her courage failed her more and more at every step. Martha Joy lived on the way. When she reached her house, she stopped and begged her to go with her. Martha was obliging. Under ordinary circumstances she would have gone with alacrity, but to-night she had a hard toothache. She came to the door with her face all tied up in a hot poultice. "I'm 'fraid I can't go," she said dolefully. But Patience begged and begged. "I'll spend my sixpence that Uncle Joseph gave me, and I'll buy you a whole card of peppermints," said she, finally, by way of inducement. That won the day. Martha got few sweets, and if there was anything she craved it was the peppermints, which came in those days in big beautiful cards to be broken off at will. And to have a whole card! So poor Martha tied her little flapping sunbonnet over her swollen cheeks and went with Patience to see Nancy Gookin, who received the message thankfully and did not do them the least harm in the world. Martha had really a very hard toothache. She did not sleep much that night for all the hot poultice, and she went to school the next day feeling tired and cross. She was a nervous little girl and never bore illness very well. But to-day she had one pleasant anticipation. She thought often of that card of peppermints. It had cheered her somewhat in her uneasy night. She thought that Patience would surely bring them to school. She came early herself and watched for her. She entered quite late, just before the bell rang, Martha ran up to her. "I haven't got the peppermints," said Patience soberly. She had been crying. Martha straightened up. "Why not?" The tears welled out of Patience's eyes. "I can't find that sixpence anywhere." The tears came into Martha's eyes, too. She looked as dignified as her poulticed face would allow. "I never knew you told fibs, Patience Mather," said she. "I don't believe my mother will want me to go with you any more." Just then the bell rung. Martha went crying to her seat, and the others thought it was on account of her toothache. Patience kept back her tears. She was forming a desperate resolution. When recess came, she got permission to go to the store, which was quite near, and she bought a card of peppermints with Squire's sixpence. She had pulled out the palm leaf strand on her way, thrusting it into her pocket guiltily. She felt as if she were committing sacrilege. These sixpences, which Squire Bean bestowed upon worthy scholars from time to time, were ostensibly for the purpose of bookmarks. That was the reason for the palm leaf strand. The squire took the sixpences to the blacksmith, who stamped them with bees, and then, with his own hands, he adjusted the palm leaf. The man who kept the store looked at the sixpence curiously when Patience proffered it. "One of the squire's sixpences," said he. "Yes, it's mine." That was the argument which Patience had set forth to her own conscience. It was certainly her own sixpence. The squire had given it to her. Had she not a right to do as she chose with it? The man laughed. His name was Ezra Tompkins, and he enjoyed a joke. He was privately resolving to give that sixpence in change to the old squire and see what he would say. If Patience had guessed his thoughts! But she took the card of peppermints and carried them to the appeased and repentant and curious Martha, and waited further developments in trepidation. She had a presentiment, deep within her childish soul, that some day she would have a reckoning with Squire Bean concerning his sixpence. If by chance she had to pass his house, she would hurry by at her utmost speed, lest she be intercepted. She got out of his way as fast as she could if she spied his old horse and chaise in the distance. Still she knew the day would come, and it did. It was one Saturday afternoon. School did not keep, and she was all alone in the house with Martha. Her mother had gone visiting. The two little girls were playing "Holly Gull, past how many" with beans in the kitchen, when the door opened and in walked Susan Elder. She was a woman who lived at Squire Bean's and helped his wife with the housework. The minute Patience saw her, she knew what her errand was. She gave a great start. Then she looked at Susan Elder with her big, frightened eyes. Susan Elder was a stout old woman. She sat down on the settle and wheezed before she spoke. "Squire Bean wants you to come up to his house right away," said she at last. Patience trembled all over. "My mother is gone away. I don't know as she would want me to go," she ventured despairingly. "He wants you to come right away," said Susan. "I don't believe mother'd want me to leave the house alone." "I'll stay and rest till you get back. I'd just as soon. I'm all tuckered out comin' up the hill." Patience was very pale. She cast an agonized glance at Martha. "I spent the squire's sixpence for those peppermints," she whispered. She had not told her before. Martha looked at her in horror. Then she begun to cry. "Oh, I made you do it," she sobbed. "Won't you go with me?" groaned Patience. "One little gal is enough," spoke up Susan Elder. "He won't like it if two goes." That settled it. Poor little Patience Mather crept meekly out of the house and down the hill to Squire Bean's without even Martha's foreboding sympathy for consolation. She looked ahead wistfully all the way. If she could only see her mother coming! But she did not, and there was Squire Bean's house, square and white and massive, with great sprawling clumps of white peonies in the front yard. She went around to the back door, and raised a feeble clatter with the knocker. Mrs. Squire Bean, who was tall and thin and mild looking, answered her knock. The squire sent for me," choked Patience. "Oh," said the old lady, "you air the little Mather girl, I guess." Patience shook so she could hardly reply. "You'd better go right to his room," said Mrs. Squire Bean, and Patience followed her. She gave her a little pat when she opened a door on the right. "Don't you be afeared," said she. "He won't say nothin' to you. I'll give you a piece of sweet cake when you come out." Thus admonished, Patience entered. "You did very wrong to spend it, very wrong. Those sixpences are not given to you to spend, but I will overlook it this once." The squire extended the sixpence. Patience took it with another dip of her little skirt. Then he turned around to his desk. Patience waited a few minutes. She did not know whether she was dismissed or not. Finally the squire began to add aloud. "5 and 5 are 10," he said, "ought and carry the 1." He was adding a bill. Then Patience stole out softly. Mrs. Squire Bean was waiting in the kitchen. She gave her a great piece of plum cake and kissed her. "He didn't hurt you any, did he?" said she. "No, ma'am," said Patience, looking with a bewildered smile at the sixpence. That night she tied in the palm leaf strand again, and put the sixpence in her geography book, and she kept it so safely all her life that her great-grandchildren have seen it. End of The Squire's Sixpence, by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman.
To Dick on his 6th birthday, by Sarah Teasdale. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Though I am very old and wise, and you are neither wise nor old, when I look far into your eyes, I know things I was never told. I know how flame must strain and fret, prisoned in a mortal net. How joy with over-eager wings bruises the small heart where he sings. How too much life, like too much gold, is sometimes very hard to hold. All that is talking. I know this much is true. 6 years ago an angel living near the moon walked through the sky and sang a tune, plucking stars to make his crown. And suddenly 2 stars fell down, 2 falling arrows made of light. 6 years ago this very night I saw them fall and wondered why the angel dropped them from the sky. But when I saw your eyes I knew the angel sent the stars to you. End of To Dick on his 6th birthday, by Sarah Teasdale.
To H.C., 6 years old, by William Wordsworth. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O thou, whose fancies from afar are brought, who of thy words dost make a mock apparel, and fittest to unutterable thought the breeze-like motion and the self-born carol, thou fairy voyager, that dost float in such clear water that thy boat may rather seem to brood on air than on earthly stream, suspended in a stream as clear as sky, where earth and heaven do make one imagery. O blessed vision, happy child, thou art so exquisitely wild, I think of thee with many fears for what may be thy lot in future years. I thought of times when pain might be thy guest, lord of thy house and hospitality, and grief, uneasy lover, never rest but when she sate within the touch of thee. O too industrious folly! O vain and causeless melancholy! Nature will either end thee quite, or lengthening out thy seasons of delight, preserve for thee, by individual right, a young lamb's heart among the full-grown flocks. What hast thou to do with sorrow, or the injuries of tomorrow? thou art a dewdrop, which the morn brings forth, ill-fitted to sustain unkindly shocks, or to be trailed along the soiling earth, a gem that glitters while it lives and no forewarning gives, but at the touch of wrong, without a strife, slips in a moment out of life. End of To H.C. 6 Years Old by William Wordsworth. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Treaty with the Six Nations, 1784. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Articles concluded at Fort Stanwix on the 22nd day of October, 1784, between Oliver Wolcott, Richard Butler, and Arthur Lee, Commissioners Plenipotentiary from the United States, and Congress assembled, on the one part, and the sachems and warriors of the Six Nations, on the other. The United States of America give peace to the Senecas, Mohawks, Onondagas, and Cayugas, and receive them into their protection upon the following conditions. Article 1. 6 hostages shall be immediately delivered to the Commissioners by the said nations, to remain in possession of the United States, till all the prisoners, white and black, which were taken by the said Senecas, Mohawks, Onondagas, and Cayugas, or by any of them, in the late war, from among the people of the United States, shall be delivered up. Article 2. The Oneida and Tuscarora nations shall be secured in the possession of the lands on which they are settled. Article 3. A line shall be drawn, beginning at the mouth of a creek about 4 miles east of Niagara, called Oyanwaia, or Johnston's Landing Place, upon the lake named by the Indians Oswego, and by us Ontario. From thence southerly in a direction always 4 miles east of the carrying path between Lake Erie and Ontario, to the mouth of Tohosaroron or Buffalo Creek on Lake Erie, thence south to the north boundary of the State of Pennsylvania, thence west to the end of the said north boundary, thence south along the west boundary of the said state to the river Ohio. The said line from the mouth of the Oyanwaia to the Ohio shall be the western boundary of the lands of the Six Nations, so that the Six Nations shall and do yield to the United States all claims to the country west of the said boundary. And then they shall be secured in the peaceful possession of the lands they inhabit east and north of the same, reserving only 6 miles square round the fort of Oswego to the United States for the support of the same. Article 4. The Commissioners of the United States, in consideration of the present circumstances of the Six Nations, and in execution of the humane and liberal views of the United States upon the signing of the above articles, will order goods to be delivered to the said Six Nations for their use and comfort. End of the Treaty with the Six Nations. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Chapter 6 from 6 Centuries of Painting by Randall Davies. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Michelangelo Buonarroti. In the opening years of the 16th century, the art of painting had attained such a pitch of excellence that unless carried onward by a supreme genius, it could hardly hope to escape from the common lot of all things in nature and begin to decline. After Botticelli and Leonardo, the works of Andrea del Sarto, the perfect painter as he had been called, fall rather flat, and no less a prodigy than Michelangelo was capable of excelling his marvellous predecessors, or than Raphael of rivalling them. Vasari prefaces his life to Andrea del Sarto, 1486 to 1531, with something more definite than his usual rhetorical flourishes. At length we have come, he says, after having written the lives of many artists distinguished for colour, for design, or for invention, to that of the truly excellent Andrea del Sarto, in whom art and nature combine to show all that may be done in painting when design, colouring, and invention unite in one and the same person. Had he possessed a somewhat bolder and more elevated mind, had he been distinguished for higher qualifications as he was for genius and depth of judgment in the art he practised, he would beyond all doubt have been without an equal. But there was in his nature a certain timidity of mind, a sort of diffidence and want of strength, which prevented those evidences of ardour and animation which are proper to the highest characters from ever appearing in him, which, could they have been added to his natural advantages, would have made him truly a divine painter, so that his works are wanting in that grandeur, richness, and force which are so conspicuous in those of many other masters. His figures are well drawn and entirely free from errors, and perfect in all their proportions, and for the most part are simple and chaste. His airs of heads are natural and graceful in women and children, while both in youth and old men they are full of life and animation. His draperies are marvellously beautiful. His nudes are admirably executed, simple in drawing, exquisite in colouring, nay, they are truly divine. And yet, well, let us turn to Michelangelo. While the best and most industrious artists, says Vasari, were labouring by the light of Giotto and his followers to give the world examples of such power as the benignity of their stars and the varied character of their fantasies enabled them to command, and while desirous of imitating the perfection of nature by the excellence of art, they were struggling to attain that high comprehension which many call intelligence, and were universally toiling, but for the most part in vain. The ruler of heaven was pleased to turn the eyes of his clemency towards earth, and perceiving the fruitlessness of so many labours, the ardent studies pursued without any result, and the presumptuous self-sufficiency of men which is farther from the truth than is darkness from light, he resolved, by way of delivering us from such great errors, to send to the world a spirit endowed with universality of power in each art and in every profession, one capable of showing by himself alone what is the perfection of art in the sketch, the outline, the shadows, or the lights, one who could give relief to painting and with an upright judgment could operate as perfectly in sculpture, nay, who was so highly accomplished in architect also, that he was able to render our habitations secure and commodious, healthy and cheerful, well proportioned, and enriched with the varied ornaments of art. A more prosaic passage follows presently, occasioned by the innuendos of Condivi as to Vasari's intimacy with Michelangelo and his knowledge of the facts of his life at first hand. Vasari meets this accusation by quoting the following document relating to the apprenticeship of Michelangelo to Domenico Ghirlandaio when 14 years old. 1488. I acknowledge and record this first day of April that I, Lodovico de Buonarroti, have engaged Michelangelo, my son, to Domenico and David de Tomasco de Curado for the 3 years next to come, under the following conditions: that the said Michelangelo shall remain with the above named all the said time, to the end that they may teach him to paint and to exercise their vocation, and the above named shall have full command over him, paying him in the course of these 3 years 24 florins as wages. Besides this teaching in his earliest youth, it is considered probable that in 1494, when he visited Bologna, he came under the influence which resulted in the execution about that time of the unfinished Entombment and the Holy Family, which are two of our greatest treasures in the National Gallery. As he took the sculptor, however, before he was out of Ghirlandaio's hand, there are few traces of any activity in painting until 1506, where he was engaged on the designs for the great battle-piece for the Council Hall at Florence. The one easel picture of which Vasari makes any mention, the Tondo in the Uffizi, is the only one beside those already noted which is known to exist. The Florentine citizen Angelo Doni, Vasari says, desired to have some work from his hand as he was his friend, wherefore Michelangelo began a circular painting of Our Lady for him. She is kneeling and presents the Divine Child to Joseph. Here the artist has finely expressed the delight with which the mother regards the beauty of her son, as it is clearly manifested in the turn of her head and fixedness of her gaze. Equally evident is her wish that this contentment shall be shared by that pious old man who receives the babe with infinite tenderness and reverence. Nor was this enough for Michelangelo. Since the better to display his art, he has grouped several undraped figures in the background, some outright, some half recumbent, and others seated. The whole work is executed with so much care and finish that of all his pictures, which indeed are but few, this is considered the best. After relating the story of the artist's quarrel with his friend over the price of this masterpiece, for which at first he only asked 60 ducats, Vasari goes on to describe the now lost cartoons for the great fresco in the Council Hall at Florence, in substance as follows. When Leonardo was painting in the great hall of the council, Piero Soderini, who was then Gonfaloniere, moved by extraordinary ability which he perceived in Michelangelo, he calls him in a letter a young man who stands above all his calling in Italy, nay, in all the world, caused him to be entrusted with a portion of the work, and our artist began a very large cartoon representing the Battle of Pisa. It represented a vast number of nude figures bathing in the Arno, as men do on hot days, when suddenly the enemy is heard to be attacking the camp. The soldiers spring forth in haste to arm themselves. One is an elderly man, who, to shelter himself from the heat, has wreathed a garland of ivy around his head, and, seated on the ground, is labouring to draw on his hose, hindered by his limbs being wet. Hearing the sound of the drums and the cries of the soldier, he struggles violently to get on one of his stockings. The action of the muscles and distortion of the mouth evince the zeal of his efforts. Drummers and others hasten to the camp with their clothes in their arms, all in the most singular attitudes, some standing, others kneeling or stooping, some falling, others springing high into the air, and exhibiting the most difficult foreshortenings. The artists were amazed as they realized that the master had in this cartoon laid open to them the very highest resources of art. Nay, there are some who still declare that they have never seen anything to equal it, either from his hand or any other, and they do not believe that genius will ever more attain to such perfection. Nor is this an exaggeration, for all who have designed from it and copied it, as it was the habit for both natives and strangers to do, have become excellent in art, amongst whom were Raphael, Andrea del Sarto, Franciabigio, Pontamo, and Piero del Vago. In 1508, Michelangelo began to prepare the cartoons for the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Space forbids me to attempt any description of these, but the story of their completion, as related by Vasari, can hardly be omitted. When half of them were nearly finished, he says, Pope Julius, who had gone more than once to see the work, mounting the ladders with the artist's help, insisted on having them opened to public view without waiting till the last touches were given, and the chapel was no sooner opened than all Rome hastened thither, the Pope being first, even before the dust, caused by removing the scaffold, had subsided. Then it was that Raphael, who was very prompt in imitation, changed his manner, and to give proof of his ability immediately executed the frescoes with the prophets and sibyls in the Church of the Pace. Bramante, the architect, also laboured to convince the Pope that he would do well to entrust the second half to Raphael. But Julius, who justly valued the ability of Michelangelo, commanded that he should continue the work, judging from what he saw of the first half that he would be able to improve the second. Michelangelo accordingly finished the whole in 20 months without help. It is true that he often complained that he was prevented from giving it the finish he would have liked owing to the Pope's impatience, and his constant inquiries as to when it would be finished, and on one occasion he answered, "It will be finished when I shall have done all that I believe necessary to satisfy art." "And we command," replied Julius, "that you satisfy our wish to have it done quickly," adding finally that if it were not at once completed he would have Michelangelo thrown headlong from the scaffolding. Hearing this, the artist, without taking time to add what was wanting, took down the remainder of the scaffolding, to the great satisfaction of the whole city, on All Saints' Day, when the Pope went into his chapel to sing Mass. Michelangelo had much wished to retouch some portions of the work a secco as had been done by the older masters who had painted the walls, and add a little ultramarine to some of the draperies, and gild other parts, so as to give a richer and more striking effect. The Pope, too, would now have liked these additions to be made, but as Michelangelo thought it would take too long to re-erect the scaffolding, the pictures remained as they were. The Pope would sometimes say to him, "Let the chapel be enriched with gold and bright colours, it looks poor." To which Michelangelo would reply, "Holy Father, the men of those days did not adorn themselves with gold, those who are painted here less than any, for they were none too rich. Beside, they were holy men, and must have despised riches and ornaments." End of Chapter 6 from 6 Centuries of Painting by Randall Davies.
2 gedichten van Nicolaas Beets. Deze opname werd gemaakt ter gelegenheid van de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle opnamen van LibriVox zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. Voorgelezen door Bart de Leeuw. Nicolaas Beets, 2 gedichten uit Gemengde Gedichten, 7e bundel. 60ste verjaardag. Ben je 60? Ja, ik ben het, ik beken het. Kan ik het wel ontveinzen? Het haar mijns hoofd is dun en grijs en, dat maakte ik niemand wijs, niet slechts van gepeinzen. Ook van bange zorgen niet, of verdriet, schoon ik het leed wel kende. Maar, wat immer zij gebeurt, niet een smart die hooploos treurt, niet een hartzeer dat verscheurt, onverzachtbare ellende. Vrouwen, kinderen, ziet mij aan. Ik kan nog gaan, op mijn 2x30, in de wangen nog wat bloeds, in deze ogen nog wat gloeds, in de boezem nog wat moeds, het hoofd nog fix und fertig. Ik dank dit hooggelukkig lot aan mijn God. Ik dank het u daarneven, die mij jong houdt en verblijdt, die mijn kroon en sieraad zijt, en mij nog een lange tijd wensen doet te leven. Naschrift. Word ik 70, wie weet lief of leed hem door God beschoren? Het jongste kind nog groot te zien, is een zoete wens, en dien moog zijn gunst verhoren. 63ste verjaardag. Voor 63 jaar geduld, voor 63 jaar genade, een maat met weldaan hoog gevuld, een levenspad dat ge overladen met bloemen waaraan niets ontbrak en waar, zo mij een doorn stak, de balsem vloeide naast de wonden. Voor kracht bij vreugd en troost bij smart, voor zoveel goeds bij zoveel zonde, dankt u, o God, mijn kloppend hart. Nog klopt het, ja, voor gade en kind, voor kroost en kleinkroost mij geboren, voor menig bijgebleven vriend, na velen door de dood verloren. Voor het werk waarin ik dag aan dag u naar vermogen dienen mag, voor het goede en schone, waar ik het vinde, o God, nog met dezelfde gloed waarmee mijn ziele het vroeg beminde en immers eeuwig minnen moet. Ik ben jong geweest, ben oud geworden, maar voor verouderen nog bewaard. Wat boom en om mijn been verdorden, ik voel mij sap en merg gespaard. Waartoe, o Heer, van dood en leven, dan om een weinig vrucht te geven, een weinig lommer, laat als vroeg, totdat uw bijl wordt opgeheven en het woord gesproken lang genoeg. Einde van 2 gedichten van Nicolaas Beets.
26 and 1 by Maxim Gorky. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. There were 26 of us, 26 living machines locked up in a damp cellar, where we patted dough from morning till night, making biscuits and cakes. The windows of our cellar looked out into a ditch, which was covered with bricks grown green from dampness. The window frames were obstructed from the outside by a dense iron netting, and the light of the sun could not peep in through the panes, which were covered with flour dust. Our proprietor stopped up our windows with iron, that we might not give his bread to the poor, or to those of our companions who, being out of work, were starving. Our proprietor called us cheats, and gave us for our dinner tainted garbage instead of meat. It was stifling and narrow in our box of stone, under the low, heavy ceiling, covered with smoke-black and spider-webs. It was close and disgusting within the thick walls, which were splattered with stains of mud and mustiness. We rose at 5 o'clock in the morning without having had enough sleep, and dull and indifferent, we seated ourselves by the table at 6 to make biscuits out of the dough, which had been prepared for us by our companions while we were asleep. And all day long, from morning till 10 o'clock at night, some of us sat by the table rolling out the elastic dough with our hands, and shaking ourselves that we might not grow stiff, while the others kneaded the dough with water. And the boiling water in the kettle, where the crackles were being boiled, was purring sadly and thoughtfully all day long. The baker's shovel was scraping quickly and angrily against the oven, throwing off on the hot bricks the slippery pieces of dough. On one side of the oven, wood was burning from morning till night, and the red reflection of the flame was trembling on the wall of the workshop as though it were silently mocking us. The huge oven looked like the deformed head of a fairy-tale monster. It looked as though it thrust itself out from underneath the floor, opened its wide mouth full of fire, and breathed on us with heat, and stared at our endless work through the 2 black air-holes above the forehead. These 2 cavities were like eyes, pitiless and impassible eyes of a monster. They stared at us with the same dark gaze, as though they had grown tired of looking at slaves, and expected nothing human from them, despised them with the cold contempt of wisdom. Day in and day out, amidst flour dust and mud and thick, bad-odored, suffocating heat, we rolled out the dough and made biscuits, wetting them with our sweat, and we hated our work with keen hatred. We never ate the biscuit that came out of our hands, preferring black bread to the cracknels. Sitting by a long table, one opposite the other, 9 opposite 9, we mechanically moved our hands and fingers during the long hours, and became so accustomed to our work that we no longer even followed the motions of our hands. And we had grown so tired of looking at one another that each of us knew all the wrinkles on the faces of the others. We had nothing to talk about. We were used to this and were silent all the time, unless abusing one another, for there is always something for which to abuse a man, especially a companion. But we even abused one another very seldom. Of what can a man be guilty when he is half dead, when he is like a statue, when all his feelings are crushed under the weight of toil? But silence is terrible and painful only to those who have said all and have nothing more to speak of. But to those who never had anything to say, to them silence is simple and easy. Sometimes we sang, and our song began thus. During work, someone would suddenly heave a sigh, like that of a tired horse, and would softly start one of those drawling songs whose touchingly caressing tune always gives ease to the troubled soul of the singer. One of us sang, and at first we listened in silence to his lonely song, which was drowned and deafened underneath the heavy ceiling of the cellar, like the small fire of a woodpile in the steppe on a damp autumn night, when the gray sky is hanging over the earth like a leaden roof. Then another joined the singer, and now 2 voices soar softly and mournfully over the suffocating heat of our narrow ditch. And suddenly a few more voices take up the song, and the song bubbles up like a wave, growing stronger, louder, as though moving asunder the damp, heavy walls of our stony prison. All the 26 sing. Loud voices, singing in unison, fill the workshop. The song has no room there. It strikes against the stones of the walls. It moans and weeps and reanimates the heart by a soft tickling pain, irritating old wounds and rousing sorrow. The singers breathe deeply and heavily. Someone unexpectedly leaves off his song and listens for a long time to the singing of his companions, and again his voice joins the general wave. Another mournfully exclaims, "Eh!" sings, his eyes closed, and it may be that the wide, heavy wave of sound appears to him like a road leading somewhere far away, like a wide road lighted by the brilliant sun, and he sees himself walking there. The flame is constantly trembling in the oven. The baker's shovel is scraping against the brick. The water in the kettle is purring, and the reflection of the fire is trembling on the wall, laughing in silence. And we sing away, with someone else's words, our dull sorrow, the heavy grief of living men robbed of sunshine, the grief of slaves. Thus we lived, 26 of us, in the cellar of a big stony house, and it was hard for us to live, as though all the 3 stories of the house had been built upon our shoulders. But besides the songs, we had one other good thing, something we all loved, and which perhaps came to us instead of the sun. The 2nd story of our house was occupied by an embroidery shop, and there, among many girl workers, lived the 16-year-old chambermaid, Tanya. Every morning her little pink face with blue, cheerful eyes leaned against the pane of the little window in our hallway door, and her ringing, kind voice cried to us, "Little prisoners, give me biscuits." We all turned around at this familiar, clear sound, and joyously, kind-heartedly looked at the pure maiden face as it smiled to us delightfully. We were accustomed and pleased to see her nose flattened against the window pane, and the small white teeth that flashed from under her pink lips, which were open with a smile. We rushed to open the door for her, pushing one another. She enters, cheerful and amiable, and holding out her apron. She stands before us, leaning her head somewhat to one side, and smiles all the time. A thick, long braid of chestnut hair, falling across her shoulder, lies on her breast. We, dirty, dark, deformed men, look up at her from below. The threshold was 4 steps higher than the floor. We look at her, lifting our heads upwards. We wish her a good morning. We say to her some particular words we use for her alone. Speaking to her, our voices are somehow softer, and our jokes lighter. Everything is different for her. The baker takes out a shovel full of the brownest and reddest biscuits and throws them cleverly into Tanya's apron. "Look out that the boss doesn't see you," we always warn her. She laughs roguishly and cries to us cheerfully, "Goodbye, little prisoners," and she disappears quickly like a little mouse. That's all. But long after her departure we speak pleasantly of her to one another. We say the very same thing we said yesterday and before, because she, as well as we and everything around us, is also the same as yesterday and before. It is very hard and painful for one to live when nothing changes around him, and if it does not kill his soul for good, the immobility of the surroundings becomes all the more painful the longer he lives. We always spoke of women in such a manner that at times we were disgusted at our own rude and shameless words, and this is quite clear, for the women we had known perhaps never deserved any better words. But of Tanya, we never spoke ill. Not only did none of us ever dare to touch her with his hand, she never even heard a free jest from us. It may be that this was because she never stayed long with us. She flashed before our eyes like a star coming from the sky, and then disappeared. Or perhaps because she was small and very beautiful, and all that is beautiful commands the respect even of rude people. And then, though our hard labor had turned us into dull oxen, we nevertheless remained human beings, and like all human beings, we could not live without worshipping something. We had nobody better than she, and none except her paid any attention to us, the dwellers of the cellar. No one, though tens of people lived in the house. And finally, this is probably the main reason, we all considered her as something of our own, as something that existed only because of our biscuits. We considered it our duty to give her hot biscuits, and this became our daily offering to the idol. It became almost a sacred custom which bound us to her more every day. Aside from the biscuits, we gave Tanya many advices: to dress more warmly, not to run fast on the staircase, nor to carry heavy loads of wood. She listened to our advice with a smile, replied to us with laughter, and never obeyed us. But we did not feel offended at this. All we needed was to show that we cared for her. She often turned to us with various requests. She asked us, for instance, to open the heavy cellar door, to chop some wood. We did whatever she wanted us to do with joy, and even with some kind of pride. But when one of us asked her to mend his only shirt, she declined, with a contemptuous sneer. We laughed heartily at the queer fellow, and never again asked her for anything. We loved her. All is said in this. A human being always wants to bestow his love upon someone, although he may sometimes choke or slander him. He may poison the life of his neighbor with his love, because, loving, he does not respect the beloved. We had to love Tanya, for there was no one else we could love. At times, some one of us would suddenly begin to reason thus: "And why do we make so much of the girl? What's in her, eh? We have too much to do with her." We quickly and rudely checked the man who dared say such words. We had to love something. We found it out and loved it, and the something which the 26 of us loved had to be inaccessible to each of us as our sanctity. And any one coming out against us in this matter was our enemy. We loved, perhaps, not what was really good, but then we were 26, and therefore we always wanted the thing dear to us to be sacred in the eyes of others. Our love is not less painful than hatred, and perhaps this is why some haughty people claim that our hatred is more flattering than our love. But why, then, don't they run from us if that is true? Aside from the biscuit department, our proprietor had also a shop for white bread. It was in the same house, separated from our ditch by a wall. The Buachniks, white bread bakers, there were 4 of them, kept aloof, considering their work cleaner than ours, and therefore considering themselves better than we were. They never came to our shop, laughed at us whenever they met us in the yard, nor did we go to them. The proprietor had forbidden this for fear lest we might steal loaves of white bread. We did not like the Buachniks because we envied them. Their work was easier than ours. They were better paid. They were given better meals. Theirs was a spacious, light workshop, and they were all so clean and healthy, repulsive to us, while we were all yellow and gray and sickly. During holidays and whenever they were free from work, they put on nice coats and creaking boots. 2 of them had harmonicas, and they all went to the city park, while we had on dirty rags and burst shoes, and the city police did not admit us into the park. Could we love the Buachniks? One day we learned that one of their bakers had taken to drink, that the proprietor had discharged him and hired another one in his place, and that the other one was a soldier, wearing a satin vest and a gold chain to his watch. We were curious to see such a dandy, and in the hope of seeing him, we, now and again, one by one, began to run out into the yard. But he came himself to our workshop. Kicking the door open with his foot, and leaving it open, he stood on the threshold and, smiling, said to us, "God help you! Hello, fellows!" The cold air, forcing itself in at the door in a thick, smoky cloud, was whirling around his feet. He stood on the threshold, looking down on us from above, and from under his fair-curled mustache, big yellow teeth were flashing. His waistcoat was blue, embroidered with flowers. It was beaming, and the buttons were of some red stones. And there was a chain, too. He was handsome, this soldier, tall, strong, with red cheeks, and his big, light eyes looked good, kind, and clear. On his head was a white, stiffly starched cap, and from under his clean apron peeped out sharp toes of stylish, brightly shining boots. Our baker respectfully requested him to close the door. He did it without haste and began to question us about the proprietor. Vying with each other, we told him that our boss was a rogue, a rascal, a villain, a tyrant, everything that could and ought to be said of our proprietor, but which cannot be repeated here. The soldier listened, stirred his mustache, and examined us with a soft, light look. "And are there many girls here?" he asked suddenly. Some of us began to laugh respectfully. Others made soft grimaces. Someone explained to the soldier that there were 9 girls. "Do you take advantage?" asked the soldier, winking his eye. Again we burst out laughing, not very loud and with a confused laughter. Many of us wished to appear before the soldier just as clever as he was, but not one was able to do it. Someone confessed, saying in a low voice, "It is not for us." "Yes, it is hard for you," said the soldier with confidence, examining us fixedly. "You haven't the bearing for it. The figure, you haven't the appearance, I mean. And a woman likes a good appearance in a man. To her it must be perfect, everything perfect. And then she respects strength. A hand should be like this." The soldier pulled his right hand out of his pocket. The shirt sleeve was rolled up to his elbow. He showed his hand to us. It was white, strong, covered with glossy golden hair. A leg, a chest, in everything there must be firmness. And then again, the man must be dressed according to style, as the beauty of things requires it. I, for instance, I am loved by women. I don't call them, I don't lure them. They come to me of themselves. He seated himself on a bag of flour and told us how the women loved him and how he handled them boldly. Then he went away, and when the door closed behind him with a creak, we were silent for a long time, thinking of him and of his stories. And then suddenly we all began to speak, and it became clear at once that he pleased every one of us. Such a kind and plain fellow. He came, sat a while, and talked. Nobody came to us before. Nobody ever spoke to us like this, so friendly. And we all spoke of him, and of his future successes with the embroidery girls, who either passed us by, closing their lips insultingly when they met us in the yard, or went straight on as if we had not been in their way at all. And we always admired them, meeting them in the yard, or when they went past our windows in winter dressed in some particular hats and in fur coats, in summer in hats with flowers, with colored parasols in their hands. But thereafter, among ourselves, we spoke of these girls so that, had they heard it, they would have gone mad for shame and insult. "However, see that he doesn't spoil Tanushka, too," said the baker suddenly with anxiety. We all became silent, dumbfounded by these words. We had somehow forgotten Tanya. It looked as though the soldier's massive, handsome figure prevented us from seeing her. Then began a noisy dispute. Some said that Tanya would not submit herself to this. Others argued that she would not hold out against the soldier. Still others said that they would break the soldier's bones in case he should annoy Tanya. And finally, all decided to look after the soldier and Tanya and to warn the girl to be on guard against him. This put an end to the dispute. About a month went by. The soldier baked white bread, walked around with the embroidery girls, came quite often to our workshop, but never told us of his success with the girls. He only twisted his mustache and licked his lips with relish. Tanya came every morning for the biscuits, and as always was cheerful, amiable, kind to us. We attempted to start a conversation with her about the soldier, but she called him a goggle-eyed calf and other funny names, and this calmed us. We were proud of our little girl, seeing that the embroidery girls were making love to the soldier. Tanya's relation toward him somehow uplifted all of us, and we, as if guided by her relation, began to regard the soldier with contempt. And we began to love Tanya still more, and meet her in the morning more cheerfully and kind-heartedly. But one day the soldier came to us a little intoxicated, seated himself, and began to laugh. And when we asked him what he was laughing at, he explained, "Two had a fight on account of me. Lidka and Grushka. How they disfigured each other! Ha, ha! One grabbed the other by the hair and knocked her to the ground in the hallway and sat on her. Ha, ha, ha! They scratched each other's faces. It is laughable. And why cannot women fight honestly? Why do they scratch, eh?" He sat on the bench, strong and clean and jovial, talking and laughing all the time. We were silent. Somehow or other he seemed repulsive to us at this time. "How lucky I am with women, eh? It is very funny. Just a wink, and I have them." His white hands, covered with glossy hair, were lifted and thrown back to his knees with a loud noise, and he stared at us with such a pleasantly surprised look as though he really could not understand why he was so lucky in his affairs with women. His stout red face was radiant with happiness and self-satisfaction, and he kept on licking his lips with relish. Our baker scraped the shovel firmly and angrily against the hearth of the oven, and suddenly said sarcastically, "You need no great strength to fell little fir trees, but try to throw down a pine." "That is, do you refer to me?" asked the soldier. "To you." "What is it?" "Nothing. Too late." "No, wait. What's the matter? Which pine?" Our baker did not reply, quickly working with his shovel at the oven. He would throw into the oven the biscuits from the boiling kettle, would take out the ready ones and throw them noisily to the floor to the boys who put them on bast strings. He looked as though he had forgotten all about the soldier and his conversation with him. But suddenly the soldier became very restless. He rose to his feet and, walking up to the oven, risked striking his chest against the handle of the shovel, which was convulsively trembling in the air. "No, you tell me. Who is she? You have insulted me." "I? Not a single one can wrench herself from me, never. And you say to me such offensive words." And indeed he looked really offended. Evidently there was nothing for which he might respect himself except for his ability to lead women astray. And maybe that aside from this ability there was no life in him, and only this ability permitted him to feel himself a living man. There are people to whom the best and dearest thing in life is some kind of a disease of either the body or the soul. They make much of it during all their lives and live by it only. Suffering from it, they are nourished by it. They always complain of it to others, and thus attract the attention of their neighbors. By this they gain people's compassion for themselves, and aside from this they have nothing. Take away this disease from them, cure them, and they are rendered most unfortunate, because they then lose their sole means of living. They then become empty. Sometimes a man's life is so poor that he is involuntarily compelled to prize his defect and live by it. It may frankly be said that people are often depraved out of mere weariness. The soldier felt insulted, and besetting our baker, roared, "Tell me, who is it?" "Shall I tell you?" The baker suddenly turned to him. "Well?" "Do you know Tanya?" "Well?" "Well, try." "I?" "You." "Her?" That's easy enough. We'll see. You'll see. Ha, ha! She'll... A month's time. What a boaster you are, soldier. 2 weeks. I'll show you. Who is it? Tanya? Phew! Get away, I say. Get away, you're bragging. 2 weeks. That's all. Suddenly, our baker became enraged, and he raised the shovel against the soldier. The soldier stepped back, surprised, kept silent for a while, and saying ominously in a low voice, "Very well, then." He left us. During the dispute, we were all silent, interested in the result. But when the soldier went out, a loud, animated talk and noise was started among us. Someone cried to the baker, "You contrived a bad thing, Pavel." "Work," replied the baker, enraged. We felt that the soldier was touched to the quick, and that a danger was threatening Tanya. We felt this, and at the same time we were seized with a burning, pleasant curiosity. What will happen? Will she resist the soldier? And almost all of us cried out with confidence, "Tanya? She will resist. You cannot take her with bare hands." We were very desirous of testing the strength of our godling. We persistently proved to one another that our godling was a strong godling, and that Tanya would come out the victor in this combat. Then finally it appeared to us that we did not provoke the soldier enough, that he might forget about the dispute, and that we ought to irritate his self-love the more. Since that day we began to live a peculiar, intensely nervous life, a life we had never lived before. We argued with one another all day long as if we had grown wiser. We spoke more and better. It seemed to us that we were playing a game with the devil, with Tanya as the stake on our side. And when we had learned from the Buotchniks that the soldier began to court our Tanya, we felt so dreadfully good and were so absorbed in our curiosity that we did not even notice that the proprietor, availing himself of our excitement, added to our work 14 pouts. A pout is a weight of 40 Russian pounds of dough a day. We did not even get tired of working. Tanya's name did not leave our lips all day long, and each morning we expected her with especial impatience. Sometimes we imagined that she might come to us, and that she would be no longer the same Tanya, but another one. However, we told her nothing about the dispute. We asked her no questions, and treated her as kindly as before. But something new and foreign to our former feelings for Tanya crept in stealthily into our relation toward her, and this new something was keen curiosity, sharp and cold like a steel knife. "Fellows, time is up today," said the baker one morning, commencing to work. We knew this well, without his calling our attention to it, but we gave a start none the less. "Watch her. She'll come soon," suggested the baker. Someone exclaimed regretfully, "What can we see?" And again a lively, noisy dispute ensued. Today we were to learn at last how far pure and inaccessible to filth was the urn wherein we had placed all that was best in us. This morning we felt for the first time that we were really playing a big game, that this test of our godling's purity might destroy our idol. We had been told all these days that the soldier was following Tanya obstinately, but for some reason or other none of us asked how she treated him. And she kept on coming to us regularly every morning for biscuits, and was the same as before. This day, too, we soon heard her voice, "Little prisoners, I've come." We hastened to let her in, and when she entered we met her, against our habit, in silence. Staring at her fixedly, we did not know what to say to her, what to ask her, and as we stood before her we formed a dark, silent crowd. She was evidently surprised at our unusual reception, and suddenly we noticed that she turned pale, became restless, began to bustle about, and asked in a choking voice, "Why are you such—" "And you?" asked the baker sternly, without taking his eyes off the girl. "What's the matter with me?" "Nothing." Well, quicker, give me biscuits." She had never before hurried us on. "There's plenty of time," said the baker, his eyes fixed on her face. Then she suddenly turned around and disappeared behind the door. The baker took up his shovel and said calmly, turning towards the oven, "It is done, it seems. The soldier. Rascal. Scoundrel." Like a herd of sheep pushing one another, we walked back to the table, seated ourselves in silence, and began to work slowly. Soon someone said, "And perhaps not yet." "Go on, talk about it," cried the baker. We all knew that he was a clever man, cleverer than any of us, and we understood by his words that he was firmly convinced of the soldier's victory. We were sad and uneasy. At 12 o'clock during the dinner hour the soldier came. He was as usual, clean and smart, and as usual looked straight into our eyes. We felt awkward to look at him. "Well, honorable gentlemen, if you wish I can show you a soldier's boldness," said he, smiling proudly. "You go out into the hallway and look through the clefts. Understand?" We went out, and falling on one another, we stuck to the cleft in the wooden walls of the hallway leading to the yard. We did not have to wait long. Soon Tanya passed with a quick pace, skipping over the plashes of melted snow and mud. Her face looked troubled. She disappeared behind the cellar door. Then the soldier went there slowly and whistling. His hands were thrust into his pockets, and his mustache was stirring. A rain was falling, and we saw the drops fall into plashes, and the plashes were wrinkling under their blows. It was a damp, gray day, a very dreary day. The snow still lay on the roofs, while on the ground here and there were dark spots of mud, and the snow on the roofs, too, was covered with a brownish, muddy coating. The rain trickled slowly, producing a mournful sound. We felt cold and disagreeable. The soldier came first out of the cellar. He crossed the yard slowly, stirring his mustache, his hands in his pockets, the same as always. Then Tanya came out. Her eyes were radiant with joy and happiness, and her lips were smiling, and she walked as though in sleep, staggering with uncertain steps. We could not stand this calmly. We all rushed toward the door, jumped out into the yard, and began to hiss and bawl at her angrily and wildly. On noticing us, she trembled and stopped short as if petrified in the mud under her feet. We surrounded her and malignantly abused her in the most obscene language. We told her shameless things. We did this not loud, but slowly, seeing that she could not get away, that she was surrounded by us, and we could mock her as much as we pleased. I don't know why, but we did not beat her. She stood among us, turning her head one way and another, listening to our abuses, and we kept on throwing at her more of the mire and poison of our words. The color left her face. Her blue eyes, so happy a moment ago, opened wide. Her breast breathed heavily and her lips were trembling. And we, surrounding her, avenged ourselves upon her, for she had robbed us. She had belonged to us. We had spent on her all that was best in us, though that best was the crusts of beggars. But we were 26, while she was 1, and therefore there was no suffering painful enough to punish her for her crime. How we abused her! She was silent, looked at us wild-eyed and trembling in every limb. We were laughing, roaring, growling. Some more people ran up to us. Some one of us pulled Tanya by the sleeve of her waist. Suddenly her eyes began to flash. Slowly she lifted her hands to her head, and adjusting her hair, said loudly but calmly, looking straight into our eyes, "Miserable prisoners!" And she came directly toward us, and walked, too, as though we were not in front of her, as though we were not in her way. Therefore, none of us were in her way. And coming out of our circle, without turning to us, she said aloud, and with indescribable contempt, "Rascals! Rabble!" Then she went away. We remained standing in the center of the yard, in the mud, under the rain and the gray, sunless sky. Then we all went back silently to our damp, stony ditch. As before, the sun never peeped in through our windows, and Tanya never came there again. End of 26 and 1 by Maxim Gorky. Read by Winston Tharp.
White Feather and the Six Giants, from The Indian Fairy Book, by Cornelius Matthews. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Feather and the Six Giants. There was an old man living in the depth of a forest, with his grandson, whom he had taken in charge when quite an infant. The child had no parents, brothers, or sisters. They had all been destroyed by 6 large giants, and he had been informed that he had no other relative living beside his grandfather. The band to whom he had belonged had put up their children on a wager in a race against those of the giants, and had thus lost them. There was an old tradition in the tribe that, one day, it would produce a great man who would wear a white feather, and who would astonish every one by his feats of skill and bravery. The grandfather, as soon as the child could play about, gave him a bow and arrows to amuse himself with. He went into the edge of the woods one day and saw a rabbit, but not knowing what it was, he ran home and described it to his grandfather. He told him what it was, that its flesh was good to eat, and that if he would shoot one of his arrows into its body, he would kill it. The boy went out again and brought home the little animal, which he asked his grandfather to boil, that they might feast on it. He humored the boy in this, and he encouraged him to go on in acquiring the knowledge of hunting, until he could kill deer and the larger kinds of game, and he became, as he grew up, an expert hunter. As they lived alone and away from other Indians, the curiosity of the stripling was excited to know what was passing in the world. One day he came to the edge of a prairie, where he saw ashes like those at his grandfather's lodge, and lodge poles left standing. He returned and inquired whether his grandfather had put up the poles and made the fire. He was answered, no, nor did he believe that he had seen anything of the kind. He must have lost his senses to be talking of such things. Another day the young man went out to see what there was within a day's hunt that was curious, and on entering the woods he heard a voice calling out to him, "Come here, you destined wearer of the white feather. You do not wear it yet, but you are worthy of it. Return home and take a short nap. You will dream of hearing a voice which will tell you to rise and smoke. You will see in your dream a pipe, a smoking sack, and a large white feather. When you awake you will find these articles. Put the feather on your head, and you will become a great hunter, a great warrior, and a great man, able to do anything. As a proof that these things shall come to pass, when you smoke, the smoke will turn into pigeons." The voice then informed the young man who he was, and made known the character of his grandfather, who was imposing upon him to serve his own ends. The voice spirit then caused a vine to be laid at his side, and told him that he was now of an age to avenge the wrongs of his kindred. "When you meet your enemy," the spirit added, "you will run a race with him. He will not see the vine because it is enchanted. While you are running, you will throw it over his head and entangle him, so that you will win the race." Long before this speech was ended, the young man had turned to the quarter from which the voice proceeded, and he was astonished to behold a man, for as yet he had never seen any human being beside his grandfather. As he looked more keenly, he saw that this man, who had the looks of great age, was wood from the breast downward, and that he appeared to be fixed in the earth. As his eye dwelt upon this strange being, the countenance by degrees faded away, and when he advanced to the spot whence it had addressed him, it was gone. He returned home, slept. In the midst of his slumbers, as from the hollow of the air, heard the voice, wakened, and found the promised gifts. His grandfather, when his attention was called to his awakening, was greatly surprised to find the youth with a white feather on his forehead, and to see flocks of pigeons flying out of his lodge. He then remembered the old tradition, and knowing that now the day when he should lose control of his charge had begun, he bitterly bewailed the hour. Possessed of his 3 magic gifts, the young man departed the next morning to seek his enemies and to demand revenge. The 6 giants lived in a very high lodge in the middle of a wood. He travelled on in good heart till he reached this lodge, where he found that his coming had been made known by the little spirits who carry the news. The giants hastened out, and gave a cry of joy as they saw him drawing near. When he approached within hail, they began to make sport of him, saying, "Here comes the little man with the white feather, who is to achieve such wonderful wonders." When, however, he had arrived among them, they spoke him fair, saying he was a brave man and would do brave things. Their object was to encourage him, so that he would be bold enough to engage in some foolhardy trial of strength. Without paying much heed to their fine speeches, White Feather went fearlessly into their lodge, and without waiting for invitation, he challenged them to a foot match. They agreed, and as they said, by way of being easy with him, they told him to begin the race with the smallest of their number. The point to which they were to run was a peeled tree toward the rising sun, and then back to the starting place, which was a war club of iron. Whoever won this stake was empowered to use it in dispatching the defeated champion. If White Feather should overcome the first giant, he was to try the second, and so on, until they had all measured speed with him. By a dexterous use of the vine he gained the first race, struck down his competitor, and cut off his head. The next morning he ran with the second giant, whom he also outran, killed, and beheaded. He went on in this way for the 5 mornings, always conquering by the aid of his vine, and lopping off the heads of the vanquished giants. The last of the giants, who was yet to run with him, acknowledged his power, but prepared secretly to deceive him. By way of parley, he proposed that White Feather should leave the heads with him, and that he would give him a handsome start for odds. This White Feather declined, as he preferred to keep the heads as trophies of his victory. Before going to the giant's lodge on the 6th morning, he met his old counselor in the woods, standing rooted in the earth, as before. He told White Feather that he was about to be deceived, that he had never known any other sex but his own, but that as he went on his way to the lodge, he would meet the most beautiful woman in the world. He must pay no attention to her, but as soon as he caught her eye, he must wish himself changed into an elk. The change would take place immediately, and he must go to feeding and not look at her again. White Feather thanked his kind adviser, and when he turned to take his leave, he was gone as before. He proceeded toward the lodge, met the female as had been foretold to him, and became an elk. She reproached him that he had cast aside the form of a man that he might avoid her. "I have travelled a great distance," she added, "to see you and to become your wife, for I have heard of your great achievements and admire you very much." Now this woman was the 6th giant, who had assumed this disguise to entrap White Feather. Without a suspicion of her real character, her reproaches and her beauty affected him so deeply that he wished himself a man again, and he at once resumed his natural shape. They sat down together, and he began to caress and to make love to her. Soothed by her smiles and her gracious manners, he ventured to lay his head on her lap, and in a little while he fell into a deep slumber. Even then, such was her fear of White Feather, she doubted whether his sleep might not be feigned. To assure herself, she pushed his head aside, and seeing that he remained unconscious, she quickly assumed her own form as the 6th giant, took the plume from the brow of White Feather, and placed it upon his own head, and with a sudden blow of his war club changed him into a dog, in which degraded form he followed his enemy to the lodge. While these things were passing, there were living in an Indian village at some distance 2 sisters, the daughters of a chief, who were rivals, and they were at that time fasting to acquire power, for the purpose of enticing the wearer of the white feather to visit their lodge. They each secretly hoped to engage his affections, and each had built a lodge in the border of the village encampment. The giant, knowing this, and having become possessed of the magic plume, went immediately to visit them. As he approached, the sisters, who were on the lookout at their lodge doors, espied and recognized the feather. The eldest sister had prepared her lodge with great show, and all the finery she could command so as to attract the eye. The youngest touched nothing in her lodge, but left it in its ordinary state. The eldest went out to meet the giant, and invited him in. He accepted her invitation, and made her his wife. The youngest sister invited the enchanted dog into her lodge, prepared him a good supper and a neat bed, and treated him with much attention. The giant, supposing that whoever possessed the white feather possessed also all its virtues, went out upon the prairie to hunt, hallooing aloud to the game to come and be killed. But the great hubbub he kept up scared them away, and he returned at night with nothing but himself, for he had shouted so lustily all day long that he had been even obliged to leave the mighty halloo with which he had set out behind. The dog went out the same day, hunting upon the banks of a river. He stole quietly along to the spot, and, stepping into the water, he drew out a stone, which instantly became a beaver. The next day the giant followed the dog, and, hiding behind a tree, he watched the manner in which the dog hunted in the river, when he drew out a stone, which at once turned into a beaver. "Aha!" said the giant to himself, "I will catch some beaver for myself." And as soon as the dog had left the place, the giant went to the river, and, imitating the dog, he drew out a stone, and was delighted to see it, as soon as it touched the land, change into a fine fat beaver. Tying it to his belt, he hastened home, shouting a good deal, and brandishing the white feather about, as if he were prepared now to show them what he could do when he once tried. When he reached home he threw it down, as is the custom, at the door of the lodge before he entered. After being seated a short time, he gave a dry cough, and bade his wife bring in his hunting girdle. She made dispatch to obey him, and presently returned with the girdle, with nothing tied to it but a stone. The next day, the dog, finding that his method of catching beavers had been discovered, went to a wood at some distance, and broke off a charred limb from a burned tree, which instantly became a bear. The giant, who appeared to have lost faith in his hullabalooing, had again watched him, did exactly as the dog had done, and carried a bear home. But his wife, when she came to go out for it, found nothing but a black stick tied to his belt. And so it happened with everything. Whatever the dog undertook prospered. Whatever the giant attempted failed. Every day the youngest sister had reason to be more proud of the poor dog she had asked into her lodge, and every day the eldest sister was made more aware that though she had married the white feather, the virtues of the magic plume were not the personal property of the noisy giant. At last the giant's wife determined that she would go to her father and make known to him what a valuable husband she had, and how he furnished her lodge with a great abundance of sticks and stones, which he would pass upon her for bear and beaver. So when her husband, whose brave halloo had now died away to a feeble chirp, had started for the hunt, she set out. As soon as these two had gone away from the neighborhood, the dog made signs to his mistress to sweat him after the manner of the Indians. He had always been a good dog, and she was willing to oblige him. She accordingly made a lodge just large enough for him to creep in. She then put in heated stones, and poured water upon them, which raised a vapor that filled the lodge, and searched with its warmth to the very heart's core of the enchanted dog. When this had been kept up for the customary time, the enchanted dog was completely sweated away, and in his stead, as might have been expected, out came a very handsome young man, but, unhappily, without the power of speech. In taking away the dog, it appears that the sweating lodge had also carried off the voice with it. Meantime, the elder sister had reached her father's, and, with much circumstance and a very long face, had told him how that her sister was supporting an idle dog, and entertaining him as her husband. In her anxiety to make known her sister's affairs, and the great scandal she was bringing upon the family, the eldest forgot to say anything of the sticks and stones which her own husband brought home for bears and beavers. The old man, suspecting that there was magic about her house, sent a deputation of young men and women to ask his youngest daughter to come to him, and to bring her dog along with her. When the deputation reached the lodge, they were surprised to find, in the place of the dog, a fine young man, and on announcing their message, they all returned to the old chief, who was no less surprised at the change. He immediately assembled all the old and wise heads of the nation to come and be witnesses to the exploits which it was reported that the young man could perform. The sixth giant, although neither very old nor very wise, thrust himself in among the relations of the old chief. When they were all assembled and seated in a circle, the old chief took his pipe and filled it, and passed it to the Indians around, to see if anything would happen when they smoked. They passed it on until it came around to the dog, who made a sign that it should be handed first to the giant, which was done. And the giant puffed with all his might, and shook the white feather upon his head, and swelled his chest, but nothing came of it, except a great deal of smoke. The dog then took it himself. He made a sign to them to put the white feather upon his head. This was no sooner done than he recovered his speech, and, beginning to draw upon the pipe at the same moment, behold, immense flocks of white and blue pigeons rushed from the smoke. From that moment the sixth giant was looked upon as an impostor, and as soon as White Feather had, at the request of the company, faithfully recounted his history, the old chief, who was one of the best-hearted magicians that ever lived, ordered that the giant should be transformed into a dog, and turned into the middle of the village, where the boys should pelt him to death with clubs, which being done, the whole 6 giants were at an end, and never troubled that neighborhood again for ever after. The chief then gave out a command, at the request of White Feather, that all the young men should employ themselves 4 days in making arrows. White Feather also asked for a buffalo robe. This he cut into thin shreds, and in the night, when no one knew of it, he went and sowed them about the prairie in every direction. At the end of the 4 days, he invited them to gather together all of their arrows, and to accompany him to a buffalo hunt. When they got out upon the prairie, they found it covered with a great herd of buffaloes. Of these they killed as many as they pleased, and afterward they had a grand festival in honor of White Feather's triumph over the giants. All this being pleasantly over, White Feather got his wife to ask her father's permission to go with him on a visit to his grandfather. The old chief replied to this application that a woman must follow her husband into whatever quarter of the world he may choose to go. Bidding farewell to all his friends, White Feather placed the plume in his frontlet, and taking his war club in his hand, he led the way into the forest, followed by his faithful wife. End of White Feather and the 6 Giants, by Cornelius Matthews. Read by Liberty Stump.
De 6 zwanen, uit Sprookjes van de gebroeders Grimm, vertaald door mevrouw van Eden van Vloten. Dit is ingesproken om de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox te vieren. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om zelf vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. Gelezen door Anna Simon. De 6 zwanen. Eens jaagde een koning in een groot woud, en hij jaagde zo ijverig dat zijn jachtstoet hem niet volgen kon. En toen het avond was geworden en hij stilstond en rondkeek, bemerkte hij dat hij verdwaald was. Hij zocht een uitweg uit het woud, maar hij vond er geen. Nu zag hij opeens een oude vrouw met waggelend hoofd die naar hem toe kwam, maar het was een heks. De koning sprak haar aan en zeide: "Goede vrouw, kunt ge mij niet de weg wijzen uit het bos?" "O ja, heer koning, dat kan ik wel, maar er is een voorwaarde bij, en als gij die niet vervult, komt gij nooit meer uit het bos en moet de hongerdood sterven." "Welke is die voorwaarde?" "Ik heb een dochter die zo schoon is als één op de wereld, en zij verdient wel uw koningin te worden. Wilt gij haar tot vrouw nemen, dan wijs ik u de weg uit het bos." De koning zeide ja in zijn angst, en de oude bracht hem naar haar huisje. Daar zat haar dochter bij het vuur. Zij ontving de koning alsof zij hem verwacht had. Hij zag wel dat zij heel mooi was, maar toch beviel ze hem niet. Als hij haar aanzag, overviel hem een huivering. Toen hij het meisje bij zich op het paard genomen had, wees de oude hem de weg, en zo kwam de koning weer in zijn slot. Daar werd toen de bruiloft gevierd. De koning was al eens getrouwd geweest, en van zijn eerste koningin had hij 7 kinderen, 6 prinsen en 1 prinsesje, die hij alle uitermate lief had. Hij vreesde dat de stiefmoeder hen niet goed zou behandelen en misschien wel kwaad zou doen. Daarom bracht hij ze naar een eenzaam slot, midden in een bos. Het lag zo verborgen en de weg was zo moeilijk te vinden, dat hij zelf verdwaald zou zijn, als niet een fee hem een kluw katoen had gegeven, met de bijzondere eigenschap van zelf los te wikkelen als men hem vooruitwierp en zo de weg aan te wijzen. Maar de koning ging zo dikwijls naar zijn lieve kinderen in het bos, dat het de koningin begon op te vallen. Ze werd nieuwsgierig en wilde weten wat hij toch iedere keer zo heel alleen in het bos te doen had. Ze gaf toen veel geld aan zijn dienaren, en die hebben haar het geheim verraden, en hebben haar ook gezegd van de kluw en hoe die de weg aanwees. Nu had zij geen rust voor ze had uitgevonden waar de koning die kluw bewaarde. Daarna naaide zij kleine wit zijden hemdjes, en daar zij van haar moeder toverkunsten geleerd had, naaide ze er een betovering in. Toen nu de koning eens ter jacht was uitgereden, nam zij de hemdjes en ging het bos in, en de kluw wees haar de weg. De kinderen, die in de verte iemand zagen komen, meenden dat het hun lieve vader was en huppelden hem blij tegemoet. Toen gooiden zij over ieders hoofd een hemdje, en toen dat hun huid had aangeraakt, veranderden zij in zwanen, en ze vlogen weg over het bos. De koningin ging heel vergenoegd naar huis, want ze dacht nu van haar stiefkinderen bevrijd te zijn. Maar het meisje was niet meegekomen en van haar bestaan wist zij niets af. De volgende dag kwam de koning om zijn kinderen te bezoeken, maar hij vond alleen het meisje. Waar zijn de broertjes? vroeg de koning. Ach, lieve vader, zeide ze, die zijn weg en ze hebben mij alleen achtergelaten. En ze vertelde hoe zij het gezien had vanuit haar venstertje, dat haar broers als zwanen over het bos wegvlogen, en ze toonde hem de veren die zij in het tuintje hadden laten vallen en die zij had bijeengezocht. De koning treurde, maar hij verdacht toch de koningin niet van die boze daad. Hij vreesde dat het meisje ook geroofd zou worden, daarom wilde hij haar meenemen. Maar zij was bang voor de stiefmoeder en smeekte dat zij nog alleen maar die nacht in het bos zou mogen blijven. Het meisje had gedacht, nu kan ik niet langer blijven, ik moet gaan om mijn broeders te zoeken. En toen de nacht was gekomen, ontvluchtte zij en ging dieper het bos in. Zo liep zij de ganse nacht en ook de volgende dag aan één stuk door, tot zij van vermoeidheid niet meer kon gaan. Toen kwam ze bij een wildschuur. Ze ging erin en vond er een kamertje met 6 kleine bedjes, maar zij dorst er zich niet in te leggen en kroop onder een van de bedjes. Op de harde grond wilde zij zo de nacht doorbrengen. Maar toen de zon zou ondergaan, hoorde zij ruisen van vleugels in de lucht, en 6 zwanen kwamen het venster ingevlogen. Ze zetten zich op de grond en bliezen tegen elkaar, en bliezen elkaar al de vederen af, en hun zwanenhuid konden ze afstropen als een hemd. Het meisje zag toen dat het haar broeders waren, en ze verheugde zich en kroop van onder het bedje tevoorschijn. De broeders waren even verheugd dat zij hun zusje terug hadden, maar het duurde niet lang. Je kunt hier niet blijven, zeiden zij. Dit is een herberg voor rovers, en als ze thuiskomen en je vinden, zullen ze je zeker kwaad doen. Kun je mij dan niet beschermen? vroeg het zusje. Nee, antwoordden zij, want wij kunnen niet langer dan een kwartier iedere avond onze zwanenhuid afleggen en mensen zijn. Daarna worden wij weer in zwanen veranderd. Het zusje begon te schreien en vroeg, kun je dan niet verlost worden? Ach nee, dat is te moeilijk. 6 jaar lang mag je niet spreken of lachen, en in die tijd moet je 6 hemdjes voor ons maken, alleen van sterrenmuurbloemetjes. Maar spreekt je mond 1 enkel woord, dan is alle arbeid voor niets. Toen de broeders zo gesproken hadden, was het kwartier om, en als zwanen vlogen zij weer het venster uit. Maar het meisje dacht in zichzelve, ik wil mijn broeders verlossen, al kost het mij mijn leven. En de volgende ochtend ging ze uit en verzamelde sterrenmuur en begon te naaien. Spreken kon ze met niemand, en voor lachen was zij niet vrolijk genoeg. Ze zat maar en keek op haar werk. Toen zij al lange tijd zo gezeten had, gebeurde het dat de koning van dat land, die in dat bos op jacht was, in de buurt jaagde, en de jagers kwamen bij de boom waar het meisje op zat te naaien. Ze riepen haar toe, wie ben je? Maar ze antwoordde niet. Kom van de boom af, bij ons, we zullen je geen kwaad doen. Ze schudde alleen het hoofdje. Toen zij maar aldoor vroegen, wierp ze hun haar gouden halsketting toe. Ze dacht, dan zouden ze wel tevreden zijn. Maar ze hielden niet op. Toen wierp ze nog haar gordel naar beneden en daarna haar kousenbanden en alles wat ze aan had, zodat ze eindelijk niets meer dan haar hemdje overhield. Maar de jagers lieten zich nog niet afwijzen en klommen in de boom, beurden het meisje eruit en brachten haar bij de koning. Wie ben je? vroeg de koning. Wat doe je op die boom? Maar ze antwoordde niet. Hij vroeg in alle talen, doch zij bleef stom. Maar zo mooi was zij, dat het konings hart getroffen werd, en hij voelde een grote liefde voor haar. Hij hing haar zijn mantel om, nam haar voor zich op het paard en bracht haar in zijn slot. Daar liet hij haar rijke kleren maken, en ze straalde in haar schoonheid als de lichte zon, maar geen woord kwam er van haar lippen. De koning zette haar naast zich aan tafel en haar bescheidenheid en zedig wezen bevielen hem zozeer dat hij zeide: deze wensch ik tot mijn vrouw te maken en geen andere op de geheele wereld. En na enige dagen trouwde hij haar. De koning echter had een boze moeder die ontevreden was over dit huwelijk en ze sprak kwaad van de jonge koningin. Wie weet wat voor een meid dat is, zeide zij, die niet spreken kan. Ze is een koning onwaardig. Na een jaar, toen de koningin haar eerste kindje geboren was, nam de oude het weg terwijl ze sliep en besmeurde haar de mond met bloed. Toen ging zij naar de koning en klaagde haar aan dat ze een menscheneetster was. De koning geloofde het niet en wilde niet dulden dat men haar enig leed aandeed. En ze zat maar en naaide aan de hemden en merkte niets. De tweede maal toen er een mooi jongetje geboren werd, pleegde de stiefmoeder hetzelfde bedrog. Maar de koning weigerde weer haar te geloven en hij sprak: ze is zo vroom en goed, dat zou ze nooit kunnen doen. Was ze niet stom, dan zou ze zich kunnen verdedigen en haar onschuld zou blijken. Maar toen de derde maal de oude weer het jonge kind roofde en de koningin aanklaagde en zij geen woord tot haar verdediging sprak, was de koning genoodzaakt haar aan het gerecht over te leveren. En toen werd zij veroordeeld tot de vuurdood. De dag waarop het vonnis zou voltrokken worden, was tegelijk de laatste dag van de 6 jaren waarin zij niet spreken of lachen mocht, en nu had zij haar broeders uit de macht van de betovering bevrijd. De 6 hemden waren klaar, alleen de linkermouw ontbrak nog aan het laatste. Toen zij nu naar de brandstapel geleid werd, hing zij de hemden over haar arm, en toen zij boven stond en het vuur ontstoken zou worden, keek ze om, en er kwamen 6 zwanen door de lucht gevlogen. Toen begreep zij dat haar verlossing nabij was, en er was vreugde in haar hart. De zwanen ruisten om haar heen en bogen zich tot haar, dat zij om hun halzen de hemden kon gooien. En toen die hen aanraakten, viel de zwanenhuid af, en haar broeders stonden levend voor haar, fris en schoon. Alleen de jongste miste de linkerarm, en daarvoor was aan zijn schouder een zwanenvleugel gehecht. Ze omhelsten en kusten elkaar, en de koningin ging tot de koning, die daar verslagen stond, en sprak: mijn liefste gemaal, nu mag ik spreken en u openbaren dat ik onschuldig ben en valselijk aangeklaagd. En ze verhaalde hem van het bedrog van de oude koningin en hoe zij haar kinderen had geroofd en verborgen. Die werden toen tot 's konings innige vreugde tevoorschijn gebracht, maar de boze schoonmoeder werd tot haar straf op de brandstapel gebonden en tot as verbrand. De koning en de koningin en hare 6 broeders leefden nog lange jaren in vrede en geluk. Einde van de 6 zwanen van de gebroeders Grimm. De 6e december van Isaac da Costa. Dit is opgenomen ter gelegenheid van de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. Gelezen door Anna Simon. De 6e december van Isaac da Costa. Wat schijnt gij lachend aan de transen, o dag, welks wedergaat den held ontluiken zag, wiens onverwelkbare lauwenkransen zich Hollands grond met wellust eignen mag. Ook die werd door de jubeltonen van Nederlands rechtschapen zonen als de allerheugelijkste dag begroet. Maar ach, hij blonk niet met die luister die thans ons hart ter gulle vreugd ontsluit. Een grijze damp rees toen het duister van 's afgronds diepten dreigend uit en dofte het blauw de hemelwanden en mengde in het dankbaar wierookbranden een ongekend gevoel van smart. Een angst die t juichend hart beknelde en rampen aan Europe voorspelde, nog voor het zwak verstand verward. Maar ja, dit smartgevoel sprak waarheid, straks keerden trans en zonneklaarheid in een ontzachtbare doodsche nacht. Orkanen gromden uit de wolken, een oproerzee sprong uit haar kolken en dreigde het aardrijk met haar kracht. Ook Holland moest het ondervinden, t geweld van die ontempere vloed, die over dijk en dam zich wegen wist te vinden. Der vrijheidsmaagd ontviel en speer en hoed. Gij ook, die thans de glorie der Bataven met eigen bloed en doodsgevaar hielpt staven, gij moest van t leven nauw bewust de door de gal verpeste lucht ontweken, gestevend naar een vreemde kust, uw kindsheid slijten, ver van vaderlandse streken. Van t nog standvastig Britse strand zaagt gij de moedwil triumfeeren, t afgrijselijkste dwingeland met moorden en verraad Europa overheeren. Dit zaagt ge en voelt het jeugdig bloed, dat bloed van de edelste der mannen, aloude temmers van tirannen, ontstoken in een nieuwen gloed, en greept het wrekend zwaard in handen, dat eens de ondraaglijke banden des wrevelen gaulers stuk zou slaan. Een heldenvolk was opgestaan in t zuiden, groot en fier geboren, de Spanjaard en zijn nagebuur, die in t verhevenst oorlogsvuur zichzelf de dood, hun land verdelging zworen, eer Frankrijks bloed en onrechtvaan ooit op hun vrije grond zou staan. Daar vloogt gij heen en hielp die braven zich tegens dwingelands woeste slaven van t gruwelijk gareel ontslaan. Uw edele vaderen zagen het aan vanuit der zaalgen vreedzame oorden en zegenden hun kroost, daar Taag en Iwerboorden zijn roem weergalmden wijd en zijd. Maar Holland, zuchtende in zijn keten, was de ouder dapperheid vergeten en voedde een hoop op u, schoon nog niet rijp ten strijd. Zij zag haar kinders zich ontwringen, gewapend met onzaalge klingen, ten dienst eens booswichts, tegen vrijheid, godsdienst, eer. En zelfs de naam van Holland was niet meer. Maar herroepen wij die tijd van geweld en schande niet, om het vreugdegevoel te ontwijden dat deez schoone dag ons biedt. Holland bleef niet altijd zuchten, jammeren, schreien in haar band, en geknield de aanblik duchten van de trotsche dwingeland. Sterveling, mocht gij t ooit verwachten, wat uw oog getuigen mag, uit die aakligsten der nachten rees de schitterendste dag. Aan de noordelijke transen glom der vrijheid dageraad, en stort thans haar schoonste glansen weer op Neerlands oude staat. Maar, o overmaat van zegen, 's hemels weldaad schonk nog meer. Holland heeft zijn naam herkregen, en met hem zijn krijgsroem weer. Heil die naam dan, pas herkregen, heil die vrijheid, heil die roem, heil de glorierijke degen van Oranje en Hollands bloem. Driemaal heil den held, wiens strijden, ja, wiens bloed ons vrij behield, wien we hart en zangen wijden, met de warmste gloed bezield. Ja, mijn broeders, Pallaszonen, die voor eer en vrijheid blaakt, vangt ze gunstig op, die tonen, die mijn dankb're boezem slaakt. Thans de feestkelk volgeschonken met het edelst druivenvocht, en met geestdrift leeggedronken, voor de boei van t schrikgedrocht. Dan voor Holland, pas herboren, dat het bloeie in krijg en vree, en, wat nijd zijn rust moog storen, met de leeuwenklauw vertree. Voor de vorst der Nederlanden, die deez staat verlossing bracht uit de gruwelijkste banden, hem tot heil en zijn geslacht. Dat de held van Neerland leve, dat zijn echt volzalig zij, dat die echt hem telgen geve, Hollands steunsels, zoals hij. Einde van de 6e december door Isaac da Costa.